Chapter 1. The End of a Bet. The documents slapped onto the glass coffee table with a finality that echoed in the spacious, silent living room. Qin Mu, the divorce papers. And the asset waiver you so proudly signed years ago, the woman said, her voice as cold as the ice in a forgotten drink. Nana, Lin Rueishi's best friend and manager, peered at him through her thick-framed glasses, her plump face set in a mask of disdain. Sign them. Let's make this clean. Qin Mu sat perfectly still on the plush sofa. A delicate porcelain coffee cup was cradled in his long, slender fingers. Steam rose, fogging the lenses of his gold-rimmed glasses. He wore the cream-colored cashmere sweater she had always loved, his dark hair impeccably styled. But his eyes were a still, deep ocean, hiding storms beneath a calm surface. Nana scoffed at his silence. Nothing to say. Typical. Look at you. What have you actually accomplished these past few years? She didn't wait for an answer, her words sharp and venomous. Yes, Rueishi owed you once. You helped her start the business. But what are you now? A kept man. A trophy husband who never leaves the house. You contribute nothing. The only thing you have left that's worthy of her is your face. You're not even fit to shine her shoes. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a venomous hiss. This is her final offer. Don't embarrass yourself by refusing. With a final contemptuous glance, she turned and strode out, her heels clicking sharply against the marble floor until the sound faded, leaving him in crushing silence. Alone, Qin Mu slowly set his cup down. His fingertips brushed against the cold, stark white paper. Memories, unbidden, flooded his mind. 5 years. Meeting Rueishi in university after he left the military. Her bright, ambitious eyes. Her laughter. The way she clung to him, sobbing, when her first startup failed. How he'd emptied his entire savings, called in every favor from his army brothers to get her back on her feet. She had soared. She was now Lin Rueishi, the rising queen of Jiangbei City's cosmetic industry. And he had become the secret shame in her glittering biography. Their meetings dwindled from weekly to monthly, until now 6 full months without a single word. The sharp trill of his phone shattered the quiet. Lin Rueishi flashed on the screen. He answered, I don't have time for games. Sign the papers. Her voice came through, crisp and efficient, devoid of any warmth. You can keep the house. I'm also wiring you $1,274,000. Consider it a payout for your historical contributions. Sign it, and we part ways amicably. Refuse, and my lawyers will ensure you learn what true destitution means. He heard her exhale heavily, a sound of immense relief. Or was it exhaustion? Qin Mu, she said, and the finality in her tone was worse than any shout. We no longer belong in the same world. Contact Nana when you come to your senses. I'll try to make time for the formalities. The line went dead. The dial tone was a hollow echo in his ear. A bitter, self-deprecating smile touched Qin Mu's lips. 5 years. Reduced to a 30-second phone call. He stood and walked to the walk-in closet. His fingers bypassed rows of designer suits, finding instead a single, modestly cut Chichong suit hanging in a garment bag. It was the first suit Rueishi ever bought him, back when every dollar was a struggle. My man, she had said, her eyes shining with fierce pride, will always look the part. No one will ever look down on you. It was now the cheapest item in his wardrobe, yet the only one he chose to take. He changed into the suit, the wool familiar against the skin. He threw a black cashmere overcoat over his shoulders. The man in the mirror was tall, commanding, but his eyes had shed their last vestige of softness. He returned to the table, picked up the pen. The scratch of a nib was deafening in the silence, each stroke carving an end to a chapter of his life. If a final goodbye wasn't even worth her time, then what was left to hold on to? He walked out of the villa. The weak winter sun cast long, pale shadows. He glanced back at the house that had been his home for 5 years. The sunlight touched his face, but he felt no warmth. He pulled out his phone and redialed the number. Listen, I told you, Rueishi's impatient voice began. 4:30. City clerk's office, he interrupted, his voice flat and calm. He ended the call before she could respond. On the other end, Lin Rueishi held the phone, a sudden, inexplicable void opening up in the pit of her stomach. Qin Mu stood motionless at the curb for exactly 10 minutes. Then, as if summoned from the shadows, a black Bentley Mulsanne glided to a silent halt before him. The front passenger door opened. An elderly man, poised and sharp in a tailored suit, emerged and moved with practiced grace to open the rear door. He bowed his head slightly. Young master, the man Liu, said respectfully, your chariot awaits. Qin Mu gave a barely perceptible nod. His gaze swept one last time over the familiar street. Then he slid into the luxurious interior. Proceed. Chapter 2. The Return. The Bentley's cabin was a tomb of quiet luxury. Old Lou glanced back from the front passenger seat, his voice layered with deference and a hint of paternal concern. Young master, your father, he never stopped watching over you. This past period, it must have been difficult. Qin Mu stared out the window as the city blurred past. Some of the family have been away from your influence for too long. They question your capabilities. The patriarch suggests you first establish your dominance here in Jiangbei. Silence the doubters. Then, your return to lead the Qin Empire will be undisputed. The bet is lost. The terms are accepted, Qin Mu replied, his tone devoid of emotion. I will fulfill my obligations. He was Qin Mu, sole heir to the Qin dynasty, a financial empire whose tendrils wrapped around the globe. In his youth, he had rebelled. He wanted the discipline of the military, not the gilded cage of his birthright. He made a wager with his formidable father. If he could build a happy, independent life after his service, he would earn his freedom. If he failed, he would return and shoulder the colossal weight of the family legacy. For a while, he thought he had won. Now, young master, the young lady your father has arranged for you to meet, Miss Liasi, is also in Jiangbei. She oversees the Li family's southern commercial operations. She will be your escort for the gala tonight. Show me the Qin holdings in Jiangbei, Qin Mu said, deftly changing the subject. Lu immediately handed over a tablet. Qin Mu took it, his eyes scanning the data with a commander's focus. The car soon arrived at the city clerk's office. Qin Mu stepped out, looking up at the bland, bureaucratic building. A ghost of a memory flickered standing here with Ruishi years ago, her hand in his, filled with foolish hope. The irony was almost amusing. A black BMW X5 screeched to a halt nearby. Lin Ruishi emerged, a vision of power in a sharp pantsuit, her beauty turned into a weapon. Nana scrambled out behind her, a loyal attack dog. Well, look who finally saw reason. Nana sneered, spotting Qin Mu immediately. I suppose $1 million is better than clinging to a woman who's outgrown you. Nana, enough. Lin Ruishi cut in. Her eyes met Qin Mu's, a complex mix of pity, guilt, and resolve. Let's just get this over with. The formalities were swift, impersonal. Soon, they stood outside again, a dark red divorce certificate in hand. Qin Mu, the house, and the money Ruishi began, a scripted attempt at generosity. Keep it, he interrupted, his voice cool and distant. I have no need for it. I wish you happiness. Without another word, he turned and walked toward the waiting Bentley. Old Lu, who had been standing by the vehicle, opened a rear door and bowed deeply as Qin Mu approached. Lin Ruishi stared, her mind struggling to process the scene. A Bentley? A personal attendant who moved with the grace of old-world aristocracy? Who was he? A sliver of doubt wormed its way into her heart, but she crushed it. It was done. She had a gala to prepare for, an empire to build. Are the gown and stylist ready? She asked Nana, her voice all business. All taken care of, Rue. We can head straight there. Good. Let's go. The Eastern Metropolitan Tower, venue for the Jiangbei Commercial Gala, was a blaze of light, swarming with luxury cars and the city's elite. As their car joined the queue, Lu presented a sleek garment bag to Qin Mu. Young master, your attire for the evening. This will do, Qin Mu said, dismissing the offer with a slight wave of his hand. They approached the main entrance. A shrill, familiar voice cut through the hum of the crowd. Qin Mu, are you a lost puppy? Why are you following us here? Nana stood there, pointing an accusatory finger, her face a picture of revulsion. Ruishi, I told you he couldn't let go. A high-class event like this is no place for a leech like you. Qin Mu's eyes narrowed, but he ignored her, continuing toward the door. Lin Ruishi frowned, a flush of embarrassment and irritation on her cheeks. Qin Mu, she said, her tone one of strained patience. Don't make a scene. This isn't a place for your kind. For old time's sake, don't humiliate yourself. Humiliate himself? Qin Mu paused. He turned his head and met her gaze. His eyes were calm, deep, and utterly unreadable. A shiver, cold and unwelcome, ran down Lin Ruishi's spine. He said nothing. He simply turned back and continued his path to the entrance. A security guard moved to intercept him, but then his eyes landed on old Lu. Recognition flashed. This was the man from the security briefings, the VIP of VIPs, the one you do not stop. The guard immediately snapped back to attention, eyes forward, pretending to be a statue. Qin Mu and Lu walked past the red rope, past the line of waiting guests, and disappeared into the glittering heart of the gala, leaving a stunned Lin Ruishi and a sputtering Nana in their wake. Chapter 3. The Revelation. Inside, the grand ballroom was a symphony of controlled chaos. Staff dashed about under the direction of a flustered event manager and a remarkably composed young woman. That is Miss Liasi, Lu murmured. Qin Mu looked over. As if sensing his gaze, the woman turned. Her eyes intelligent and quick found his. A flicker of surprise. Then she said a few words to the manager and walked toward them with an easy, confident grace. She first bestowed a brilliant, dimpled smile upon old Lu. Uncle Lu, you look more dashing every time I see you. Ah, Yasi, you always know how to flatter an old man. Lu chuckled, his eyes crinkling. He gestured to Qin Mu. May I present young Master Qin Mu? Yasi turned her full attention to him, extending a hand without a trace of shyness. Well, hello there, fiancé. I'm Yasi. Qin Mu. He took her hand briefly. Don't be so stern, she chided playfully, her eyes twinkling. We're supposed to be partners in crime, you know? How about a tour later? I'm stuck with a speech tonight, afraid I'll neglect you. Young master, I have some matters to attend to, Lu interjected smoothly, his meaning clear. Qin Mu shot him a knowing look, but nodded. The moment Lu was gone, Yasi let out an exaggerated sigh and collapsed into a nearby chair. Phew, the proper lady act is exhausting. A faint, genuine smile finally touched Qin Mu's lips. Hey, Qin Mu, let's make a deal, she said, leaning in conspiratorially. We play the happy couple in public. In private, we're free agents. If either of us finds real love, we call it off. No hard feelings. Deal? Deal, he agreed. Excellent. She beamed, holding out her pinky finger. Pinky swear. Qin Mu looked at the offered finger and gave a quiet laugh. Don't laugh. It's about the principle. She insisted, feigning offense. Just then, the event manager hurried over. Miss Lee, the stage lighting has a glitch. Yasi rolled her eyes good-naturedly. Duty calls, oh mysterious fiancé. Save me a dance? Or at least some late-night noodles. She winked and was gone, a whirlwind of energy. Qin Mu found a quiet alcove and sat, pulling out his tablet to continue his analysis. Jiangbei was his first battlefield. As time passed, the ballroom filled with the city's powerful and beautiful. Lin Ruishi and Nana finally made their way inside. It took them only a moment to spot Qin Mu, isolated in his corner. How'd he get in? Nana spat, her face contorted in disgust. He must have snuck in. His presence is an insult to everyone here. Rui, you can't let him poison this night for you. Lin Ruishi stared at the man who was once her husband. He seemed like a stranger, calm and imposing in a way she'd never seen. Nana didn't wait for a reply. She flagged down the head of security. Excuse me, that man over there, she said, pointing dramatically at Qin Mu. He has no invitation. I believe he crashed the event. Remove him. Immediately. The security captain, recognizing the famous Lin Ruishi, nodded obsequiously. Of course, ma'am. It will be handled. Lin Ruishi opened her mouth to say something what she didn't know but then closed it. She gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod of assent. The security captain puffed out his chest and, with two of his men, began a stern march toward the corner Qin Mu. He was steps away, ready to speak. Suddenly, every light in the ballroom died, plunging the space into darkness. A single spotlight blazed to life, illuminating the center of the main stage. The voice of the master of ceremonies boomed through the speakers, filled with awe and excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please, a thunderous round of applause as we welcome the host of tonight's gala, the sole authorized representative of the Qin Dynasty Global Group in Jiangbei City, Mr. Qin Mu. The spotlight swung away from the stage. It sliced through the crowd, panning across stunned faces, before pinning Qin Mu in his isolated chair like a butterfly in a display case. The security captain froze mid-stride, his face draining of all color. Nana's smug expression shattered into a mask of pure, uncomprehending shock. Lin Ruix's hand jerked. The champagne flute trembled, golden liquid sloshing perilously close to the rim. Slowly, deliberately, Qin Mu rose to his feet. He adjusted his cufflinks, a small, unhurried motion. He completely ignored the petrified guard, the gawking women, the hundreds of eyes now locked on him. With a calm that was more powerful than any shout, he began to walk. His steps were measured and confident, carrying him through the parted crowd, straight toward the brilliant light and the waiting podium. Chapter 4. Do you even deserve this? Upon uttering these words, the security guard immediately strode towards Qin Mu, who stood not far away. Approaching him, the guard raised an eyebrow slightly, though the suit Qin Mu donned appeared decent. A seasoned security professional could discern at a glance that it was merely a cheap ensemble worth a few thousand yuan. Moreover, it was far from bespoke. How could someone of his ilk possibly attend such a prestigious gathering of business magnates? The guard's brow furrowed in disapproval. He placed a hand on Qin Mu's shoulder. Sir, may I inquire if you possess an invitation to soiree? Out of professional courtesy, the guard felt compelled to ask, lest some affluent individuals harbored a peculiar penchant for dressing in rags. Qin Mu raised an eyebrow, contemplating. An invitation? What is that? No, I do not have one. He replied candidly. The guard's expression darkened immediately. Then I must ask you to leave. Everyone attending tonight's event possesses an invitation. As this is a matter of significant importance to the city, I hope you will refrain from causing a disturbance. Though polite, both his demeanor and words conveyed a palpable disdain. How could someone without an invitation presume to occupy a space like this? Even a minor tycoon here would be worth hundreds of thousands, and yet this young man dared to act as if he belonged. Qin Mu's brow furrowed slightly. As the legitimate heir of the Qin family, to be dismissed for lacking an invitation was an affront. Are you certain you wish to expel me? He regarded the guard with a hint of ire. Before the guard could respond, Nana approached with an air of arrogance. Indeed, it is you we wish to expel. Following the sound of her voice, Nana strutted confidently to stand before Qin Mu. Qin Mu, if you still consider yourself a man, you should swiftly take your leave. Our Ruishi has already divorced you. There is not a shred of possibility for reconciliation between you two. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with contempt. In her view, Qin Mu's presence was merely an attempt to sabotage Ruishi's opportunity to meet the young heir of the Zhou family. Little did Qin Mu realize the extent of his own shortcomings. How could someone of his caliber even dare to compare himself to the Zhou heir? In the presence of the Zhou heir, calling him trash would be an undeserved elevation. To Nana's remarks, Qin Mu merely scoffed without offering a reply, instead shifting his gaze to Lin Ruishi, who stood beside her. Do you share this sentiment? Lin Ruishi bit her lip before responding. Qin Mu, you are no longer a child. It is time to face reality. At her words, Qin Mu smiled faintly, remaining silent. Was this truly the woman he once cherished? Now, before her, he appeared as someone unable to discern the truth of his own circumstances. Is this the reality of society? Just as I pondered, a sound of footsteps approached. Following the noise, I beheld a young man striding into the scene, clad in a sharply tailored suit and possessing an extraordinary visage. He instantly became the focal point of attention among the crowd. Upon entering, the young man quickly spotted Lin Ruishi and Nana in the distance. He made his way directly towards them, soon standing before Nana. Ruishi, it's been a while, he greeted. At his arrival, Nana's eyes lit up with delight. Wasn't this the dashing heir of the Zhou family? In Nana's eyes, he was the epitome of a suitable match for her dear friend. Not only was he handsome, but he was also affluent. With the resources at his disposal, he could easily be regarded as a titan within the industry in the entire Jiangbei city. Looking over at Qin Mu beside her, the disparity between the two became instantly apparent. Nana promptly nudged Lin Ruishi. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and greet young Master Zhou. Lin Ruishi, upon hearing this, nodded at young Master Zhou, acknowledging his presence. Observing this, young Master Zhou felt no irritation. In fact, he appreciated Lin Ruishi's demeanor. A strong woman like her, yet so composed, was the embodiment of an ideal partner. Although he had experienced love before, he bore no resentment towards it. On the contrary, he found a certain allure in the wives of others. That sensation was simply exquisite. At this moment, he noticed Qin Mu standing nearby. And who might this be? Young Master Zhou inquired with curiosity. Witnessing this exchange, Nana couldn't help but scoff and remarked, Young Master Zhou, don't mind him. He's just a good-for-nothing. Young Master Zhou contemplated this, realizing that the only man who could have simultaneously brought both Nana and Lin Ruishi together was likely Lin Ruishi's ex-husband. This thought brought a smile to his face. He then extended his hand. Brother, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Shaoqi, Lin Ruishi's future husband. At these words, Nana inwardly reveled in delight. Did you see that? That's the confidence that comes with wealth and power. And look at you. Just a waste of space, nothing more. This stark contrast between individuals was palpable. Did you grasp it? However, at that moment, Qin Mu merely cast a nonchalant glance at Zhou Shaoqi. In the treatment records provided by Old Liu, there was no mention of such a figure. It seemed he held little significance in Jiangbei City. You think you're impressive? Young Master Zhou chuckled lightly. My family's company merely boasts a market value of 17 billion in this vast sea of commerce that hardly qualifies as noteworthy. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu raised an eyebrow. 17 billion? That indeed sounds rather insignificant. Upon the utterance of those words, Nana's eyes widened in disbelief. This scoundrel, does he even comprehend the gravity of his statements? That is the esteemed young master of the Zhou family. He merely offered a humble remark, and you dare to retaliate? Qin Mu, do you realize to whom you are speaking? Not only she, but even Lin Ruishi could no longer bear the situation. Qin Mu, I implore you to apologize for your recent words. Otherwise, even I shall be unable to save you, Lin Ruishi declared, her gaze brimming with hostility. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoqi, who had been ridiculed by Qin Mu, also flashed a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. You dare to insult me? Qin Mu cast a fleeting glance at him. You, worthy of such a title? It appeared that a confrontation was imminent between the two. The onlooking security guard, unable to tolerate the escalating tension, intervened, seizing Qin Mu by the arm. Sir, I must insist that you vacate the premises immediately. Failure to comply will result in your detention. Witnessing this, Zhou Xiaoqi sneered. Trash is indeed trash. A wretch unworthy of even being present here dares to call himself trash? Absurd. Nana chuckled derisively. You foolish imbecile. You shall soon reap what you sow. Although Lin Ruishi's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow, she swiftly suppressed it. Perhaps departing from this place would be the best outcome for Qin Mu. Yet, just then, a woman's voice pierced through the tension. Wait. Chapter 5, Mr. Qin Mu. I was wrong. The emergence of this voice instantly captivated the attention of all present. Following the sound, they beheld a woman clad in a cream-colored gown, gracefully holding her skirt as she advanced with unwavering focus. The moment she appeared, all eyes were drawn to her. Is that not Li Yasi, the head of the Li family's southern district? My word, to become a district head at the tender age of 23, she is truly a paragon of excellence. Who could argue otherwise? And her beauty is unparalleled. If only I could share a night with her, I would gladly relinquish 10 years of my life. Are you delusional? What status does she hold that your mere decade of life could possibly be deemed worthy? Bah, I was merely jesting. However, that young man is surely doomed. It is common knowledge how much the Li family values this commercial gala. How dare he disrupt it at this moment? Such folly. The crowd buzzed with whispers. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoqi's heart raced with excitement. That is Li Yasi, the true princess of the entire southern district. If I could win her affection, would I still need to strive? Not only would he, Zhou Xiaoqi, ascend, but the entire Zhou family could leap from being a third-rate clan to the pinnacle of aristocracy. Miss Li. He immediately extended his hand towards the approaching Li Yasi. At that moment, Li Yasi approached Qin Mu and directed her gaze toward a nearby security guard. Release him, she commanded, her voice frigid and imbued with an air of superiority, starkly contrasting the demeanor Qin Mu had encountered earlier. The guard, upon recognizing Li Yasi, immediately recalled his captain's warnings about the individuals one should never provoke. This woman ranked foremost among them. Who would dare defy her? Did he wish to jeopardize his standing in Jiangbei City? Without a moment's hesitation, the guard relinquished his grip. Once the guard complied, Li Yasi turned her attention to Qin Mu, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Zhou Xiaoqi interjected. Miss Li, allow me to explain. My friend was just harassed by this individual, and so they summoned security. However, upon their arrival, it became apparent that he lacked even an invitation, prompting the intention to expel him. I never anticipated that this matter would escalate to involve you, Miss Li. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Zhou Xiaoqi spoke with an expression of regret, yet a glimmer of avarice lurked within the depths of his eyes. Beside him, Lin Ruishi furrowed her brow upon hearing his words. Was her ex-husband truly the one harassing her? She contemplated speaking up, but was restrained by her friend Nana, who gestured for her to remain silent. Ultimately, after a moment of silence, the two women lowered their heads. Witnessing this exchange, Li Yasi regarded Lin Ruishi with disbelief. Though she possessed a certain allure, it was hardly exceptional. Her gaze shifted suspiciously to Qin Mu. You harassed them? She inquired. Qin Mu chuckled lightly. Do you truly believe that possible? Indeed, they are unworthy of you, Li Yasi replied matter-of-factly. At this assertion, Lin Ruishi felt a surge of indignation. How dare she claim they were unworthy? Nana nearly erupted in protest, exclaiming, Who are you to say that our Ruishi is beneath him? He is nothing but a worthless man. Our Ruishi is a young entrepreneur worth over $1 billion. It is he who is unworthy of her. However, the moment her words escaped, Li Yassi's icy gaze fixed upon her. I am addressing him. When did it become your place to interject? At that instant, her commanding presence surged forth. A mere glance left Nana, feeling as though her back was drenched in cold sweat. The unique pressure emanating from Li Yassi rendered her devoid of any remaining confidence. This woman was undeniably extraordinary. After casting a glance at Nana, Li Yassi turned her attention to Zhou Shaoqi. You are the scion of the Zhou family, correct? I shall grant you 1 minute to apologize to Mr. Qin. Otherwise, the Zhou family will be permanently expelled from the Southern District Business Cooperation Association. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire assembly was taken aback. What could possibly be the reason for this? After all, he was the young master of the Zhou family. Although the Zhou family could only be considered a third-rate family in the whole of Jiangbei City, the man before them hardly resembled someone from a prestigious lineage. Would a scion of a great family don a suit worth less than 100,000? Yet, Li Yassi not only stood up for him, but also compelled the young master of the Zhou family to apologize. How shocking was that? At that moment, Qin Mu found Li Yassi's demeanor somewhat amusing. When he was previously with Lin Ruishi, he had been accused of being kept. If he were to be with Li Yassi in the future, wouldn't her assertive nature lead to similar accusations? He shook his head. It was inconsequential. There was no need to be overly meticulous. All of this was for the betterment of Jiangbei City, to ensure that the Southern District could flourish. Qin Mu chuckled and dismissed the earlier incident. In truth, he hadn't taken it to heart at all. After experiencing a divorce, he realized that many matters could be viewed with a more lenient perspective. As for Lin Ruishi and her choices, they held no relevance to him. Since the moment the divorce certificate was signed, their paths had merely crossed fleetingly. Observing Qin Mu's relaxed demeanor, Li Yassi curled her lips. Young Master Qin, this is not quite like your childhood disposition. Qin Mu pondered for a moment. Indeed, he had been rather domineering in his youth. But had he known Li Yassi back then? He struggled to recall any memories. Never mind those trivial thoughts. People inevitably grow, don't they? After encountering various experiences, one must come to terms with the harsh realities of life. Mustn't they? Li Yassi smiled, her expression ethereal, and even Qin Mu found himself momentarily entranced. Very well, let them handle it as they see fit. With that, Li Yassi took a seat beside Qin Mu, resembling a well-behaved little girl. Meanwhile, the young master of the Zhou family, still reeling from shock, struggled to regain his composure. He was no fool, on the contrary. Everyone who had reached his position was undoubtedly astute. From the recent exchange between Qin Mu and Li Yassi, it was evident that they had known each other since childhood. At that time, the Li family was already a top-tier family in the Southern District. For their children to have played together, their familial standings must have been at least comparable. This implied that Qin Mu's background was at least on par with that of the Li family. Contemplating this, the young master of the Zhou family felt his legs tremble. He swallowed hard, glancing at Qin Mu and then at Lin Ruishi. Madness. He must be losing his mind. Unable to contain himself, he suddenly collapsed to his knees before Qin Mu, bowing deeply in apology. Mr. Qin, I was wrong. Chapter 6. A mere waste, a gasp echoed throughout the room, as everyone present was taken aback by the astonishing scene unfolding before them. Here stood the young master of the Zhou family, albeit from a third-rate lineage, yet still a figure not to be trifled with. Yet at this moment, this esteemed young master was kneeling before a seemingly inconsequential individual. To add to the bewilderment, Li Yassi stood resolutely beside this underdog, defending him. This spectacle surpassed the expectations of all in attendance. Many exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their own eyes. Qin Mu wore an expression of quiet detachment, observing the scene as if it bore no relation to him. Li Yassi appeared quite pleased with Zhou Shaoqi's reaction and turned a glance at Qin Mu. Seeking his thoughts on this unexpected outcome, Qin Mu nodded slightly, narrowing his eyes to steal a glance at Lin Ruishi, who was fixated on him, while her companion Nana seethed with indignation. It was impossible. How could Qin Mu possibly be connected to Li Yassi in such a manner to warrant her protection? He was merely a waste of space, so how could it be? She refused to believe that Zhou Shaoqi knelt before Qin Mu due to any inherent worth. She was convinced it was solely out of respect for Li Yassi. In her eyes, since Li Yassi had witnessed no impropriety on Qin Mu's part, she was merely intervening to shield him from any damage to the reputation of the business association. Indeed, it was nothing more than a stroke of luck, and they were foolish to think it was by his own merit. Confident in her reasoning, Yaya tugged at Lin Rueishi's arm, sharing her suspicions. Without hesitation, Lin Rueishi accepted Yaya's conjecture. The fleeting disappointment that had crossed her face was swiftly replaced by disdain. How despicable it was for Qin Mu to exploit such tactics, leading to her momentary disillusionment regarding her divorce. He was nothing more than a fortunate fool. However, Qin Mu observed the subtle shift in their expressions, his brow furrowing slightly, a pang of sorrow stirring within him. Yet, he dismissed it. Their perceptions were already formed. Even if he revealed his true identity at this juncture, they would merely dismiss him as a charlatan. Moreover, he was not in a position to disclose his status. He needed to establish himself in the South before revealing his true self. Yet, eventual revelation was inevitable, and he pondered how Lin Rueishi would react when that day arrived. With his thoughts racing, Qin Mu dismissed them, suddenly rising and addressing Liyasi. "Is there a private room available? I would like to rest alone for a while." Upon hearing this, Liyasi smiled gently and arranged for a security guard to escort him before taking her leave. Once Qin Mu had departed, Liyasi's demeanor shifted back to its earlier frostiness. An air of regal coldness permeated the hall as she regarded Zhou Shaoqi, who remained kneeling before her. "Arise, for I shall not pursue this matter any further. Do not forget that you represent the dignity of the Zhou family. The Southern District Business Cooperation Association has no need for families of low character. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Zhou Shaoqi raised his head, only to be met by the gaze of Liyasi, her eyes seemingly shrouded in a layer of frost. That look instilled a chill within him, rendering Zhou Shaoqi too frightened to dare glance a second time. "Indeed, I understand." He bowed his head respectfully, speaking earnestly. At this, Liyasi nodded, permitting him to rise. "I apologize, esteemed guests. I did not anticipate such a minor disruption before the gala. If this has affected anyone, I, Liyasi, offer my sincerest apologies. For those who have arrived, please bear with us. The event has not yet commenced. The drinks here are complimentary and plentiful. Feel free to engage in discussions regarding business matters to foster collaboration." With that, Liyasi lifted a glass of red wine held by a nearby server, took a delicate sip, smiled at the crowd, and departed. The atmosphere was palpably quiet. No one uttered a word during her address. It was only after her exit that the hall erupted into lively chatter, everyone animatedly discussing the events that had just transpired. Such is the aura of the Southern District Princess. It is formidable indeed. I scarcely dared to breathe during her presence. Indeed, but who exactly is that fellow named Qin Mu? How could he compel young master, Zhou, to kneel before him? Remarkable. Could he, like Liyasi, possess an extraordinary status? Who knows? I have never encountered him before, but if that were the case, we would likely have some knowledge of it. However, young Master Zhou has lost considerable face today. As the crowd buzzed with speculation about Qin Mu's identity, Zhou Shaoqi brushed the dust from his knees, his expression decidedly grim. He could not fathom what had overcome him, only that his legs had given way and he had knelt without control. "I heard that this Qin Mu is merely a good-for-nothing who lives off others. How did he come to associate with Liyasi?" Zhou Shaoqi's curiosity deepened, as did his apprehension. He turned to see Yaya and Lin Rueishi standing together. Lin Rueishi, with her alluring figure, though not as breathtaking as Liyasi, was nonetheless a top-tier beauty. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he sauntered over to Lin Rueishi. "Ah, Yaya, what exactly is Qin Mu's background?" He inquired directly of Lin Rueishi, edging closer and deliberately brushing against her. Lin Rueishi, feeling Zhou Shaoqi's unwelcome touch, displayed a hint of displeasure, instinctively attempting to sidestep. Yaya steadied her, preventing her retreat, and then addressed Zhou Shaoqi, saying, "Young Master Zhou, that Qin Mu is merely a good-for-nothing, having lived off Rueishi during their 5 years of marriage. He is the quintessential sponge. This incident today is likely a stroke of sheer luck for him. However, there exists a possibility that he finds himself in a desperate situation, resorting to selling his body as a male escort. After all, he possesses a certain charm that caught Lin Rueishi's eye, making the prospect of becoming a mistress not entirely improbable." As this thought crossed her mind, Yaya leaned closer to Zhou Shaoqi, lowering her voice significantly. After all, this was merely her conjecture, devoid of any concrete evidence. It would be unfortunate if it fell into the ears of those with ulterior motives. Upon hearing Yaya's speculation, Zhou Shaoqi, stroked his chin thoughtfully, casting his gaze toward the direction Qin Mu had departed. So, he is merely a kept man. I had assumed him to be some formidable young master, and yet here I am, brought to my knees. Zhou Shaoqi's voice gradually softened, a chilling malice emerging upon his countenance. His tongue instinctively flicked across his lips, eyes gleaming with avarice, as one hand eagerly sought to encircle Lin Rueishi's waist. Lin Rueishi, feeling the intensity of his presence, experienced a tremor in her heart. However, she needed to rely on the Zhou family at this juncture, thus refraining from resistance and allowing him to embrace her. Come on, Yaya mentioned that you have something to discuss with me privately. Shall we go now? Chapter 7. Truly intriguing. Lin Rueishi was no fool. She immediately discerned Zhou Xiaoping's intentions. He aimed to seize this opportunity to find a place to take advantage of her. Having recently gone through a divorce, engaging in a relationship with Zhou Xiaoping at this moment would certainly not bode well if discovered by those with malicious intent. As she hesitated internally, Yaya, with her plump hand, pushed Lin Rueishi into Zhou Xiaoping's arms. Lin Rueishi stumbled, finding herself nestled against him. Oh dear, Ashi, it's only a matter of time before you and young Master Zhou achieve a fruitful union. Let us not forget the Zhou family's influence. If you can indeed engage with him, won't your business prospects flourish effortlessly? Yaya, perceiving Lin Rueishi's concerns, cast her a knowing glance, whispering softly. Zhou Xiaoping's hands grasped Lin Rueishi's delicate shoulders, savoring the softness of her skin, his desires intensifying. He then echoed, Rueishi, once you become a member of the Zhou family, with my standing, I can assure you that the raw materials for cosmetics I provide will be at the lowest market price. Initially hesitant, Lin Rueishi's uncertainty diminished considerably upon hearing Zhou Xiaoping's promise. Despite her current wealth exceeding hundreds of millions, expanding her market share in the cosmetics industry was no simple feat. Price, quality, and various other factors could not be overlooked. If the cost of raw materials could be reduced, she would possess the capital to engage in a price war. With lower prices and unchanged quality, the majority would gravitate towards her products, thereby increasing her wealth. With her head bowed, she bit her lip gently and, to her own surprise, extended her hand toward Zhou Xiaoping. Witnessing Lin Rueishi's initiative, Zhou Xiaoping's heart swelled with delight. This is a victory. Very well, let us proceed. Yaya, should anything arise, I entrust you to handle it. Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. Zhou Xiaoping greeted Yaya and, accompanied by Lin Rueishi, made his way toward the elevator. The evening gala was held at the East Suburb City Building, which naturally provided spaces for rest. As the eldest son of the Zhou family, Zhou Xiaoping could effortlessly arrange matters with the building's staff. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private room on the top floor, Qin Mu sat on a sofa before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing silently at the vast expanse of Jiangbei City. Although situated in the east suburb at this moment, it felt as though the entire Jiangbei City lay beneath his feet. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Qin Mu called out. The door swung open, and a woman clad in uniform entered. Though unfamiliar to him, Qin Mu recognized her as the secretary beside Li Yasi. Hello, Mr. Qin. The young lady has asked me to inform you that in half an hour, some prominent figures from Jiangbei City will arrive, and she hopes you will grace them with your presence, the secretary said, bowing respectfully. However, her expression carried a hint of disdain. As a secretary to Li Yasi, she had encountered many individuals. Although Qin Mu was attired in a suit and coat, which rendered him somewhat presentable, the suit appeared to be a cheap one, and the coat was slightly wrinkled, suggesting it was far from high-end. It was worth noting that today's gathering was one of the largest galas in the history of Jiangbei City. The fact that Qin Mu dressed so plainly indicated a lack of regard for the significance of the event. She found it perplexing that the young lady had arranged such a lavish room for someone so unremarkable, deeming it a wasteful indulgence. Very well, I understand. I will attend shortly, Qin Mu replied without turning around, oblivious to the secretary's expression, his demeanor somewhat indifferent. This behavior only served to further irritate the secretary. A worthless individual. Does he truly believe himself to be something special? She hesitated for a moment, her countenance darkening. Very well, I hope Mr. Qin does not forget. However, Mr. Qin, please remember, although I am unaware of her background, our young lady is from the esteemed Li family of the capital. If you harbor any inappropriate thoughts about her, it would be wise to dismiss them, for you are unworthy. The secretary's words dripped with a cold threat, her face reflecting disdain. Initially, Qin Mu exhibited no emotional response. He was momentarily taken aback by her words. Yet, he refrained from retorting and merely replied, I understand. That is good to hear. With that, the secretary departed the room. Qin Mu cast a sidelong glance at the door. If only you knew that the exalted wife you speak of is the result of the Li family seeking a union with my Qin family. How might you perceive this? After a slight shake of his head, a glimmer of fierce determination ignited in Qin Mu's eyes, akin to that of a fierce tiger. Jiangbei City. This shall be the first step of my ascent. Qin Mu murmured to himself. Time passed swiftly, and before long, half an hour had elapsed. At this moment, Qin Mu had already comprehended the intricate web woven by the Qin family in Jiangbei City. Having gathered his documents, he rose and made his way towards the door, ready to attend the meeting as relayed by his secretary. Just as he opened the door, a familiar, breathy voice wafted through the corridor. Qin Mu's expression darkened instantaneously. His foot, which had just crossed the threshold, retreated sharply. He pressed himself against the wall, cautiously peering around the corner. The moment he caught sight of the scene, his face fell further into shadow. That breathy voice belonged to none other than his wife. No, now his ex-wife, Lin Ruishi. This woman had indeed become entangled with Zhou Xiaoping. Her reason for their divorce had been to pursue a relationship with him. How amusing, truly amusing. Qin Mu's countenance darkened unprecedentedly, his fists clenched tightly, fingernails nearly embedding themselves into his palms. Please, let us go inside, shall we? It wouldn't be good if someone saw us, Lin Ruishi pleaded, her tone laced with urgency. The bosses are all downstairs preparing for the gala. No one will be around. Besides, it's so thrilling in the corridor. Zhou Xiaoping did not acquiesce to Lin Ruishi's request. Instead, he pressed her against the wall, suddenly biting her earlobe. A tingling sensation surged through her body, compelling a soft gasp from her lips, her face flushed with embarrassment, her legs weakening as she leaned against the wall for support. No, please, let us go inside. Can I help you? Lin Ruishi's face was aflame, her eyes glistening as she gazed seductively into Zhou Xiaoping's eyes. Zhou Xiaoping, captivated by her appearance, grinned wickedly. What a tempting little vixen you are. I wonder if your useless husband has the chance to see you like this. Oh, he hasn't he? This is my first time? Lin Ruishi replied, her cheeks still burning. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the air. Who is it? Zhou Xiaoping exclaimed, whirling around, his voice raised. Chapter 8. Fury Qin Mu stood in the recesses of the room, witnessing the scene unfold through a narrow gap. Listening to their exchange, the flames of anger within him intensified. Initially, he believed Lin Ruishi had divorced him due to his role as a stay-at-home husband, for his inability to earn, and for her waning affection. Little did he expect, little did he fathom, how naive of him. Lin Ruishi had not lost her feelings. Rather, she had already found a new lover. Zhou Xiaoping, the young master of the Zhou family? The audacity of the Zhou family knows no bounds. Qin Mu's heart roared in fury. The last remnants of guilt he felt towards Lin Ruishi were entirely swept away by a tide of rage. For so many years, he had refrained from utilizing his status as the future head of the Qin family. But today, he resolved to take action. Zhou family, Zhou Xiaoping, you have now made it onto Qin Mu's blacklist. Flames of wrath flickered in Qin Mu's eyes, and in a moment of uncontainable fury, he struck the wall behind him with great force. A resounding thud echoed through the corridor, startling Zhou Xiaoping, who was engaged in an intimate moment. He scolded aloud and, after determining the source of the noise, slowly approached Qin Mu. Lin Ruishi also heard the sound, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest. Her expression tinged with concern as she glanced toward the direction of the noise. Surely, the bosses were all downstairs. Who could possibly be up here? What if this incident were to leak? But wait, I am now a divorced woman. I have the freedom to be with whomever I choose. If this matter were to spread, the Zhou family would find it difficult to decline my collaboration using other excuses. Contemplating this, Lin Ruishi couldn't help but smile faintly. As Zhou Xiaoping neared the door, it unexpectedly swung open, revealing Qin Mu. Zhou Xiaoping momentarily froze, a flicker of worry crossing his face. For he had just stolen Qin Mu's woman. Yet, this concern was fleeting. He soon recalled the embarrassing moment when he had knelt before Qin Mu in the hall, and his expression shifted to one of malevolence. So, it is you, lurking here to spy. You truly are a loser. No wonder Lin Ruishi chose to divorce you. Zhou Xiaoping mocked openly, disregarding Qin Mu entirely. Qin Mu's eyes were icy. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Trash ought to associate with trash, should it not? What a piece of work. To think that even trash dares to ridicule others. Your audacity knows no bounds. Zhou Xiaoping, emboldened, chuckled disdainfully. After all, he was the scion of the Zhou family, worth billions. If he were considered trash, then hardly anyone in Jiangbei could escape the label. Yet you, the man who was cast aside by his own wife. What sort of trash does that make you? By the way, your wife is now mine. I shall enjoy her company shortly. Would you care to watch? Zhou Xiaoping sneered coldly, moving closer to Lin Ruishi and wrapping his arms around her. His hands were brazenly wandering, showing no regard for Qin Mu standing before him. Lin Ruishi merely frowned at Zhou Xiaoping's advances, not intervening. Qin Mu's face darkened at this scene. He turned his gaze toward Lin Ruishi, locking eyes with her. Lin Ruishi, unable to meet his gaze, averted her eyes. Lin Ruishi, had you been involved with this man before our divorce, all the while placing a green hat upon me? Zhou Xiaoping would be dealt with in due time. But right now, he was eager to hear Lin Ruishi's response. Do you think you hold any significance? I shall inform you. The green hat is one I wear. How do you like that? Zhou Xiaoping retorted coldly, smug as he addressed Qin Mu. With Li Yasi absent, Emir Qin Mu warranted no respect from him. Be silent. However, Qin Mu's furious roar unleashed an overwhelming aura that erupted from his very being. Zhou Xiaoping trembled all over, his mocking expression instantly stiffening. How could this man, merely a kept man of Li Yasi, possess such a terrifying presence? After reprimanding Zhou Xiaoping, Qin Mu stepped forward with formidable speed, positioning himself just before Lin Ruishi. Gazing intently at her, "Tell me, is it true?" Lin Ruishi furrowed her brow, a flicker of hesitation crossing her visage. After a brief moment, she lifted her head, as if steeling herself, her brows knitting together defiantly, staring unflinchingly at Qin Mu. "Yes, it is true. You consume my resources daily. Yet you are nothing but a useless wretch. What right do you have to meddle in my affairs? Furthermore, we are divorced now. You are no longer my husband. My relationships are of no concern to you." She nearly shouted this declaration. Her outburst struck Qin Mu like a hammer, reverberating deep within his heart. While he had once harbored nostalgia for their relationship at the time of their divorce, Lin Ruishi's words shattered any lingering affection. So she had long been unfaithful. The swine on Li Yasi's side deemed him worthless, and he had dismissed it, only to realize Lin Ruishi shared the same sentiment. How foolish of him to have considered himself anything but a mere jester, a self-deluded fool. Countless beautiful memories from their early days of marriage flashed through Qin Mu's mind, only to be obliterated in an instant. Ha ha ha. Qin Mu laughed maniacally, his face twisted in hysteria, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. I understand now, I truly understand. From this moment forth, I can finally let go. His proclamation left Zhou Xiaoping and Lin Ruishi bewildered, unable to comprehend his meaning. "Xiaoxi, this fellow has been driven mad by your words. He truly is trash." Zhou Xiaoping pointed at Qin Mu, addressing Lin Ruishi. Lin Ruishi, however, found herself inexplicably feeling empty, as if she had committed an unforgivable sin. Meanwhile, in a high-level conference room within a grand building, a voice questioned, "Mr. Li, where is the esteemed guest you mentioned? We are only here out of respect for you." Some in the office had grown impatient, casting displeased glances at Li Yasi. Observing the faces before her, Li Yasi's expression darkened. These individuals were all prominent figures in Jiangbei City, each with assets worth at least hundreds of millions, some even reaching 5 billion. They were crucial partners of her Southern Chamber of Commerce. She intended to introduce these individuals to Qin Mu to fortify her connection with him. "What is going on? Have you spoken to Qin Mu?" Li Yasi inquired of her secretary, her brow furrowed. The secretary's face was equally grim. "I have informed him, and he agreed at the time. How could this be? Never mind. I will seek him out myself. You contact Mr. Liu and ask him to come. Otherwise, I fear these individuals may not be receptive." Li Yasi cast a sidelong glance at the prominent figures in the conference room and spoke in a hushed tone. Chapter 9. Kneeling once more. "Qin Mu, what are you doing? How dare you resort to violence?" At that moment, in the corridor, Zhou Xiaoping bore a prominent bruise on his face, crumpled on the ground, writhing in agony and emitting pitiful cries. Lin Ruishi, witnessing the scene unfold before her, immediately directed her anger at Qin Mu. Qin Mu stood before them, his expression dark as a stormy sky, as if he could exude water from his countenance. Towering over them, his right fist clenched tightly, he gazed at the two with an icy indifference. Ruishi, do you truly choose to stand beside Zhou Xiaoping at this juncture? Qin Mu asked in a low, frigid tone. Lin Ruishi paused momentarily, then lifted her head, her eyes laced with bloodshot veins. Indeed, and what of it? We are divorced now, henceforth severing all ties between us. Whom I choose to associate with is my prerogative, and you, a worthless fool, have no authority over that. She seethed, her eyes reddened, unleashing her fury upon Qin Mu. His heart turned colder still. Ah, how things have changed. Infidelity, betrayal, divorce. All of these calamities have befallen me. Qin Mu, in the span of a single day. Very well. Is this your resolution? Qin Mu's gaze turned frigid, his fists clenched tightly, fixated on Lin Ruishi's eyes. Lin Ruishi glared back at him fiercely, devoid of any affection. Indeed, I, Lin Ruishi, have no connection to you, Qin Mu, and you are nothing but a complete imbecile. She retorted. You think yourself significant, reveling in having struck me, do you? At that moment, Zhou Xiaoping, gritting his teeth against the pain, rose from the ground. He advanced towards Qin Mu, his bruised visage glaring defiantly. Step aside. Just then, a commanding voice resonated from the end of the corridor. Zhou Xiaoping and Lin Ruishi immediately turned to see Liyasi, her brows furrowed and her expression icy, fixing her gaze intently upon the scene. Upon her arrival, a cruel smile crept onto Zhou Xiaoping's face. Miss Li is here. You're doomed. Previously, Liyasi had defended Qin Mu because they were in the right. However, with Zhou Xiaoping's visible bruise, a clear indication of Qin Mu's involvement, Liyasi had ample grounds to expel him from the event. As Zhou Xiaoping turned to face Liyasi, he declared, Miss Li, this situation, slap. However, before the words had fully escaped her lips, a sharp clap resonated throughout the corridor. In an instant, silence enveloped the space, as Zhou Xiaoping's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Liyasi before him. Miss Li, he was the one who struck first. You ought to reprimand him instead. Why did you attack young Master Zhou? Lin Ruishi stepped forward, questioning Liyasi. Liyasi's expression darkened, her tone dripping with disdain as she retorted. Is this a matter for you to discuss? As the princess of the Southern Chamber of Commerce, she exuded an undeniable authority, and the mere sound of her voice cast a chilling aura that seemed to lower the temperature in the corridor. After admonishing Lin Ruishi, Liyasi turned to her. Have I ever warned you that should you cause trouble again, I would not hesitate to be unkind? The typically arrogant Zhou Xiao was utterly diminished in the presence of Liyasi, lowering his head, covering his face, and nodding meekly, like a chastised child. Since I have already spoken, why do you persist? Liyasi pressed on. It was him who struck first. Zhou Xiao, flustered, pointed to himself, and then to Qin Mu, who stood not far away. Enough. Liyasi admonished softly, then declared, from this moment forth, all projects between the Zhou family and the Southern Chamber of Commerce are hereby terminated. Henceforth, your family shall have no opportunity to collaborate with us again. If the Zhou family wishes to rejoin the Southern Chamber of Commerce, your father must come and speak with me personally. Otherwise, it shall be utterly impossible. Her words fell like a thunderclap, striking Zhou Xiaoping with a force that left him reeling, his head spinning and his complexion pale as death. Terminating all projects with the Southern Chamber of Commerce, everything was over. It was the support and resources from the Southern Chamber of Commerce that had propelled the Zhou family to its current standing. With Liyasi's termination of their cooperation, their lifeline had been severed entirely. Without resources, the Zhou family's future endeavors would only grow increasingly precarious. Once hailed as the foremost family power in Jiangbei City, they now faced the grim reality of struggling to maintain even a third-rate status. Miss Li, I implore you, do not cast the Zhou family out from the Southern Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Xiao, nearly at his breaking point, knelt before her, desperation evident in his plea. Liyasi remained impassive, her demeanor as frigid as ever. She merely raised her delicate wrist to glance at her watch, then turned to Qin Mu. Time is short. Come with me. Qin Mu nodded, casting a sidelong glance at the two kneeling figures, devoid of any sympathy. He strode forward, following Li Yasi as they departed together. Lin Ruishi leaned against the wall, watching Zhou Xiao kneeling on the floor, lost and despondent. Why? Why would Princess Li Yasi of the Southern Chamber of Commerce stand up for the worthless Qin Mu, even without knowing what transpired here, and directly expel the Zhou family from the Southern Chamber? It is important to note that the Zhou family is a third-rate family, far superior to Qin Mu in many aspects. Is it truly, as Yaya suggested, that Qin Mu lured Li Yasi with his only appealing facade, becoming her plaything? Qin Mu, you accuse me of infidelity, claiming I have brought you dishonor. Yet you, after marrying me and enjoying my provisions, secretly consorted with Li Yasi. Thus, it is you who has betrayed me. With this thought, Lin Ruishi felt no remnants of resentment. She approached young Master Zhou and assisted him in rising. Young Master Zhou, all of this is due to Qin Mu. Had it not been for him, the Zhou family would not have been driven from the Southern Chamber of Commerce, and this incident would not have occurred. It is all because of him, and thus we must seek revenge. Lin Ruishi whispered beside Zhou Xiaoping, whose previously lost gaze gradually sharpened as he slightly raised his head, fiercely glaring at the place where Qin Mu had vanished. Qin Mu, it is all because of you. All because of you. Chapter 10, what are you? Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for the wait. Today, I wish to introduce our honored guest, Qin Mu. Standing beside Qin Mu, Li Yasi spoke with a gentle smile to the assembly in the conference room. She refrained from directly stating that she was Qin Mu's fiancée. Although she was aware of Qin Mu's status as the young master of the Qin family, he had advised her against prematurely revealing his identity. Li Yasi was also keen to assess Qin Mu's capabilities and determine if he was worthy of being her husband. Thus she chose not to disclose his background. The crowd scrutinized Qin Mu, casting various expressions. Some furrowed their brows, while others displayed skepticism. In their minds, there was no impression of the Qin Mu before them. Miss Li, please do not jest. If that esteemed guest is unable to attend, there is no need to simply pull someone in as a substitute, said one burly middle-aged man, placing his phone on the conference table, casually adjusting his collar to reveal a large gold tooth. Look at this fellow dressed in cheap attire. He hardly resembles someone from our circle. Miss Li, speak plainly. If that esteemed guest is unavailable, we want to hold it against you. We can arrange another time. Mr. Huang, a robust figure, glanced at the other attendees, who nodded in agreement with his assertion. Mr. Huang, he truly is my esteemed guest. Li Yasi replied with a calm smile, addressing the assembly. There is no need for further discussion, Miss Li. The reason we have come here is due to your sincerity. However, your actions today demonstrate a lack of it. Therefore, I see no reason to waste my time here. The middle-aged man, who had just spoken, extended his hand and then slammed his palm onto the table as he stood up, showing no regard for Qin Mu. Witnessing this scene, Li Yasi's expression darkened. Huang Dongsheng, what do you mean by this? Are you intending to withdraw from the Southern Chamber of Commerce? Miss Li, that is not my intention at all. I hold you in high regard, which is why I have waited here for so long, hoping that you, having come from the capital, could introduce us to a distinguished guest. Yet, this individual before us hardly seems worthy of such title. Huang Dongsheng continued. I believe our prolonged wait has already shown you ample respect. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. As he spoke, Huang Dongsheng kept glancing at Qin Mu, his words dripping with disdain. In his eyes, what was Qin Mu but an inconsequential figure? At best, he was a pretty face with no substance to offer. Why should he be allowed to linger? It was absurd. He might as well go downstairs and boast with those small-time entrepreneurs, perhaps even extract some money from them. Having said this, he brushed past Qin Mu and headed for the exit. With Huang Dongsheng's lead, many others in the conference room began to contemplate leaving as well. Li Yasi noticed this shift, her expression growing colder. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Mu suddenly reached out to stop Huang Dongsheng. Stop right there. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Instantly, the entire conference room fell silent, as if frozen in disbelief. All eyes fixed on Qin Mu. This young man had lost his mind, daring to speak to Huang Dongsheng in such a manner. It was well known that Huang Dongsheng was a prominent real estate developer in Jiangbei City, with a fortune exceeding 300 billion, and connections that spanned both legitimate and underground realms. It was said that the emperor of Jiangbei's underworld had become one of Huang Dongsheng's subordinates. Faced with this scene, Huang Dongsheng was taken aback. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner, and his interest was piqued. Well, young man, you are quite audacious. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like this? Huang Dongsheng sneered, tilting his head to regard Qin Mu, twisting and turning as he did so, seemingly oblivious to any threat. Qin Mu shot him a sidelong glance, calmly responding, "If you leave now, you will soon come to regret it." "What did you say? Speak louder." "I will regret it. Do not jest. I, Huang Dongsheng, fear neither heaven nor earth. I am here solely out of respect for Miss Li, and yet you dare to claim I will regret my actions? Who do you think you are?" Upon hearing this, Huang Dongsheng's face darkened with displeasure, and he smirked coldly at Qin Mu. With those words, the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense and frigid. Immediately, he glanced at Li Yasi beside him, a hint of mockery gracing his features. "Miss Li, your choice of companions is rather questionable. This braggart is unworthy of your friendship. If you do not mind, I could assist you in dealing with such trash." He laughed derisively, his tone dripping with sarcasm, as he regarded Qin Mu as nothing more than an ant, easily crushed at his whim. Li Yasi responded with a faint smile, a cold and almost threatening glint in her eyes. Why not give it a try? Her challenge left Huang Dongsheng momentarily uncertain, his brow furrowing in confusion. What did Li Yasi's smile signify? He felt a twinge of unease. Though he feared nothing, it did not equate to foolishness. The threat embedded in her smile loomed large, as if it could obliterate his very existence in Jiangbei City. "What do you mean?" he asked, his tone now grave. "Oh, nothing at all, Mr. Huang. If you insist on leaving, I won't stop you, nor will I act against you afterward. However, I cannot guarantee the same for others." As Huang Dongsheng pondered Li Yasi's words, the door to the conference room swung open, revealing an elderly man who entered behind a secretary. "Who dares to lay a hand on my young master? Are you courting death?" The arrival of old Lu sent a chill through the room, his deep voice resonating as if the very air had been compressed, causing everyone present to tremble in fear. Those at the pinnacle of Jiangbei City's economy were well aware of old Lu's significance, though they might not know the full extent of his power. Even Li Yasi treated him with utmost respect, wary of any slight. It was clear that the forces behind old Lu were at least as formidable as the Li family in the capital. But what had he just called that seemingly unimpressive young man? Young master? The realization that someone of old Lu's stature referred to Qin Mu in such a manner left everyone in a state of disbelief and confusion. "I remember you, Huang Dongsheng. What are your intentions regarding my young master?" Chapter 11. The takeover and overwhelming aura surged forth like a ferocious tiger, bearing down upon Huang Dongsheng. In Jiangbei City, he was accustomed to commanding respect, yet before old Lu, he felt as insignificant as a mere insect. The oppressive presence left him breathless, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, the bravado he once displayed evaporating entirely. "Old Lu, I was merely jesting, just joking around," Huang Dongsheng stammered, scratching his head and feigning innocence as he addressed old Lu with newfound reverence. Old Lu's brows knitted tightly, his fearsome energy radiating with even greater intensity. At that moment, he stirred, slowly making his way towards Huang Dongsheng. The latter, paralyzed with fear, felt his legs tremble as if he might collapse at any moment. "Go! Apologize to my young master." "Apologize?" Huang Dongsheng hesitated, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He was well aware that he held a dominant position in the real estate sector of Jiangbei City, with considerable influence and connections that spanned both legal and illicit realms. Yet here he was, compelled to apologize to a seemingly inconsequential young man, who appeared no more than a common seller of meat. If word of this incident got out, how could he maintain his standing in Jiangbei City? "Will you go or not?" Elder Lu pressed again. At that moment, Huang Dongsheng could no longer afford to hesitate. He nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes, please calm your anger, Elder Lu." He approached Qin Mu, bowing respectfully. "Young friend Qin, I was blind to your stature and acted rashly. I hope you can overlook my offense." Qin Mu remained indifferent, gazing at the powerful figure before him, and merely nodded. "Do you still intend to leave?" No. I won't leave. How could I possibly depart with Mr. Qin present?" Huang Dongsheng shook his head earnestly, brimming with deference. "Return to your seat," Elder Lu commanded sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Dongsheng scurried back to his position. The conference room fell into a chilling silence, the atmosphere thick with unease. Everyone's countenance darkened, and those who had previously displayed disdain towards Qin Mu now trembled in fear. Had they known that this unassuming young man was Elder Lu's heir, even 100-fold courage would not have emboldened them to act so audaciously. Li Yasi observed the unfolding scene with a hint of amusement, although she anticipated that Elder Lu's arrival would instill fear among those present. She did not foresee such a dramatic outcome. "Since everyone is gathered, I shall address the forthcoming matters," Elder Lu said, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the assembly. "Effective immediately, I will withdraw from the Southern Chamber of Commerce." "What? Elder Lu, you intend to leave the Southern Chamber of Commerce?" The room erupted in astonishment. Not only the magnates of Jiangbei City, but even Li Yasi widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Elder Lu. "Elder Lu, you can't be serious." It was well known that while Elder Lu's stake in the Southern Chamber was not substantial, it still amounted to over 10 billion, a financial power that overshadowed most of the members. His departure would undoubtedly precipitate an economic upheaval within the Southern Chamber, impacting all those present. Noticing the shock on everyone's faces, Elder Lu seemed to have anticipated this reaction. He continued, "From this moment forth, all economic influence in my possession will be transferred to my young master." The room erupted once more in astonishment as all eyes turned to Qin Mu, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. "My young master has only recently embarked on his journey in the business realm, and I do not wish for anyone present to take action against him. Should I discover that someone is deliberately causing him trouble, I shall show no mercy and will obliterate them." As the words left my lips, a palpable aura of menace enveloped the conference room. "Rest assured, old Lu, since he is your young master, we shall certainly refrain from any ill intent. After all, we are all kin. Indeed, as long as there is profit to be made, we are more than willing to cooperate." Huang Dongsheng was the first to voice his agreement, and the others quickly echoed his sentiment. Yet, the hearts of men can be inscrutable, and old Lu was not so easily swayed by their words, his gaze narrowing slightly. "Very well, I will say no more on the matter. I hope that today's events will remain confidential and not be disseminated to outsiders." Following this, Li Yasi began introducing the various prominent figures present to Qin Mu. While they were indeed influential in Jiangbei City, in Qin Mu's eyes, they hardly constituted significant characters. However, having just returned to his family, he needed to forge a path for himself without relying on the family's power, making these individuals potentially invaluable to him. Soon, Qin Mu concluded his introductions, and the dignitaries respectfully took their leave. In the conference room, Li Yasi turned to Qin Mu, a gentle smile gracing her features as she inquired, "There's a gala waiting for me in the hall. Would you care to join?" Qin Mu shook his head. "I have no interest in the gala. I shall take my leave now. If there are any matters to discuss, please feel free to contact me." He handed her his phone number, which she accepted with a nod before passing it to her secretary and departing. "My young master, according to the family head's directives, there is a task you must undertake next," Lu informed Qin Mu after Li Yasi's departure. Qin Mu nodded slightly as Lu handed him the prepared documents. Upon opening the file and glancing at its contents, a look of mild astonishment crossed Qin Mu's face, followed by a questioning gaze towards old Lu. "Are you certain this was arranged by my father?" "It is indeed the family head's arrangement. If you can successfully penetrate the cosmetics market in Jiangbei City and maintain a firm grip on it, the family head will have the means to persuade the old-timers in the family to grant you greater authority. At that point, not only will you have access to substantial funds, but the family's influence will also be at your disposal." Lu spoke respectfully. Qin Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, having just returned to the family, he faced many who looked down upon him. To silence their criticisms, he needed to achieve something noteworthy. However, his father's choice of the cosmetics industry was quite intriguing. Lin Ruishi was involved in this field, and it seemed the Zhou family was a supplier of raw materials for cosmetics. Those two deceitful individuals shall pay the price for their actions. A chill began to brew in Qin Mu's eyes. At that moment, he yearned to take immediate action against the Zhou family and Lin Ruishi, sparing them not an ounce of mercy. "Understood. I am now starting anew. So please arrange for me a residence and accompany me to the cosmetics company for a familiarization with the internal workings." "Yes, young master," Lu respectfully replied. And soon the two departed through a discreet passage, unnoticed by anyone. Meanwhile, Zhou Deshao was driving back to the Zhou family estate. Chapter 12. The black card with a limit of 1 billion Zhou Xiaoping. "Look at the mess you've created." Zhou Qingshan shouted furiously, pointing at Zhou Xiaoping, who knelt before him, trembling in fear and unable to lift his head. Father, please listen to me. This is all due to that worthless Qin Mu. Smack! Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Qingshan struck Zhou Xiaoping across the face. How dare you make excuses? The Zhou family has already been expelled from the Southern Chamber of Commerce. Without their support, those business partners will reconsider their collaborations. This was our crucial opportunity to ascend to a second-tier family through our association with the Southern Chamber of Commerce. And you've gone and caused this disaster. I could just kill you. Fuming, Zhou Qingshan glanced around and, spotting a vase on the cabinet, hurled it at Zhou Xiaoping. Zhou Mu, witnessing this, rushed to protect her son. Zhou, what are you doing? So what if we VE left the Southern Chamber? Do you mean to say we cannot survive without their support? Are you willing to kill Pinger for this? Zhou Mu wrapped her arms around Zhou Xiaoping, glaring fiercely at Zhou Qingshan. Zhou Qingshan, his expression darkening, slammed the vase to the ground in frustration. Fine, protect him if you must. The Zhou family will inevitably suffer because of you. Furious, Zhou Qingshan declared. Miss Li has already informed me to take Xiaoping to apologize to that Qin Mu. No, it is because of him that our family is in this predicament. Why should I apologize to him? Silence. Zhou Qingshan's roar sent shivers through Zhou Xiaoping. If you refuse, all your credit cards will be frozen, and I shall not give you a single penny in the future. Frozen? Zhou Xiaoping's face paled further. Despite his outward flamboyance, all his funds came from his father. Without his father's financial support, he would possess not a single cent. I understand, he muttered, his head bowed, his face dark as if it could drip water. These words were spat out as though he were grinding his teeth, his resentment towards Qin Mu solidifying. At this moment, in front of the Aimei Cosmetics Company, a Bentley came to a halt. Young master, we have arrived. This will be your company moving forward. Lu pointed out the establishment through the car window. Qin Mu looked up, and before him stood a modest three-story building, prominently displaying the name Aimei Cosmetics in large letters. Is this company truly so large? Qin Mu inquired, a hint of bewilderment coloring his tone. Initially, he had presumed that in order to have him start from the ground up, the family would provide only a modest office space. Yet to his surprise, it turned out to be an expansive three-story establishment. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, old Lu exhibited a trace of embarrassment. Young master, this is already a rather small company. According to the family head, it cannot be any smaller. Qin Mu's expression stiffened immediately. I have merely been away from home for a little over 5 years, and yet you, old man, can be so ostentatious? He decided to dismiss it. The size of the company posed no significant concern for him. By the way, this is the bank card that the master instructed me to give to you, young master. It contains 100 billion in funds for your unrestricted use. Old Lu suddenly recalled something and produced a sleek, jet-black card from his hand. The card appeared remarkably simple, adorned only with a few dragon patterns, devoid of any other embellishments or numbers. As Qin Mu accepted the card, a wave of familiarity washed over him. During his time in the capital, this had been his exclusive spending card, which his father had confiscated in a fit of anger when he left the family. Now, 5 years later, it had returned to him, stirring a sense of nostalgia. However, the limit had diminished from 200 billion to 100 billion. Nevertheless, 100 billion would suffice in the southern region. Very well, I shall leave the rest to you, young master. Per the master's instructions, I cannot overtly assist you. Should any issues arise, you may directly consult your fiancée. She will be able to resolve most of your concerns. Old Lu spoke with deference, to which Qin Mu nodded slightly. He then alighted from the Bentley, which promptly drove away. Draped in a coat and suit, Qin Mu gazed up at the company, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Lin Ruishi, if my memory serves me correctly, you also operate a beauty company. I shall demonstrate to you the true strength of your ex-husband. You will come to realize how erroneous your decision to divorce was. A chill flickered in Qin Mu's eyes as he strode purposefully toward the establishment. Hello, welcome to Aimei Cosmetics. Are you here to purchase cosmetics or to engage in beauty treatments? A receptionist greeted him warmly. Qin Mu turned to her. She was clad in a red and white uniform, her face adorned with a gentle smile, her figure slightly accentuated as she leaned forward. His gaze was momentarily captivated before he averted it, clearing his throat and saying coolly, "Where is your manager? I wish to see him." Here to see the manager? Do you have an appointment? Without one, you cannot meet with our manager. came a dismissive voice from behind the reception desk, just as Qin Mu finished speaking. Turning to look, he noticed a heavily made-up woman seated behind the bar, casting a cold glance at Qin Mu before returning her attention to her phone. Indeed, if you wish to meet the manager, an appointment is required. Without such an arrangement, it may be impossible to see him, the receptionist respectfully stated, standing before Qin Mu. Compared to the receptionist seated nearby, this young lady's demeanor was noticeably more pleasant. Qin Mu glanced at her nameplate, which read Lu Wanshu, a rather lovely name. Not wishing to trouble her, he inquired, "If I make an appointment now, might I be able to see the manager?" "That depends on our manager's schedule. If he is available, it should be possible. He is currently on the upper floor. If you aren't in a hurry, you may take a seat on the sofa on the first floor while I contact the manager on the second floor. Would that be acceptable?" Lu Wanshu furrowed her brow and posed the question to Qin Mu. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, a sharp voice interjected once more. "Do you think it's as simple as saying yes?" "I say no. No appointment means no entry. That is the rule. And do you really believe someone like him has the right to schedule a meeting with our manager? Who does he think he is? Just because he wears a cheap coat, doesn't he make him significant?" Chapter 13, A Waste of Words. A slap in the face, the harsh voice emerged from behind the front desk, and as the words fell, the woman stepped out, striding towards Qin Mu with a few brisk steps. There was no trace of deference on her face as she confronted the guest, her expression filled with cold disdain. She scrutinized Qin Mu from head to toe, her contempt intensifying. "If you're here to purchase cosmetics or experience services, we welcome you. However, you are unworthy of meeting our manager." Qin Mu's brow furrowed slightly, his displeasure growing. "Why am I unworthy? The manager is human, and so am I. Both of us are people. Why can I not see him? Why can't you see him? Ha ha, you crack me up." The woman laughed heartily at Qin Mu's words, clearly finding them amusing. "Let me tell you, there is a hierarchy among people. Do you think someone of your caliber can meet our manager?" Su Mei crossed her arms, her head held high, exuding arrogance. Lu Wanshu, witnessing the situation unfold, felt a surge of anxiety, unsure of how to respond. "Oh, I am garbage?" Qin Mu chuckled at Su Mei's haughtiness, retorting with a question. Her pride remained unshaken as she pointed a finger at him, declaring, "Of course, you are nothing but trash. Just look at your clothing. It's an outdated style from years ago. Do you really think that wearing a coat elevates you above others? You may look decent, but you are still just garbage." Su Mei seemed entirely unperturbed, continuing to mock Qin Mu. Her taunts attracted the attention of several individuals within the company, even drawing curious glances from customers, many of whom frowned and displayed signs of displeasure. What is the issue with wearing clothes from a few years ago? As long as the attire is not deemed unacceptable and is comfortable, they will wear it. At this moment, Qin Mu comprehended why such a prominent beauty company struggled with business. The front desk staff exhibited such arrogance and disdain towards others that it was no wonder patrons would refrain from visiting. Even he, Qin Mu, had no desire to return. "Miss Lu, could you please seek out the manager for me? Just inform him that Qin Mu is here to see him and hopes he can come downstairs. Otherwise, he shall bear the consequences," Qin Mu said softly, offering Lu Wanshu a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanshu nodded. If they allowed such arrogance to persist, they would undoubtedly face complaints. Just as she turned to leave, Su Mei reached out, grasping Lu Wanshu's shoulder. "No, is it necessary for such trash to disturb the manager? Stand still." Su Mei, with a face resembling that of a pig, glowered with resolute anger at Lu Wanshu. Instantly, Lu Wanshu's expression soured, her brow furrowing as she glanced at Qin Mu. Observing this, Qin Mu's countenance darkened further. "Release her," Qin Mu reprimanded quietly. The woman, upon hearing this, defiantly retorted, "What for? Why should I let her go? She is our employee, and if I say she must stand still, then she must." She continued, "I'll have you know, the manager here is my brother-in-law. What I say goes. If you dare to touch me, I can have security seize you immediately." Slap! Before she could finish her tirade, Qin Mu, with a cold expression, struck her across the face. Instantly, the room fell into silence, all present in shock, particularly the employees of Imei, who widened their eyes in astonishment. This seemingly delicate man truly dared to take action. Her body trembled slightly. She had not anticipated that Qin Mu would actually resort to violence. After a brief moment of daze, she released Lu Wanshu's arm and charged at Qin Mu, exclaiming, "How dare you hit me? You are finished." However, Qin Mu was not one to indulge her. He swiftly seized her wrist. Shumei, somewhat overweight and lacking strength beneath her excess flesh, found herself nearly immobilized by his grip. Let me go. Let me go. She screamed, as if driven mad. Lu Wanshu, witnessing this, stepped forward to advise, Mr. Qin, perhaps you should let her go. She is the manager's sister-in-law, and if any trouble arises, it could cause you complications. Qin Mu turned to Lu Wanshu and smiled, then replied, It's all right. Go ahead and summon the manager. This matter cannot be resolved without his intervention. Shumei, yelling at Lu Wanshu, commanded, Go get my brother-in-law. I will ensure this guy pays. Slap. As soon as her words left her mouth, Qin Mu struck her again. Be quiet. You seek your own demise. Slap. Qin Mu grasped Shumei. His eyes narrowed slightly, emanating an intense aura of dominance, towering over her like a sovereign. Dare to utter another word, and I shall strike you. With a resounding slap, he declared, I will end you. Moments latte. Qin Mu's grip on the woman left her face flushed, marred by numerous handprints, scarcely a patch unscathed. I beg you, please stop. The woman, now in tears, lamented. Since her arrival at this workplace, she had never encountered such treatment. She was accustomed to bullying others, never being the target herself. Who could have anticipated that today? A foolhardy individual would dare to lay hands on her? The crucial point was that within the vast company, no one came to her aid. Naturally, no one would intervene. Many had long wished to teach her a lesson, deterred only by her connections with the manager. Today, someone had taken action, and they were more than pleased, eager to witness her comeuppance. Bravo, brother. We have long found this woman insufferable, exclaimed a man in his 30s, giving Qin Mu a thumbs up. Wang Chun, you're courting death. Do you think I won't have my brother-in-law fire you? Sumei shouted vehemently at the speaker. Slap. Did I grant you permission to speak? Qin Mu lowered his gaze, his aura still imposing. Brother, please do not resort to further violence. Just then, the elevator opened, and a slightly portly man rushed out anxiously, repeatedly calling out to Qin Mu. Sumei's face lit up with joy upon seeing the newcomer, only to be replaced by a fierce expression. You're finished. My brother-in-law has arrived. You are doomed. Without uttering a word, Qin Mu delivered another slap, this time with even greater force. Sumei, held by the wrist, was spun around and fell heavily to the ground. The newcomer, witnessing the scene, immediately erupted in anger, pointing at Qin Mu and shouting, I told you to stop. Are you deaf? Qin Mu glanced sideways, coldly fixing his gaze upon him. Are you the manager? Chapter 14. Do you dare to demand 100 million? Qin Mu's gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk. A single glance sent shivers down the manager's spine, cold sweat beading on his brow. The once arrogant demeanor vanished in an instant. Yet remembering his position, he straightened his chest, defiantly proclaiming, Indeed, I am the manager. What of it? You have the audacity to assault someone in our company, and you think you have a right to complain? Of course. Don't you wish to know why I struck her? Qin Mu inquired coolly, narrowing his eyes. The manager felt a pang of trepidation, glancing sideways at the portly woman lying on the ground. He was acutely aware of his sister-in-law's character, bullying others and being utterly disdainful. However, she was still his sister-in-law, and if he did not support her, she would surely inform his formidable wife, leading him to face her wrath upon returning home. I care not. The fact remains that you have assaulted someone. Security, come here and give this man a beating. Throw him out. The manager shouted hoarsely at the apathetic security guards. Faced with the manager's arrival, the previously indifferent guards had no choice but to step forward, knowing that inaction could cost them their jobs. Brother, we'll go easy on you. We're truly sorry. One guard said to Qin Mu, preparing to take action. Wait, have you realized your mistake? Good. Since you acknowledge your error, you will apologize, kneel, and compensate me 100,000, or else you shall not leave here intact. The manager sneered coldly at Qin Mu. Qin Mu couldn't help but scoff, his eyes narrowing as he replied, All right, I shall offer you 1 million. I wonder if you dare to accept. This proclamation left everyone momentarily stunned, while the manager erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, you little brat. Besides resorting to violence, I did not expect you to possess the talent for boasting. 1 million? Why not say 1 billion? Very well, since you desire 1 billion, I shall grant you that. Qin Mu retorted with a cold smirk. However, before we proceed, it seems you have forgotten something. Forgotten something? What could that be? The manager faltered, gazing into Qin Mu's eyes, an ominous thought creeping into his mind. As far as I know, your company, May, is set to have a new owner today. I wonder where your boss is at this moment. Qin Mu stated flatly, leaving many in confusion. But the manager felt his scalp tingle, as if struck by lightning. He stared incredulously at Qin Mu, unable to fathom how he could know about the company's change in ownership. Just that morning, an elderly gentleman had suddenly approached the chairman, acquiring their company for 40 million. The company would continue to operate as usual, simply under a new owner who would take over upon arrival. A few years ago, May Beauty was a relatively large firm, and even an offer of 1 billion would not have secured their acquisition. However, after several years, the situation had drastically deteriorated, leaving the company on the brink of collapse, and they were prepared for closure. To their shock, a new owner had emerged. The manager himself had been contemplating escape, but the sudden appearance of this new owner extinguished that notion. This was a matter known only to him and a few others within the board. How could this young man possibly be aware of it? Could he be their new boss? Such a notion seemed impossible. The wealth required to acquire their company would surely surpass that of the previous owner. Offending anyone was unwise, but offending the future boss was unthinkable. A faint smile played on Qin Mu's lips, yet to the manager, it appeared terrifyingly sinister. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, his heart racing uncontrollably. At this moment, Su Mei, lying on the ground, had awakened. Upon noticing her brother-in-law's inaction, she immediately erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Zhao, if you do not teach this fellow a lesson, I shall inform my sister upon my return, and you shall see how she will deal with you." Faced with Su Mei's threat, Zhao Nizi furrowed his brow. It was of no consequence. After all, this individual could not possibly be their new boss. "Kid, I am unaware of how you acquired this information, but having meddled with my sister-in-law, you are finished. Seize him. He must be beaten soundly today." The manager shouted at the security personnel, but at that moment, Qin Mu spoke up. "Qin Mu, does this name ring a bell? Qin Mu, do not presume that uttering a name casually can intimidate us. Beat him, kill him." Su Mei sneered, directing the guards with scorn. Initially, the manager wore a mocking smile, but in the next instant, his face turned pale as a ghost. "Qin Mu, stop everyone. Halt." It seemed he was not as foolish as he appeared. Qin Mu crossed his arms, a smirk dancing on his lips. Su Mei, frowning in confusion at her brother-in-law's meaning, continued to shout, "What do you mean, stop? This scoundrel must receive a lesson today. Otherwise, my efforts will have been in vain." With that, she disregarded the guards and launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Qin Mu. Slap! This time, it was not Qin Mu who struck, but the manager. He delivered a resounding slap to Su Mei's face without holding back. "Damn it, you madwoman, dare to strike." Afterward, he abruptly changed his demeanor, his face now overly solicitous, his hands rubbing together in a greasy manner. "Mr. Qin, I had no idea you were the esteemed Mr. Qin. Why did you not inform me sooner? If I had known earlier, such a situation would not have arisen." Qin Mu smirked disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at the incredulous Su Mei on the ground. "Wasn't it your sister who prevented me from seeking you out? With your entire family, my company would surely collapse in no time." As his words fell, Qin Mu glanced around the company. At that moment, everyone within the company was dumbfounded. From the manager's demeanor, they could discern that this young man was indeed their new boss. My goodness, this world is utterly insane. Although Su Mei was arrogant, she was not foolish. She immediately recognized Qin Mu's distinctiveness. Disregarding the slap she had just received, she approached Qin Mu eagerly. "Boss, I had no idea you were so young. Had you mentioned it earlier, how could I possibly obstruct you? I admit my fault. Permit me to slap myself 5 times. Would that suffice?" "Indeed, boss. If that is not enough, I can continue to strike myself, as long as it entertains you." The once haughty pair now resembled 2 humble dogs, even willing to harm themselves to appease him. Qin Mu cast a sideways glance, his voice icy as he remarked, "How could I dare? Here's the deal. From today onwards, relinquish your managerial position and take your sister-in-law with you. Our company cannot sustain 2 such deities." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 individuals turned ashen, particularly Zhao Nizi, who immediately dropped to his knees before Qin Mu, clasping his hands around Qin Mu's thigh. "Boss, please don't fire me. I realize my mistakes and assure you such incidents shall never recur. If it comes to that, then dismiss this woman. It is all her fault." Zhao Nizi pointed an accusatory finger at the woman. Su Mei, his face devoid of compassion. Xu Mei instantly erupted in fury. What do you mean, fire her? A mere pretty boy can casually utter such words and expect to be taken seriously? Is he truly the boss without any proof? Su Mei thought to herself, advancing toward Zhao Nizi, and forcefully yanked at him. Zhao, have you lost your mind? Just because he claims to be the boss, does that make it so? Does he possess any evidence? Yet, Zhao Nizi clung tightly, refusing to let go. Get lost, you insufferable woman. I've tolerated you for long enough. If it weren't for your sister, I would have dismissed you ages ago. How have you lasted until today? With a forceful kick, he sent Su Mei tumbling to the ground, landing heavily. This only fueled Su Mei's anger further. How dare Zhao kick her? Very well, I will inform my sister about this. Just you wait, she exclaimed, rising to her feet, glaring fiercely at the sprawled Zhao Nizi, then throwing a venomous look at Qin Mu before turning to leave. And you, how dare you deceive others into believing you are the owner of AI Mei? You may have tricked this pathetic fool today, but your lies will inevitably be revealed. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes, his expression impassive. I await your revelation. However, the moment you step out of here, you shall no longer be affiliated with AI Mei. Su Mei hesitated, a sinister look crossing her face. Very well, I care not who you are. From this day forth, AI Mei and I are severed. Good. Depart and do not return, an employee in the hall shouted. Clearly satisfied with the outcome, Su Mei had long been a tyrant within the company, and with the arrival of the new boss, the greatest bully had finally been expelled, much to the delight of the staff. As Su Mei exited, Qin Mu lowered his gaze at Zhao Nizi, who was still clutching his leg. How much longer do you intend to hold on? Qin Mu frowned, regarding him with a stoic expression. Zhao Nizi chuckled awkwardly, realizing Qin Mu's intent, and promptly stood up, brushing off his pants. Boss, you have performed exceptionally well today. I have long wanted to dismiss this woman, and you truly look magnificent, Zhao Nizi exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, a countenance filled with obsequiousness and flattery directed at Qin Mu. Qin Mu gazed at the man before him, unable to suppress a chuckle. It was evident that Zhao had ascended to the managerial position primarily through sycophantic behavior. Though Qin Mu harbored a disdain for such individuals, Zhao's status as the manager of AI afforded him considerable influence. Being new to the company and with limited understanding of its operations, Qin Mu recognized that he could not hastily dismiss this manager. Nonetheless, a semblance of intimidation was necessary. I shall overlook this instance, but should there be a recurrence, even you shall face dismissal, Qin Mu remarked with a cold snort, his gaze glimmering with frost. Of course, I shall exert myself tirelessly for the company, Zhao Nizi responded, his head bowed and nodding vigorously, stealing glances at Qin Mu's expression. Upon encountering his indifferent demeanor, he quickly lowered his gaze, silenced by trepidation. Internally, he pondered the nature of this new boss. Despite his youth, the icy authority he exuded surpassed that of his predecessor. Furthermore, possessing the means to procure AI for several hundred million suggested that he was not lacking in wealth. The family behind him might be even more formidable than he had imagined. Zhao Nizi dared not dwell on these thoughts, for the more he contemplated, the more daunting the young man before him appeared. Please, lead me to the office. I must oversee the project handover, Qin Mu instructed coldly after addressing matters in the lobby. Zhao Nizi followed obediently, akin to a dog wagging its tail in an effort to curry favor. As Qin Mu prepared to ascend the staircase, he caught sight of Lu Wanshu standing at the front desk, her expression fraught with anxiety. Promote Lu Wanshu. She is at least competent as a receptionist. Let her salary increase slightly, perhaps to 10,000. That should not be excessive, Qin Mu directed, gesturing towards Lu. Upon hearing this, an audible gasp rippled through the lobby. It felt as though the very temperature in the room had dropped by a couple of degrees due to the gravity of the announcement. With his substantial wealth and a black card worth 10 billion, Qin Mu had no need to be parsimonious, thus he readily approved the salary increase. Yet, for a mere receptionist, a monthly wage of 10,000 was unimaginable. Her current salary was a mere 3,000, inclusive of attendance bonuses and penalties for infractions. The sudden doubling of her salary, simply for performing her usual duties, left her in a state of shock. Zhao Nizi, being the manager, recognized Qin Mu's financial prowess, and, with a forced smile, responded, Mr. Qin, I will make the necessary arrangements. He then signaled to Lu Wanshu, urging her to express her gratitude to Mr. Qin. Still reeling from the shock, Lu Wanshu found herself momentarily lost in thought. Upon hearing Zhao Nizi's words, she numbly nodded and bowed to Qin Mu, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, General Manager Qin." She added, "From now on, we must not neglect our guests. Customer satisfaction is paramount. However, we should not indulge unreasonable clients." Qin Mu nodded slightly, and then proceeded toward the elevator. Zhao Nizi immediately followed, pressing the elevator button for him. After Qin Mu and Zhao Nizi departed, Lu Wanshu held her head and leaned back against the chair, feeling dizzy. In the hall, a woman in a work uniform carefully glanced around before jogging toward Lu Wanshu. "Wanshu, congratulations. You made it big. A salary of 10,000 a month is far superior to mine. Even with performance bonuses, I barely scrape 6,000. When payday arrives, you must treat me to a meal." "Xiao Qian, I never anticipated this either, but I'm merely a receptionist. How could I possibly earn such a high salary? It must be a fleeting whim of the boss. Perhaps in a few days, he will retract that offer, and I'll be back to 3,000 a month." Lu Wanshu replied, waving her hand dismissively, unconvinced that she would truly receive a 10,000 yuan salary. Wang Qian grasped Wanshu's hand earnestly. "How can that be? What if our boss is a domineering CEO who takes a liking to you? Not in a million years. I have a boyfriend." Lu Wanshu exclaimed, momentarily stunned, as she shook her head vehemently and then lowered her gaze, speaking softly. Chapter 16. The Situation. General Manager Qin, this is the financial report for our company. I may. From the past year. Please review it, Zhao Nizi said, holding a thick stack of documents and handing them to Qin Mu. He accepted the files and began to skim through them, his brow furrowing slightly as his expression darkened. In the first 3 months, IMA's revenue showed a modest but positive growth, which was commendable. However, in the 4th month, there was a sudden and drastic decline, with earnings plummeting by 50%, an alarming drop that was visually striking. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Following this downturn, IMA's revenue continued to decrease month after month. To date, compared to the previous year, the current earnings amounted to only 10% of what they once were, leading to a dire financial situation. Qin Mu felt a headache coming on, lightly cradling his head. "This is truly not a simple matter," he murmured, carelessly tossing the documents onto the sofa. "Now tell me, what transpired in the 4th month? Why did the revenue report suddenly plummet? Was it an issue with the products or the medical aspect?" As a beauty and cosmetics company, a sharp decline in revenue could likely be attributed to problems with their products or services. Zhao Nizi, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow, her gaze drifting. "General Manager Qin, it's neither." "Neither?" Qin Mu was taken aback, raising his eyes to look at Zhao Nizi. She kept her head bowed, too timid to meet his gaze. To be candid, what exactly transpired? Qin Mu's tone was frigid as he fixed a piercing gaze on Zhao Nizi. "Are you aware of the existence of Shirue beauty therapy?" "President Qin?" Zhao Nizi venture a tentative inquiry. A momentary pause seized Qin Mu. Was that not the company of Rue Shi? What connection could it possibly have with Rue Shi? "Indeed, I am well aware that it is the leading enterprise in cosmetic beauty in Jiangbei City." "President Qin, there are not many companies of similar scale to AI May in Jiangbei City. Perhaps 5 or 6. We compete fiercely, carving out our share of the market together. Shirue initially was but a small company, one we scarcely regarded, yet unexpectedly, they developed an entirely new skincare product half a year ago, claiming it could restore skin's moisture and rejuvenate youthful vitality. At first, it garnered little attention, but the Zhou family surprisingly assisted Shirue in promoting this skincare line. It is worth noting that the Zhou family is a third-rate family, part of the Southern Chamber of Commerce. With their backing, Shirue swiftly earned market trust and rapidly seized the market. Lacking competitive products, we found ourselves outpaced, leading to the current unfortunate state of our company, Zhao Nizi lamented. A deficiency in product strength signifies a tangible disparity. Even with the desire to remedy it, we are powerless. Qin Mu furrowed his brow. An entirely new skincare product? Could it be the formulation he had provided her with over half a year ago? Nearly a year ago, when the company was still nascent, Lin Rue, she was tirelessly occupied at work, often returning home in the dead of night. As her late nights took a toll, her skin deteriorated, causing Qin Mu to feel a pang of sympathy. He slightly modified a family skincare secret and entrusted it to Rue Shi, cautioning her against using it for commercial purposes. fabricating a story about it being someone else's patent to avert infringement. Of course, the concern of infringement was unfounded. His apprehension lay in the possibility of family rivals exploiting the situation. Little did he anticipate that she disregarded his warnings and applied the formula commercially. No wonder her company experienced such rapid ascendance within the year. Moreover, as Zhao Nizi mentioned, the Zhou family had also lent their promotional support. So you were already entangled with Zhou Xiaoping a year ago. The anger that Qin Mu had painstakingly suppressed now surged forth uncontrollably. This revelation left Zhao Nizi somewhat at a loss. He merely recounted the facts. Please do not take offense, President Qin. After a brief moment, Qin Mu managed to temper his ire. Is this the primary reason, then? President Qin, I concede that there were mismanagement issues on my part. But this indeed is the main factor. Other beauty companies have also been adversely affected aside from AI May. Zhao Nizi responded respectfully, his head bowed. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu nodded and remarked, if that is the case, it is not an insurmountable problem. I possess means to address the issue of product strength. Do we possess the capability to independently manufacture cosmetics and skincare products? Although mass production may not be feasible, we do have a research and development team. Zhao Nizi nodded earnestly at Qin Mu. Very well. It states here that a market exchange meeting will take place in 3 days. This presents a splendid opportunity for us to promote our new products. As soon as Qin Mu finished speaking, a look of confusion emerged on Zhao Nizi's face. New products? Yet we do not possess any new products at hand. They shall be forthcoming. Zhao Nizi's brow furrowed even deeper. While it is true that President Qin is affluent and possesses considerable financial resources, the creation of an entirely new cosmetic product is not merely a matter of words. Even if they were to commence research and development now, it would take at least a month or two to yield a new product. Furthermore, even if they successfully develop a novel product, there is no guarantee that it will resonate with the public. It appears that President Qin is still rather youthful and lacks insight into the intricacies of the cosmetics industry. Shall I explain this to him? No. Perhaps it would be best to let him face a setback. Only then will he grasp the complexities of the cosmetics realm. Very well. I shall inform the research and development team to work overtime on creating new products. There is no need. Please contact the manager of the R&D team. I will hold a meeting with them tomorrow morning to discuss in detail what type of product we will be developing. Qin Mu waved his hand dismissively. The Qin family, being the foremost family in the capital, possesses assets exceeding trillions. Beyond their wealth, they also hold a treasure trove of knowledge, including the formulation of cosmetics tailored for acne treatment, skin nourishment, and whitening, among many others. Merely sharing one formula with Lin Ruishi enabled her beauty and medical establishment to thrive within a year. If he were to unveil all the family formulas, would they not dominate the southern cosmetics market? Of course, that wealth belongs to the family, not to him alone. Should he rise to prominence in the southern cosmetics market relying solely on the family's formulations, even his father would not endorse such actions. All right, it's getting late. You all may leave work now. Since I became the boss, there has been no notion of overtime at IMA. Qin Mu glanced at the time. It was already 9 in the evening. Upon leaving the office, he noticed that most of the staff had already departed, leaving only a few behind to tidy up. Upon seeing Qin Mu, their faces displayed expressions of respect. Do not hesitate. Hurry up. A light and nimble voice rang out, and Lu Wanshu stumbled slightly before approaching Qin Mu. Chapter 17. Exploiting employees. Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback as he noticed Lu Wanshu standing before him. Her brow slightly furrowed. Is something amiss? It is after hours. Why haven't you returned home? President Qin, it is this way. You promoted and raised Wanshu's salary today, and she wishes to express her gratitude by treating you to a late-night snack. I wonder if you have the time for such an occasion? Wang Qian approached Lu Wanshu, linking arms with her, and smiled at Qin Mu. Qin Mu furrowed his brow, observing the two young women before him, uncertain of their intentions. Wanshu, is this your desire? Upon hearing this, Lu Wanshu trembled slightly, lowering her head, her ears tinged with a blush as she shyly nodded. Yes, Mr. Qin. My original salary was only a little over 3,000. You raised it to 10,000. And I feel I should express my gratitude. However, I do not possess enough funds to treat you to anything extravagant. Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, yet melodious, a sound that pleased Qin Mu's ears. If that is the case, then I shall accept, he replied. After all, I have yet to dine this evening and find myself somewhat famished. He instinctively rubbed his stomach. Wang Qian's face lit up with delight at his words, and she quickly exchanged knowing glances with Lu Wanshu. See, Mr. Qin clearly has his eye on you. A handsome and affluent boss like him taking the initiative to show interest. How could you refuse for the sake of that good-for-nothing boyfriend of yours? What a foolish choice. She then playfully nudged Lu Wanshu forward. Mr. Qin, I have conveyed my message, so I shall take my leave now. Aren't you coming along? No. I must head home first. The hour is late, and I have work tomorrow. With that, she gave Lu Wanshu a knowing look, smiled, and departed. Moments later, they saw her riding away on a small electric scooter, leaving Qin Mu and Lu Wanshu alone in the dimming twilight. The atmosphere grew awkward in the presence of a solitary man and woman. Qin Mu's expression remained somewhat detached. Mr. Qin, I am aware of a pedestrian street nearby that is still open. Shall we go there? Lu Wanshu suggested. Her cheeks flushed as she pointed westward. Qin Mu glanced in that direction and nodded slightly. Very well, let us visit the pedestrian street. It has been quite some time since I last indulged there. The two then walked side by side toward the street. Qin Mu, tall and handsome, wore a suit complemented by a slightly faded overcoat, exuding an air of charm amidst the hazy night. Lu Wanshu followed closely behind, stealing glances at him from time to time. Compared to her boyfriend, Qin Mu's striking features and stature overshadowed him entirely. If only Qin Mu were to notice her boyfriend, it might not be such a bad option after all. Lu Wanshu mused, shaking her head vigorously. No, Lu Wanshu, how can you entertain such thoughts? You have a boyfriend. You cannot stray. She chastised herself. Indeed, even though Xiao Wu is currently without funds and is just a petty hoodlum, as long as he works diligently, life will improve. How could you even consider infidelity simply because of his financial status? You must not think such wicked thoughts. Lu Wanshu shook her head, dismissing her inner thoughts. Qin Mu cast a sidelong glance at her, his brow slightly furrowing. What was troubling this girl? One moment she appeared infatuated, and the next she was shaking her head incessantly. What could be occupying her mind? The pedestrian street was not far from the company, and soon they arrived. Despite the hour being just past 9, the place was bustling with activity. The lights twinkled as if it were daylight, with people meandering about, creating a lively atmosphere. As Qin Mu beheld the scene before him, a heaviness in his heart was momentarily lifted. He reminisced about his last visit here, half a year ago with Lin Ruishi. At that time, Lin Ruishi had been overwhelmed with work, and with little to occupy his time at home, he had taken the initiative to escort her back. After dropping her off, he had coincidentally brought her here for a leisurely stroll. Although he sensed that Lin Ruishi's demeanor towards him had grown significantly more aloof than in previous years, he attributed it merely to their limited interactions. Reflecting now, he realized that she had long since strayed, leaving no place for him in her heart. Qin Mu could not help but shake his head in a sardonic manner, recognizing that it had all been his own delusion. Wow, takoyaki! I haven't had that in ages. President Qin, do you like these little balls? I'll get you some. Upon reaching the destination, Lu Wanshu's eyes sparkled, and her excitement was palpable as she eagerly pointed to a nearby stall, her face radiant with joy. Qin Mu glanced over and nodded. Sounds good. A small portion will suffice. A small portion? I thought President Qin would prefer a larger serving. No need for that. I have other things to eat. What if I fill up on takoyaki? Qin Mu found Lu Wanshu amusing and could not resist teasing her. Upon hearing this, her expression instantly fell. All right, I'll go buy them. When she returned with the takoyaki, her face bore a glum expression. The earlier joy seemingly evaporated as if the takoyaki had lost its allure. Qin Mu found her demeanor even more entertaining. All right, I want some barbecue as well. Let us order a portion. Ah, President Qin, you want barbecue too? Of course. Today I'm not footing the bill, so I intend to indulge. Qin Mu said this deliberately. Lu Wanshu's fleeting fondness for him dissipated as she tilted her head, pouting and muttering under her breath, exploiting employees as a boss. How outrageous. Qin Mu overheard her and merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Subsequently, he ordered grilled pig's trotters, tofu skin, duck intestines, and clam vermicelli, among other street food delicacies. It had been ages since he had savored such treats, and he felt a deep sense of satisfaction indulging in them. Though the company he kept had changed, Qin Mu did not feel overly uncomfortable. Seated at the clam stall, Lu Wanshu's complexion appeared somewhat pale, despite the snacks being modest. Today's expenses had already reached 3 figures, exceeding her budget. Well, Mr. Qin, I must return after finishing this. My boyfriend must be anxiously waiting for me at home. Lu Wanshu awkwardly remarked to Qin Mu. As he savored the clams, Qin Mu suddenly looked up, a puzzled expression crossing his face. You have a boyfriend? Why would you invite me to dinner alone? Aren't you worried he might misunderstand? I will explain to him. He understands matters concerning work, Lu Wanshu replied. Qin Mu nodded slightly, as he had no ulterior motives and preferred to avoid any misunderstandings. Brother Wu, today was so delightful. The amusement park was fantastic. I want to go again next time. Of course, you were amazing today too. Very thrilling. I enjoyed it. Brother Wu, why are you talking like that? We are still in public. Such words make me shy. Chapter 18. The Green Hat-Again couple, engrossed in their affection, passed by Qin Mu, oblivious to the eyes around them. Qin Mu frowned slightly, but chose not to intervene, quickly finishing his small serving of dumplings. Looking up, he noticed Lu Wanshu's face had turned pale, her hands tightly clenched into fists, as if she were enduring something. Surely, just indulging in a few snacks shouldn't provoke such fury, he thought. As if sensing Qin Mu's gaze, Lu Wanshu slowly lifted her head and coldly stated, It's none of your business. You eat your food. Impressive. Qin Mu found himself momentarily stunned, lowering his head to continue eating. After a while, however, he regained his focus and glanced at Lu Wanshu, only to find her head tilted, brows furrowed, glaring intently at something. Following her line of sight, he saw the man who had previously walked by with his arm around a girl. Is he your boyfriend? Qin Mu couldn't help but inquire. Lu Wanshu turned her head slowly, nodding gently, and at that moment, tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. He promised me he wouldn't cheat again. I thought he would be working late tonight, and he said he would prepare a surprise for me when I returned home. Is this the surprise? Her tears streamed down like large pearls, splattering onto the table. Her sobs grew louder, drawing the attention of those around them. Witnessing Lu Wanshu's anguish and tears, Qin Mu's expression darkened profoundly. Having experienced betrayal himself, he understood the pain and heartache she felt. He raised his head slightly and glanced into the distance, a fierce aura suddenly emanating from him. Come with me. Qin Mu abruptly stood, grasping Lu Wanshu's hand and pulling her up. Lu Wanshu, taken aback, looked up at the man before her, her eyes filled with confusion. The owner of the clam stall, witnessing the scene, immediately called out to Qin Mu, Young man, your clam rice noodles will be ready soon. Are you eating or not? Leave it on the table. I will return to eat later. Qin Mu pointed at the owner, a chilling determination radiating from him. The boss immediately recoiled, refraining from further conversation, and placed the clams on the table where Qin Mu had just been seated, before returning to prepare the next order. At that moment, Lu Wanshu's boyfriend was tightly holding the girl's hand, utterly oblivious to the presence of Lu Wanshu and Qin Mu behind him. Brother, I want cotton candy. Buy me some cotton candy. All right, darling. I'll buy you whatever you desire. Brother, you treat me so well. If your girlfriend finds out, won't you be jealous? Not all. She's just a fool. I've long grown tired of her. It's you who is truly precious to me. Shall we have another rendezvous at the hotel later? As he spoke, he leaned closer to the girl. The girl shyly gazed at him, seemingly unaware of any discomfort, her body inching closer to his. Brother, don't hold back later. Remember to give it your all. Her voice, though delicate, pierced Lu Wanshu's heart like a dagger. She could no longer endure it. Her boyfriend, Wu Zixiang, had been in a relationship since their school days, and they had been together for 5 years. Lu Wanshu had once loved him deeply, and he had reciprocated her feelings. They had shared dreams of a future together, committing to a lifelong partnership. However, after entering the workforce, Wu Zixiang faced repeated setbacks in his job search, which left him disheartened and ultimately unwilling to work. Yet, cohabiting meant that without a job, they could not sustain their lives. Lu Wanshu had envisioned a future filled with marriage and had worked tirelessly, even with a meager salary of 3,000, refusing to resign easily. But what had her hard work yielded? Betrayal from her boyfriend? What, then, was the purpose of her labor? Taking a deep breath, Lu Wanshu's resolve solidified. She clenched her fists and strode purposefully towards the woman. Suddenly, she grasped the woman's shoulders and yanked her backward. A sharp slap resonated, momentarily silencing the bustling pedestrian street. The woman, bewildered, clutched her reddened cheek and stared wide-eyed at Lu Wanshu. Who dares to lay a hand on my man? Are you seeking death? Wu Zixiang. witnessing his girlfriend being struck, immediately erupted in anger and turned around. Yet, upon seeing Lu Wanshu, his previously confident demeanor evaporated. Wanshu, what are you doing here? You said you were at work. You should be in the office now. His gaze wavered, unable to meet Lu Wanshu's eyes. Fury still etched across her face. She glared at Wu Zixiang and pointed at the woman, chastising him. Wu Zixiang, tell me, who is this harlot? Wu Zixiang remained silent, his expression grave. The surrounding crowd quickly grasped the unfolding drama, murmuring and pointing at Wu Zixiang. The woman covered her face, gazing at Lu Wanshu, and unexpectedly, a faint smile graced her lips. In the next moment, she suddenly leaned toward Wu Zixiang, entwining her arms around his, allowing her bosom to press against his arm. What do you mean by calling me a BTCH? Let me tell you, I am now Wu Ji's girlfriend, and you have long been abandoned by him. Do you understand? As she spoke, she shot a meaningful glance at Wu Zixiang. Upon noticing his sister's expression, Wu Zixiang immediately grasped her intent and added, that's right, Lu Wanshu, we have broken up. Who I am with now is none of your concern. I know I am handsome and you may love me, but please do not create unnecessary trouble. I will overlook your earlier act of violence today, but if you dare to behave this way again, I will not be courteous. Wu Zixiang, holding his sister in his embrace, coldly reprimanded Lu Wanshu, infuriated by his words. Lu Wanshu's face flushed crimson, tears streaming down her cheeks. We broke up? When did we break up? You were still staying in the house I rented this morning. And now you tell me we have broken up? She repeatedly questioned Wu Zixiang. Your house. Ridiculous. I, Wu Gu, a grown man, need to live in your house. What a joke. The woman immediately scoffed. The onlookers began to side with the mistress, many echoing her sentiments. Look at this mistress who dares to regard herself as the main partner. Her audacity knows no bounds. Chapter 19. Joining forces against the mistress. Qin Mu's voice was not loud, yet at that moment, it pierced through the woman's heart like a sharp sword. Frowning, fury flashed across her face as she glared fiercely at Qin Mu. Who are you? Don't speak carelessly if you don't know. She retorted. Let me tell you, Wu Gu and I are true lovers. This old woman, she scoffed. Wu Gu has long ceased to love her. Did Wu Gu not just say it? They have broken up. She held her head high, basking in her perceived victory. With Wu Zixiang by her side, her arrogance surged. The onlookers were oblivious to the backstory between Wu Gu and Lu Wanshu. No one knew whether they had truly broken up. As long as she maintained that they had separated, convincing the passers-by, Lu Wanshu's explanations would appear as mere ramblings. Indeed, it's best not to interfere in their relationship. Besides, they have already broken up. It's better not to meddle, one bystander advised Qin Mu. Such matters are too complex. Outsiders should refrain from intervening. Qin Mu turned slightly and smiled at the person, then approached Lu Wanshu's side. Oh, weren't you just asking who I am to her? Let me clarify. I am her man. How about that? As he spoke, Qin Mu boldly wrapped his arm around Lu Wanshu's waist. In that instant, Lu Wanshu was taken aback. She immediately sought to break free, but Qin Mu's arm was remarkably strong, rendering her unable to escape for the moment. Additionally, a warmth, characteristic of a man, enveloped her waist, providing an unparalleled comfort that stirred an unfamiliar sensation within her. For a fleeting instant, she imagined how delightful it would be if Qin Mu were truly her boyfriend. Of course, this was merely a fanciful thought. Qin Mu was her superior. While she was merely a humble receptionist, their social standings were worlds apart, making any romantic connection impossible. Moreover, it was likely that Qin Mu's actions were intended to assert his authority over her. Upon realizing this, Lu Wanshu's face bore a proud expression as she confidently declared, Indeed, this is my boyfriend. To Lu Wanshu's dismay, her admission piqued the interest of passers-by. What a riveting spectacle! Wu Zixiang's countenance darkened, anger surging from his chest as he glared fiercely at Lu Wanshu. How dare you, Lu Wanshu? You're placing a green hat on me. Placing a green hat? How dare you say that? Look at the woman you are holding. Who is truly placing a green hat on whom? Qin Mu sneered. Moreover, did you not just claim that you two had broken up? She is no longer your concern, nor are you hers. Wanshu being with me is her prerogative, and you have no right to intervene. The mocking tone in his voice rendered Wu Zixiang's expression even more grim. Indeed, this was a reflection of the very words he had just spoken. However, his ability to seduce women did not negate his feelings for Lu Wanshu. The fact that Lu Wanshu had taken up with a pretty boy was utterly unforgivable. I don't care. I command you to release her at once. Wu Zixiang's face twisted in rage as he pointed a finger at Qin Mu, shouting furiously. The scene was quite ironic. Wu Zixiang, embracing a girl in his arms, was demanding that Qin Mu release the hold he had around Lu Wanshu's waist. Qin Mu paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Are you mentally challenged? You think I will simply let go because you ask? With a smile still playing on his lips, Qin Mu tightened his grip around Lu Wanshu's waist, causing her to stumble and land directly in his embrace. As she felt the firmness of Qin Mu's chest and the rhythmic beating of his heart, Lu Wanshu's face flushed a deep crimson. It is worth noting that Lu Wanshu was already beautiful, and her slightly blushing visage was enough to captivate the attention of many, leading to several men receiving reprimands from their girlfriends. You're courting death. This scene, however, deeply wounded Wu Zixiang's heart. Ignoring the girl in his arms, he roared and charged toward Qin Mu, raising his fist to strike directly at Qin Mu's face. Young man, be careful. Qin Mu remained unfazed, even sporting a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his hand, positioning it in front of him, and with a resounding thud, intercepted Wu Zixiang's punch just as it was about to connect with his face. Wu Zixiang was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowed tightly. Let go of me, he exclaimed. Let go. Very well. Qin Mu released his grip, and with a forceful shove, sent Wu Zixiang staggering backward. Being merely a petty thug, Wu Zixiang was no match for Qin Mu, who easily sent him tumbling to the ground in a heavy fall. Upon witnessing her brother being assaulted, Wu Zixiang's sister rushed forward, throwing a tantrum. How dare you hit my brother? I'll tear you apart. Aware of her own limitations against Qin Mu, she was confident that he would not strike her in front of so many witnesses. Indeed, Qin Mu had no intention of retaliating against her. As the woman approached, he whispered to Lu Wanshu, Isn't it time for you to teach this harlot a proper lesson? Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lu Wanshu's eyes. She stepped out of Qin Mu's embrace and delivered a swift slap to the woman. Caught off guard, the woman was struck squarely. Furious, she lunged at Lu Wanshu, attempting to grab her hair. Qin Mu quickly seized her wrist, restraining her. Lu Wanshu, undeterred, continued to rain down slaps upon her. The scene was startling, yet many onlookers were intrigued. Well done. This mistress deserves a thorough lesson. Indeed, the root cause of family discord must face the consequences. Many women cheered Lu Wanshu on. After a minute of striking, Lu Wanshu, exhausted, shook out her hand. Though the mistress's face was swollen from the blows, her own hand was reddened and throbbed with pain. Let her go, Lu Wanshu said, having vented her anger, her face now devoid of the previous fury, replaced by a calm demeanor. Qin Mu nodded, releasing the mistress's hand. She slumped to the ground, utterly drained. As for Wu Zixiang, despite his desire to retaliate after being knocked down, he found himself paralyzed by a mere glance from Qin Mu, whose gaze radiated a terrifying intent, causing Wu Zixiang to tremble and abandon all will to fight. With the commotion concluded, Qin Mu and Lu Wanshu returned to their stall selling huajia rice noodles. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving Wu Zixiang and the mistress in a disheveled heap on the ground. Brother, why didn't you come to my aid? I've been beaten into a pulp, the mistress lamented, while Wu Zixiang, gazing longingly at the huajia rice noodle stall, placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. I will avenge you. Remember, your brother knows the big boss of Jianglin Street. They will pay for this. Chapter 20. Wait for me to shake someone thank you for your help earlier. Otherwise, I would have been a loss, and they might have bullied me further, Lu Wanshu said softly, pouting as she sat before Qin Mu. Qin Mu smiled faintly. It was nothing, merely a small effort on my part. After finishing his meal, Qin Mu picked up his chopsticks and slurped a mouthful of clams and rice noodles, only to furrow his brow in disappointment. Alas, the noodles are somewhat overcooked. Let me order another bowl, he added. This one is for me. Lu Wanshu immediately prepared to stand up. No need. Although they are a bit soggy, they are still edible. There's no need to spend extra. Qin Mu stopped her and continued to slurp his noodles. Before long, he had devoured the entire bowl of clams and rice noodles. As for the other snacks, Qin Mu had also eaten a considerable amount. Indeed, sometimes these humble food stalls provide a more profound satisfaction. Qin Mu gently patted his belly, a look of contentment gracing his face. Suddenly, a rather untimely gurgling sound emanated from his stomach. Qin Mu glanced towards the source of the noise and noticed Lu Wanshu blushing, her head tilted shyly. "Are you hungry?" he asked. Lu Wanshu, her cheeks flushed, nodded gently but dared not meet his gaze. Qin Mu smiled widely. "Then why don't you order something for yourself? If I recall correctly, you only had meatballs today. That slap earlier took some effort. You need to replenish your energy. I won't be paid until the day after tomorrow. I don't have much money left." Lu Wanshu mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper. Understanding dawned on Qin Mu. It was indeed the end of the month. "In that case, order whatever you desire. I shall cover the costs." With that, he began rummaging through his pockets. However, his expression quickly darkened, his countenance turning grim. "Damn it, I have no change. And my phone balance is empty." The only means of payment he had was his black card, but it seemed implausible to use it at such a modest stall. That would be asking too much of them. To utilize the black card, they would need to seek a slightly upscale restaurant. But would they still be open at this hour? Qin Mu concentrated, scanning the surroundings, only to feel a wave of disappointment wash over him. "Well, I'm afraid I have no alternatives. I only brought my card, and this place doesn't accept it. I still have some noodles at home. I can just cook those," Lu Wanshu replied. It seemed there was no other option. Qin Mu nodded slightly, and the two prepared to head home. As they exited the pedestrian street, they noticed a group of more than 10 young individuals gathered at a distance. Qin Mu, sensing trouble, was proven correct when the group approached, surrounding Lu Wanshu and himself. Lu Wanshu had never encountered such a scenario and instinctively hid behind Qin Mu, maintaining his composure. Qin Mu's expression remained cold and unyielding. "Hey, you're the one who just hit our brother, aren't you?" one of the ruffians accused. "I hit your brother? Oh, I remember now. You must be referring to that scoundrel. I didn't realize he was one of yours. My apologies." Qin Mu feigned ignorance, responding with a sardonic tone. The faces of the ruffians darkened, and their leader stepped forward, pointing a finger at Qin Mu's nose and scolding, "You certainly have a way with words. We aren't here to waste time with you. You laid your hands on our people. If you can't come up with 5,000 yuan, you want to be leaving here in one piece." Listening to their threats, Qin Mu couldn't help but chuckle. "Huh, your ambitions are rather small. 5,000 yuan is hardly sufficient." The ruffians were taken aback, perplexed by this unexpected turn. It was their first time encountering a victim who raised the stakes during a robbery. Was this fellow out of his mind? Yet, before they could fully process their astonishment, Qin Mu suddenly struck, seizing the fingers of the ruffian before him. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a scream of agony. "Oh, I forgot to mention," he continued calmly, "I despise being pointed at. It tends to provoke me. How about this? Along with that finger, I'll offer you 50,000. Though I don't have that much cash on me at the moment, I'll call my brother to bring it over. Please, wait a moment." With that, Qin Mu pulled out his phone, adopting a serious demeanor. The ruffians stood dumbfounded. This was not the script they had anticipated. In a typical scenario, with their numbers, these two should have been terrified into submission, handing over money without a second thought. Yet, this man seemed utterly unfazed, controlling the rhythm of the encounter, and most astonishingly, he had offered to pay 50,000. Initially intent on robbing 5,000, the ruffians, upon hearing the prospect of receiving 50,000, were unable to refuse. "All right, you better call and have the money sent over promptly, or else," a particularly unkempt ruffian warned, his gaze drifting to Lu Wanshu behind Qin Mu, licking his lips with a lecherous grin. "Brother, rest assured, it won't come to that." Qin Mu assured him with a reassuring gesture as he dialed the number. "Hello, Lao Huang. It's me, Qin Mu. Do your men have a moment to bring me some money? I'm being held up by ruffians. 50,000 will do, just on the pedestrian street. Hurry." Qin Mu shouted into the phone, his tone reminiscent of a vendor-esque call. At that moment, Huang Dongsheng was reveling in leisure at a foot massage parlor. The abruptness of Qin Mu's call startled him, causing him to lose focus on his pleasurable activities. He had intended to indulge for half an hour, but instead, it lasted a mere 3 minutes. "Damn it, who is calling me? I swear, if I find out who it is, they'll regret it." He bellowed in irritation, his face twisted in anger. Yet upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted to one of concern. This was the number of that young man from the meeting earlier that evening, someone even Lu had addressed as young master. "What do you want?" Huang Dongsheng wondered, though he didn't hesitate to answer the call. Soon, the voice of Qin Mu could be heard. clambering away without waiting for a response before the call was abruptly terminated. Although Huang Dongsheng was momentarily taken aback, he discerned the underlying message. Qin Mu was being threatened by thugs. But why was he calling him at this time? Leaving aside the enigmatic Mr. Liu, it seemed that Li Yasi could easily handle the situation with just a few people. Yet, Qin Mu chose to reach out to him, Huang Dongsheng. What could this signify? Was it a test of his capabilities? A sudden thrill coursed through Huang Dongsheng as joy flickered across his face. He had long since saturated the market in Jiangbei City, and the path to further advancement was fraught with difficulty. Thus, he had been eager to forge a connection with the elusive Mr. Liu. However, Mr. Liu was a figure shrouded in mystery, known only for his formidable background, leaving Huang Dongsheng unable to cultivate a genuinely amiable relationship with him. Now, Qin Mu had presented him with an opportunity. As the young master of Mr. Liu, if he could deepen his ties with Qin Mu, securing a project for Mr. Liu would surely follow naturally. With this thought, Huang Dongsheng's face illuminated with exuberance. He dialed another number, urgently commanding, "Hello, Xiao Chun. Gather over 50 brothers and head to Walking Street immediately. Someone is foolishly targeting a person named Qin Mu. I tell you, whoever dares to lay a finger on him will pay dearly." Chapter 21. Brother Biao of the South City. Hey, you little brat. Weren't you supposed to bring someone over with money? Where are they? Why is it taking so long? Are you toying with us? Over 10 minutes had elapsed with no sign of anyone arriving. Qin Mu couldn't help but furrow his brow, wondering if Huang Dongsheng had truly failed to send anyone. Even he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Lu Wanshu, who was hiding behind Qin Mu, tugged at his coat, whispering, "What should we do? Are you really going to give him 50,000 yuan? I know you have money, but surely it can't come to that?" Lu Wanshu's face was etched with concern, her eyes darting around before she continued, "How about we make a run for it? If I help you escape, you can give me the 50,000. Qin Mu glanced down at Lu Wanshu, noting her avaricious demeanor, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. 50,000 yuan was no trivial sum. He would never part with it. Moreover, he had just been summoning assistance. Couldn't these thugs perceive that? "Listen, I don't care whether you called someone over with money or not. I'll give you another 10 minutes. If they don't show up with the 50,000 within that time, you'll regret it." A thug threatened Qin Mu menacingly, while others around him, engrossed in their phones and smoking, shot him disdainful glances. Of course, he understood the rules. After speaking, Qin Mu turned his gaze toward the distance. Suddenly, a black car screeched to a halt beside him, the door swinging open to reveal a man wearing sunglasses stepping out. It was rather absurd to wear sunglasses at night. What was he trying to prove? Qin Mu silently scoffed. "Hey, is there a Qin Mu here?" The man who descended directly shouted at the more than 20 individuals before him. The ruffians exchanged glances, puzzled by the mention of Qin Mu, for none among them bore that name. The leader of the thugs was the first to react, a gleeful smile spreading across his face as he approached the man, saying, "You must be here to deliver money, right? Hand over 50,000. The man in sunglasses furrowed his brow, bewildered by the demand for money. The thug-esque smile faltered, and he quickly realized he had been tricked. "What do you mean you want T-pay? Brothers, let us take him down." After taking a swig, he drew a short stick from his waist and swung it mercilessly toward the man in sunglasses. The other ruffians, now alert, put away their phones and charged at Qin Mu. "Damn it, let us see who dares to strike." The man in sunglasses bellowed, his presence exuding formidable strength, momentarily halting everyone in their tracks. Though they wielded sticks, none dared to act. The thug leader, too, was momentarily stunned, but soon a look of displeasure crossed his face. "Who the hell are you to speak to me like that? Who am I? Fine, I shall show you." The man in sunglasses sneered, removing his shades to reveal his true visage. The thug leader's mocking expression quickly faded as he noticed the scar near the corner of the man's left eye. His face turning ashen, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and a warm trickle running down his leg. "Brother Biao, what are you doing here?" The thug, now rendered speechless, stuttered in fear. In Jiangbei City's southern district, the most notorious figure was undoubtedly Scar Biao. A true, ruthless character, his reputation was known far and wide. Many in the underworld would rather offend a powerful family than cross Scar Biao. This was because the families would not harm your loved ones simply because you were a petty thug. They cared about their reputation. But Biao would not hesitate. If you dared to touch his people, he would scour the entire southern district to find you and leave you battered in a hospital. "Were you not just shouting at me? What is the matter? Do you fear my scarred face now?" Wang Debiao's voice was frigid as he leaned slightly forward. The thug retreated a step, collapsing onto the ground. Brother Biao, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have. I deserve this. I deserve this. The thug hastily apologized, striking himself in penance. Witnessing their leader's cowardice and hearing the name of Biao left the other ruffians pale with fear. Wang Debiao cast a sideways glance at the thug on the ground before striding towards Qin Mu. I believe you are Mr. Qin. Mr. Huang sent me to find you and assist with the troubles here. I sincerely apologize for the delay. I was caught in traffic. Wang Debiao bowed respectfully to Qin Mu. His demeanor now entirely transformed. If the people on the street were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left agape in astonishment. 6 months prior, Wang Debiao had clashed with Zhou Xiaoping from the Zhou family during a night outing. At that time, Wang Debiao, having indulged in alcohol, had forcefully pinned Zhou Xiaoping to the ground and assaulted him. Subsequently, Zhou Xiaoping sought assistance from his family, leading the head of the Zhou family to confront Wang Debiao for an explanation. However, Wang Debiao showed no regard for the Zhou family's reputation, even issuing a menacing ultimatum that he would strike Zhou Xiaoping whenever they crossed paths, until Zhou Xiaoping was too terrified to appear before him again. Left with no options and unwilling to escalate the matter further, the Zhou family allowed the incident to fade into oblivion. From that point on, Zhou Xiaoping avoided Wang Debiao at all costs, fearing any confrontation. Yet, here was Wang Debiao, a man unafraid even of third-rate families, now treating a mere pretty boy with utmost deference, as if he were a person of great significance. Qin Mu nodded slightly, his tone somewhat chilly. Though maybe a tad late, it is still timely enough. At least I am not overly impatient. I shall forgive you this time. Thank you for your forgiveness, Mr. Qin. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, Wang Debiao's face lit up with elation. He then addressed the group of brothers he had brought along. Find an alley and teach these ruffians an unforgettable lesson, ensuring not to tarnish Mr. Qin's eyes. Understood? Yes. Brother Biao. The thugs responded, cracking their knuckles with a sinister glee etched across their faces. Once the thugs departed, Wang Debiao turned to Qin Mu with a respectful demeanor. Mr. Qin, it's quite late. Allow me to escort you home. Rest assured, while my car may not be extravagant, it is a modest Mercedes. I hope you do not find it lacking. Observing the scene, Lu Wanshu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. A modest Mercedes? Do the wealthy truly possess such wealth? Even the least expensive model must cost over 200,000. Her meager salary of 3,000 would require an eternity of abstention from food and drink to afford. In the eyes of the affluent, her own financial standing appeared so paltry. No need. I have a friend coming. I must wait for her. Just have this fellow take me back, Qin Mu said, gesturing toward Lu Wanshu, who was hiding behind him. Wang Debiao glanced at Lu Wanshu, whose timid demeanor, exacerbated by his imposing presence and facial scars, compelled her to cower behind Qin Mu, unable to meet his gaze. Not a fool, Wang Debiao felt a slight weight in his heart and immediately smiled. Mr. Qin, is this your girlfriend? I understand. I shall ensure your request is fulfilled. Not my girlfriend. Do not say such things. Qin Mu shot him a glare. All right. I understand. Wang Debiao quickly amended his words, yet his gaze remained laden with curiosity. Meanwhile, Lu Wanshu felt a twinge of sadness. Just moments ago, Qin Mu had referred to her as his girlfriend, and now he had recanted. Despite her melancholy, she recognized that Qin Mu's intentions were to support her. They had only known each other for a few hours. The notion of becoming a couple seemed far too swift. If only he could express himself more tactfully. Referring to her as a female friend would suffice. What does he mean by that guy? It is truly infuriating. Lu Wanshu huffed inwardly and then joined Wang Debiao in the car. Qin Mu observed the vehicle departing while idly wandering the streets, smartphone in hand. As he absorbed the late-night scenery, with its dazzling lights and sparse silhouettes, he unexpectedly felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Beep! The sound of a car horn broke through his reverie from behind. Turning around, he spotted a Rolls-Royce Phantom gliding alongside him, matching his pace. The window rolled down, revealing the stunning visage of Liyasi. Hey there, handsome, do you have time to hang out? She teased, raising an eyebrow provocatively. Qin Mu paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. Of course, beautiful. Please, pull over. The Rolls-Royce came to a halt, and Qin Mu slid into the passenger seat. The opulent interior of the car was breathtaking, adorned with a starry ceiling that added to its allure. However, He felt little awe, having once possessed such luxury himself, and knowing he would again in the future. Where shall we go for some fun? I can drive you, Li Yasi suggested, one hand on the steering wheel, leaning towards Qin Mu with a bright smile. He narrowed his eyes, gazing at her with a roguish grin. In Jiangbei, you, the princess of the Southern Chamber of Commerce, dare to speak to me like this? Aren't you afraid I might commit a crime? Afraid? Not all. I am your fiancé, after all. Besides, if it were the former young Master Qin, I might have had reason to fear him, but not now, Li Yasi retorted with a confident huff, shaking her head as she looked at Qin Mu. Why is that? To understand why, you must know that the current young Master Qin has been wounded by love, softened by the mundane rhythm of life. Oh, how do you know I've been softened? Qin Mu replied, a hint of intrigue in his voice. What if I wish to revert to my former self? Well, if that's the case, I suppose I have no choice but to yield to young Master Qin. Since you are my beloved fiancé, I wonder what my dear fiancé enjoys. How about a high cold goddess play? I could perform it perfectly. I wonder if young Master Qin would like it. Black stockings, fishnet tights, or perhaps a whip. I can arrange for someone to prepare them right now. Li Yasi's face was full of provocation as she spoke to Qin Mu. Listening to her words, vivid images flashed in Qin Mu's mind, causing his face to redden. A surge of blood rushing to his head. He had a feeling that he might just nosebleed at any moment. Seeing the color drain from Qin Mu's face, Li Yasi erupted into laughter, as if she had successfully executed a clever scheme. I didn't expect young Master Qin to be so easily flustered. If I tell my friend about this, they will surely be astounded. Ah, you dare to toy with me. Qin Mu feigned displeasure as he glared at Li Yasi. Yet she paid him no mind, narrowing her eyes slightly and inquiring, my dear fiancé, where will you be staying tonight? I am aware that you have been cast out of your home. Naturally, I shall reside in your abode, my dear fiancé. Oh, this cannot be. Our bond lacks sufficient depth. What if you take advantage of me and later find me wanting, deciding against our union? Li Yasi feigned a visage of trepidation, slightly shifting her body to the side, as if Qin Mu might truly intend to act upon her. Do not adopt such a peculiar demeanor. Old Lu has sent me a message stating that he has resolved the housing situation for me and instructed you to escort me there. Qin Mu, weary of this playful banter with Li Yasi, responded with a cold expression. Li Yasi pouted and, after murmuring her disinterest, handed him a key. The arrangements for your residence have long been made by Old Lu. This is the key to the front door. The interior is fully furnished, and there are garments specifically prepared for you by Old Lu. As for the housekeeper, she will arrive tomorrow. A housekeeper? I have no need for one. You're the owner of that residence, and you will be responsible for the housekeeper's wages. Whether to retain her or dismiss her is entirely your decision. Li Yasi remarked calmly. Qin Mu nodded slightly, responding, I understand. He gazed down at the key in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. Before long, Li Yasi drove them to a villa. Tonight, I have unexpectedly become the personal chauffeur for the esteemed Qin, and you must express your gratitude, or I shall hold it against you. By the way, in 3 days, there will be a cosmetics exchange conference in Jiangbei City. I wonder if Mr. Li might be interested? What? Does my beloved fiancé wish to extend an invitation to me? Certainly, my company, IMA, will be launching new products, and I am curious if Mr. Li would graciously attend and experience them. Qin Mu nodded, a faint smile gracing his features. With his already handsome visage illuminated by a smile, Li Yasi found it impossible to decline. She cleared her throat and said, since the esteemed Qin has expressed an invitation, I shall undoubtedly attend. It is settled then. With that, Qin Mu exited the vehicle. Li Yasi drove away, and as Qin Mu turned to gaze upon the villa behind him, his heart sank. Jiangqing Luxury District, here again. This was the very villa where he and Lin Ruishi had once resided. He had not anticipated that Old Lu would prepare a residence for him in the same locale. It seemed Old Lu wished for him to sever all ties with his past. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. His heart belonged to the Ruishi of yesteryear, not the present. If a separation is to be made, I shall ensure she retains a profoundly indelible memory. Qin Mu resolved inwardly as he stepped into the villa. The abode was vast, exquisitely adorned, and equipped with every amenity one could desire. In the underground garage, luxurious vehicles such as a Bentley and a Rolls-Royce awaited, all arranged by Old Lu. However, what significance does size hold when the warmth of home is absent? It is merely a house. Qin Mu reclined upon the bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. Little did he anticipate that the housekeeper arriving the following morning would be none other than her. Chapter 23. Do you not like it? In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the room. In the depths of slumber, Qin Mu suddenly sensed the presence of a shadow before him, prompting him to furrow his brow. Qin Mu, awaken. It is already 9 o'clock. A melodious voice resounded, followed by a waft of delicate fragrance that permeated his senses. Reluctantly, Qin Mu opened his eyes, and upon recognizing the visitor before him, he abruptly sat up, astonishment etched upon his face. How can it be you? What about the nanny that old Lu arranged for me? I am indeed the nanny that Lu Lao assigned to you. Do you not approve? Li Yasi stood before him in a maid's outfit, twirling playfully before him as she inquired. Sitting at the head of the bed, Qin Mu swallowed hard and replied with a hint of indifference. It's not that I disapprove, but surely a nanny need not be attired in such a manner. He gestured toward Li Yasi's maid attire, disbelief evident upon his countenance. Li Yasi furrowed her brow, her gaze lowered as she suddenly clasped her hands together. I thought you would appreciate this attire, hence my choice. I did not anticipate you would find it unappealing. Should I refrain from wearing it in the future? By the way, do you still wish to dismiss me? She suddenly lifted her gaze, posing the question to Qin Mu. Caught in a quandary, Qin Mu contemplated his response. After all, Li Yasi was his fiancée, arranged by the family. A striking beauty with a melodious voice and a prosperous background, though not quite as affluent as his own. She nonetheless surpassed the majority of families, both nationally and globally. Logically, he should have no reservations about her being his betrothed. Yet, he could not shake the feeling of unfamiliarity towards Li Yasi, devoid of any emotional connection. The thought of accepting her as his wife was unfathomable to him. As he prepared to utter the words of dismissal, he was struck by the earnestness in Li Yasi's expression, rendering him unable to voice his intentions. Very well, you may continue in your role as my nanny. Huh, your nanny? How delightful. Li Yasi scoffed, her demeanor undergoing a swift transformation. I have pressing matters to attend to at the Southern Chamber of Commerce, and lack the time to play the role of your maid. Another is currently preparing breakfast on the first floor. You need only descend to partake. However, should you desire my company, do not hesitate to inform me. And if time allows, I shall attend to you, my dear fiancé. With a wink, Li Yasi turned and exited the room. Vin moralizit had playful provocation. Had he chosen to dismiss her, she would undoubtedly have continued the charade. Who could have guessed that this seemingly regal ice princess would display such childlike mischief in his presence? With a wry smile, he placed his attire from the previous day into the wardrobe and retrieved a tailored suit to don. Descending the stairs, he found that a housekeeper had already prepared breakfast. With Li Yasi seated at the dining table, she wore a dress that, while lacking in striking design, fit her perfectly, accentuating Li Yasi's physical advantages. To her surprise, the suit chosen by Lu Lao was quite commendable, far superior to the one she had previously worn. Li Yasi praised Qin Mu. Although he had donned a suit yesterday, its quality and cut were terribly subpar, exuding an unmistakable sense of cheapness that did nothing to showcase his handsome features. Qin Mu smiled faintly and joined Li Yasi at the dining table for breakfast. After they finished eating, Li Yasi received a phone call and departed. In the villa, Qin Mu acquainted himself with the tasks the housekeeper required for the day and opted not to dismiss her. While he often tidied up at home and could manage without a housekeeper, the sheer size of the villa would undoubtedly exhaust him if he were to clean alone. Having assistance was indeed a welcome relief. Shortly thereafter, Qin Mu also left. He chose not to take one of the ostentatious luxury cars from his garage, intended to call a cab to the office instead. However, as he exited the villa, he inadvertently collided with an older woman, causing her to tumble to the ground. Hey, watch where you're going, she scolded, getting back to her feet. Upon seeing the woman, Qin Mu's pupils contracted slightly in disbelief. Mom, what are you doing here? Aren't you back home? Who is your mother? Qin Mu, I can't believe you're living here with my daughter. Rui, she has already informed me of your divorce. Yet you still linger here. Do you have no shame? The woman, glaring at Qin Mu, pointed an accusatory finger at him, launching into an unrestrained tirade. Qin Mu frowned, his expression gradually growing cold. Mother, I am aware that Rui, she and I are divorced, but I am not clinging to her. I reside here, but I do not live with her. Are you implying that you purchased a house here? Song Hui shot him a sidelong glance, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Can you even afford a property in this area? You gigolo? Let me tell you, your divorce from my daughter is a blessing in disguise for you. I heard she gave you over $1 million when you parted ways. With that amount, you could buy a house, not extravagant, but certainly a substantial sum for someone like you who relies on others. I advise you to vacate my daughter's home at once. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to expel you myself. Should I resort to force, do not expect me to show any leniency." As she spoke, Song Hui clenched her fists, threatening Qin Mu vehemently. Qin Mu, wishing to say no more, let out a cold laugh. "Once again, I reiterate, I reside here, but I am not in the same building as your daughter. Furthermore, that sum of over $1 million has never held much significance for me. It is only someone like you who places such importance on it." With a disdainful snort, he chose not to engage further with his former mother-in-law and turned to leave. However, Song Hui was not inclined to let Qin Mu depart so easily. In her eyes, Qin Mu was merely attempting to flee in a state of guilt. Without hesitation, she seized his clothing and declared with a sharp tone, "You shall not leave. Did you not just claim to disdain this $1 million? Then return it to me. After all these years, having consumed my family's resources, you dare take away $1 million upon your departure. Had you spoken to me with kindness, I might have been lenient, but your utter lack of respect for me, your former mother-in-law, demands that this sum remains with me." Song Hui glared furiously at Qin Mu, her voice a torrent of indignation. Before She's family acquired wealth, $1 million was indeed a staggering amount. Even now, it is still a substantial sum in Song Hui's eyes. How could Qin Mu, who had benefited from their household, justify leaving with over $1 million? No, he must leave it behind. "Mom, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a startled voice rang out. Chapter 24, Unfavorable Circumstances. Ling Huishi, clutching a garbage bag and adorned in a deep red dress, showcased an enchanting figure. Qin Mu cast a sidelong glance at her. In the past, he would have been utterly captivated, rooted to the spot by her presence. Yet now, he remained indifferent, glancing briefly before addressing her mother. "Auntie, your daughter is here. She is aware of everything. I must head to the office now, so please refrain from detaining me any further." With that, he removed her hand from his arm and turned to leave. Seeing Qin Mu attempt to depart, Song Hui grew frantic, lunging toward him. "You think you could just walk away? Leave the money behind, or you shall not pass." Qin Mu had taken over $1 million from her daughter, a considerable sum that could not be allowed to leave. He had claimed not to reside with their daughter. Thus, he must be living nearby. This area was a villa district where over $1 million would barely suffice for a down payment. He must be using those funds to purchase a home. The thought of their family's money being used for his own residence was absurd. That house must remain theirs. If the money is gone, then the house must be left behind. Why should a worthless individual like him take so much from my family? Song Hui shouted without restraint, irritating Qin Mu further. With a dark expression, he suddenly swung his arm forcefully. Before marrying Lin Rui, Qin Mu had been a soldier, and the strength behind his action sent Song Hui tumbling to the ground. "Do not cling to me. If there are matters to discuss, go to your daughter." This outburst incited Song Hui's wrath completely. At that moment, Lin Rui, approached her mother, witnessing Qin Mu's audacity in casting aside her mother, and she immediately stepped forward to confront him. "Qin Mu, what are you doing? How dare you treat my mother like that?" Lin Rui, reprimanded him fiercely. Even if they had parted ways, he had no right to lay hands on her mother. Moreover, their divorce was a matter between them alone. No amount of resentment could justify his actions against her mother. "Let go." Qin Mu lowered his gaze, observing the grip on his wrist, and coldly reprimanded. Lin Rui felt a sudden heaviness in her heart, an unexpected sensation stirring within her. How different Qin Mu seemed from before. In that fleeting moment, she found herself inexplicably tempted to release her hold. "Release? On what grounds?" "You must return the money to Ruishi before I permit you, this worthless being, to leave." Song Hui approached, echoing her reprimand towards Qin Mu. It was then that Lin Ruishi truly registered her mother's words, her expression darkening. "Mom, what money?" "The compensation he received from your divorce. This good-for-nothing has been living off our family. How dare he take your over $1 million? He is unworthy. That money must be returned." As her mother spoke, Lin Ruishi began to grasp the situation. She lowered her gaze and gently urged, "Mom, didn't I tell you not to mention this matter?" "Not mention? On what basis?" "That is over $1 million. Not a trivial sum. How dare he take it? Not only that, but he has the audacity to buy a house in this neighborhood. What is he planning? To deliberately stay close to you and harass you?" Song Hui shouted frantically. Lin Ruishi furrowed her brow. Her gaze toward Qin Mu filled with disdain. She knew the property prices in this area. Even the down payment was around 4 million, with full payments starting at 10 million. Qin Mu could barely scrape together 100,000. How could he possibly afford a house here? He must have relied on that mistress, Zhang Yasi, to stay in this area. Truly a worthless man, living off women. Without one, he simply moves on to another. A lifetime dependent on women. I have no interest in your money. If you need it, I will return it all after work, but for now, do not bother me. Qin Mu shot a cold glance and spoke sharply to Lin Ruishi. Understanding the issue revolved around finances, Lin Ruishi refrained from further comment, pulling her mother's hand back and signaling Qin Mu to leave. Mom, let us go home. There is no need to argue with this good-for-nothing. It's just 1 million. We are not lacking. With that, she turned and led Song Hui homeward. In her heart, Qin Mu had irrevocably transformed into a parasitic failure, a spineless individual. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of relief regarding Yaya's suggestion, grateful for her divorce from Qin Mu. Upon exiting the neighborhood, Qin Mu hailed a taxi. Driver, to I May Medical Beauty, please. Thank you. After speaking, he settled into the back seat. The driver, filled with curiosity, stole glances at Qin Mu. Young man, do you live around here? The houses here aren't cheap. Yes, Qin Mu nodded, not inclined to elaborate. The driver smirked. Those who live here are usually big bosses, people with their own cars. Rarely do you see someone hailing a taxi, especially not a rideshare. Most likely, you're just a gigolo here to please wealthy ladies, pretending to be one of them. She was indeed quite attractive, but to his dismay, she turned out to be a mere duck. How utterly revolting. Following this, the two fell into a silence, with Qin Mu slightly closing his eyes and leaning back against the rear seat. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of I May Medical Aesthetics. The driver, with a glint in his eye, remarked, Brother, we've arrived. That LLB 200 yuan, cash or we chat. Qin Mu immediately furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. 200 yuan? Who do you think you're fooling? That's the standard. Just look at the meter. The driver sneered, pointing at the meter as he spoke. Qin Mu's expression grew cold. 200? Don't presume I'm ignorant. When I got in, the fare was already over 190. You think you can swindle me? Get lost. With that, Qin Mu flung open the car door, stepped out decisively, and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. But he did not stop there. He yanked on the car, causing it to slide slightly, leaving an imprint of his shoe on the door. The driver, contemplating exiting the vehicle to confront Qin Mu for the fare, was suddenly gripped by a cold sweat. He had an inkling that stepping out would only bring him trouble, and this encounter could lead to his own misfortune. Watching the taxi drive away in defeat, Qin Mu couldn't help but shake his head. Was today simply not his day? First, he had to deal with an unreasonable ex-mother-in-law, and now he had crossed paths with a taxi driver who thought him an easy target. Frowning, he made his way toward the company. Due to the events of yesterday, many employees had already recognized him. As Qin Mu entered, they respectfully greeted him. Good day, boss. Qin Mu, eschewing any airs of superiority, returned their greetings amicably. Glancing towards the front desk, he noticed Lu Wanshu sitting there, her head bowed as if engaged in some task. He approached her and inquired, Did Wang de Biao ensure you arrived home safely last night? Upon hearing Qin Mu's sudden voice, Lu Wanshu visibly flinched before looking up. Recognizing him, she nodded slightly, saying, Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your assistance last night. If it weren't for you, no need to mention it. It's all well now. Focus on your work. Qin Mu interjected, aware that in the company, he did not wish to escalate this trivial matter into an uproar. Lu Wanshu seemed to understand his intent and refrained from continuing. Just as Qin Mu was about to depart, she hurriedly added, Mr. Qin, Manager Zhao messaged me, saying he might arrive late today due to family matters. The researchers have already been notified and should be waiting in the RD department. If you have any requests, you can directly speak with the RD manager without waiting for him. Qin Mu nodded, recalling Shumei's words and unable to suppress a bitter smile. Every family has its own struggles, and having such a sister-in-law was no easy feat. All right, I understand. When Zhao Nizi arrives, have him come find me. Having spoken, Qin Mu ascended the elevator to the upper floors. Yesterday, Zhao Nizi had taken the time to delineate the various sections of the company. The first floor serves as the reception hall, primarily dedicated to the promotion of beauty products, and the main area for beauty services. The second floor, akin to the first, houses several establishments related to medical aesthetics, while the majority of the space is occupied by the research and development department, which specializes in creating new cosmetics. The third floor is reserved for managerial offices and conference rooms. Any work-related directives are typically communicated there. As Qin Mu arrived on the third floor, he noticed that the conference room was already populated with a considerable number of individuals, around 10, in fact. As he approached the door, he discerned an irate voice emanating from within. Is Zhao Nizi out of his mind? With only 2 days until the exchange meeting, he expects us to develop a new cosmetic product, insisting it must be effective. Does he think creating cosmetics is a simple task? Has he lost his senses? In the office, a woman in her 30s sat with her legs crossed, arms folded defiantly, vociferously airing her grievances without a care for the ears of others. Sister Lin, perhaps you should temper your words, suggested another. I heard we have a new boss, and Zhao said this was his directive. So what if there is a new boss? When I joined the company, the previous owner practically begged me to take on the role of head of the RD department. What can this newcomer do? Is he daring enough to dismiss me? The middle-aged woman's countenance bore a haughty expression, radiating arrogance. Exactly. Sister Lin is the soul of Imei. It doesn't matter who the boss or manager is. They can be replaced, but Sister Lin must remain. Without her, Imei would be finished. A man in his 20s beside her chimed in, his demeanor obsequious. Oh, is that so? Qin Mu's voice resonated through the conference room, prompting all eyes to turn in his direction. Many frowned in confusion upon seeing him. The previously sycophantic man immediately rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Mu. Hey, who do you think you are? We're in a meeting here. People like you aren't welcome. Get out. The middle-aged woman did not intervene. Once the sycophant had finished, she let out a cold laugh and spoke up. A pretty boy. Are you the much-discussed new boss? There was no trace of respect for authority in her tone, as if the establishment belonged to her rather than Qin Mu. Qin Mu smiled faintly. I didn't realize you possessed such discernment. His words, though softly spoken, caused most of the RD personnel to furrow their brows, some even gasping in disbelief. They looked at Qin Mu with astonishment, noting that he was dressed in a suit, exuding an air of charisma reminiscent of a domineering CEO from a television drama. Yet he is undeniably handsome, his fair skin reminiscent of that of a woman, evoking envy in many females who behold it. Moreover, the trendy young men currently popular on the internet pale in comparison to the striking allure of their boss. Is this true? Is he indeed their employer? They have encountered the legendary wealthy and attractive boss. A few youthful researchers exhibited infatuated gazes. As for the sycophant who had just vehemently berated Qin Mu, he now trembled uncontrollably. It's over, it's over. I'm doomed. I have lost my mind, daring to point at the boss and scold him. Am I seeking death? His eyes darted around, and he rubbed his hands nervously before approaching Qin Mu with a sycophantic demeanor. My esteemed boss, I failed to recognize your grandeur. I never imagined you would be so handsome. I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes and turned to the sycophant. It's fine. You may take your seat for now. When Manager Zhao arrives, I shall leave your fate to him. Upon hearing this, the sycophant's face turned ashen. The implication was clear. He was to be dismissed. He turned to Sister Lin, hoping she would intercede on his behalf and prevent his termination. Lin Hua offered him a reassuring glance before shifting her focus to Qin Mu, stating coolly, Boss, Manager Zhao has tasked us with developing a brand new cosmetic product within 2 days, but I must insist that this is an impossible feat. As she spoke, her gaze hardened, fixating on Qin Mu with an air of arrogance. Oh, if it cannot be accomplished, then you may resign. I have no objections, Qin Mu replied bluntly, unperturbed by Lin Hua's veiled threat. He would not tolerate someone devoid of respect for the boss, treating the company as their personal domain. The moment his words left his lips, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. It was as if a pin dropping could be heard distinctly. Many exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with shock. Did the boss truly just suggest that Sister Lin resign? How could this be? It was well known that among them, Lin Hua held the most seniority. Even Zhao Nizi, that sycophant, lacked her credentials, and the former boss had always shown her deference, let alone consider dismissing her. Yet this new boss, merely having assumed his position, he aimed to dismiss Lin Hua. What was happening? When did the world become so utterly insane? Both Lin Hua and the sycophant were equally astonished, particularly Lin Hua. She had anticipated that Qin Mu would relent under her pressure regarding the 2-day cosmetic development task. But she never envisioned such a conclusion. Qin Zong, I apologize for my tardiness. I am truly sorry. At that moment, Zhao Nizi rushed into the conference room, his face flushed, evidently having sprinted over. Chapter 26. The remaining tenfold salary. The conference room was enveloped in an eerie silence, creating an atmosphere that was decidedly peculiar. Upon entering, Zhao Nizi felt the weight of every gaze upon him, and the strange ambience rendered his complexion ashen. It was evident that something significant had transpired. He approached the conference table amidst the scrutinizing stares and chose a seat, preparing to inquire about the situation from a nearby researcher when Qin Mu spoke directly. Zhao Nizi, come here. Yes, Mr. Qin. Zhao Nizi immediately rose and made his way to Qin Mu's side. Mr. Qin, what can I do for you? Zhao Nizi inquired with a forced smile, his heart racing with trepidation, fearing he had inadvertently displeased Qin Mu. There's no need to be anxious. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Please, Mr. Qin, feel free to inquire. Zhao Nizi's anxiety intensified. He sensed that a grave matter had unfolded. His gaze swept across the assembled researchers, and upon noticing Lin Hua's glowering expression, realization struck him. Oh no, he had forgotten to keep Lin Hua in the loop due to his domineering wife. Surely, her lingering single status had fostered resentment, and she had directed her frustrations towards Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, I must emphasize that Miss Lin possesses remarkable capabilities. She has led our research team in developing numerous beauty products that have garnered excellent results and acclaim. Her prowess is indisputable. If Miss Lin has inadvertently offended you, I sincerely apologize on her behalf and hope for your understanding. As the manager of Mei, Zhao Nizi understood the significance of Lin Hua to the company. Should Lin Hua be dismissed, Mei would undoubtedly struggle to produce new cosmetics in the ensuing months. Without fresh products on the market, Mei's competitiveness in Jiangbei City would diminish, leading to inevitable obsolescence. The only hope lay in the creation of a blockbuster product, one that could captivate the entire Jiangbei cosmetic market. Yet, the difficulty of such a feat was apparent to anyone in the cosmetics industry. In recent years, only Shiri had managed to produce a phenomenon-worthy blockbuster, and nothing comparable had emerged since. Qin Mu cast a cold glance at Zhao Nizi, his expression turning frosty. Through their brief encounter the previous day, Qin Mu had discerned that Zhao Nizi was a seasoned professional, adept at discerning whom to flatter and whom to disregard. However, his unexpected defense of Lin Hua spoke volumes about her value to the company. Are you suggesting that Miss Lin's contributions to the company are remarkable? Qin Mu asked, narrowing his eyes. Zhao Nizi nodded vigorously. Mr. Qin, had it not been for Miss Lin's leadership of the research team in developing new products, our company might have long since collapsed. Hearing Zhao Nizi's words, Lin Hua's previously sullen countenance transformed, revealing a proud demeanor. I am indeed the backbone of this company. Who would dare to dismiss me? Just when she was feeling triumphant, Qin Mu's next words left her in disbelief. In that case, we must terminate her employment. Zhao Nizi, you will handle Miss Lin's resignation procedure shortly. And that fellow as well, let him go too, Qin Mu remarked, stroking his chin while pointing at Lin Hua's sycophant. President Qin, you cannot dismiss Miss Lin. Isn't there an exchange meeting in 2 days? Our new product development relies heavily on her, Zhao Nizi implored, his face a canvas of urgency. What a monumental upheaval this must be for even Lin Hua to face dismissal. Am I not clear enough? Qin Mu's low, cold reprimand silenced Zhao Nizi, who refrained from uttering another word. Ha. You little pretty boy, you have some nerve to fire me. Impressive. Meanwhile, Lin Hua threw her head back in laughter, an unsettling glint in her eyes as she gave Qin Mu a thumbs up. Thank you for the compliment. Qin Mu replied with a faint smile. Fine, if you wish to dismiss me, then do so. I have long aspired to join Shiri. What is Mei? If it weren't for me keeping this team afloat, it would have collapsed long ago. Lin Hua spat vehemently at Qin Mu, beckoning her research team. Anyone wishing to leave Mei with me, resign now. The people from Shiri have already contacted me. Had I not been attached to this place, I would have left long ago. Now, those willing to leave with me will join me at Shiri. As for Mei, let it crumble. Bah, all right, Sister Lin, we are with you. A majority chimed in, standing up in solidarity. Seeing so many rally behind her, Lin Hua brimmed with pride. She stepped in front of Qin Mu. You think being the boss makes you special? Let me tell you, the technical staff is primarily mine. What does your wealth matter? I will relish watching you struggle without us. I had a new formula ready for development, which could yield new cosmetics in 2 days, but now it's unnecessary. Just wait and see. Shiri's new product will be unveiled soon. Ha ha ha. All right, Zhao Nizi, remember to process our resignations. You can manage on your own. With that, Lin Hua strode confidently out of the conference room, leaving no trace of nostalgia behind. The group of researchers followed her out, leaving the conference room starkly empty. Save for Qin Mu and Zhao Nizi. Only 2 men and 1 woman remained, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Having joined Aimei only recently and not being under Lin Hua's wing, they had not chosen to leave when she made her announcement. Yet, gazing at the desolate conference room, thoughts of resignation began to creep into their minds. Zhao Nizi discerned the thoughts of the 3 individuals and repeatedly stated, "My dear friends, the company is in dire need of your talents. As long as you choose to remain, your remuneration will pose no issue. The company cannot afford to lose you. It matters not. Since they have departed, their salary shall be transferred to you. If you stay, your compensation will be doubled. As for the workload, it may be somewhat intense over the next few days, but once I secure new researchers, your responsibilities will diminish. Furthermore, while others offer triple overtime pay, our overtime compensation is quintuple. In simpler terms, that equates to a 10-fold salary." After a prolonged silence, Qin Mu finally spoke, addressing the trio with a calm demeanor. The 3, who were initially hesitant to leave, felt a profound tremor within at his words. What? Overtime equates to a 10-fold salary? Forget about just a few days of overtime. I would gladly reside at the company. They exclaimed. Very well. Thank you, President Qin. Chapter 27. Cosmetic Formulations, President Qin. Sister Lin has been with the company for quite some time and possesses a wealth of data. If you dismiss her, won't that pose a problem? Zhao Nizi expressed her concerns to Qin Mu. However, Qin Mu appeared entirely unfazed, his expression one of indifference. Let her take the data. It is not of significant value. He replied, from today onward, we shall recruit new research personnel. As for salaries, rest assured, even interns will start at a minimum of 10,000. Of course, should she dare to divulge our cosmetic formulations, we will not waste time in discussion, but will proceed directly with legal action. Zhao Nizi nodded, though her mind was already in a state of shock. President Qin's audacity was remarkable. He seemed to regard Sister Lin with utter disregard. Moreover, the prospect of offering a salary of 10,000 was simply unfathomable. It should be noted that throughout Jiangbei City, no other company dared to grant such a salary to interns. President Qin, your salary offerings are exceedingly high. Could this not lead to losses? After all, the costs associated with research and development are substantial. If the resulting cosmetics do not achieve commercial success, we may struggle to bear the financial burden. Zhao Nizi, having navigated the cosmetics industry for many years, could not suppress her concerns. If Qin Mu set intern salaries too high without corresponding viable products, the company might face dire financial repercussions. Without profit, Aimei would not thrive, potentially leading to its demise. Despite his current position as manager, should Aimei falter, he would be forced to start anew. Not able to achieve commercial success? Nonsense. The upcoming products are destined to become bestsellers. Qin Mu asserted with unwavering confidence. Addressing Zhao Nizi. Zhao Nizi furrowed her brow, shaking her head slightly with a sigh. Ah, too young, too young. I should swiftly seek alternative employment. Otherwise, if the company collapses, the domestic tigress will become a source of incessant annoyance. Though she harbored such thoughts, Zhao Nizi ultimately acquiesced. Subsequently, Qin Mu tasked her with completing all matters related to cosmetic packaging, usage, and promotion within the next 2 days. Concerning the new cosmetics, Qin Mu decided to seek out the remaining 3 members of the research and development department. At that moment, the laboratory, which typically housed over 10 employees, was reduced to just 3 individuals, clad in white lab coats, idly seated and seemingly at a loss. Fei, what shall we do next? I sense that the new general manager Qin has an extraordinary background. If we fail to meet expectations, I fear we may be the next to be dismissed. One of them remarked. Indeed, though he's not much older than us, the aura he exudes is something I lack. But do you recall? The purpose of today's meeting was for us to develop a brand new cosmetic product to present at the upcoming exchange conference in just 2 days. How is that even feasible? Even when Sister Lin was here, creating a new cosmetic was no simple feat now that she's gone. Accomplishing this in 2 days seems utterly impossible. I suspect we may not get any sleep in the coming days, another lamented. The three sat in a state of ennui, while the prospect of overtime pay was enticing. The challenge ahead loomed dauntingly. What are you discussing? At that moment, Qin Mu's voice resonated from outside the lab. The three, suddenly alert and tense, sprang to their feet. Wu Cheng, slightly bolder than the others, glanced at Ah Fei and Xiao Rou before addressing Qin Mu, General Manager Qin. It was Sister Lin who guided our research before. With her absence, we find ourselves uncertain of our next steps. I've heard that we need to develop a new cosmetic for the exchange conference in just 2 days. I fear that, even with continuous overtime, we won't be able to complete it. Wu Cheng expressed his helplessness to Qin Mu, a faint sigh evident on his face. Qin Mu remained silent, a smile gracing his features as he approached the trio. Their apprehension was palpable, their hearts racing. You need not worry about working overtime continuously. If all goes well, you may not need to work extra hours at all, he stated before taking a seat. Crossing his left leg over his right, he placed his hands together on his knees, his enigmatic smile evoking a sense of intrigue. No overtime? How can that be? We have only 2 days left. To develop a new cosmetic, we must first create a formula, then commence experimentation. The testing phase alone requires at least a month to ascertain if the product has any side effects. 2 days is simply insufficient, Ah Fei interjected, attempting to clarify their predicament to Qin Mu. Qin Mu nodded slightly, responding calmly, "You need not concern yourselves with that. All I require is for you to inform me whether, given the materials and formula, the laboratory's equipment can produce a cosmetic suitable for the exchange conference. It can be done, but it requires testing," Xiao Rou hesitantly replied. "That is sufficient," Qin Mu interjected, rising from his seat. "Your next task is to utilize various instruments to create a cosmetics product suitable for presentation at the conference. I trust the company has all the necessary materials. As for the formula," Qin Mu raised his right hand to glance at the pocket watch on his wrist. It was nearly time for delivery. "Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Qin, it's Ms. Li's secretary. She has brought you some documents." Zhao Nizi respectfully knocked on the door, followed by a woman with an icy demeanor, clutching a stack of documents and standing behind Zhao. The personnel in the laboratory were taken aback upon seeing the visitor. Her long, beautifully slender legs were encased in sheer black stockings, the perfect combination of form and allure, making it impossible to look away after just one glance. Not only her legs, but her upper body also commanded attention. Although clad in a seemingly simple business suit, her proud bosom nearly strained the fabric of her blouse. The white shirt complemented the black jacket, causing men to experience an involuntary rush of blood, while women gazed on with envy. Her figure was strikingly elegant, yet her expression was frigid, as if shrouded in a veil of frost. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Mu approached her and remarked, "I appreciate your effort in coming here." If it weren't for the young lady, I wouldn't have bothered to come," she retorted coldly. "But let me make one thing clear. There is no possibility between you and the young lady, so don't even think about it." With a disdainful huff, she forcefully thrust the documents into Qin Mu's hands before turning to leave. Qin Mu accepted the documents without uttering a word. Judging by the secretary's demeanor, it seemed that Yasi had yet to reveal his true identity. Perhaps her attitude would shift once she learned who he really was. A faint smile graced Qin Mu's lips as he turned back toward the laboratory with the documents in hand. Meanwhile, Zhao Nizi felt somewhat overwhelmed. He recognized that woman. She was the secretary of Li Yasi, the prominent young lady of the Southern Chamber of Commerce, a figure to whom even the powerful elites of Jiangbei City showed utmost respect. The interaction between her and Qin Mu suggested a possibly closer connection. What status does Mr. Qin truly hold? Chapter 28. Conspiracy. This is the detailed formula for our cosmetics. I'm handing it over to you now. You have 2 days to develop it. If time is tight, work overtime. Your compensation will not be diminished. Qin Mu handed the document to Wu Cheng and addressed the three of them. Wu Cheng took the file and glanced at it briefly, his pupils instantly constricting, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. The surrounding colleagues leaned in to see, and soon the three exchanged incredulous looks. "Rest assured, Mr. Qin, with this formula, we will undoubtedly be able to develop it," Wu Cheng stated earnestly, a glimmer of excitement igniting within his eyes. He was a professional. Merely a cursory glance at the materials and processes allowed him to sense that if this formula successfully yielded a cosmetic product, It would not only thrive in Jiangbei City, but could potentially achieve monumental sales across the entirety of Huagua. Afterward, Qin Mu provided a few brief instructions to the trio before departing. Xiao Wu, who did you offend yesterday? The brothers are saying that even Biao Ge has stepped in. In a bustling internet cafe, a young man with yellow hair, cigarette in hand and legs crossed, glanced sideways at Wu Zixiang seated beside him. Wu Zixiang was engrossed in a game, his expression betraying a hint of seriousness as he shook his head slightly. Brother Wang, I have no idea. That guy seems like a pretty boy. How could he possibly know Brother Biao? It must be just a coincidence. As the former boyfriend of Lu Wanshu, he was acutely aware of the type of person she was. As a mere receptionist at a cosmetics company, how could she possibly be acquainted with someone capable of reaching Brother Biao? It was well known that Brother Biao was the real deal, far beyond the acquaintance of someone as insignificant as her. Unless Lu Wanshu was engaging in illicit activities, she would have no way to interact with such figures. The thought darkened Wu Zixiang's expression suddenly. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, his frustration palpable. Brother Wang, momentarily taken aback, removed his headphones and turned to Wu Zixiang. What's wrong? Who's a whore? It's my ex-girlfriend. I mean, how could she possibly know Brother Biao? She must be selling herself to have a chance to meet him. Truly a despicable woman. Ugh. The mere thought of Lu Wanshu's infidelity ignited his anger. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow. Are you certain? Of course. She's just a lowly receptionist. How could she possibly know Brother Biao? That has to be the reason. No doubt about it. Wu Zixiang declared vehemently, his anger intensifying. With a resounding bang, he slammed his fist onto the keyboard, several keys flying off in the process. I'm done with this. Brother Wang, lend me a few guys. I'm going to confront that wretched woman. Wu Zixiang sprang to his feet, ready to leave. Observing this, Wang Qing also removed his headphones and stood up. Let us go. I've had my eye on your ex-girlfriend for a while now. But out of brotherly loyalty, I held back. Now that you've broken up, I'm curious to sample her charms. Wang Cheng licked his lips, a mischievous glint in his eye. Wu Zixiang's expression darkened. You truly wish to betray me. Damn it, none of you are good people. But since we've already parted ways, if you want to have some fun, go ahead. Just don't let her off easy. A hint of wickedness flickered across Wu Zixiang's face. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. Wanshu, go have lunch. I'll take care of things here. Wang Qian approached Lu Wanshu with a smile, dressed in her work uniform. I appreciate it, Qian. Lu Wanshu replied. Oh, we're practically family. Just don't forget me when you make it big. Wang Qian chuckled awkwardly, flashing a smile at Lu Wanshu before heading to the front desk. Of course. I won't forget you, Qian. I'm off to lunch now. I'll leave the shift in your capable hands. Lu Wanshu said, patting Wang Qian on the shoulder as she made her way to the changing room. Not long after she departed, two men strode confidently through the entrance of the cafe. Greetings, welcome to IMA. How may I assist you? Currently, our aesthetic medicine doctors are on a temporary break, and we are unable to provide any aesthetic services. However, you may browse through our exquisite cosmetics, which would make splendid gifts for your girlfriend. Wang Qian smiled warmly at the two individuals before her. The pair exchanged glances with Wang Qian before surveying their surroundings at IMA. Where's Lu Wanshu? Bring her out to see me. Wu Zixiang coldly addressed Wang Qian. It was at this moment that she realized he was Lu Wanshu's boyfriend. A wave of dread washed over her, and her expression darkened considerably. She had harbored hopes that Lu Wanshu would become Mr. Qin's girlfriend, thereby strengthening her own ties to Mr. Qin as Lu Wanshu's close friend. Such a connection could potentially lead to a significant increase in her salary. However, she had overlooked the presence of Wu Zixiang. Should he confront Mr. Qin and expose the truth, Lu Wanshu would be branded as indiscreet, engaging with other men while in a relationship. A successful and affluent individual like Mr. Qin would undoubtedly find such behavior repugnant, possibly severing any ties with Lu Wanshu, and her friend's salary of 10,000 could very well be at risk. No, this cannot happen. For the sake of a salary increase, Wu Zixiang must not meet Mr. Qin. Wang Qian resolved firmly, glancing frequently at the elevator. What is the matter? Isn't Lu Wanshu at the company? No, she's indeed at the company, just changing clothes. She will be out shortly. Why are you so eager to find her today? Wu Zixiang was on the verge of disparaging Lu Wanshu when Wang Qian quickly seized his hand. We are friends, planning to have lunch together. It happens to be lunchtime now, right? Would you like to join us? Wang Cheng said with a smile directed at Wang Qian. though a glimmer of lewd intent flickered in his eyes. Lu Wanshu was quite attractive, with a commendable figure, making her their primary target for the day. Yet, the receptionist before him was also captivating, her figure even surpassing Lu Wanshu's. If he could win over both women today, it would be a delightful triumph. Wang Cheng mused to himself, unable to suppress a smirk of lewd satisfaction. Wang Qian, observing Wang Cheng's expression, felt profoundly uncomfortable, particularly as his gaze lingered on her chest. I still have work to do and no time to join you. You two go ahead and enjoy your meal. Oh, what a pity. I was looking forward to a grand lunch. Your absence is truly regrettable. Indeed, it was unfortunate. The absence of such beauty would diminish the experience significantly. Nonetheless, enjoying Lu Wanshu's company would suffice. At that moment, Lu Wanshu emerged from the changing room, and upon seeing Wu Zixiang at the front desk, her expression instantly turned frosty. What are you doing here? Chapter 29. Come out. Lu Wanshu approached the front desk, her expression devoid of warmth as she faced Wu Zixiang. I am here to take you out for a meal and to have a serious discussion, he replied, suppressing the anger that surged within him. Wang Qian, observing the tension between the two, quickly realized that a conflict must have arisen. Could it be that Wu Zixiang had learned of President Qin's outing with Lu Wanshu? This could spell disaster. The couple's discord might very well be blamed on her. Discussion? There is nothing to discuss. Please leave. Lu Wanshu's tone was resolute, as the events of the previous night had extinguished any lingering affection she harbored for Wu Zixiang. At that moment, her singular desire was to sever all ties with the man before her. Upon hearing Lu Wanshu's words, Wu Zixiang's countenance darkened. Lu Wanshu, you are quite audacious to dare to wear the green hat on me. You must come with me today. This matter will not be settled until we clarify it. Enraged by Lu Wanshu's cold demeanor, Wu Zixiang lunged at her. Lu Wanshu immediately retaliated, and chaos erupted in the lobby. Wang Qian watched in a state of panic. The misunderstanding had escalated. Although she had long wished for Lu Wanshu to break up with Wu Zixiang, the couple shared years of affection, and a significant event was needed to prompt their separation. The incident from the previous night might indeed be the catalyst, and Wang Qian felt responsible for the turmoil. However, with President Qin still upstairs, unaware of the tumult below, it was imperative to resolve the situation before he discovered it. Without hesitation, she moved to Lu Wanshu's side, grasping Wu Zixiang's arm. Release her. Regardless of the circumstances, as a man, can't you engage in a civilized conversation? You wanted to go out for a meal and discuss things, so let us do just that and clarify this matter. Wang Qian's authoritative tone commanded attention, while Lu Wanshu and Wu Zixiang exchanged uncertain glances. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng, standing nearby, wore a smug expression, as if relishing the unfolding drama. Very well. Let's discuss this outside. This is a company. Do we truly want to escalate the situation? Lu Wanshu felt conflicted, but, remembering that President Qin was still in the building and wishing to avoid further escalation, hesitated before nodding in agreement. Fine. I will go outside with you to sort this out. But Wu Zixiang, I did not betray you. You had better not defame me. Who knows? Wu Zixiang scoffed, yet he refrained from further comment. His objective had been achieved, as long as Lu Wanshu accompanied him. He had devised a plan to take her to a hotel for a more pleasurable encounter. As for Wang Qian, who was with her, one could only regard her as an unexpected gain. Subsequently, the four of them departed from AI Mei. Meanwhile, in the office, Qin Mu stretched languidly. Although he had arranged numerous tasks for others, he himself remained industrious. In order to facilitate AI Mei's transition to a formal establishment, he diligently researched a wealth of information and had acquired a fair understanding of the current state of the cosmetics market in Jiangbei City. Across Jiangbei, although the Zhou family was a significant supplier of cosmetic raw materials and had formed a partnership with Shiri, monopolizing a substantial share of the market, they had previously encountered various safety issues concerning their cosmetic ingredients. If one could leverage this information, coupled with the current leverage they held over the Zhou family, it would be feasible to disrupt Shiri's production, undoubtedly delivering a severe blow to them. Once Shiri's products lost public favor, he could seize the opportunity to promote new cosmetics and swiftly capture market share, ensuring a lucrative return. Of course, this was merely a preliminary plan. The market was ever-changing and fraught with unpredictability, necessitating constant readiness for adaptation. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Mu rose to leave the company in search of a restaurant for lunch. Just as he stood, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Hello, who is this?" "It is Mr. Qin, I presume." "This is Wang Debiao. We met last night. I would like to invite you to lunch to express my sentiments, and I hope you will honor me with your presence." The respectful voice of Wang Debiao came through the line. Qin Mu paused slightly, feeling the pangs of hunger, and acquiesced. "All right, I haven't eaten yet either." "How fortuitous. I heard that you're now overseeing AI May Beauty. If you don't mind, I could drive over." "Then come on over. I'll be waiting for you at AI May." After concluding the call, Qin Mu hung up. After all, he currently lacked a vehicle and had initially planned to handle something simple nearby. But since an invitation was extended, it surely wouldn't be to a modest eatery. At least a larger hotel would be in order, rendering walking impractical. "Wu Zixiang, I have told you before. There is nothing more for us to discuss. Did you not declare in front of so many people yesterday that we have broken up? Am I the one clinging to you? Now that I wish to sever all ties, I ask that you do not disturb me. Understood?" Lu Wanshu glared fiercely at Wu Zixiang, reproaching him in a low voice. "What right do you have to say such things? Are you truly so innocent? What of it? You have already found a new woman. Am I not entitled to seek a man? Moreover, I remind you, we are no longer together. And whom I choose to be with is my prerogative. Your freedom? How noble you sound. You nearly had me fooled." Wu Zixiang scoffed, his face ablaze with anger. At this moment, Wang Qian had already deduced that Wu Zixiang had indeed betrayed Lu Wanshu, taking another woman. And this confrontation had arisen as a result of their coincidental encounter with Qin Mu. However, these events could have been avoided, all due to her decision to allow Lu Wanshu and Qin Mu to venture out together. In doing so, Lu Wanshu inadvertently committed an act of betrayal. Otherwise, she would have had the audacity to stand beside Lu Wanshu and reprimand Wu Zixiang. "Miss, may I inquire your name? What transpired between the two of them?" Wang Cheng inquired curiously, handing a glass of water to Wang Qian. Wang Qian sighed softly, accepting the cup and taking a sip. "I can't say much. Their matters are rather complicated. By the way, did Wu Zixiang mention anything to you?" "Ah, Wu Zixiang informed me that Lu Wanshu had been unfaithful, which is why he is here today. I feel rather dizzy. It's not even from alcohol." Wang Cheng's words trailed off as Wang Qian suddenly fainted and fell into his embrace. "No wonder you feel dizzy. The atmosphere here has been tampered with." Chapter 30. The False Reservation. Mr. Qin, thank you for your patience. A luxurious Mercedes stopped outside the Imei building, and Wang Debiao respectfully addressed Qin Mu as he stepped out of the vehicle. The individuals within Imei glanced over. Many of them were unfamiliar with Wang Debiao, yet the sight of a premium car arriving for their boss left them in awe. Truly, their new employer was someone of distinction, complete with a dedicated chauffeur. Qin Mu regarded the imposing vehicle with a slight nod before entering. "Mr. Qin, the dinner has been reserved. I hope it meets your approval." "It's nothing but a simple meal," Qin Mu replied, nodding slightly. After years away from his family, his daily sustenance had largely consisted of home-cooked dishes, and his expectations for culinary delights had diminished significantly. Wang Debiao's expression reflected relief upon hearing Qin Mu's indifference. He personally drove Qin Mu to the premier restaurant in Jiangbei City, the Guanghua Hotel. This establishment was renowned as one of the finest in Jiangbei, frequented primarily by tycoons worth hundreds of millions. Even these affluent individuals seldom dined here, as a single meal could cost tens of thousands, which could be a strain even for them. "Mr. Qin, we have arrived." Wang Debiao parked the car, exited the driver's seat, and approached the rear door with a respectful demeanor. As Qin Mu stepped out, he gazed up at the Guanghua Hotel, feeling a surge of nostalgia. This was not his first visit. During the early days of Shui, he had accompanied Lin Ruishi here for a client meeting. Although their meal had been simple, it had cost them a staggering 100,000 yuan, yet the project had ultimately been successful, though Lin Ruishi had complained about it for quite some time afterward. He never anticipated being invited as a client himself, though Lin Ruishi was no longer by his side. With a slight squint, Qin Mu strode toward the Grand Hotel. "Mr. Qin, here is our receipt. Please take a look. Just now, General Huang messaged me regarding some matters that require my attention. I may be delayed," Wang Debiao said as he handed the document to Qin Mu. Qin Mu accepted the list and cast a glance at Wang Debiao, who was wearing a sheepish grin. He nodded slightly and said, "That is fine. I'll wait inside. Please come as soon as you finish your matters." "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Qin." Wang Biao repeatedly expressed his gratitude before stepping aside to make a phone call. It seemed that Brother Biao had quite a bit on his plate. Qin Mu mused silently, choosing not to comment, and proceeded toward the Grand Hotel. Regardless of the circumstances, Wang Biao was indeed under Huang Dongqing's command, and assisting him was only reasonable. The Guanghua Grand Hotel did not accept walk-in orders. Reservations were mandatory. If the reservant held a low status within Jiangbei City, they were obliged to adhere to the rules and queue for an appointment. As far as Qin Mu was aware, one typically needed to book at least a month in advance to enjoy a meal here. Of course, exceptions existed. When one's status reached a level that made the Guanghua Grand Hotel wary, they would readily open a back door for you. Wang Biao was such a person. Otherwise, he would not have known Qin Mu yesterday and secured a lunch reservation for today. Hello, may I see your seat number and invitation? As Qin Mu approached, the front desk security guard stepped forward respectfully to inquire. Qin Mu handed the card given to him by Wang Biao to the attendant. Upon scanning it with a device, the guard's face brightened with a smile. Is this Mr. Wang? No, I am here at his invitation. Ah, I see. May I ask your name? I am surnamed Qin. Just as Qin Mu was about to respond, two figures suddenly appeared beside him. He glanced sideways and recognized both Lin Ruishi and her secretary, Nana. Oh, ISNT this Qin Mu? Dressed so well, I hardly recognized you. Are you here for the banquet as well? Nana adjusted her sunglasses slightly and scrutinized Qin Mu with a sardonic tone. Qin Mu cast a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Huh, how bold you become. Not speaking when you see us. It seems you know you're unworthy of Ruishi, hence your silence. Nana continued, adding fuel to the fire. Afterward, she retrieved 2 invitation letters from her Gucci handbag and handed them to the security guard. Hello, ladies, may we enter? The guard briefly glanced at the invitations before smiling and saying, attending the cosmetics exchange, please proceed in. With the guard's approval, Nana tugged Lin Ruishi's hand, swaying her hips as they entered the hotel. As they passed through the glass doors, Nana cast a cold, disdainful glance back at Qin Mu, her expression brimming with arrogance. Places like this are not meant for someone like you. Just a friendly reminder, they do not accept walk-in orders. Reservations must be made a month in advance. You should probably leave now to avoid further embarrassment. Even if Qin Mu has received a divorce settlement from Ruishi and possesses over $1 million, what does it truly signify? Ultimately, he remains a worthless individual, purchasing a seemingly fine suit and attempting to flaunt his modest fortune in such a place. Does he truly believe he belongs here? Should he be permitted entry, the disdainful laughter of his peers would undoubtedly ensue, given their petty natures. Do not trouble yourself with this matter. I have an appointment, Qin Mu replied coldly, then turned his gaze towards the security guard. The guard was about to respectfully open the door for Qin Mu when, unexpectedly, Nana stepped forward and seized his arm. You have an appointment? From where does your money come? Those who patronize this establishment are either affluent or influential. Can someone like you afford to indulge here? Moreover, you claim to have an appointment? Let me enlighten you. Reservations must be made at least a month in advance. Did you possess any funds then? To speak of reservations is truly laughable. In my estimation, your appointment is most likely fabricated. Listen to me, brother security. Chances are this individual's reservation is a forgery. He merely seeks to enter for the sake of pretense. Such people are not worthy of your consideration. Do you understand? Nana spoke earnestly to the security guard, casting a scornful glance at Qin Mu, her eyes brimming with disdain. Lin Ruishi, who had remained silent, also wore a face of contempt and disgust. It was one thing to be humiliated, but to concoct a fictitious reservation for the sake of a trivial vanity was utterly ridiculous. The security guard hesitated, his brow furrowing slightly. The information displayed just moments ago was under Mr. Wang's name, not this individual before him. Could it truly be a forgery? If this were the case, and the manager were to discover it, he would face a deduction in his wages. Sir, please clarify your reservation. Otherwise, you cannot enter. Chapter 31. The tide turns with a frigid expression. The security guard extended his hand to block Qin Mu's entry, his demeanor starkly contrasting to the previous courtesy. Qin Mu's brow furrowed, an expression of displeasure crossing his face as he spoke in a low voice. Is it merely because this overweight woman uttered a few words that you have deemed my reservation false? Who are you calling an overweight woman? Are you seeking death? Nana, acutely aware of her size, could not tolerate such remarks, especially from someone as insignificant as Qin Mu, who had now irrefutably struck a nerve. She approached the security guard, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Mu, demanding, "Brother security, this worthless individual must be expelled. He is severely disrupting the order of your establishment and deserves to be dealt with harshly." The security guard shared her sentiment. As a member of the Guanghua Grand Hotel security team, while he was not a figure of great importance, he had encountered numerous distinguished individuals and was certainly not intimidated by a mere suit, regardless of its appearance. He stepped forward and sternly admonished Qin Mu, "Sir, please leave. If not, I will be compelled to remove you by force." Haha, is this truly the policy of the Guanghua Grand Hotel? As the security guard's words faded, Qin Mu burst into laughter, though dissatisfaction brimmed in his eyes. The guard's expression darkened further. Indeed, this was the protocol of the Guanghua Grand Hotel. "If you, sir, do not adhere to our regulations, we are entitled to employ coercive measures." Upon finishing his declaration, the guard moved to forcibly escort Qin Mu away. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from distance. "What is happening? Who dares to lay a hand on Mr. Qin?" The onlookers turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a burly man striding forward, his face a mask of anger. The guard trembled at the sight of the newcomer, his complexion draining of color, his legs quaking uncontrollably. Lin Ruishi and Nana exchanged puzzled glances, then urged the guard, "What are you doing? He looks like just a bodyguard. What is there to fear?" The guard dared not heed Nana's words. They did not know Wang Debiao. But he did. This man was a confidant of Huang Dongsheng, known as the Fierce Brother of South City. A veritable tough guy whose presence was respected even by their boss and manager. "Mr. Qin, what exactly transpired here? Why have you not entered? Is this guard giving you trouble?" Wang Debiao approached Qin Mu, inquiring with a furrowed brow, his gaze fixed intently on the guard. The guard felt as though a heavy blow had struck his head, leaving him dizzy. Trembling, he stammered, "Be Brother Biao, you misunderstand. How could that be? It's just. What kind of a person is he? I see him as either a bodyguard or a thug. Why should we be afraid?" Nana interjected sharply, continuing, "Such a person could never afford to patronize this establishment. Hurry and expel him, lest he tarnish my vision." Lin Ruishi, however, was not as impulsive as Nana. She tugged at Nana's hand and whispered, "Let us just go inside and not meddle in this." "No, how could this waste of space, Qin Mu, be allowed into such a prestigious hotel? If he can enter, it would surely diminish the establishment's stature. I must find the manager. This guard cannot make such decisions. Let the manager come." Nana was determined not to let this matter rest easily. In her eyes, Qin Mu was a complete failure. There was no way he should dine in the same venue as her. Furthermore, the fact that he was associating with thugs made it even more intolerable. With that, she turned and strode towards the hall to find the manager. Coincidentally, the manager had noticed the commotion and approached swiftly. "Good day. I'm the manager of Guanghua Grand Hotel. May I inquire what has transpired here?" The manager, dressed in a simple suit, wore a courteous smile as he addressed Nana. Upon seeing the manager arrive, Nana pointed towards the entrance and declared, "Those two individuals are attempting to sneak in with a false reservation. How do you intend to handle this matter? The notion of a fraudulent appointment is inconceivable here. All reservations must be verified through machine scanning, ensuring no discrepancies." The manager, bound by protocol, explained this to Nana. However, she remained steadfast in her disbelief, insisting that the appointment was indeed false, and urged the manager to accompany her to verify. As the manager approached, Nana, hands on her hips and an air of triumph about her, coldly addressed Qin Mu and Wang Debiao at the entrance. With the manager now present, she was eager to witness whether they would persist in their deception. "Mr. Wang, I am surprised to see you here," the manager said with utmost respect. "I had anticipated no issues with your reservation, but it seems these security personnel have misunderstood their responsibilities, and I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience." "Nana, what is the meaning of this? These individuals clearly lack the credentials to enter," she began to retort, but was abruptly interrupted by the manager, who admonished her in hushed tones. Having just arrived, she could surmise the cause of the disturbance. A troublemaker could only invite chaos. After reprimanding Nana, the manager turned back to Wang Debiao, stating, "Mr. Wang, the Tiandi Guanghua private room has been prepared in your honor. To express our establishment's apologies, we will provide a bottle of Lafite red wine shortly." How does that sound? Wang Debiao's expression darkened slightly, his gaze narrowing as he scrutinized Nana and Lin Ruishi, who had been inciting the security to obstruct their entry. I wish to understand the reason behind this disturbance, he inquired. My sincerest apologies. It is indeed the fault of our security. How could we allow Mr. Wang to be detained at the entrance? The manager's face was a mask of contrition, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Then, Wang Debiao pressed, his tone indicating he expected accountability. I will ensure the security personnel are reprimanded. If Mr. Wang has any further concerns, please do not hesitate to voice them, and we shall comply with your wishes. The security personnel, visibly shaken, trembled as they begged for forgiveness from Qin Mu and Wang Debiao. This spectacle left both Nana and Lin Ruishi in stunned disbelief. They could discern that the manager and the security were not merely yielding to Qin Mu. They were deferring to the man at his side. What manner of individual was he to command such fear from the manager of the Guanghua Grand Hotel? To resolve this matter smoothly, it is simple. If you can satisfy Mr. Qin, I shall have no objections whatsoever. Chapter 32. Salvation. As Wang Debiao concluded his statement, he instinctively moved to stand beside Qin Mu. The manager, understanding the dynamics, recognized that it was Mr. Qin who held the ultimate authority in this situation. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, she offered a faint smile to Qin Mu and inquired, "May I ask how Mr. Qin wishes to address this issue?" Qin Mu cast a sidelong glance at Nana and Lin Ruishi, feeling an aversion to their presence at the dining table. He had an inkling of what needed to be done. "Mr. Qin, I understand," the manager replied promptly, then turned to face Nana and Lin Ruishi. "Greetings, but today, Guanghua does not welcome you both. I hope you will take the initiative to leave, as I wish to avoid any awkwardness." The manager's tone was frigid, particularly as her gaze fixed on Nana, imbued with an air of menace. Lin Ruishi furrowed her brow, perplexed by the unfolding events. Yet she harbored no intention of pressing the matter further. After all, they had just incited the security personnel to remove Qin Mu, even insisting that his reservation was fictitious. With the manager's appearance, the circumstances were laid bare, and it was evident that the trouble stemmed from their actions. She chose not to dwell on it any longer. However, Nana grew agitated, raising her voice defiantly at the manager. "What do you intend to do? I'm a guest here as well. Why should we be expelled for this worthless individual? Why? Is this how Guanghua treats its guests? I apologize, but at Guanghua, we prioritize our guests. However, we extend our respect only to those deserving of it. May I inquire if you have a reservation?" The manager's smile belied the chilling tone of her words. "A reservation? Huh. Do you only accommodate those with prior bookings? By your logic, does that mean you have no reservation?" The manager's eyes narrowed slightly, a palpable chill emanating from her presence. With that, she cast a sidelong glance at the security personnel, who trembled slightly and quickly interjected, "Manager, these two are here to attend a cosmetics exchange event. Thus they do not possess a reservation." "I see," the manager responded, "but under these circumstances, I must ask you both to leave. As for the cosmetics exchange event, I will clarify the situation on your behalf." Her tone exuded an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. These two insufferable individuals believed themselves to be of great importance, yet they were merely attending some trivial cosmetics exchange. It was almost a disaster, as she could have offended President Wang. Should he be displeased, her position as manager would be in jeopardy. She then waved her hand, summoning the security personnel to encircle Nana and Lin Ruishi tightly. "Please escort these guests out to avoid disturbing the other patrons." With that, she turned to smile respectfully at Wang Debiao and Qin Mu, her demeanor radiating utmost deference. As for Nana and Lin Ruishi, she did not spare them a glance, leading Qin Mu and Wang Debiao toward the private room. "President Wang, President Qin, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident." The manager bowed deeply, her face etched with regret. Qin Mu waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. It is not your fault. However, please expedite the service. We've wasted quite some time." "Yes, President Qin." With that, the manager departed respectfully. Once the manager departed, Qin Mu and Wang Debiao took their seats. Wang Debiao, with a face full of obsequiousness, gazed at Qin Mu and remarked, "President Qin, President Huang has instructed me to stay by your side and assist you. I hope you might grant me this favor." "So, it was President Huang who sent you?" Qin Mu inquired. "Indeed, it was President Huang's arrangement. He specifically organized this dinner to foster a closer relationship with you, President Qin. I hope you won't hold it against me. Allow me to raise a toast to express my sincerity." With that, Wang Debiao lifted his glass and downed the contents in one gulp. He was fully aware, as President Huang had informed him. That Qin Mu was a figure of significant stature, one he could not afford to provoke. Wang Debiao trusted that Huang Dongsheng would not deceive him. Thus, he took the initiative to arrange this gathering, hoping to cultivate a rapport with President Qin, which might, in the future, facilitate his own ascent in the social hierarchy. Qin Mu was not surprised by this. During his time in the capital, he had encountered many individuals like Wang Debiao, who endeavored to curry favor with him through various means. He had long grown accustomed to such flattery. Just as Qin Mu was about to raise his glass in response, his phone suddenly buzzed from his pocket. "President Qin, please take the call," Wang Debiao said respectfully. Qin Mu retrieved his phone, and upon seeing the name Lu Wanshu on the screen, his brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "President Qin, please, I beg you help me," came Lu Wanshu's frantic plea. "You are that scoundrel from last night, aren't you, President Qin? Huh, do you truly believe yourself to be someone of importance? I tell you, weren't you with that harlot Lu Wanshu? Well, I'm about to make her scream. Just wait and see. Rest assured, I will record a video for you to watch." The desperate cries of Lu Wanshu and Wu Zixiang's arrogant taunts echoed from the other end of the line, causing Qin Mu's expression to darken ominously. Wang Debiao noticed the chill in Qin Mu's demeanor, his heart sinking. "President Qin, is something amiss? Shall we postpone the meal? How many of your men are available?" Qin Mu asked, his tone grave. "There are not many I can mobilize at a moment's notice, just over 100. But if President Qin requires more, I can arrange it," Wang Debiao assured him earnestly. "Very well. The woman from last night, you have seen her, correct? She has been captured. Use your men to find her. Go now." "Understood, President Qin." Qin Mu's countenance was icy, and Wang Debiao, sensing the urgency, wasted no time in contacting all his associates to locate Lu Wanshu. Meanwhile, in a hotel near Imei, Wang Qian lay unconscious, discarded on the bed. Wu Zixiang and Wang Cheng had seized Lu Wanshu's arms, intent on subduing her. "Wu Zixiang, you scoundrel, what are you doing? Do you not realize you are breaking the law? Breaking the law? What right do you, a filthy harlot, have to lecture me? Aren't you fond of making a fool of me? Today, Brother Wang shall have his fun with you." Wu Zixiang's face contorted with malice as he grasped Lu Wanshu's hair with one hand, while the other hand swung towards her with intent. In that instant, Lu Wanshu was rendered utterly speechless, a vivid crimson handprint emblazoned across her face, making her appear particularly distressing. "What have you done? You've marred the beauty of this young lady." Wang Cheng reprimanded Wu Zixiang before stepping forward to Lu Wanshu, observing her tear-streaked visage, and gently wiping her face with his hand. "Oh dear, why are you crying? Do not weep. Soon enough, I shall elevate you to ecstasy, and you will fall in love with your brother Wang." Chapter 33. Hope and despair. As he spoke, a lascivious grin spread across his face, as though he envisioned a perfect scene. Lu Wanshu, witnessing his demeanor, felt her eyes redden from tears, and an overwhelming sense of despair welled within her. If only she could escape this hellish lair, yet it seemed utterly impossible. In that moment, she sobbed out her final despair, bidding farewell to her previous life. She had resolved that should anything transpire, she would surely bite her tongue to end her existence, refusing to endure humiliation. Wang Cheng, observing her plight, exhibited no compassion, preoccupied instead with shedding his garments. "Shall you go first, or shall I?" he inquired of Wu Zixiang, his gaze filled with a predatory intensity that betrayed his eagerness to claim another man's woman. One could only imagine the tumultuous events that would ensue. Wu Zixiang smirked slyly, harboring no kindness for his former lover, Lu Wanshu. "Go ahead, Brother Wang. You first. We shall take turns." With this response, Wang Cheng's eyes sparkled with triumph as he fixed his gaze upon the two women on the bed. Lu Wanshu curled into a trembling ball, her spirit resigned to death. Devoid of fear, alas, she was soon to bid adieu to this world. Wang Cheng stripped off his final article of clothing, eager to pounce. "Ladies, your servant has arrived," he proclaimed, akin to a famished wolf lunging at a sheep. He leapt onto the bed. Wu Zixiang retrieved his phone, preparing to record the unfolding scene. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous crash at the door interrupted their actions. A cadre of men in black surged in, startling them into silence. Wu Zixiang's phone slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. He realized it was over, discovered. Wang Cheng, filled with rage and humiliation, bellowed, "Who are you? Do you not understand? This is private property? Get out at once, or I will file a complaint." His bravado, lasted mere seconds before he was yanked to the floor by several black-clad figures. One suited man stepped onto his back, casually dialing a number on his phone. In a luxurious private room at the Guanghua Hotel, Qin Mu sat in serene contemplation, ignoring the extravagant feast laid before him. His sole desire was to await news, the news of finding someone. Sigh. He suddenly opened his eyes and shook his head in regret. More than 10 minutes had elapsed since Lu Wanchu's distress call. Although 10 minutes may not seem long, it is sufficient for many events to transpire. Lu Wanchu must be. He shook his head. Just then, Wang Debiao rushed in, holding his phone, and before taking a seat, he addressed Qin Mu. Mr. Qin, we've found the individuals. They're at a hotel. He had just received a call from his subordinate and wasted not a second in relaying the news. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu stood up without hesitation and simply uttered, "Lead the way." With those two succinct words, they departed from Guanghua Hotel, making their way to the destination amidst a throng of people. In the car, Qin Mu suddenly voiced the troubling question that weighed on his mind. Are they unharmed? He yearned for the answer, yet feared it at the same time. Wang Debiao nodded in response. According to his subordinates, they were found just as the situation was about to escalate. Thus, Miss Lu and her friend had merely experienced some fright, without any substantial harm. Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback, but relief washed over him. The anxiety that had gripped his heart finally began to dissipate. Before long, they arrived at the hotel. Surrounded by a crowd, Wang Debiao and Qin Mu descended from the vehicle. Upon witnessing the hundreds of people surrounding the hotel, Qin Mu furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance at Wang Debiao. Did you really need to make such a scene? It's just a search for individuals, after all. Wang Debiao chuckled nonchalantly. Not too much. When dealing with scoundrels, such a display is warranted. In his view, given Qin Mu's stature, arranging for hundreds or even thousands, was hardly excessive. Qin Mu, oblivious to Wang Debiao's thoughts, shot him a silent look before maneuvering through the crowd, entering the building. They soon arrived at a double room on the third floor, where Wang Debiao's man had already secured the area. On the floor lay two unconscious men, battered and bruised, one of whom was entirely unclothed. It was evident that they were the primary targets of this crime. Qin Mu paid them little mind and began searching the room for the victims. Soon, he spotted two women sitting on the bed, embracing each other and weeping. He approached them with a hint of irritation. In broad daylight, how could such an incident occur? Their luck was truly remarkable, though he was at a loss for words. Enough, if you continue crying, you will run out of tears. Upon hearing the familiar voice, both women froze momentarily before looking up at Qin Mu. When they beheld his reassuring and familiar face, their sobs intensified. "Oh, boss, you finally came. If you hadn't arrived, those beasts would have harmed us." Woo-woo. Wang Qian wept bitterly, as if she were the greatest victim in this dire situation. In truth, she had been unconscious the entire time, only just awakening moments ago. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself disheveled and lying on the bed, and to her horror, surrounded by numerous men. Her tears were born from sheer fright. She had not experienced the despair that Lu Wanchu had suffered. Qin Mu cast her a disdainful glance, and upon realizing that neither she nor her companion had sustained any substantial harm, he decided to have them all escorted out. Once they reached the hotel lobby, Wang Debiao was at a loss regarding how to handle Wang Cheng and Wu Zixiang. His inclination was to dispose of the two immediately. However, as this was a matter involving Qin, he refrained from making any rash decisions. "Mr. Qin, how should we proceed with these two?" he inquired, and as he spoke, Wang Cheng and Wu Zixiang were forcibly brought forth. By this time, both had regained consciousness, their faces battered and devoid of any spirit, resembling lifeless corpses clad in human skin. Qin Mu glanced at them coolly and asked Wang Debiao, "What is your opinion?" The mere fact that Qin sought his counsel caused Wang Debiao's eyes to glint with coldness. "I believe such scum ought to be dismembered and fed to the dogs." Whether Wang Debiao genuinely loathed such individuals or sought to curry favor with Qin, his suggestion was chillingly ruthless. Even Qin Mu's expression flickered slightly, let alone the two wretches before them. They were already paralyzed with fear, rendered incapable of even pleading for mercy. Chapter 34. The curtain falls very well. Let be as you say. Qin Mu, weary of dealing with such filth, made a succinct decision. A simple utterance from him plunged Wang Cheng and Wu Zixiang into despair, while Wang Debiao's words had merely thrust them into a dire predicament. Qin Mu's statement sealed their fate. To be fed to the dogs was a fate they could scarcely comprehend. Terror seized them, and they began to plead for their lives. "Please, Mr. Qin, we are not animals. Have mercy on us and spare our lives." They bowed repeatedly, their heads striking the ground with increasing urgency, desperately hoping to elicit even a sliver of mercy, for they truly did not wish to meet such a dreadful end. Yet, regardless of their fervent pleas, Qin Mu remained unmoved. "Did you consider the consequences of your actions while committing your misdeeds?" He cast a disinterested glance at them, turning to leave. However, Lu Wanshu, who had been wrestling with her thoughts, clenched her fists and ultimately took a step forward. "Boss, could you perhaps refrain from killing them?" She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Qin Mu's eyes. Her unexpected plea left Qin Mu astonished, for these two scoundrels had nearly brought her ruin. How could she possibly have stepped forward to intercede on their behalf? This left Qin Mu utterly perplexed, prompting him to inquire, "Why?" Lu Wanshu tightly grasped the hem of her garment, lowering her head as she hesitantly stammered, because they're all my friends." Her kindness prevented her from witnessing her acquaintances suffer, even if they were the very ones who had caused her harm. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu gazed at her intently, a sigh escaping his lips. He then shook his head in resignation, uncertain whether to pity her naivety or to feel sorrow for her compassion. "Their fate lies in your hands. However, you must contemplate this carefully." With a mere whisper, Qin Mu entrusted both their lives to her, leaving her momentarily stunned, barely grasping the gravity of his words. Yet, for Wang Cheng and the others, it was as if they had glimpsed the dawn of hope. Seizing the opportunity of being Lu Wanshu's former lover, Wu Zixiang crawled before her on his knees, pleading, "Wanshu, I was not human before. I wronged you. But please grant me another chance. I promise to cherish you like a princess, to love and protect you, and I will never allow you to endure any more grievances. Please forgive me." His desperate pleas, accompanied by tears, evoked a twinge of sympathy from onlookers. However, the ever-watchful Wang Qian grew anxious, fearing that Lu Wanshu, this foolish woman, might fall for Wu Zixiang's deceitful words. A sudden idea sparked in her mind, and she swiftly approached, declaring, "Wu Zixiang, what you did to Wanshu is unforgivable. There is no way we will let you off the hook." After addressing Wu Zixiang, she turned to the still-dazed Lu Wanshu and urged, "Wanshu, do not believe his lies. They are beyond redemption. However, it would indeed be cruel to feed them to the dogs. How about this? Let's imprison them for several decades. By the time they are released, they will have learned their lesson." She contemplated that by then, Lu Wanshu and her boss might have already solidified their bond, allowing her to ascend to a lofty position. As for them, HMPF, by that time, they would not even deserve a second glance from her. Wang Qian's thoughts brimmed with satisfaction, her lips curling into a slight smirk. In a state of bewilderment, Lu Wanshu, still trying to regain her composure, inexplicably shifted her gaze towards Qin Mu. Perhaps this was the allure of a formidable man, evoking an instinctive desire for assistance. Qin Mu, noticing her gaze, turned his body with poise, raising his right hand while facing away from them. "Debiao, proceed as she suggested. I want them sentenced to life imprisonment. How you achieve this is your concern." Qin Mu's calm words radiated an aura of authority, leaving both women in astonished silence, particularly Wang Qian, whose aim was merely a few decades. Yet, the boss had opted for life imprisonment. My heavens, how utterly magnificent! As for the two men, although they were reluctant to accept their fate, perhaps this was the most merciful punishment for them compared to being fed to the dogs. Upon hearing Qin Mu's instructions, Wang Debiao grinned menacingly at the two, assuring Qin Mu, "Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I will take care of these two." Given his connections and capabilities, securing a life sentence for them was trivial. Even a death sentence would pose no challenge. Qin Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Wang Debiao organized for the two scoundrels to be escorted into a vehicle, directing them to their destined location, thereby concluding their lives. Once the matter was resolved, Qin Mu emerged from the hotel, invigorated. Bathed in the sunlight cascading from above, he stretched languidly. Turning slightly, he cast a glance back at the hotel, where the name was boldly inscribed in flamboyant characters. With a cold smirk, Qin Mu remarked, "Such a radiant hotel. If you continue to operate, it will only pose a threat to society." He addressed Zhang Debiao beside him, stating, "By this time tomorrow, I do not wish to see this hotel still in business." Wang Debiao glanced back at the hotel and nodded, You can rest assured, Mr. Qin, I know how to handle such trivial matters. Satisfied with the response, the two men made their way toward the vehicle. Observing their retreating figures, the two women exchanged bewildered glances. Wang Debiao's identity, status, and power were well known throughout Jiangbei City. Yet this towering figure exhibited utmost respect toward their boss throughout the ordeal. This left them increasingly puzzled about Qin Mu's true identity. Was he truly just the owner of AI Mei? While they were still in shock, Qin Mu's voice emanated from the car. You two need not return to the company today. Take a good rest at home and come back with a fresh mindset tomorrow. Qin Mu's decision stemmed from his consideration of the fright they had experienced that day. Even if they returned to work, it would likely yield little productivity. It was better for them to go home and calm their nerves. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, Lu Wanshu initially intended to refuse. As the company was currently busy and understaffed, her boss had already spent so much time on them today. How could she justify taking a break? However, Wang Xian beside her grasped her hand and promptly spoke, "Thank you, boss. We will rest well today and come back in good spirits tomorrow." She would not be foolish enough to disregard the boss's offer like Lu Wanshu. Acknowledging her response with a casual nod, Qin Mu then departed in Wang Debiao's car. Chapter 35. The Conflict Among Women. Mr. Qin, what about the Guanghua restaurant? While driving, Wang Debiao contemplated taking Qin Mu for a meal at Guanghua restaurant. However, after the day's events, he was uncertain whether Qin Mu was still in the mood for dining out, so he could only inquire hesitantly. Qin Mu naturally understood his implication. Yet at this moment, he was devoid of any inclination to engage. Perhaps another day. I find myself quite fatigued today. Leaning back in his seat, he could hardly muster the energy to open his eyes. Upon perceiving Qin Mu's sentiment, Wang Debiao voiced no objections and drove towards the villa. Meanwhile, within the confines of the villa community, on the balcony of one residence, a woman languidly leaned against the railing. Beneath her, the ground was strewn with the remnants of sunflower seeds. At that moment, a tall woman clad in a white short dress emerged, casting a resigned glance at the woman. "Mother, you have been standing here for several hours. Why not come inside and sit for a while?" These two were Lin Ruishi and her mother. Ever since her mother, Song Hui, learned that Qin Mu would return her 1 million, she had remained steadfastly in place, seemingly resolved to remain until she encountered him. This persistence left Lin Ruishi rather exasperated. Just then, a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into view. The opulence of the vehicle instantly captivated Song Hui's attention, her eyes illuminating with excitement. "Daughter, come quickly. Is that not the car you mentioned that is worth several billion?" Her enthusiasm prompted the tall woman to cast a curious glance downward. "Mother, that is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, not just any car." Yet, her curiosity piqued, for she was aware that no one in the entire villa community could afford such a limited edition vehicle. Who could it possibly belong to? As her mind wandered, a petite figure emerged from the driver's seat, her tall frame accentuated by cascading black hair. Clad in a simple white gown paired with flat white shoes, her attire, though unpretentious, exuded an air of delicacy and ethereal beauty. One glance at her could lift even the heaviest of spirits. When she turned her face, revealing a bag she had retrieved, her exquisite and charming visage was enough to astound anyone. However, this sight momentarily left Lin Ruishi in disbelief. Is it really her? Although her voice was barely a whisper, it resonated clearly in Song Hui's ears, causing her to beam with joy and regard Lin Ruishi with eager anticipation. "Daughter, do you know this affluent young lady?" While she believed her daughter to be commendable, the disparity between them and someone who casually drove a multi-billion-dollar car was evident. Establishing a connection with such a person could prove to be a monumental opportunity for their family. Yet, Lin Ruishi's response was disheartening. "Mother, that Qin Mu lives here. He is the one who supports her." Song Hui's expression fell immediately. To her astonishment, the wretched scoundrel had entangled himself with such a remarkable golden phoenix. It was infuriating. She had once perceived him as a man of virtue, only to discover that he had long since been involved with another woman. Song Hui became increasingly infuriated. In Lin Rui, she did not refute her. It was unacceptable. Demanding 1 million was far too little. At least 10 million was necessary. No, it should be 100 million. Song Hui had resolved that upon Qin Mu's return, she would ruthlessly extort him a sum. Given Qin Mu's feeble and ineffectual nature, he would surely not dare to resist. As for the woman below, she was evidently a naive, rich beauty, utterly inconsequential. With her plan in mind, she furiously spat out the sunflower seed shell. This action startled Lin Rui, but it was too late for her to intervene. The shell fortuitously struck Li Yashur, who was passing by on her way home. She furrowed her beautiful brows and glanced up. Who had such poor quality? Although her voice was small and melodious, it possessed great penetrating power. Her demeanor exuded an air of unassailable authority. Upon seeing the petite and adorable figure of Li Yashur daring to retort, Song Hui chuckled somewhat mockingly. "Oh dear, I sincerely apologize. My sunflower seeds are numerous, and a few shells accidentally fell down. Truly sorry." Before Li Yashur could respond, Lin Rui, she grew increasingly anxious and pleaded, "Mother, can you not speak? Please stop." She understood that the individual below wielded significant influence, and her mother's provocation would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Yet, Song Hui remained oblivious to her daughter's concerns and ignored her entirely. Li Yashur's expression grew progressively colder. How could someone as astute as she fail to perceive the underlying challenge in the other's words? This was intolerable for someone who had been proud and haughty since childhood. "Get down here, or I will have you expelled from this community within half an hour." Li Yashur's chilling warning would send shivers down the spine of anyone in Jiangbei City. However, Song Hui found amusement in it. Believing the woman below truly embodied the foolish and wealthy archetype she had envisioned, she continued her reckless provocation. "Oh my, your words are quite frightening, little girl. I'm so scared. I might just come down to teach you about respect for the elderly and love for the young." As Song Hui taunted and continued to munch on her sunflower seeds, she descended, completely disregarding the stunned Lin Rui. Remembering Li Yashur's domineering demeanor at the exchange conference and reflecting on her mother's provocation, Lin Rui, she hurriedly followed, determined to prevent any further escalation. For the consequences were beyond her capacity to endure. Upon reaching the ground, Song Hui approached Li Yashur with the swagger of a wealthy matron, casually eating sunflower seeds, radiating a sense of triumph, while Li Yashur coldly scrutinized her. As Song Hui prepared to assert her elder status and put this naive, rich beauty in her place to attain some semblance of balance, the tension in the air was palpable. Li Yasi swiftly delivered a resounding slap across her face. The sharp, crisp sound resonated beautifully, adding a melodious note to the tranquil community. However, the stinging sensation left Song Hui momentarily dazed, as did Lin Rui, who had rushed over. The silence was palpable, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Yet, within mere seconds, Song Hui, now awakened, resembled a furious lioness ready to pounce on Li Yasi. "How dare you strike me?" Just as she was about to charge forward, Lin Rui, having regained her composure, shouted from behind, "Mom, stop." She dashed forward and tightly embraced her mother, Song Hui, from behind. Alarmed, Song Hui exclaimed, "Daughter, what are you doing? Let go." She wondered if her daughter had mistaken her for someone else, believing she should be assisting in confronting the girl before them. Upon witnessing their exchange, Li Yasi's expression grew even colder, resembling a glacier poised to erupt. At that moment, a sleek black Mercedes slowly entered the community gate. Chapter 36. Resentment, Mr. Qin. Is there truly no need for me to arrange personnel for you at the company? Wang Debiao, as he drove in, was aware he was about to drop Qin Mu off at home. He hoped to offer more assistance, believing that strengthening their bond would yield greater benefits for him in the future. Qin Mu shook his head, harboring his own thoughts, and casually replied to Wang Debiao, "No need. I will contact you if anything arises." Just as he finished speaking, he caught sight of a familiar altercation occurring ahead. Momentarily stunned, he called out to Wang Debiao, "Pull over." Confused, Wang Debiao immediately complied, curious as to what was unfolding. Qin Mu instructed him, "Regardless of what transpires, do not intervene." After giving his directive, he exited the vehicle, leaving a bewildered Wang Debiao in his wake. At the villa's entrance, Song Hui declared, "Let go of me. I must teach this insolent girl a lesson. How dare she strike her mother?" With fierce determination, she broke free from Lin Rui's grasp and lunged towards Li Yasi. "Stop!" A deep, commanding voice interrupted the scene, halting them in their tracks. They turned to see a tall, strikingly handsome man striding towards them. Had he not been a familiar figure, they might have been captivated by his presence. "Ah, you wretched scoundrel, you've finally returned," Song Hui exclaimed, her ire boiling over as she recognized Qin Mu. Without hesitation, she unleashed a stream of invectives at him. Li Yasi squinted her eyes. After all, Qin Mu was her fiancé. While she could tolerate certain things, she absolutely would not allow anyone to speak ill of him. However, with Qin Mu now standing before her, she had no choice but to suppress her emotions and display an exceptionally radiant smile. Qin Mu, you're back. Look at the groceries I bought for you. As she spoke, she proudly showcased the items in the plastic bag to him. Naturally, Qin Mu noticed this, yet his primary concern was her well-being rather than the groceries. He asked anxiously, "How are you? Are you all right?" He scanned her surroundings, checking for any signs of injury, fully aware that shrew had just threatened violence. Who knew what had transpired before this moment? Feeling Qin Mu's concern warmed her heart, and her smile grew even sweeter. She shook her head, reassuring him, "I'm fine. Don't worry." The onlooking Song Hui and her daughter were left bewildered, subjected to this display of affection. Lin Ruishi maintained her composure, but her mother, Song Hui, was a different story, her face twisted in fury, as if she wished to tear them apart on the spot. "Qin Mu, you shameless couple. Enough with your disgusting antics. Let me tell you, that wild woman slapped me. If you don't produce 100 million today, neither of you will leave unscathed." Song Hui's loud outburst finally drew the attention of both Qin Mu and Li Yasi. Qin Mu looked at Li Yasi in disbelief, asking, "You slapped her?" Li Yasi replied with an awkward smile, "Am I really that useless? Did I not hit her hard enough?" Qin Mu was at a loss for words. He had been worried that this girl might have been bullied, yet it seemed that the one suffering was indeed the other party. He shook his head helplessly, understanding that Li Yasi was not the type to instigate trouble. It was clear that Song Hui and her daughter had provoked her, earning themselves a lesson. Despite her mischievous and adorable demeanor, when Li Yasi asserted herself, even he had to concede. "Auntie, I'll handle this matter. Let it go. You two should leave." After all, their social standings were vastly different. Engaging with them would only diminish his own status. He understood this, as did Li Yasi, but Song Hui certainly would not. Hearing this, Lin Ruishi saw an opportunity and was about to pull her mother away when Song Hui charged forward, behaving like a shrew, and began to grapple with Qin Mu. "Qin Mu, who do you think you are? You think this could just be brushed aside? Let me tell you, unless you bring out 100 million today, neither of you is leaving." Irritated by her antics, Qin Mu executed a shoulder throw, sending her crashing to the ground. Damn it! Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Ruishi hurriedly rushed over to examine Song Hui's injuries. Song Hui cried out, "Daughter, he struck me. He actually dared to hit me. Woe is me." Lin Ruishi glared at Qin Mu with a mix of resentment and fury, exclaiming, "Qin Mu, regardless of any faults my mother may have, you cannot resort to such brutality. She is already over 50 and has a frail back. What if her spine is broken after your violent act?" At that moment, her animosity towards Qin Mu was profound. Yet, he disregarded her, rummaging through his pockets awkwardly before casting an embarrassed glance at Li Yasi. Li Yasi chuckled. "Are you seriously considering compensating her with $1 billion?" Qin Mu sighed. "Even if I were to kill her, I could not afford such a sum. But you know me. I either carry no money or I bring an excess of 100 billion. So, could you lend me $1 million? Li Yasi shot him a disdainful look. Is this blatant flaunting of wealth? She then retrieved a card from her pocket, pouting as she handed it to Qin Mu. "I'm also not wealthy. The least I can offer is this card with 2 million. Qin Mu accepted it, thanking her, and then tossed the card to the ground near Song Hui and her daughter. "This is 2 million. From now on, we have no further ties. Even if you are assaulted in the street, I shall not spare you a glance." With that, Qin Mu departed with Li Yasi. As Lin Ruishi watched the once familiar figure fade away, her heart brimmed with hatred. Simultaneously, she began to secretly plan how to deal with this pair of scoundrels. If she could not confront them openly, she would resort to covert means. She contemplated, "Daughter, you must not let them off easily. We shall take care of them." Lying on the ground, Song Hui, as if on the brink of death, said to Lin Ruishi, "I trust you, my child. We will avenge this wrong." Lin Ruishi nodded, reassuring her, "Do not worry, mother. We shall repay this grievance. Allow me to help you up." She then assisted Song Hui, both of them limping as they made their way up. Meanwhile, in the car, Wang Debiao, who had been watching the drama unfold, sighed deeply. Even someone as formidable as President Huang must tread carefully around him. Could this mother-daughter duo be out of their minds? Perplexed, he drove away from the scene. As the sun set, darkness gradually enveloped the light. Chapter 37. The purpose within a luxurious villa The glow of lights illuminated the entire living room. Sounds of clattering occasionally echoed from the kitchen, and soon the enticing aroma of dishes wafted through the air, intoxicating even the gods. Seated on the sofa, Qin Mu stared blankly at Liyasi as she continued to place dish after dish on the dining table. To him, the food on the table was far less appealing than the presence of a woman. "Why do you look at me like that? Let us eat," she said. As Liyasi settled down, she suddenly realized that Qin Mu had been gazing at her intently, which made her feel somewhat uneasy. Qin Mu withdrew his gaze and inquired about the array of nutritious dishes on the dining table. "Did you prepare all of this?" It was noteworthy that the person before him was none other than the esteemed young lady of the Li family, a woman of great wealth, capable of cooking. This revelation somewhat challenged his perceptions. Upon hearing his question, Liyasi straightened her posture, a proud smile gracing her features. "Of course, I sent the housekeeper home. If it wasn't me, then who else could it be?" As she spoke, she thoughtfully served Qin Mu several delectable morsels of food. Then, with a radiant smile illuminating her already charming face, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled enticingly. "Give it a try. Tell me how it tastes." Under her expectant gaze, Qin Mu picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. Upon chewing, the overwhelming saltiness made his face contort and his eyes involuntarily shut. One might assume that the dish was so delicious it took him by surprise. Observing his reaction, Liyasi shared the same sentiment. With the eagerness of a young girl, she inquired, "Well, how is it?" Qin Mu, struggling to swallow, finally opened his eyes, shaken back to reality. Noticing her hopeful expression, he nodded affirmatively. "It's delicious. Truly exceptional." Liyasi's heart soared at his words. "Really?" Just as she was about to sample it herself, Qin Mu hurriedly intervened with a serious expression. "You can't eat this. Such delectable food can easily lead to weight gain and blemishes for a girl. So it's all for me." Saying this, he poured the entire dish of braised meat into his own bowl. Liyasi felt a twinge of regret hearing this. But the fact that Qin Mu found it so delightful left her feeling satisfied and proud. 10 minutes later, every dish on the table had been devoured by Qin Mu, completely disregarding Liyasi's forlorn gaze. "Qin Mu, what do you mean by this? You've eaten all the food, leaving me with nothing but plain rice." She appeared somewhat aggrieved, evoking a sense of sympathy. However, she failed to notice that Qin Mu's face had turned pale after finishing the meal. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Qin Mu reassured her, "It was my first time tasting your cooking. Naturally, I wanted to savor it alone. If you're hungry, there are fruits in the fridge and a variety of snacks on the table. It should be enough for you." Upon hearing this, Liyasi's melancholic expression melted into a smile. She wasn't quite sure why she was smiling. Perhaps it was due to the satisfaction of her culinary creations being well received. She then began to tidy up the dining table, while Qin Mu hurried to the restroom. As soon as he squatted down, he unleashed a violent bout of vomiting, resembling a drunken man, leaving his face pale and his eyes red. 3 years of intense training and 9 years of wilderness experience. What an abhorrent dish I have never tasted before, and yet today I find myself defeated by a mere table of food. As Qin Mu wiped his mouth with a tissue, he sighed in disbelief. At that moment, a voice echoed from the entrance. "Qin Mu, are you ready yet? Hurry out and accompany me for a shopping spree. I am famished." Hearing her, Qin Mu quickly rinsed his mouth and splashed some water on his face. The icy sensation provided a semblance of comfort. After drying his face and hands with a tissue, he opened the door and stepped outside, only to encounter Liyasi, who was waiting for him at the threshold. With a hint of exasperation, Qin Mu inquired, "Don't you have work tomorrow, and yet you wish to go shopping?" Liyasi paid him no heed, tugging at his arm as she urged him out. "Oh, let's not dwell on that. Just accompany me for some fun." The two exited the villa and made their way to her Rolls-Royce Phantom, which whisked them away from the residential enclave. As they drove through the bustling streets, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colors, the lights along the roadside resembled fleeting works of art. "Pray tell, Miss Li, where are you taking me?" Qin Mu asked, intrigued by the anticipation radiating from her. Liyasi, intently watching the traffic lights, seemed eager to accelerate the moment the green light appeared, disregarding his question entirely. "Wait and see," she replied. When the green light illuminated, she pressed the accelerator and sped forward. Qin Mu could only chuckle and shake his head at her exuberance. Soon, they arrived at a lively night market, teeming with various food stalls and a throng of people. The vibrant lights and cacophony of voices echoed the extraordinary atmosphere of the place. Upon stepping out of the car, both felt an unsettling dissonance with their surroundings. Neither their vehicle nor their presence seemed suited for this locale. "Miss Lee, with your esteemed status, you frequent such establishments?" Qin Mu observed, recognizing that this was a haven for the unruly and the idle, a gathering spot for those indulging in drink, barbecue, and bravado. While the vibrancy was palpable, the lack of decorum was equally evident. Li Yasi flashed a sweet smile, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with mischief. "This place is quite entertaining. You will see shortly. Come along." She grasped Qin Mu's hand and led him into the throng. As they entered, they became the center of attention, drawing countless gazes. The men eyed her with envy, wishing to possess her beauty, while their eyes narrowed at Qin Mu, seething with jealousy over his charm and the exquisite companion by his side. The women mirrored the sentiments of their male counterparts, their emotions swirling with admiration and envy. Qin Mu frowned slightly, having served in the military. He possessed a keen sense of observation. Upon entering, he immediately sensed the unusual intensity of the stares directed at them. However, he remained composed, eager to discern what tricks this young lady, Li Yasi, intended to play. Soon enough, they settled at a roadside barbecue stall, taking a seat at a nearby table. At that moment, Li Yasi suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, feeling empty and lonely, I wish to find a few souls to share a drink. I wonder who would be willing to join me?" Her voice was melodious and enchanting, particularly when accompanied by her charming glances and smiles, akin to a blooming garden that captivated the hearts of all present. It is worth noting that the individuals here were largely drunks and ruffians, lacking any semblance of decorum. Upon hearing Li Yasi's words, those at the nearby tables wore lewd grins, fully understanding the implications, and rushed forward in a frenzy. I'm coming. Count me in, beautiful." Their eager shouts were disconcerting. Qin Mu furrowed his brow, perplexed by her intentions. He had little faith in her purported feelings of emptiness and loneliness, but was haunted by a sense of foreboding. Li Yasi smiled and said, "It matters not who joins, but my fiancé is rather stingy. He would never allow me to drink with so many of you." She gazed at Qin Mu with a sweet and innocent expression, which, while endearing, carried an undertone of cunning that aroused suspicion. Sighing, Qin Mu rubbed his temples in frustration. This unsettling premonition was indeed a harbinger of trouble. Yet, he could not fathom why she would undertake such antics. Was it merely for amusement? Shaking his head, he resignedly declared, "Everyone, I wish to avoid trouble today. Please disperse." The crowd reacted unfavorably to his statement. They had long been irked by his handsome demeanor and were eager to confront him to restore their sense of balance. "Hey, buddy, we're taking your woman," they jeered. "Be realistic and kneel to plead for mercy, then crawl through our legs. Who knows? We might even spare that handsome face of yours." Their laughter echoed, providing them with a momentary sense of satisfaction. Li Yasi winked at him, eager to observe how he would handle the situation. In truth, her actions served a dual purpose. First, to test whether Qin Mu would defend her, and second, to provoke the fierce determination that lay dormant within him. After all, even those who have moved on from heartbreak can harbor a lingering strength that is easily overshadowed by despair. Lastly, she sought a bit of amusement, for life, after all, should not be devoid of fun. As for the danger, she felt no concern. Setting aside Qin Mu's capabilities, her family was likely monitoring the situation closely, and perhaps even had covert arrangements already in place. At that moment, a drunken man noticed that Qin Mu had yet to make a move. In an attempt to impress a beautiful woman, a man seized a bottle of wine and brazenly launched an attack on Qin Mu. With a cold glint in his eyes, Qin Mu reacted with remarkable swiftness. Before the bottle could descend upon him, his left hand was already poised to grasp it, his body remaining utterly motionless. No matter how the man struggled, Qin Mu stood firm as an immovable pillar. This scene left onlookers exchanging bewildered glances. Li Yasi, captivated like a love-struck maiden, widened her eyes in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hands, her face awash with admiration and infatuation, almost exclaiming, "Darling, you are so cool." Then, with a decisive squeeze, Qin Mu shattered the beer bottle and instinctively delivered a kick that sent the drunken man flying. He had no intention of instigating trouble, yet he was unafraid of confrontation. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in fury. "Brothers, let us teach him a lesson." As the command was uttered, Everyone surged forward, but Qin Mu was already prepared for battle. Enjoy a free show of combat, he declared over his shoulder to Li Yasi before charging into the fray. With a powerful kick, he sent a brazen attacker hurtling away. Surrounded by the throng, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, weaving through the chaos with the grace of a dragon navigating the sea. After 9 years of solitary training, these opponents were hardly a concern for him. The crowd roared in a cacophony of anger, while several individuals were sent sprawling, crashing against barbecue stalls, sidewalks, and railings. A solitary figure stood amidst the turmoil, appearing seemingly helpless, yet each assailant found themselves toppled by him. In a short span, he remained the last one standing, surrounded by a variety of sprawled adversaries, their groans of pain punctuating the air. Qin Mu dusted off his hands and straightened his attire. Since leaving the military, he had not engaged in combat for quite some time, let alone experienced such exhilarating freedom as today. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, he returned to the table with ease. As he sat down, he addressed the awestruck Li Yasi. Was it impressive? At this moment, Li Yasi was profoundly shaken, her astonishment genuine rather than feigned. While she knew of Qin Mu's prowess, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience, one that words could scarcely convey. Even action films paled in comparison. She nodded, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. It was impressive. Seeing her adorable reaction, Qin Mu chuckled softly and shook his head. Then keep your heart in check. Regardless of your reasons, you must have achieved your goal. This whimsical, yet charming woman was indeed no ordinary character. Had he not possessed formidable skills, he might have found himself ensnared by her antics. As Li Yasi noticed a shift in Qin Mu's demeanor and emerged from her astonishment, she cautiously inquired, "Are you angry?" She realized that her actions this time were somewhat ill-considered, yet she never anticipated that Qin Mu would truly become enraged. Observing her aggrieved expression, Qin Mu let out a frustrated sigh. Alas, he was the one who had been struck, the one enduring the hardships, the one who had been deceived. It was only natural for him to be angry, yet she appeared more distressed than he was. Women, indeed, are perplexing creatures. Well, Qin Mu exhaled, I would never dare to be angry with you, Miss Li, but the aftermath of this situation must be addressed by you. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, Li Yasi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Patting her chest, she assured him, do not worry. I know how to handle this. She then rose to make a phone call. Curious about her method of resolution, Qin Mu watched her intently. Before long, a business vehicle approached and halted by the roadside. From it emerged 4 or 5 individuals carrying leather suitcases. As Qin Mu pondered this development, he was astonished to see them, under Li Yasi's direction, methodically distributing money from house to house. Even those who were sprawled on the ground received a share. No, it seemed that anyone passing by was included as well. This left Qin Mu utterly dumbfounded, his face twitching in disbelief. Surely, one could not squander wealth in such a manner. Meanwhile, from a restaurant across the way, on the 6th floor, a pair of beautiful women observed the scene with keen interest. Each held a glass of red wine, engaged in lively conversation, exuding charm and allure. Ruei, there is something you might find intriguing, one of them remarked, her lips painted a striking red, taking a sip of her wine before continuing. Your ex-husband is currently running a cosmetics company. Isn't that fascinating? She smiled at Lin Ruei, eager to gauge her reaction. Lin Ruei, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Qin Mu display remarkable prowess, effortlessly dominating the scene. His gallant demeanor was undeniably captivating, leaving her deeply impressed. Yet, a greater sense of resentment brewed within her. She resented Qin Mu for possessing such remarkable abilities while masquerading as a fool before her. She loathed him for having struck her mother with such indifference. Now, learning that he had established his own company, particularly within the same industry of cosmetics, intensified her bitterness. He is merely relying on that woman's support, she thought. Chapter 39. Stirring up trouble, rest assured. As long as you serve me well tonight, I guarantee this fellow's company will be brought to its knees. The one beside Lin Ruei, she was none other than Zhou Shaoqi, the heir of the Zhou family. Upon discovering that Qin Mu had started his own cosmetics company, a desire for revenge ignited within him. Unable to confront Li Xia directly, he believed that dismantling this young man's enterprise would be a venture beyond her reach. As long as one acts swiftly before Li Xia can react, Toppling this young man's company would render the Li family powerless to intervene later. Although he understood that this would not inflict any real harm upon Qin Mu, who thrived on the affection bestowed upon him by the beautiful Li Xia, the mere thought of irritating him and ensuring Lin Ruishi served him more obediently sufficed. With this notion, Zhou Shaoqi felt a surge of anger and, in a moment of impulsive fervor, pushed Lin Ruishi down, tearing her clothing as he proceeded with his intentions. Enough, let us depart. After finishing their meal and Li Xia clearing the scene, Qin Mu planned to leave. The following day, he intended to check on the progress of new product development at his company, the first venture he had undertaken, and he wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. How dull you are. On such a splendid evening, with my beautiful fiancée by my side, you only think of returning home. Li Xia pouted, clearly displeased, feeling that Qin Mu did not regard her as a woman. Isn't it better to return home with your fiancée and enjoy ourselves slowly? What is there to entertain us out here? Perhaps we can have some fun in this car? Seeing Li Xia teasing him once more, Qin Mu could no longer restrain himself. Little lady, let me show you how to truly enjoy this. He sat in the passenger seat, boldly placing his hand on Li Xia's thigh. Hello. Finally, you are awakening, young Master Qin. Initially ready to scold him, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, and she abruptly stopped the car, sitting directly on Qin Mu's lap. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, My fiancé, you can play however you wish. Since that is the case, I shall drive properly. Let us consider it my defeat. Qin Mu felt a rush of blood and was on the verge of conceding, fearing that if they continued, he would truly lose control. Huh, do you really think you can play this game with me? Spare yourself. Li Xia smirked, returning to the driver's seat and speeding towards home. Despite her outward confidence, a hint of dissatisfaction lingered within her. How could Qin Mu be so oblivious to her charms? She began to doubt her own allure, wondering why he could resist her, feeling somewhat defeated. Of course, had Qin Mu truly crossed the line, she would have unleashed a torrent of curses and perhaps delivered a beating. Thus, the intricacies of a woman's heart remained profoundly enigmatic. Unperturbed by Li Xia's thoughts, Qin Mu forced himself to calm his mind and quell the restless stirrings within. The next day, after enduring another round of her playful teasing, he arrived at the company. Compensation. Your IMA company has ruined my wife's face. What kind of rubbish are you producing? A heartless enterprise like yours deserves to be shut down immediately. Hurry up and compensate us, then turn yourselves in to the police. Otherwise, I will sue you without hesitation. Upon arriving at the company, Qin Mu noticed a crowd gathered outside. Among them, a man was vociferously cursing, while a woman with a face marred by dark scars stood behind him, appearing ghastly disfigured. Surrounding them were onlookers, seemingly captivated by the spectacle. Zhao Nizi and several security guards stood at the entrance, bewildered, merely attempting to restrain the man's aggressive behavior without any clear solution. Qin Mu approached and grasped Zhao Nizi's arm. What is happening? He inquired. Mr. Qin, you have finally arrived, Zhao Nizi exclaimed, relief evident in his voice. Since this morning, this man has been shouting that his wife's face was ruined by our product. I wanted to invite him inside to discuss the matter, but he has remained here, causing a scene. Even when I offered compensation, he refused to calm down. Nodding, Qin Mu realized they had encountered a rogue intent on tarnishing the company's reputation. He promptly called Huang Mingxing. Give me this man's information as quickly as possible. Within a few minutes of sending the man's photo, he received comprehensive details about him. With a smile, Qin Mu approached the man. After all this commotion, I offer you a chance to apologize and leave. The man, taken aback, could not fathom that a seemingly inexperienced young man would confront him. Apologize? Your company has ruined my wife's face, and you won't compensate us. You expect me to apologize? Are you out of your mind? Emboldened by receiving attention, the man continued. All right, then enlighten me about this situation. Remaining calm, Qin Mu softly inquired. What exactly transpired? Several days ago, we purchased cosmetics from your company, and after my wife used them, her face became like this. Your unscrupulous company should hurry and shut down. How can you be so certain that our product is at fault? Qin Mu challenged. I've used other products without issue, but after using yours yesterday, her face turned out like this. If it's not your product causing the problem, then what else could it be? The woman then spoke, her performance remarkably convincing, as tears streamed down her cheeks, far surpassing the talents of many contemporary actors. If you don't mind, may I see how your face was affected? Qin Mu asked, moving toward the woman. She offered no resistance, and there was an undeniable acknowledgement of his authority. Ah, truly ruthless, he thought, to slander our company. You would even dare to smear acid on your skin. Though deluded, your audacity is impressive. Fabrication requires a modicum of chemical knowledge, does it not? The scar on your skin is evidently the result of sulfuric acid corrosion, a reaction occurring 3 to 4 days prior. Why not visit a hospital for an assessment to ascertain the true cause? What's sulfuric acid? Do not speak so recklessly. I warn you, if you do not compensate me today and close down your pitiful company, I shall ensure your ruin. Upon realizing his scheme had been exposed, the man seized Qin Mu's collar and threatened him, brandishing a knife in his right hand. Lin Yu, is it? I am quite eager to see how you intend to ruin me. Qin Mu was genuinely incensed. Chapter 40. Shaking the crowd, Qin Mu swiftly grasped the man's hand, exerting all his strength to wrench it apart. The man felt a surge of pain in his wrist, as if it were about to snap. He attempted to cry out for help, but found himself utterly voiceless. After 9 years of solitary training and an extraordinary encounter, Qin Mu was not only adept with his fists and feet, but also profoundly knowledgeable in medical acupressure. To silence another was child's play for him. First, the injuries on that woman's face were certainly not inflicted by our company's products. Second, you, and you're not even married, merely actors in a charade. Lin Yu had previously been convicted of fraud and attempted murder, serving 8 years in prison. Now that he had just been released, he returned to stir trouble. What? Does he yearn for another taste of incarceration? Qin Mu unveiled the man's true identity, and murmurs rippled through the crowd, revealing that this entire debacle was indeed orchestrated by him. Lin Yu leaped up from the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it, I'll fight you." With his schemes thoroughly unraveled, he erupted in rage, lunging at Qin Mu with a knife. Truly, he was oblivious to the peril he courted. Qin Mu shook his head. Did this street thug really believe he could contend with him? Even 10 such men would not suffice to match his prowess. As Lin Yu charged towards him, Qin Mu deftly sidestepped, kicking the knife from Lin Yu's grasp, and then raised his leg high to strike Lin Yu squarely on the head. Boom! Lin Yu collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. To the woman, he demanded, "Who sent you to act in this farce?" After subduing Lin Yu, Qin Mu turned his attention to the disfigured woman, determined to uncover the mastermind behind this plot. This Lin Yu character clearly lacked the capacity to orchestrate such a scheme. The woman stammered, visibly flustered and on the verge of tears. "Wait, you are suspected of mutual combat. You must accompany us to the station for a thorough investigation." At that moment, a law enforcer emerged from the crowd, approaching Qin Mu with the intent to take him away. Why is this? He wields a deadly weapon and is here defaming us. Why did you not arrive sooner to apprehend him, and instead accuse us of mutual combat? Qin Mu was incensed. In this scenario, he was merely exercising self-defense, and he had no weapon in hand. He suddenly understood that the enforcer must have been summoned by the mastermind behind this farce. What reason could there be? I do not concern myself with whether your product has issues. That is a matter between you and the regulatory agency. All I see is you two fighting amongst yourselves. Besides, who knows what problems your product may have? The enforcer's words instantly raised the anxiety of the surrounding crowd, causing their trust in Qin Mu's company to wane. What a fine enforcer this is, executing the law in such a manner. Clearly, this individual attempted to assassinate me first. Your indifference is one thing, but now you dare to slander our company? Who exactly is behind you? It is certain that the state supports this enforcer. Surely, Qin Mu, you wouldn't be audacious enough to defy the will of the enforcer? A familiar voice emerged, and Qin Mu fully confirmed the identity of the person behind this. It was Zhou Shaoqi, the heir of the Zhou family. He stepped out of his luxury vehicle, accompanied by a provocatively dressed woman. Qin Mu couldn't help but shake his head. This fellow, despite being with Lin Ruishi, had entangled himself with another woman. Lin Ruishi's taste seemed to have deteriorated considerably. Indeed, it is you, Zhou. Clearly, the lesson given to you was insufficient. Qin Mu gazed at Zhou Shaoqi, resolute that the Zhou family must vanish from the southern district. What audacity you possess, daring to speak to me in such a manner. Come along quietly to the station. We could discuss this further there. The enforcer, growing impatient, advanced towards Qin Mu, intent on apprehending him. Without further ado, Qin Mu swiftly retrieved his phone. It appeared that even the enforcer had been bought off by the Zhou family, and he would have to rely on his own connections. How dare this minor Zhou family challenge him in terms of influence? Utterly delusional. Trouble loomed as this pretty boy was about to call Li Xia enforcer. Quickly apprehend this lawless scoundrel. Zhou Xiaoqi shouted anxiously. If Li Xia intervened again, it would likely thwart the collapse of the Aimei company. Having received benefits from the Zhou family, the enforcer acted decisively, using force to attempt to seize Qin Mu and take him to the enforcement bureau. Truly bothersome. Qin Mu shook his head. The enforcer was indeed indiscriminate in his actions. He made his move, just as the enforcer took a step forward, without any hesitation. Qin Mu darted to his side like a flash of lightning. The ghost gate pressure point technique. He quickly struck several points on the enforcer's body, causing the enforcer to freeze in place, motionless. What sorcery is this? How can you immobilize a person? Zhou Xiaoqi was left speechless. This pressure point technique was thought to exist solely in martial arts novels. How could it be happening right before his very eyes? Hello, I am currently. Qin Mu paid no mind to the young man, directly dialing Huang Mingcheng's number to explain his situation. Pretty boy, dare you to disregard Li Xia? Without her, you are merely a worthless being. Ha, how coincidental. It is indeed not that girl Li Xia, but simply an acquaintance of mine. Oh, not calling upon Li Xia? Yet you still dare to summon others. What a grand joke. Zhou Xiaoqi erupted into a fit of laughter, for without relying on Li Xia, how could this impoverished fellow possibly claim any friends? Perhaps he is about to consult his father on how to handle this matter? Ha ha ha, with your own strength. Even if you summoned all your ancestors, I alone could handle you effortlessly. He reveled in his triumph, feeling completely at ease now that Li Xia was not involved. Oh, if I truly called upon my father, I fear even your father would kneel before him. Qin Mu calmly uttered these astonishing words, provoking Zhou Xiaoqi's laughter to escalate further. In that case, allow me to demonstrate what genuine connections entail. He picked up the phone and dialed a number, while Zhou Xiaoqi brimmed with confidence. To him, Qin Mu was merely a worthless being to be toyed with, provided he did not seek Li Xia's aid. Zhou, this brat has offended someone here, and even assaulted an officer? Moments later, a stern-looking middle-aged enforcer appeared, standing directly beside Zhou Xiaoqi, exuding an air of flattery. The Zhou family's annual tributes to him were substantial, and naturally, he was there to protect Zhou Xiaoqi. Indeed, this is the very fellow. I implore Captain Chun to uphold the law and ensure this vicious individual is apprehended. Zhou Xiaoqi exchanged knowing glances with the so-called captain, instantly understanding one another. You, young man, are suspected of assaulting an officer. I am hereby summoning you in accordance with the law. You would do well not to move, or the consequences may be beyond your endurance. Captain Chen glared at Qin Mu with menace and even brandished his handcuffs. Ha, merely a captain, and you truly believe you can wield such authority? I am curious. Is the Zhou family truly of such significance that you would go to such lengths to protect them? Qin Mu replied unhurriedly. You, who is overstepping their bounds. Not only have you assaulted an officer, but you have also defamed a public servant. Remain still, or I shall turn you into a sieve. The captain brazenly drew his weapon, threatening Qin Mu directly. Qin Mu was left speechless. This man was aiming a gun at him without any evidence. He questioned how this captain had risen to such a position of authority, likely having taken a shortcut. Such arrogance was utterly incomprehensible. Choosing not to respond further, Qin Mu recognized the threat posed by the gun. Although unafraid, he opted to cooperate to avoid escalating the situation. No, please, Captain Chun. Our chairman acted in self-defense. Yet that enforcer insists on claiming our chairman engaged in a brawl. It was our chairman who only retaliated. I implore you, for the sake of our past camaraderie, to release our chairman. He is truly innocent. Zhao Nizi, watching anxiously from the side, could no longer contain himself and spoke up, for he too was acquainted with Captain Chun, with whom he had previously engaged in some dubious dealings. What camaraderie? Do we even know each other? I advise you to refrain from speaking recklessly. Captain Chun forcefully shoved Zhao Nizi to the ground. What a jest. Zhao Nizi's influence pales in comparison to that of the Zhou family. Even a fool would know which side to choose. Huh, Qin, do you now comprehend my prowess? Once you find yourself incarcerated, I shall ensure you are tormented beyond your capacity to endure. Not only will I take your ex-wife to bed, but I will also subject you to unspeakable suffering. Just wait. I am returning now to film some provocative videos with that promiscuous Lin Ruishi. To provide you with some amusement in prison. Zhou Xiaoqi chuckled with delight. With Lucia no longer obstructing him, he would ensure that Qin Mu would not escape unscathed. I am eager to discover who in Jiangbei City would dare utter such a sentiment as to make a person beg for life and death. As Zhou Xiaoqi reveled in his fantasies of revenge against Qin Mu, a powerful voice resonated through the air. Oh, is there truly someone brave enough to step forward? I am curious to see which fool dares to challenge me. Zhou Xiaoqi and Captain Chun were utterly dismissive. What significant figure could Qin Mu possibly summon? They turned around, only to be confronted by a robust figure, in his 50s, muscular and remarkably competent. Chief, what brings you here? Captain Chin's legs trembled uncontrollably, a chill surging up his spine. This is dire. Captain Chun, who is this? Hurry and deal with him. He's just an old man who exercises. Is it necessary for you to be so agitated? Zhou Xiaoqi observed Captain Chun shaking like a leaf, utterly perplexed. Silence. Are we so familiar that you can speak to me like that? This is our chief law enforcement officer. Captain Chun was filled with disappointment, on the verge of delivering a kick to Zhou Xiaoqi. Chief. Zhou Xiaoqi could hardly believe it. The person Qin Mu had summoned was none other than the chief of law enforcement in Jiangbei City. He suddenly felt dizzy. How could this be possible? Chief, I am currently apprehending a suspect for assaulting an officer. What brings you here? Captain Chun, still clinging to a shred of hope, inquired. What brings me here? You should promptly release him. I am fully aware of the circumstances. What dealings have you had with the Zhou family that would lead to such an unjust accusation? The chief's commanding shout nearly caused Captain Chun to lose control of himself. Without hesitation, he unshackled Qin Mu, not daring to delay for a moment. Mr. Qin, are you unharmed? The chief approached Qin Mu with utmost respect. If it were merely Huang Mingqing's intentions, he would not have treated Qin Mu with such deference, nor would he have intervened. However, upon learning of old Lu's attitude towards Qin Mu, he hastily made his way over. Old Lu's identity is far from ordinary. Huang Mingqing was unaware, yet as the director of law enforcement in Jiangbei City, he was acutely aware of the power behind old Lu. Qin Mu's status is such that even the mayor would not dare to treat him lightly, let alone himself. It's nothing, however. It seems that your law enforcement personnel require a thorough restructuring. He was no fool. Observing the director's reaction, he understood that the latter might have discerned his true identity. Yes, upon my return, I will certainly undertake a vigorous restructuring effort. The director dared not be negligent and promptly assured him. Qin Mu paid him no further heed and directly approached Zhou Xiaoqi, a smile gracing his lips. So how about my assistance? You, Qin Mu, are nothing short of a devil. At that moment, in Zhou Xiaoqi's eyes, Qin Mu was entirely a demon. The Zhou family could not afford to befriend this director. Yet the director showed such deference to Qin Mu. What does this signify? The Zhou family no longer holds any standing in Jiangbei City. With a decisive remark from Qin Mu, the director comprehended that the Zhou family was henceforth to be expunged from Jiangbei City. Moments later, Zhou Xiaoqi, Captain Chun, and a law enforcer who had previously troubled Qin Mu were all escorted back to the station, awaiting their fate. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was incarcerated on charges of fraud. Marking his second trip to prison, Qin Mu promptly proceeded to the research workshop as the Cosmetics Exchange Conference was approaching in just 2 days. Today, they must develop the new product for Imei Company. How is the research progressing? Upon entering the workshop, he noticed the remaining 3 researchers wearing expressions of dismay. What is the matter? Mr. Qin, there's an issue with your formula. No matter how we configure it, we cannot ascertain what goes wrong in the second step. They were quite helpless, being mere novices and not very familiar with the formula. Qin Mu sighed in exasperation. Let me give a try. He took the formula, glanced at the items on the experimental desk, and immediately discerned where their experiment had faltered. Chapter 42. Master of Transformation? Look here. The large dosage of the drug should be added in batches. Otherwise, the temperature will drop suddenly, making normal configuration impossible. Although Qin Mu was not versed in cosmetics, this secret formula was medicinal, crafted from botanical materials to produce cosmetics and skincare products. Naturally, he was well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine and swiftly identified the issues within the experimental steps. So that is how it is. I didn't expect Mr. Qin to be so knowledgeable about research, and with such expertise. No wonder he was so resolute when dismissing Minister Lin. The staff gazed at the successfully configured cosmetics with expressions of disbelief. Originally, they believed that Qin Mu was merely an uneducated scion of a wealthy family. Yet they were taken aback by his remarkable capabilities. Very well, let the development continue. The responsibility lies with you. Although their efforts were somewhat lacking, Qin Mu refrained from reprimanding them, recognizing that they were merely novices. His aim was to cultivate these newcomers, nurturing a few capable and absolutely loyal assistants. After a day of work and confirming the successful development of the new product, Qin Mu returned home with a sense of relief. At this moment, he felt reassured. The new product was ready, awaiting mass production. He was confident that at the Cosmetics Exchange Conference, their new creation would undoubtedly stand out, making a name for itself in Jiangbei City. He took a taxi back to his community, strolling leisurely towards his home. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure, Li Xia. To his surprise, she was accompanied by a man who persistently clung to her. What was going on? Qin Mu quickly approached them. Although he and Li Xia had no romantic feelings for each other, she was still his fiancée, and he certainly did not wish to be humiliated. Moreover, Li Xia's expression indicated her utter disdain for this man, clearly showing her disinterest. Qin Mu, Li Xia spotted him from afar and hurried over, wrapping her arms around his. What's happening here? You must be Xia's fiancé, right? Name your price, 10 billion. Let her go. Finally, Qin Mu got a clear look at the man before him. He was quite handsome, yet exuded an unsettlingly seductive aura. Who are you? Qin Mu frowned, incredulous that someone would audaciously propose to buy his fiancée. Was this not a slap at his face? I am Lin Sheng, from the Lin family of Modu. Lin Dingtian is my father. 10 billion is merely a trifle for me. Rest assured, I am not deceiving you. 10 billion. How about you annul your engagement with Xia? Lin Sheng stated with confidence, viewing Qin Mu as nothing more than a fortunate pretty boy. He believed that throwing 10 billion at him would surely compel Qin Mu to accept. 10 billion? That seems rather insufficient, Qin Mu replied, only to be pinched painfully by Li Xia at his side, nearly causing him to cry out. Of course, this was not merely about the money. Li Xia is my fiancée. No amount of money would suffice. Please take your money and leave, Qin Mu declared firmly, brushing off the hand on his waist and turning to walk away. Now, that is more like it, Li Xia shot him a glare. The moment he mentioned the amount being too low, she felt a strong urge to smack him. Rubbing his waist, Qin Mu lamented, what I meant was, your worth cannot be measured by 10 billion. Was your grip a bit too forceful? At that moment, Qin Mu suddenly pushed Li Xia aside and swept his right leg backward. Bang! Lin Sheng's fist collided directly with Qin Mu's leg. Ah, he's indeed a skilled fighter. Qin Mu stepped back, observing Lin Sheng's stance with a smile. There was something remarkable about Lin Sheng. He felt a rush of excitement. It had been a long time since he had engaged in a genuine battle following 9 years of solitary training. Although he could sense that Lin Sheng's strength was vastly inferior to his own, it was still worth the engagement. Humph, I never expected your prowess to be commendable. No wonder Xia is fond of you. You possess some genuine skill. Lin Sheng was equally surprised that Qin Mu could withstand his attack, and he immediately grew serious. I must remind you, she is my fiancée. Utter her name again, and I shall have no hesitation in tearing your mouth apart. Qin Mu's expression turned icy. Having someone address his fiancée so familiarly without retort would only make him a fool. Prepare yourself. Lin Sheng kicked out, but Qin Mu deftly evaded, twisting his ankle and spinning midair. He leaped and aimed a kick at Lin Sheng's leg. Lin Sheng, quick on his feet, withdrew his leg. Yet Qin Mu seized the opportunity without hesitation. His descending leg halted midair, and his right foot propelled him upward, as if treading on air. Qin Mu's left foot struck Lin Sheng's chest with a resounding thud, sending him flying 4 to 5 meters away. Li Xia covered her mouth in astonishment. Although she knew Qin Mu had practiced martial arts since childhood, witnessing such cinematic movements left her utterly amazed. You are a master of transformation. How shameless. Lin Sheng lay on the ground, glaring at Qin Mu as he cursed. Shameless? You never inquired about my strength, and besides, I have no idea what this transformation you speak of entails. Qin Mu feigned innocence during his 9 years of training. Apart from the occasional guidance from a mysterious instructor or an elder, he had spent the majority of his time honing his skills alone. He was entirely oblivious to what Lin Sheng referred to as transformation. Lin Sheng spat blood and rose from the ground, turning to leave. What on earth was that about? Upon returning home, Qin Mu immediately inquired. Clearly, Lin Sheng was no ordinary person. How did Li Xia become entangled with him? Li Xia, exasperated, began to explain. He is merely a wealthy young man visiting from the Magic City, although his family's influence may not rival that of the Li family. It is not far off either. Our family became acquainted with him when we ventured south to expand our business. Who knows what his intentions are? Perhaps my charm is simply irresistible, ensnaring him from the very first encounter. He has been persistently clinging to me ever since, which is utterly vexing. Now, that is what I call a typical man, unlike someone who dares not act while guarding his delicate fiancée. Alas, after expressing her discontent, Li Xia cast a deeply resentful glance at Qin Mu, the disdain in her gaze unmistakable. Chapter 43. Playing the fool to eat the tiger, is it so that a normal man, upon encountering a beautiful woman, cannot help but succumb to his desires? You have such a low opinion of men. Qin Mu retorted, swiftly covering Li Xia's mouth to prevent her from countering. My curiosity extends beyond that. Astonishingly, that fellow is also a martial artist, possessing considerable prowess for his age. Are you bragging? He is merely of a similar age to you. To speak such words after defeating him is nothing but boasting. That is indeed the case, Qin Mu conceded, acknowledging his own merit in this regard. What fascinates me is why, given his decent looks, illustrious family background, and formidable strength, he would be drawn to a woman like you. Qin Mu teased, feeling the need to retaliate against Li Xia's incessant torment. As anticipated, Li Xia erupted in fury, seizing a nearby cushion and hurling it at Qin Mu. What do you mean by that? Just because he is exceptional, does that imply I am not? Why are you such a typical man? She seethed, her teeth grinding in frustration, almost tempted to bite Qin Mu's hand in anger. Qin Mu deftly dodged, chuckling. All right, I was just joking. My fiancée is indeed remarkable. Were it not for her family's background, I would not be worthy of you, would I? He hastily sought to smooth things over, fearing that Li Xia might truly tear into him. Insufferable man. Nevertheless, Xia, how much do you know about martial artists? Qin Mu shifted to a serious tone. Previously, while at Lin Ruexi's home, he had simply stayed indoors, awaiting her return, and had not paid much attention to the outside world. Regarding martial artists, he was entirely unaware of his own level, let alone anything else, having failed to consider this matter until today's encounter with Lin Sheng. Qin Mu finally realized the necessity of familiarizing himself with this domain. He felt unperturbed, given his own strength, capable of easily deflecting any attacks he might face. However, Li Xia is his fiancée, and there is also the company's well-being to consider. Should martial artists covertly target these individuals, it would spell disaster. Precautions must be taken. While it may not be imperative to defend against threats just yet, as we have not reached the point where others deploy martial artists, it is an inevitable reality we must confront. My knowledge of martial artists is rather limited. As you know, this group is exceedingly enigmatic, and even within my own family, I have had little interaction with them. I harbor little interest in this matter and possess scant knowledge of nature. However, over the years, I have not encountered it, and the government's regulations have become increasingly stringent. Thus, there is little to worry about. Li Xia naturally understood Qin Mu's concerns. So that is the case. Qin Mu nodded, realizing that today's events might merely be coincidental. Nevertheless, he must remain vigilant. He has always sensed that the individuals within that group could exert a significant influence over him. Though he possesses no concrete evidence, only an instinctive intuition. 2 days later, Qin Mu donned a sharply tailored suit, exuding an air of competence. He stepped out his home, opting not to hail a taxi this time. Instead, he walked to the underground garage, surveyed the surroundings, and ultimately chose a discreet phaeton to drive. It was the least conspicuous vehicle in his garage. While the emblem resembled that of Volkswagen, it was in fact a formidable presence valued at over 2 million. Today marked the day of the Cosmetics Exchange Conference in Jiangbei City. Although he was reluctant to showcase wealth through his choice of vehicle, it seemed inappropriate not to drive a respectable car on such a special occasion. The driver arranged by old Liu promptly entered the vehicle, ready to take Qin Mu away. Initially, Qin Mu had thought he would need to drive himself, but upon arriving at the garage, he discovered that the driver had been waiting there daily. Anticipating his need for the car, one must admit, old Liu's arrangements were indeed considerate. Following the flow of traffic, They arrived at the venue of the Cosmetics Exchange Conference after a half-hour journey. The conference was held in an exceptionally luxurious hotel, and by the time Qin Mu and his companions arrived, it was already rather late. Dozens of luxury cars were parked outside, presenting a truly spectacular sight. Is that not Qin Mu? Arriving in a Volkswagen at such a venue is downright laughable. Just as Qin Mu stepped out of the car, an exceedingly irritating voice rang out. It was Nana, Lin Rueishi's assistant. This obnoxious woman, with her ample figure, had reappeared, and Qin Mu could not help but consider himself unfortunate. Was she deliberately trying to vex him? I say, if you lack the funds, do not forcefully involve yourself in our corporate exchange. She sneered. Take a good look at your Volkswagen. Among our many luxury vehicles, it resembles a piece of junk. How dare you drive it here? Your audacity is astounding. Her tirade continued unabated, making Qin Mu's hands itch with irritation. What? Is the sting of the last slap not sufficient for you? Do you wish to continue? Qin Mu responded calmly, now finding her amusingly ridiculous. You. When Nana heard Qin Mu's words, she immediately covered her face and took a few steps back. I warn you, if you dare to lay a hand on me in this public setting, I will call the police. It was evident that she was frightened by the prospect of being struck again. Qin Mu ceased his speech, intending to enter the conference, yet Nana, relentless, obstructed his path. Pointing at the nearby security guard, she exclaimed, "Look at this individual driving a dilapidated Volkswagen, audaciously attempting to enter the event. As a security personnel of this hotel, how can you not consider the establishment's image? If such a lowly individual is permitted entry, we shall refrain from patronizing your establishment in the future." At that moment, Lin Rueishi's vehicle arrived, a striking Mercedes worth over $1 million, exuding an air of prestige. Behold, this is our boss's car. It is in no way comparable to that trashy Volkswagen, Nana boasted triumphantly, though in truth, the car belonged to Lin Rueishi and had no connection to her, leaving one to wonder what she was so proud of. Please do not hinder our esteemed guest, she continued, unaware that the security guard disregarded her, instead instructing her not to impede Qin Mu. It was as if she had received a stinging slap, leaving her utterly humiliated. What did you say? Is this how you conduct yourself as a security guard? Do you believe I won't file a complaint that could cost you your job? How utterly brazen. Chapter 44. Product introduction. Had the security guard not been a towering figure, muscular and imposing, Nana would have struck him, being so arrogant for so long. This was the first time she faced humiliation from anyone other than Qin Mu. Fetch your manager. I wish to see if he would approve of such a shabby vehicle in this parking lot, Nana declared, her demeanor as arrogant as ever, her body quivering with indignation. The security guard could no longer contain himself, unleashing a tirade. Have you no eyes? That gentleman's vehicle is clearly a Phaeton, not just an ordinary Volkswagen. Do you comprehend the distinction? Your boss's car barely exceeds $1 million, while this gentleman's top-tier Phaeton approaches $3 million. What pretense are you maintaining? Furthermore, what grievance do you have with Volkswagen? They produce vehicles worth millions as well. With such a narrow perspective, I am astounded you hold the position of a senior secretary. The guard's outburst left not only the insufferable woman, but also Qin Mu in shock. He had not anticipated the security guard's discerning eye and forthright temperament, which effectively rendered Nana speechless. So, fat pig Nana, does my vehicle now qualify for parking here? If you deem it unworthy, I can simply drive it away. Qin Mu smiled, a dagger to her pride. Nana's face flushed with alternating shades of anger and embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words. Although Qin Mu refrained from striking her, she felt the sting of humiliation, akin to a physical blow. Enough, Qin Mu. Are you not the chairman of the IMA company? To bicker over such trivialities with my assistant reflects poorly on you. Lin Rueishi also arrived, witnessing Qin Mu engaging with Nana, and immediately voiced her objections. What? Am I not allowed to retaliate if bitten by a dog? If you are displeased, then discipline properly. Do not mimic her behavior of biting. Qin Mu, unyielding in his response, declared that he had previously been too kind. When it came to verbal confrontations, he was indeed a master of harsh words. Lin Rueishi attempted to retort, but Qin Mu simply turned and walked away, disregarding her entirely. It's fine. Lin Hua from our IMA company has been poached by us. Their visit to this exchange meeting is merely an opportunity for mockery, Nana forcibly reassured herself, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the exchange meeting to humiliate Qin Mu and his company. Upon entering the hotel, Zhao Nizi promptly approached Qin Mu, walking alongside him. Mr. Qin, you have arrived. Zhao Nizi had already arranged everything meticulously. The new products were prepared and staff were ready in the display area, all awaiting Qin Mu's arrival. Yes, let us go. Since Zhao Nizi had intervened previously to persuade Captain Chun to spare him, Qin Mu had developed a favorable impression of him. Although he hadn't been of much assistance, it was evident that this fellow was quite loyal. They reached the floor designated for the exchange meeting and found a place to sit. At last, the meeting commenced, with each cosmetics company initially engaging in exchanges, observing the new products, exchanging pleasantries, while secretly harboring disdain. An elderly gentleman took to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, the introduction of new products at this exchange meeting officially begins. The event was not solely attended by representatives from cosmetics companies. Numerous journalists were also present. The exchange meeting was not merely about communication. More importantly, it served as a platform to elevate the company's profile. The procedure involved each company presenting their new products, gaining exposure in the process. Soon, one company took the stage to introduce their new offerings, but to Qin Mu, they all appeared rather mundane, lacking any compelling highlights. Before long, it was time for Qin Mu's company to present their new products. This time, Qin Mu chose to personally take the stage, being his first company. It was naturally of paramount importance. Ascending the podium, his handsome visage and impeccably tailored suit accentuated his noble demeanor, immediately capturing the attention of many. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Qin Mu, the newly appointed chairman of IMA Company. Qin Mu spoke with a smile, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze, soothing the hearts of all present. Having received formal training in public speaking since childhood, his vocal control during the presentation was impeccable, elevating the audience's fondness for him. Today, we are proud to introduce our new product, a foundation that embodies our commitment to developing skincare cosmetics, ensuring that makeup becomes an integral step in skincare. As he continued, our new product. Hold on. Although I hesitate to express this sentiment, can cosmetics truly serve the purpose of skincare? If your company possesses such technology, perhaps you should research how to transform pork into a pig. As Qin Mu introduced the topic, Nana, who was seated beside Lin Ruishi, could not restrain her scornful remarks. As anticipated, well, that is certainly worth a try. I believe you must have been transformed from pork yourself. Since such technology exists, our company might also consider undertaking a similar investigation. The moment Qin Mu finished speaking, hearty laughter erupted among the crowd. It must be said that Nana's physique was rather ample, and comparing her to a pig was hardly an exaggeration. Nana's face flushed with indignation. Nothing irritated her more than remarks about her weight. What you're claiming about your new product is that, through a blend of traditional Chinese medicine and Western pharmaceuticals, it can provide skincare benefits while applying makeup, correct? However, as we are aware, your cosmetics contain some illicit substances. Nana shouted, causing those present to break into a cold sweat. To be candid, cosmetics inevitably inflict some degree of harm upon the skin. If skincare products are to be effective, they often include certain prohibited ingredients. This is an unspoken rule within the industry. It seems that Qin Mu's cosmetics, in their quest to deliver skincare benefits, likely incorporate some questionable components. Nana's audacity to reveal this was astonishing. What was her intention? Did she plan to expose the inner workings of the industry? I wonder where you obtained such information, Qin Mu replied, remaining unperturbed, unfazed by the prospect of reporters documenting Nana's words. He had long anticipated her disruption, and now was the moment for him to confront her. Do not concern yourself with the source of my information. Regardless, I demand that you present the test results for these cosmetics. If you are unable to do so, there is no need for me to elaborate on the contents within. Nana remarked with a sinister gleam in her eye, fully confident that Qin Mu would not provide the test results. At that moment, had she possessed a tail, it would surely be standing proudly in the air. Chapter 45. An unyielding standoff after Lin Hua transitioned to Lin Ruishi's company. Her first action was to divulge all information regarding the new products from IMA Company. During their departure, IMA was in the midst of developing a new product, which she had personally overseen, including the addition of the illicit substances. They had long prepared for this moment. Should Qin Mu fail to present the new product at this exchange conference, they would revel in mocking him. If he did unveil a skincare cosmetic, it would undoubtedly be based on Lin Hua's formula. As long as they had a new product, they would expose the truth, tarnishing Imei Company's reputation. Nana had not anticipated that Qin Mu would indeed present a new product, and her spirits soared with delight. At last, she could seek her revenge. Test results? You must understand that such documents are confidential to our company. We cannot simply disclose them. What if the information leaks? Are you quite out of your mind? Qin Mu furrowed his brow and remarked, "You intend to make the test results public? Is Nana's mind perhaps unhinged? Ha, do you dare? If you truly make the results public and prove there are no issues, our company is willing to apologize and even relinquish our production equipment to you." What Qin Mu did not anticipate was that it would be Lin Ruishi who would speak out this time. He felt a pang of disappointment. After all, they had been married for several years, and now she was genuinely standing against him, appearing relentless in her resolve. A heaviness settled in his heart. It seemed this woman had truly turned into an adversary. Are you certain? Equipment does not come cheap. Chairman Lin should consider this carefully. Qin Mu could only offer a warning to this foolish woman. Yet to Lin Ruishi and Nana, his words seemed more like a sign of weakness. They grew increasingly exhilarated, eager to show Qin Mu that he could not intimidate them. Since I dare to speak out, I have already made my preparations. Is Chairman Qin perhaps afraid? Lin Ruishi smiled, feeling assured of her victory. The thought of Qin Mu having bullied her and her mother ignited a fire within her. Now, she could finally exact her revenge. However, she would forever dwell on her own victimization without contemplating why Qin Mu had acted against her. Then, Manager Zhao, please present the test results. Qin Mu stated calmly, then turned to Lin Ruishi, displaying a smile brimming with confidence. Instantly, panic surged within Lin Ruishi. Could Qin Mu's smile herald an unforeseen twist? She shook her head, attempting to regain her composure. Such a possibility was unthinkable. If Qin Mu produced that so-called skincare product, it must be based on Lin Hua's formula. Zhao Nizi produced the test results he had prepared earlier and handed them directly to the president of the Jiangbei City Cosmetics Association. Chairman Zhang, I kindly ask you to review this. This chairman was not only the owner of the largest cosmetics company in Jiangbei City, but also the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, making him the perfect person to assess the formula. Chairman Zhang's expression turned sour as he accepted the test results. He was furious with Lin Ruishi. This was an event he had organized, and with so many reporters present, she had audaciously exposed Qin Mu. Wasn't this tantamount to undermining him? Enraged, he reviewed Qin Mu's test results, fervently hoping that the skincare product developed by Qin Mu's company contained no illicit substances. After scrutinizing the test results, he stood up and approached the podium. What is going on? The audience murmured, puzzled by Chairman Zhang's actions, unsure of what had transpired. What could it be? Surely, there must be an issue with the test results, and Chairman Zhang will personally seek justice, leading to the closure of Imei Company. Nana confidently declared, ensuring that everyone present heard her clearly. They were instantly swayed by Nana's words. After all, Qin Mu's claims were exceedingly difficult to believe. The development of skincare and cosmetic products is notoriously challenging, leading them to doubt the existence of any compliant products. Yet, on the contrary, the new product launched by Imei Company is nothing short of revolutionary. It poses no risk whatsoever, and its skincare efficacy surpasses that of ordinary products. As he spoke, his voice brimmed with excitement. After all, the new product presented by Qin Mu was truly astonishing. In his hands, he held not only test results, but also experimental findings that showcased the remarkable skincare effects of this new product. Everyone present was left speechless, a profound silence enveloping the room, while reporters swiftly directed their cameras toward the chairman and Qin Mu, sensing a monumental news story unfolding. What? How can this be possible? Surely, you are not colluding, Nana exclaimed, her voice rising in panic. However, as soon as she uttered those words, she regretted them. The figure on stage was Chairman Zhang. To suggest that he conspired with Qin Mu was akin to courting disaster. Well, since we are proving our innocence, let Chairman Lin not forget the equipment you mentioned. Our company is always ready for you to bring it over. Furthermore, there is a matter I find perplexing. Qin Mu launched into his counterattack. As far as I am aware, several of our dismissed researchers were employed by your company. Yet you adamantly assert that our new product contains illicit substances. Moreover, you have claimed it employs a combination of traditional and Western medicinal techniques. I must inquire how you're so certain about the details of our new product. Qin Mu's gaze turned fierce as he continued his inquiry. Indeed, that was the notion of a previous researcher, and it was precisely due to the inclusion of illicit substances that I dismissed those individuals. You not only hired researchers lacking in professional integrity, but also allowed them to divulge our company's secrets, which constitutes a breach of intellectual property rights. Although it was merely a feudal case, our company will retain the right to pursue this matter. I hereby declare that I May Company, adhering to the philosophy of natural beauty, stands in stark opposition to companies devoid of professional ethics. Though Qin Mu did not state it outright, the audience understood that he had effectively declared war against Shirui Company. In truth, it was not so much a declaration of war as it was an acknowledgement of the situation. Even a fool could see the unfolding dynamics. Anyone siding with Shirui Company would only find themselves suppressed. Indeed, Chairman Qin, though still young, possesses a remarkably sound worldview, which I greatly admire. I hereby announce that Yangtian Group stands resolutely against companies lacking professional ethics. Additionally, I extend a sincere invitation to I May Company for a profound exchange and collaboration with us at Yangtian Group. I wonder what Chairman Qin thinks of this proposal. Chapter 46. The Lin family Chairman Zhang was also a shrewd individual. While he was unaware of Qin Mu's true identity, he recognized the potential for collaboration solely based on his adept handling of affairs and the groundbreaking product from his company. It is evident that the I May Company is the next venture he intends to champion. Upon hearing Chairman Zhang's remarks, representatives from other major corporations promptly aligned themselves, recognizing that this was an opportune moment to declare their allegiances. Their actions were akin to delivering a series of resounding slaps to Lin Ruishi and Nana, leaving them utterly bewildered and at a loss for how to respond. Subsequently, Qin Mu continued to unveil their new products, and following the earlier commotion, everyone eagerly anticipated the launch. However, when Lin Ruishi took the stage to present her new offerings, the representatives from other companies appeared utterly disinterested, engrossed in their mobile devices. Not a single applause accompanied her conclusion, rendering the Shirui Company completely isolated within Jiangbei City. As Lin Ruishi descended from the stage, her expression darkened. Foreseeing the dire consequences that awaited her company, she felt an overwhelming sense of resentment, casting glances at Qin Mu, wishing fervently to confront him with a punch. It was because of him that her painstakingly built company now faced the looming threat of collapse. She was acutely aware that once the conference concluded, members of the business association would likely seek her out, while reporters would swarm around her. She could already envision the headlines that would grace the newspapers the following day. After the conference, Qin Mu exchanged pleasantries with Chairman Zhang, discussing potential collaboration before making his exit. The ensuing negotiations would not require her intervention. Her subordinates would handle those matters. Given the remarkable skincare and cosmetic products in their possession, it was only natural for others to seek collaboration, allowing him to remain in the background without incurring any backlash. At this juncture, Qin Mu was confident he had fulfilled the task entrusted to him by his father. In a few months, the I May Company would undoubtedly secure its place among the nation's cosmetic enterprises. Must you be so ruthless, Qin Mu? Just as he was about to leave the hotel, Lin Ruishi approached him, her face a mask of indignation. What did she mean by must you be so ruthless? Was it acceptable for their company to pilfer their secrets and spread rumors about their product's compliance, yet not permissible for her to oppose them? It was truly absurd. Qin Mu chuckled, taken aback by Lin Ruishi's naivety. She claimed to be a strong woman, but without the resources of the Zhou family, she would likely be insignificant. By the way, I heard the Zhou family has fallen. What does your company plan to do? Or what will you do? Perhaps seek another lover to barter your body? His words were harsh, yet they were the stark truth. How do you know about the Zhou family? Lin Ruishi retorted. Since the day before yesterday, she had been unable to contact Zhou Shaoqi, and it seemed as though everyone she knew from the Zhou family had vanished. She was left in the dark regarding the unfolding events. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, she immediately became anxious. Could it be that the Zhou family had truly encountered some significant upheaval? Little did she know that the Zhou family had simply vanished from Jiangbei City due to a single utterance from Qin Mu. How could I possibly know? Merely a conjecture. But for now, you should focus on what you intend to do next. Qin Mu remarked with a smile, relishing the sight of Lin Ruishi's bewilderment. The love he once harbored for this woman was now matched only by his disdain. What Lin Ruishi had done was something Qin Mu could never forgive. Yes, you. My Shirui Corporation will not collapse. Just wait and see. Qin Mu was taken aback by Lin Ruishi's audacity to make such a statement. Perhaps it was her last vestige of stubbornness? Just then, a voice interrupted, and Qin Mu turned to find it was Lin Sheng, the man who had been pestering Li Xia just days prior. Cousin? I had no idea you were a cousin. Qin Mu was surprised to learn that Lin Sheng had come to Jiangbei City specifically for Lin Ruishi's family. The Lin Ruishi family was indeed a branch of the Lin Sheng family, albeit a distant relative, yet they shared a blood connection. He had come to Jiangbei City to explore new markets, and Lin Ruishi's flourishing company was the perfect opportunity. Had Lin Ruishi not achieved her current stature, the Lin family would likely not have come to acknowledge them. Only the affluent are deemed worthy of returning to their roots. This stark reality of capitalists reveals that blood ties are of little consequence. It is wealth that reigns supreme. Upon discovering her newfound lineage, Lin Ruishi was instantly exhilarated. The Lin family of Modu is renowned nationwide. To think they were her true kin. With the Lin family's backing, her enterprise was bound to thrive. Thus, she had the courage to speak so boldly to Qin Mu. Cousin, Lin Ruishi obediently stood beside Lin Sheng, appearing quite demure. Surely not. Could it be that even their cousins are a family of beasts? Qin Mu shook his head, incredulous that Lin Ruishi had already found her next benefactor just 2 days after the Zhou family's downfall. Her speed was unparalleled. Do not speak recklessly. Ruishi and I are not in that kind of relationship. Lin Sheng protested, though his thoughts were evident to all. Qin Mu could see the expression on his face and felt a wave of contempt. Even if they were distant relatives, such behavior was unacceptable. Do as you please. Qin Mu shrugged, intending to depart. Wait, I heard you made my cousin uncomfortable at that exchange meeting earlier. You can't just waltz in and leave now, kid. How naive can you be? Qin Mu was taken aback. The audacity of this individual to obstruct his path was unexpected. Was he not intimidated by the previous encounter? The events that transpired were clear to him. It was not my fault. Step aside, or I may find it necessary to reenact that day's scene. Qin Mu issued a direct threat. That day, I was simply unprepared. I shall grant you one chance to apologize to my cousin and annul your engagement with Sure. Otherwise, I will ensure you experience a fate worse than death, Lin Sheng declared. Following his words, 2 imposing figures emerged behind Qin Mu, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. These were 2 assassins, their hands stained with blood. Chapter 47. The young master of the Long family Qin Mu had not anticipated that Lin Sheng would summon such formidable allies to confront him. Judging by the palpable killing intent emanating from the 2 assassins, they had likely claimed the lives of numerous individuals. He scrutinized them briefly, their dark skin, prominent varicose veins at the ankles, calloused fists, and a peculiar gait where their heels never touched the ground. It was evident that these were seasoned fighters from the Southeast Asian underground fighting scene, with countless lives taken under their belts. Indeed, the Lin family was no ordinary clan. They had managed to evade scrutiny from the Chinese authorities and bring these underground fighters into the country. Their influence was undeniably significant. However, that was where their advantage ended. The Qin family lacked such ruthless characters from Southeast Asia, yet they had elite soldiers from special forces as bodyguards, individuals far superior to these underground fighters, both in physical prowess and integrity. 2 mere underground fighters? Are you certain this will suffice to detain me? Qin Mu scoffed, finding the duo laughably inconsequential. Over 9 years of solitary training had seen him dispatch at least 10 underground fighters, all of whom were notorious criminals. In the heat of battle, he had effortlessly turned the tables against groups of 4 or 5 fighters. These 2 before him were simply not worthy of concern. It seems you possess some discernment to recognize them as underground fighters. Lin Sheng was astonished that Qin Mu could identify their profession with a mere glance. Nevertheless, they are merciless killers. If you kneel and apologize now, I might consider sparing you and allowing you to serve as my subordinate. Otherwise, prepare to be beaten to death by them. Lin Sheng spoke with venom, confident that even if he could not defeat Qin Mu, he believed that summoning 2 underground fighters would tip the scales. Feel free to summon more. These 2 are merely insufficient for a warm-up, Qin Mu replied, flexing his wrists. Finally, an opportunity for combat had arisen. Your arrogance is quite something. In that case, attack. Tear him to shreds. Lin Sheng issued a direct command, unable to tolerate Qin Mu's arrogant demeanor any longer. The two boxers wasted no time and charged at Qin Mu, having been merely waiting for Lin Sheng's signal. Just as Qin Mu was about to strike, a figure suddenly flashed by and sent one of the boxers sprawling to the ground. What audacity! In broad daylight, an outsider dares to harm the citizens of our great Huaxia. A young man, seemingly just over 20, with a righteous bearing and striking features, appeared. He was undeniably handsome, though somewhat juvenile in demeanor. Who are you to interfere with my affairs? Do you have any idea who I am? Lin Sheng exclaimed, his anger flaring as he realized yet another individual was meddling in his affairs. Qin Mu was equally perplexed. Although he recognized that this young man had come to his aid, he had no inkling of his identity. Who am I? I am Long Zai of the Long family in South China. And who might you be? The young man turned to Lin Sheng, boldly declaring his name. The mention of the Long family in South China instantly rendered Lin Sheng apprehensive. Qin Mu was astonished as well, never expecting to encounter someone from the Long family in this locale. Though the Long family was not particularly active in business and operated on a modest scale, they were a formidable force behind the military and political scene in South China. The patriarch of the Long family was currently the highest-ranking military commander in the region. While Lin Sheng's family was powerful, they held a considerable respect for the Long family. It was not fear per se, but rather an acknowledgement of the Long family's fierce protectiveness and unyielding nature. Entanglements with them could be exceedingly troublesome for the Lin family. I am Lin Sheng from the Lin family of Magic City. This matter is between me and this fellow, and I kindly ask that young Master Long refrain from intervening. I assure you, I will offer a substantial reward afterward. Lin Sheng signaled to the boxer who had intended to attack Long Zai, negotiating with evident reluctance. Oh, the Lin family? And what of it? You dare to employ foreign mercenaries to harm our citizens? What Huaxia citizen would condone such actions? Long Zai retorted, visibly displeased. Having been raised with the belief that Huaxia people should not harm one another, he felt compelled to fight for the dignity of his nation. It was one thing for Lin Sheng to bully a Huaxia citizen, but to summon foreigners to do his bidding was utterly intolerable. If he had called upon compatriots to confront Qin Mu, that would be one matter, but enlisting the aid of those from distant lands was futile and disgraceful. Qin Mu couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Evidently, Long Zai had no objections to allowing Huaxia citizens to fight against him. Young Master Long, if that is the case, I will withdraw my men and replace them with Huaxia experts. Will you then refrain from intervening in this matter? Don't be ridiculous. Now that I have encountered this situation, I must see it through to the end. That young man, come, tell me what has transpired here today. I will take charge, Long Zai declared with great fervor. Qin Mu could only shake his head. It seemed this young man had indeed been sheltered by the Long family far too well. How naive and juvenile, utterly devoid of the composure one would expect at this age. Fortunately, there is no need for Long Xiao to concern himself. I can resolve this matter on my own, and I appreciate your goodwill, Qin Mu remarked with a smile, unwilling to find himself in a position of unwarranted obligation. No way. You must say it today. Otherwise, I shall give that Lin scoundrel a good thrashing. Lin Sheng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that no matter what, he was destined to receive a beating today. This fellow dares to covet my fiancée, just like that. As soon as Qin Mu finished speaking, Long Zai made his move, delivering a swift kick to Lin Sheng's abdomen. In broad daylight, bullying men and women alike. How brazen of you, young Master Lin. Lin Sheng, possessing commendable skills, narrowly evaded the blow, but his temper flared immediately. Who isn't the heir of a prominent family? Long Zai's audacity was intolerable. Get him, kill Qin Mu, and make sure to teach Long Zai a lesson. He bellowed, disregarding Long Zai's identity entirely. The priority was to strike first and ask questions later. He was, after all, a legitimate young master of the Lin family. Even if the Long family came to confront him, he believed his kin would protect him. Upon receiving their orders, the two underground fighters could no longer contain themselves and charged forward. They had long been provoked by the arrogance of Long Zai and Qin Mu. Yet, they could never have anticipated the formidable strength concealed within these seemingly delicate young masters. Chapter 48. The charity auction. The underground fighters launched their assault, one charging towards Qin Mu while the other executed a sweeping kick aimed at Long Zai, observing the fighter brandishing a dagger in his direction. Qin Mu couldn't help but shake his head, resorting to a weapon somewhat diminished the honor of the martial arts. As the dagger sliced through the air, Qin Mu deftly sidestepped and seized the fighter's wrist, applying downward pressure until the weapon slipped from his grasp. However, the underground fighter remained unperturbed, merely surprised by Qin Mu's unexpected prowess. With a swift counterattack, he aimed a jab at Qin Mu's abdomen, certain that a solid hit would incapacitate him instantly. Yet, how could Qin Mu allow such an opportunity to arise? He yanked the fighter's arm back, causing him to lose his balance. In an extraordinary display reminiscent of a martial arts film, Qin Mu executed a front flip to evade the oncoming punch. With a fierce downward strike, Qin Mu's right foot crashed into the fighter's back. The fighter coughed up blood, utterly astonished by Qin Mu's overwhelming strength. He collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Meanwhile, Long Zhe grappled with his opponent, who displayed commendable skill but, unfortunately, lacked practical experience. Already injured, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Attack him in the lower lane. It is evident that this individual has an unsteady center of gravity. His prowess in fist fighting is remarkable, yet his footwork is rather ordinary. Qin Mu refrained from intervening directly, as he discerned that Long Zhe had entered a remarkably unique state of mind. At this juncture, instructing him in martial arts would yield extraordinary results. As anticipated, under Qin Mu's continuous guidance, Long Zhe grew increasingly valiant, ultimately defeating the boxer. Boom! Just as Long Zhe triumphed over the boxer, Lin Sheng unhesitatingly launched an assault on Qin Mu. This fellow was quite cunning, despite his unimpressive demeanor. His skills in ambush were formidable. He stealthily picked up a dagger from the ground and thrust it toward Qin Mu. However, the situation did not unfold as he had envisioned. The dagger shattered upon striking Qin Mu. Qin Mu slowly turned around, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lin Sheng. You are aware of my prowess as a master of transformation. Such a mundane blade holds no efficacy against me. It was no jest. During his external training, he had encountered a mentor in medicine who diligently refined his body with herbal remedies, enhancing his resilience to physical blows each day. A common dagger could scarcely inflict harm upon Qin Mu. Nevertheless, my suit is damaged. Let us consider your hand as compensation. Qin Mu seized Lin Sheng's right hand, no longer willing to tolerate his aggression. That previous strike had been an attempt on his life. With a swift rotation, a loud crack echoed as Lin Sheng's right hand fractured into several pieces, resembling a bone being extracted, rendering it utterly limp. Lin Sheng cried out, having never experienced such severe injury in his life. The pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness as he curled up on the ground. Quickly, call an ambulance. You delightful sister, Qin Mu remarked dismissively at Lin Ruishi before turning to leave. Observing the scene, Long Zhe wasted no time in following Qin Mu out. Master, you are remarkable. Even I would not dare to inflict such severe harm on someone from the Lin family. You truly possess both skill and audacity. Long Zhe trailed behind Qin Mu, eagerly flattering him. What nonsense is this? Why do you call me master? Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback by Long Zhe's address, perplexed that their brief encounter had led to such a title. Did you not see me instructing you in your battle with that boxer? Having guided you, I must be your master, Long Zhe exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He had witnessed Qin Mu's prowess firsthand, recognizing him as a master among masters, even within the Long family. He had never encountered anyone whose strength eclipsed that of Qin Mu, who seemed impervious to blades and bullets. For martial arts enthusiasts like him, it was only natural to seek out such a master without delay. Do not. Your family's upbringing is quite strict, isn't it? If you randomly take on a master, your grandfather will surely come looking for trouble, Qin Mu remarked, shaking his head. He had heard numerous rumors about the Long family, known for their reckless nature. It was best for him to avoid them. Although the ancestors of both families had maintained a cordial relationship, the distance had severed ties between the younger generations. He promptly decided to leave, recognizing that while Long Zhe might be a decent friend, becoming his disciple was out of the question. After exchanging business cards, Qin Mu finally freed himself from Long Zhe's company. As he sped home, a sense of relief washed over him. However, upon entering his house, he felt an urge to flee. Come in, my fiancé. Why are you just standing there? Li Xia had been waiting for him in the living room. What a blessing and a curse. One cannot escape their fate, Qin Mu sighed, hoping Li Xia would refrain from causing him further trouble. What is the matter with you? Although we are engaged, can I have a bit of personal space? This is my home, Qin Mu said, sitting across from Li Xia with a hint of irritation. If you want to come to my house, that is fine too. Here's the key. I'm not opposed to you invading my personal space, Li Xia retorted. Her methods of dealing with men being innumerable, leaving Qin Mu utterly defenseless. All right, what do you need? Qin Mu, feeling exasperated, pushed the key back toward her. Well aware that Li Xia wouldn't show up without a reason, she must need his help with something. There's a charity auction tomorrow. Come with me. Li Xia stated directly, her large, pleading eyes fixed on him. A charity auction? What do you need me for? Qin Mu questioned, perplexed, feeling unnecessary for such an event. Old Lu wanted me to tell you that he couldn't inform you in time. Your father learned about your achievements at the conference, and he was very pleased, granting you even greater privileges. Your card now has a limit of 100 billion. After further development, you'll be called back. Furthermore, Old Lu wants you to attend this charity auction to expand your network and increase your chances of securing the position of family head, Li Xia explained thoroughly. However, Qin Mu sensed that she likely had ulterior motives. Increase my chances? What else is there? Qin Mu smiled, realizing that Li Xia was hesitant to disclose her true intentions. That's exactly it. I genuinely want to go with you. If you don't want to, then so be it. Li Xia pouted, feigning extreme distress. Enough. What exactly are you scheming? Speak honestly, or I want to go, Qin Mu replied, not easily deceived. Although Li Xia's acting was convincing, he had become adept at discerning the truth over time. All right, it appears Lin Sheng will also attend. What should I do if that guy bothers me again? It's quite vexing, so that's how it is. Qin Mu felt a twinge of guilt. After all, they were nominally engaged. His considerations were indeed somewhat lacking. Lin Sheng had lost the use of one hand at my hands today. He likely wouldn't be able to attend the auction. However, I shall participate in the charity auction as well. What? That insufferable fellow lost a hand at your hands. Li Xia was taken aback by this revelation. Yes. He encountered me at the exchange and insisted I abandon you, even hiring 2 assassins to eliminate me. It's fortunate I didn't let him succeed. Qin Mu spoke nonchalantly, yet Li Xia could sense the peril that lay beneath. Given that the assassins were dispatched by the Lin family, their skills were undoubtedly formidable. The fact that Qin Mu returned unscathed and incapacitated Lin Sheng was a testament to his extraordinary strength. Thank you, my fiancé. Li Xia blusha dapoli, ultimately. Qin Mu had made an enemy of the Lin family for her sake. Aside from her family, no other man had ever treated her with such kindness. Their relationship lacked any deep emotional connection, yet Qin Mu's willingness to act for her stirred feelings within her heart. As their eyes met, the atmosphere became subtly charged, the warmth seemingly rising around them. Ahem, it's nothing. I'll certainly attend the auction, so rest assured. Qin Mu swiftly broke the tension, readily acquiescing to Li Xia's request. Wonderful. Tomorrow evening at 7, I'll come and pick you up. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave now. Li Xia, her face flushed crimson with shyness, uttered a quick farewell before departing. When it came to playful banter, Li Xia could be quite spirited, but when faced with genuine emotion, she found herself at a loss. Qin Mu, too, felt overwhelmed. Sparks were undeniably flying between them. If it were to become serious, neither of these inexperienced individuals in matters of the heart could handle it well. Despite having been married before, Qin Mu had only experienced one relationship. Though he was the scion of the Qin family, his upbringing was exceedingly stringent, forbidding any frivolous entanglements. Thus, both found themselves momentarily flustered. After taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Qin Mu finally regained his composure. Meanwhile, in a distant hospital room, Lin Sheng lay on his bed, cursing vehemently. That damned fellow! How dare he incapacitate my hand? I will make him pay. Senior brother, you must avenge me. He lamented to the few individuals around him, his desire to rend Qin Mu's heart growing ever more fervent. Enough, enough! What are you crying about? It's your own lack of skill that led to this injury, and yet you still dare to weep here. How shameful! A man with sharp features remarked, showing little concern for Lin Sheng's condition, instead eager to confront Qin Mu. Lin Sheng, undoubtedly a formidable young talent under their banner, surprisingly could not withstand even a single exchange against Qin Mu. This situation became rather intriguing. A martial arts aficionado like him yearned for an immediate confrontation with Qin Mu. Is there a chance for us to meet this fellow? Rest assured, I shall avenge you, but spare me the incessant calls. Lin Sheng's relentless nagging was beginning to grate on his nerves, to the point where he wished to incapacitate his other hand as well. By the way, there is a charity auction tomorrow evening, attended by prominent figures from the South China region. The Li family is likely to be present. If that woman, Li Xia, attends, Qin Mu might also show up, providing us the opportunity to encounter them. In that case, please arrange for us to observe just how formidable that individual truly is. No problem. I insist on bringing my hand along as well. We must ensure that you teach that fellow a lesson. Lin Sheng envisioned the moment when he would have Qin Mu beneath his foot. Thus, a silent yet intense scheme surrounding a confrontation with Qin Mu began to take shape. The next morning, Qin Mu awoke to find himself in a rather vexing situation. What are you doing here again? Li Xia had reappeared at his bedside, adorned with an exceedingly sweet smile. While undeniably beautiful, having someone gaze at you while you sleep is intolerable. Oh, is my fiancé not allowed to check on me? You seem to sleep quite soundly. I envy your quality of slumber, Li Xia teased, seemingly oblivious to the events of the previous day. Listen, you should act with a little more decorum. This behavior is simply unacceptable, Qin Mu replied, rubbing his eyes in exasperation as he sat up, trying to suppress the natural physiological response that every man experiences in the morning. Of course, it may have been triggered by the sight of Li Xia, who had come to visit him in a delicate camisole, her alluring figure accentuated by her exquisite features. Were it not for Qin Mu's morning irritability, he might have found it difficult to resist her charms. Oh dear, I simply came to show you the auction list. It's already 10 in the morning, and since you weren't waking up, I had no choice but to come in, Li Xia said innocently, tossing the auction list directly to Qin Mu. Got it, thanks. Now, please leave. I need to freshen up, Qin Mu replied as he took the list, ready to usher her out. Hee, freshen up? Would you like your fiancé to assist you? I could help you shave. I'm quite skilled at it. No, that is quite unnecessary. I sleep in the nude, and if you don't leave, I shall simply get up, Qin Mu declared, rising and making a motion to throw off the covers. Ah, you rogue, scoundrel, Li Xia exclaimed, taken aback by his boldness, covering her eyes and retreating in haste. Qin Mu let out a hearty laugh, for he was merely teasing Li Xia. He had no habit of sleeping in the nude, nor would he act inappropriately. At that moment, the auction sheet was knocked to the ground by the blanket. Flipping to the last page. This is Chapter 50, Fragments of Jade. Qin Mu swiftly picked up the auction sheet from the floor, his eyes lighting up with delight as he gazed at the contents of the final page. Xia, come here and take a look at this treasure, he exclaimed. Upon hearing his words, Li Xia's expression shifted dramatically. You scoundrel, so you really are being lewd. What treasure could possibly be worth looking at? I can't believe you are so disgusting. She cursed vehemently, clearly having misinterpreted Qin Mu's words, thinking he referred to something else. She yanked open the door, ready to storm out. Realizing her misunderstanding, Qin Mu rushed forward to stop her. He was far too invested in the contents of that auction sheet to let her leave. However, his speed was too great, and for reasons unknown, Li Xia halted her movement. Qin Mu lunged at her, and they both tumbled to the ground. He quickly embraced her, rolling to ensure she wouldn't be harmed. In that very embrace, their faces drew closer, and Li Xia's lips accidentally brushed against his. Feeling the warmth and softness of her lips, Qin Mu was momentarily stunned, pressing against her in surprise. Rogue, release me at once. Li Xia's face flushed crimson. Qin Mu let her go and immediately bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry, I was merely joking. I don't sleep naked. I'm not a rogue. Please don't be upset, Xia. The once proud Qin Mu now spoke humbly to his fiancée, though Li Xia still felt a hint of annoyance. It softened upon witnessing Qin Mu's demeanor. It was indeed a misunderstanding. After all, she had been the one to joke and invade Qin Mu's space first. And she too bore some responsibility. She was not merely the eldest daughter of the Li family, but also a candidate for the heir. Thus, she would not behave like a spoiled young lady throwing a tantrum. All right, I understand you didn't mean it. But why so humble? My fiancé should not be like this. Li Xia, rarely showing her gentle side, reconciled with Qin Mu. Okay, all is well. Now, let us hurry and see what this is. Upon hearing Li Xia's forgiveness, Qin Mu transformed, shedding his previously meek demeanor as he eagerly delved into the auction sheet. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. A slight concession is enough, but once circumstances improve, one must assert oneself. It's time to be a bit more resolute. Hey, are you a bit shameless? I'm merely giving you an out. And you actually think you're blameless? Li Xia rolled her eyes, but chose not to pursue the matter further with Qin Mu. Instead, she approached him, her gaze fixed upon the auction list. She understood that if Qin Mu had no questions, he would not seek her counsel. There must be something of great significance at hand. Thus, she set aside her other grievances, deciding to address Qin Mu's concerns first before settling scores later. What treasure is this? Qin Mu inquired, pointing directly to a fragment of jade depicted on the last page of the auction list. It was indeed not a complete piece, merely a half of a jade stone. Is this from a Qin family? Is there no way to retain this item? He asked, fully aware of its significance, unlike others who might be oblivious to its true nature. For he held the other half of this jade in his possession, a relic entrusted to him by his master, who had foretold that when he acquired this fragment, he would once again stand before Qin Mu. Moreover, it was rumored that this fragment served as a key to a certain ancestral relic, which harbored immense opportunities. Qin Mu was resolute in his desire to obtain it. However, the situation was more complex than it appeared. In truth, this fragment did not belong to the Qin family, but rather was a treasured heirloom of the Lin family. For generations, the Qin and Lin families have been embroiled in a bitter feud, escalating to physical confrontations. This precious fragment was indeed a cherished possession of the Lin family, a relic that their ancestors had urged them never to lose. Yet, in a fateful gamble, the Qin family had seized it, leaving the Lin family humiliated. Now, as the Qin family brought this item to auction, it was primarily due to the passage of time, which had somewhat dulled the animosity between the two families, though reconciliation remained impossible. After much negotiation with intermediaries, the Qin family consented to auction the fragment, opting not to return it directly to the Lin family, as they were unwilling to grant such a favor without retaining their own interests. The Lin family, however, was not enraged. They had never anticipated reclaiming this item from the Qin family. Now, with a chance to do so at last, they were elated. Other families recognized the fragment's significance to the Lin family and would not risk enmity over what was essentially a worthless shard. Thus, it was widely accepted that this fragment was indeed a Lin family heirloom. Li Xia was taken aback that Qin Mu had set his sights on this particular item. Little did anyone suspect that the jade pendant concealed a story of its own, a narrative that even the Lin family might not fully comprehend. Apart from recognizing it as a treasure, they were primarily motivated by pride in their efforts to reclaim the fragment, oblivious to its true value. In light of this revelation, Li Xia resolved that regardless of the Lin family's claims, she would seize this item for herself. Qin Mu paid no heed to the Lin family's sentiments. After all, he had rendered Lin Sheng's hand useless, and the enmity between their families was far from trivial. Therefore, he resolved to confront them boldly, for the Qin family of the capital would not cower before the likes of the Lin family. Furthermore, since this item was being auctioned, it was evident that only those of wealth could procure it. This object merely belonged to the Lin family in the past, without any covenant preventing others from acquiring it. With this in mind, Qin Mu intended to challenge the Lin family head-on. He was determined to secure the shard of jade, confident that it would ultimately be his. Wealth-wise, there is truly no family in all of Huaxia that could rival the Qin family. Moreover, in terms of influence, the Qin family stood at the pinnacle, unafraid of anyone. The jade shard was something Qin Mu was resolute to possess. Are you truly certain you wish to contest this shard with the Lin family? It is merely a beautiful stone. After all, Li Xia expressed her concerns. After all, it was an item the entire Lin family sought to claim, and currently, Qin Mu could not represent the entirety of the Qin family. Rest assured, I am determined to acquire this shard of jade, even without relying on the Qin family's strength. I possess the confidence to obtain it, Qin Mu declared with unwavering assurance, recognizing the incomparable value of the jade shard. Even without drawing upon his family's influence, he was resolute in his quest to claim it. Should he need to wield that power, he would do so, although invoking such might would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of Huaxia. Li Xia sighed, perceiving Qin Mu's steadfast determination. All she could do was hope that he would not blindly overestimate his own capabilities. The Li family would undoubtedly support Qin Mu. However, incurring the wrath of the Lin family was trivial compared to the complexities within the Qin family itself. Though Qin Mu was the eldest grandson, he had withdrawn from the Qin family years prior, and his return would surely face numerous obstacles. Qin Mu held a high status within the family and possessed remarkable acumen. Should he return to the Qin family, he would undoubtedly be positioned as the next head. Had he not withdrawn, the passage of time, along with the prestige his father had amassed, would have deterred others from harboring ambitions against him. However, his departure had incited the elders' fury, prompting many to plot against him. Years had passed, and through the machinations of those vying for the position of family head, if Qin Mu wished to re-enter the Qin family and claim leadership, he would encounter significant resistance. If he now antagonized the Lin family, without having garnered the Qin family's endorsement, he would undoubtedly invite trouble and face repercussions from others. Were it not for the strict upbringing within the Qin family, it was likely that Qin Mu would have already faced attacks or even assassination attempts. The reality of large families is often brutally harsh, especially in the capital, a land of both wealth and peril. In the present day, within the confines of a vast family, the notion of kinship has become a mere illusion. Li Xia, a member of a prominent family in the capital, is acutely aware of the inherent dangers that accompany such a reality. She harbors a desire for Qin Mu to pursue his passions, yet simultaneously wishes to shield him from peril. Thus, she finds herself gazing at his confident visage, her heart heavy with concern. "Take care of yourself. I have no desire to become a widow," she remarked, her words catching Qin Mu by surprise. Though her statement bore a semblance of jest, Qin Mu discerned the genuine concern embedded within. "Rest assured, I am no fool. I will take good care of myself," he replied earnestly, acknowledging her worries. A warmth surged within him. He had not anticipated that this spirited girl would harbor such concern for his well-being. Nevertheless, Qin Mu was not one to indulge in reckless bravado. He had prepared thoroughly, bolstered by the formidable forces that lay behind him, instilling a necessary confidence within. However, he refrained from divulging the nature of that power to Li Xia, for it exceeded the realm of ordinary comprehension and was best kept concealed. Li Xia nodded, a flush creeping to her cheeks, perplexed by her own words. Had they not agreed to refrain from interfering in each other's lives? Had she not asserted that their engagement remained separate from their private emotions, and that should true love arise, a divorce was an option? Yet, it seemed that sparks were indeed igniting between them, leaving her somewhat unsettled. Ever since she learned of her arranged engagement, her spirits had been low. Her father had suggested that feelings could blossom over time, to which she had retorted, doubting the existence of love in such a contrived union. And now, it appeared that those very sparks were igniting, a contradiction that felt like a slap to her own face. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Li Xia resolved to follow her heart. With newfound determination, Qin Mu proceeded to freshen up, his spirits lifted. Today, he was resolute in his quest to acquire the coveted shard of jade. Once he secured this treasure, he would be poised to reclaim his former glory. Meanwhile, a stern figure emerged from the airport in Jiangbei City, flanked by several ominous individuals clad in black, each exuding a palpable aura of danger. "Damn the Chun family. This time, we must retrieve the shard of jade." The middle-aged man, none other than Lin Wanrong, the head of the Lin family from the bustling metropolis of Magic City, declared fiercely. He had traveled to Jiangbei City specifically for this shard, having set aside a significant business deal, all in pursuit of reclaiming the esteemed treasure. Though he remained unaware of the shard's mystical allure that had been treasured by his ancestors, he understood that the honor of the Lin family must be upheld. With the Lin family's current formidable strength, it was indeed time to reclaim the ancestral heirloom, the shard of jade. This is a cherished symbol of the family. A family heirloom may not need to possess great value, yet once its significance is established, it becomes as precious as life itself to the Lin family. Of course, such sentiments are not commonly held by the average person. Only families with profound clan values entertain such thoughts. For ordinary individuals, life is fraught with challenges, making it unlikely that they would cling to an object of uncertain meaning, let alone sacrifice their lives for it. Indeed, rest assured, our resources for this endeavor are ample. Regardless of the expenditure, we shall secure it, a man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses confidently proclaimed, clearly embodying the role of an intellectual strategist. Furthermore, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the Tiger Guard is discreetly following, prepared to reclaim the fragment of the revered jade at any moment, asserted another muscular figure, who was the chief assistant to the head of the Lin family, responsible for security and all clandestine matters. He emanated a dangerously potent aura, far surpassing the prowess of the black market fighters previously encountered by Qin Mu. His mere gaze could instill terror in a child, marking him as a formidable adversary. The Tiger Guard he referenced comprises a cadre trained by the Lin family, akin to elite mercenaries, boasting combat capabilities that rival modern armies. Their arrival signifies meticulous preparation, whether through overt or covert means, to ensure the retrieval of the revered jade fragment. Excellent. Let us first visit my son. I wonder if he has fulfilled my instructions. Lin Wanrong mused, fully aware that his son was likely inept and had probably failed to accomplish his task. However, Lin Wanrong had only this one son, and despite his shortcomings, he felt compelled to nurture him. He could not fathom why his son, with such substantial family assets at his disposal, chose instead to pursue martial arts with an almost obsessive fervor, and was also notably infatuated with women. Yet, as long as his son indulged in such desires without developing any detrimental habits, he had not caused Lin Wanrong any significant distress. Women are merely trivial matters. Lin Sheng could easily change partners 100 times in a single day if he so desired. After all, in this world, money can resolve most issues, and matters of romance are but minor concerns. Master, I regret to inform you that the young Master's situation may not be favorable. Please prepare yourself mentally for this news. The secretary, aware of Lin Sheng's circumstances, felt compelled to express this now that Lin Wanrong was about to meet his son, lest the elder be caught off guard and reprimand him for his negligence. Oh, not favorable? What has this scoundrel done now? Lin Wanrong furrowed his brow, though he had already steeled himself for the worst and remained relatively composed. The secretary recounted the events with utmost candor, albeit with a slight bias. Naturally, the shortcomings of Lin Sheng were deftly transformed into the faults of Qin Mu. What? Who does that scoundrel think he is? Daring to steal my son's woman and even injure him. This rascal is truly a source of constant worry. Lin Wanrong erupted in a fit of rage. Although the secretary's words were polished, he was well aware of his son's character and knew he had not acted honorably. Yet, despite this knowledge, he could only scold his son without contemplating any form of punishment. Instead, his thoughts were consumed with how to eliminate Qin Mu. This Qin Mu was exceedingly enigmatic. Reportedly the ex-husband of Lin Ruishi, a distant relative of the Lin family in Jiangbei City. Thus, there was a faint connection to our family. However, this individual remained shrouded in mystery. Apart from being Lin Ruishi's former spouse, little else was known about him. The Lin family could hardly investigate him, given the formidable background of the Qin family. Few in all of Huaxia could uncover Qin Mu's identity. Moreover, the Lin family was merely a local commercial power, lacking the resources for such inquiries. Nevertheless, the data suggested a significant relationship between him and Miss Li Xia of the Li family in the capital. It was highly likely that she had taken a liking to this young man, which emboldened him to act so audaciously. The Li family, Lin Wanrong mused, had unexpectedly involved themselves in this affair. But what of it? A pampered pretty boy under the Li family's protection dared to harm my son. I shall not let him escape unpunished. Surely, the Li family would not sever ties with the Lin family over a mere pretty boy. He confidently declared that since the adversary was but a pretty boy, Qin Mu's life would be his to claim, avenging his son's injury. Indeed, if that is the case, should I proceed now? The secretary suggested, making a gesture across his throat, the meaning unmistakable. No, we shall wait until we secure the Tianzuan shattered jade. It is not the opportune moment to stir up unnecessary trouble now. Lin Wanrong was clear-minded enough to recognize what was paramount, refusing to let hatred cloud his judgment. Once the Tianzuan shattered jade was in hand, that Qin fellow would be at your mercy, to torment as you please, Lin Wanrong said with a fierce determination, eager to discover what kind of audacious individual dared to lay hands on his son. At that moment, Qin Mu, accompanied by Zhao Naizi and a contingent of followers, arrived at Lin Ruishi's company. The security guard at the entrance, upon seeing Qin Mu arrive in a luxury vehicle, dared not impede him, even without credentials. He was permitted entry into the premises. Qin Mu proceeded directly to the front desk. Please contact your chairperson and inform her that Qin Mu is here to see her. His purpose for visiting was singular, to procure a batch of production equipment for Shirui Company. He could hardly be truly serious about these devices. However, when Zhao Naizi dispatched individuals to retrieve goods from the Shirui Company, they were unexpectedly assaulted by Lin Ruishi's people. It is said that a single individual managed to incapacitate all the representatives of IMA Company, leaving even Zhao Nizi injured, as the assailant showed no restraint whatsoever. Even if Lin Ruishi were to withhold the equipment, Qin Mu would refrain from intervening personally. Yet, this blatant act of violence was intolerable to him. Such bullying was outrageous. Even if not for the company's reputation, for the sake of the diligent employees who supported him, Qin Mu felt compelled to take action. "Do you wish to see our chairman? Sir, may I inquire if you have an appointment?" The receptionist, taken by Qin Mu's striking appearance, was inclined to grant him immediate entry. However, witnessing the multitude of injured workers trailing behind him made her apprehensive, unsure of his true intentions. "No appointment? Simply notify your chairman, or summon that rather unappealing Nana to come down. Inform her that Qin Mu has come seeking an explanation," Qin Mu declared assertively, his anger palpable. "Oh, is this not the chairman of IMA Company? Why is your temper flared up within our Shirue Company? Such rudeness." A particularly irksome voice pierced through the air, and Qin Mu need not turn to know it belonged to the detestable Nana. "What? You still have not had enough of my wrath, have you?" As Qin Mu turned, his hand raised ominously in the air, Nana recoiled in fear, nearly toppling to the ground. "What do you intend to do? If you strike someone in broad daylight, I shall immediately call the police to have you arrested," she shouted in terror, fearing that Qin Mu might indeed harm her. "You dare speak of striking someone in broad daylight? Yet your Shirue Company's personnel assaulted my employees without a second thought. Why do you not threaten to call the police on them?" Qin Mu retorted, incensed. "Is it permissible for your company to attack others? But I cannot deliver a deserved blow to you, you insufferable woman? How absurd. What? Our company's people would never resort to violence," Nana exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief as she glanced at the injured individuals behind Qin Mu. "Do not feign ignorance. They went to your production workshop this morning to retrieve the promised equipment. Surely you remember this wager?" Qin Mu's face darkened as he spoke. I certainly recall, but I had no knowledge of your people's arrival. This matter is truly beyond my purview. Perhaps your individuals provoked someone they ought not to have. It has absolutely nothing to do with Shirue Company. Otherwise, why not accompany me to our workshop and see where the mishap occurred? Chapter 53. Rudeness. Nana spoke with an expression of innocence, appearing genuinely unaware of the situation's progression. "Chairman, when we arrived this morning, that woman was indeed absent." Zhao Nizi whispered discreetly in Qin Mu's ear. Qin Mu nodded in understanding. "I see. In that case, I shall go and take a look. You all wait here, ever ready to heed my command." Qin Mu chose to accompany Nana to uncover the truth of the matter. "Let us go. Our Shihue Company has long been prepared to replace its equipment. This opportunity allows us to rid ourselves of those defective products. There's no way we would default," Zhu Panana said defiantly, though Qin Mu knew her words were merely bravado. After all, Shihue Company has only been established for 2 or 3 years. How could its production equipment be substandard? Even the notion of replacing it is absurd, given that the scandal surrounding Shihue Company has made it a miracle if they avoid bankruptcy. Of course, with the Lin family from the magical city supporting them, bankruptcy seems unlikely. Without such backing, the collapse of Shihue Company would merely be a matter of overnight downfall. Currently, every cosmetics company in Jiangbei City is isolating Shihue Company due to its despicable tactics, and they cannot be blamed. Nana led Qin Mu deep into the company, ultimately arriving at the factory behind it. This revealed the company's insufficient foundation, as the office and factory were connected, situated in an undesirable location. They were on the outskirts of the city, bordering the center. Only here could they manage to establish a factory alongside the office. Otherwise, constructing a factory in the city center would be met with governmental disapproval, not to mention the exorbitant cost of land that would make anyone wince. Upon entering the factory, Qin Mu was astonished to find it devoid of any workers. What is the meaning of this? Is your company closed for the day? It's exceedingly peculiar for there to be not a single soul present. Qin Mu was bewildered. Had they granted a holiday in anticipation of his arrival? How odd. Isn't this merely a ploy to clear the premises for dealing with him? A gruff male voice emerged, and as Qin Mu turned, a few men and a woman appeared, their attire suggesting they were martial artists. So you are the ones who injured my subordinate? Finally, you show yourselves. Qin Mu's words left them momentarily stunned. They had been waiting for him, yet his words had usurped their expectations. From the outset, Qin Mu had surmised the truth of the situation. Lin Sheng and Lin Rui, she were aware of his temperament, thus orchestrating an attack on his employees to compel him to seek retribution himself. The most glaring flaw in their scheme was that they had sent only one assailant. This singular individual indicated to Qin Mu that Lin Sheng had likely enlisted someone formidable to confront him. How foolish of him to attempt to dispatch someone against me once more. Alas, no one could defeat me. Nana's performance was woefully inadequate. He decided to turn the tables on them, confident in his conviction that no one could best him. So, you're the one who maimed my junior apprentice? The man at the forefront gazed at Qin Mu with an air of calmness, his eyes akin to those observing mere insects. Junior disciple? If you're referring to Lin Sheng, then indeed, I am the one. However, given his demeanor, it is quite surprising that he is associated with the sect at all. It seems your lineage is not particularly impressive. You truly lack decorum, Qin Mu retorted, his words dripping with sarcasm, and he spoke nothing but the truth. He and Lin Sheng were contemporaries, both having received teachings, yet their strengths were simply incomparable. 100 Lin Shengs could not hope to match Qin Mu. Although Qin Mu remained oblivious to which sect he belonged, as his master had never disclosed the origins of their lineage. What? You dare to insult my sect? You wretched scoundrel! You shall perish here today. For martial artists, nothing incites greater ire than an affront to their sect. Qin Mu's direct mockery ignited their fury. What? Have I erred? With your kind of arrogance and lack of discipline over your disciples, do you truly fear insult? I had thought you had long since lost all sense of shame. Qin Mu continued his taunts, confident he could vanquish them despite their numbers. You, the leading man, his face flushed with rage, found himself at a loss for a retort, for he had long held disdain for Lin Sheng. Martial practitioners ought to be chivalrous. Yet Lin Sheng's bullying behavior was intolerable. However, to uphold the dignity of his sect, he felt compelled to act. You have quite the silver tongue. While I cannot best you in words, do not expect to weep when the time for battle arrives. Lin Sheng is indeed at fault, but you have no right to condemn him. Be wise, let me cripple your hands, and then go apologize to my junior disciple. Otherwise, when my master or the head of the Lin family arrives, you shall find no escape. To Qin Mu's surprise, the man's words revealed a hint of humility amidst the bravado. Though his remarks were harsh, it was evident they were meant for Qin Mu's benefit. If they exacted their revenge first, their powerful backers would not seek him out for trouble. Though he might lose a hand, at least his life would be spared. Yet, they utterly failed to comprehend the nature of Qin Mu. They did not grasp the terrifying strength that lay behind him. Neither his family nor his sect could be compared to Lin Sheng's. Your goodwill is unnecessary. If you wish to fight, let us proceed directly. What use are words? If you lack the courage to engage, I shall simply summon others to dismantle your equipment. By the way, who was the one that struck first this morning? I will not fight all of you, but that individual must step forward so my employees can seek justice. As Qin Mu finished his proclamation, a frail man erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, a pretty boy dares to speak so boldly. It was I who struck first. What will you do about it? It is merely a handful of employees. I could easily strike them down. Their worth pales in comparison to mine. The fact that I have not killed them only indicates their good fortune. This man spoke with an air of extreme arrogance, while Qin Mu's expression darkened. Both his master and ancestors had instilled in him the principle that all actions must prioritize the safety and interests of the people of Huaxia. Yet, this man dares to utter such blasphemous words. How could Qin Mu not feel anger rising within him? Chapter 54. The disregard for human life, huh? Do you not consider the lives of ordinary people to be of any consequence? Qin Mu's voice turned ominous. Anyone familiar with him would recognize this as the precursor to his impending eruption. At this moment, Qin Mu was at his most formidable. What? Am I mistaken in my assertions? The law of the jungle dictates that the weak should accept their fate if they lack strength. The man continued, utterly oblivious to the shift in Qin Mu's demeanor, becoming increasingly smug. I have lived abroad for several years and fought at the borders, witnessing countless warriors lay down their lives to protect the people of Huaxia. They are exceptionally skilled individuals, their power far surpassing that of you all, their status infinitely higher. Such individuals, who sacrifice their entire lives to defend the borders for the sake of the common folk, did not even regard their own lives as precious. They abandoned all happiness, forsook their families, all to safeguard the nation and each citizen. And here you are spouting this barbaric nonsense of survival of the fittest, treating human lives with such contempt. As Qin Mu articulated these sentiments, the individuals opposite him suddenly felt a chill, as if they had been targeted by a formidable beast. Trembling involuntarily. What are you saying? Under Qin Mu's calm, yet powerful words, the man who had initially acted so boldly began to feel a sense of unease. He could not fathom why his heart raced, as if some ominous fate were about to befall him. Regardless, there are many civilians. Even if a few die, it will not lead to any significant consequences. We, the strong, are the ones who hold true value for society, he shouted, desperately attempting to steady his nerves, only to find his heart racing even faster. A few deaths mean nothing. Do you have any idea how many fathers, sons, and husbands those lives you so carelessly speak of represent? To take a life indiscriminately is to plunge dozens into endless sorrow. How dare you utter such words? Qin Mu was thoroughly enraged, memories flooding back as he recalled his fallen comrades, the young lives extinguished beside him. They should have enjoyed their youth, embracing the joys and uncertainties of their teenage years. Yet they entrusted their lives to Huaxia, to the people, without a hint of complaint. It is these valiant young warriors who, having sacrificed their lives to protect what they hold dear, are dismissed as worthless by another martial artist. Qin Mu erupted in fury. You shall die today. He unleashed his full speed, rendering his movements imperceptible to the others. The man felt a sudden grip tighten around his neck, and in the next moment, he was thrust against a wall several meters away. Qin Mu held him aloft with one hand, pressing him against the wall, his fingers digging in with relentless force. The man gasped for breath, his face turning crimson, as all the martial arts techniques he had learned in the past became futile in this moment. He had no time to react. Both speed and strength were utterly dominated by Qin Mu, leaving him incapable of any response. His vision began to blur. The sensation of suffocation was excruciating, as tears and snot streamed down his face. In that instant, a singular thought consumed him. I'm going to die. The others, witnessing Qin Mu's ferocity, were momentarily stunned. They had initially planned to swarm him, confident that even if Qin Mu was formidable, they could overpower him together. However, they now grasped the extent of their folly. Qin Mu's strength rivaled that of their master. In terms of speed, their master was no match for him. Qin Mu's power was simply terrifying. They couldn't help but chuckle at their own naivete. How could they hope to confront Qin Mu? Even 100 of them would stand no chance. Please spare us. The leader attempted to intervene, but was met with a dark shadow hurtling toward them. Bang! The group was caught off guard, instantly knocked to the ground by the very man Qin Mu had seized. Indeed, Qin Mu had not taken the man's life. He had merely incapacitated him, inflicting injury but not death. Yet, other forms of punishment were inevitable, for Qin Mu could not allow such dangerous ideology to persist. Those who acted would pay the price. He had rendered the man's dantian useless, paralyzing his lower limbs. This was his form of retribution. Should anyone dare to voice dissent, they could come forward for a discussion. Qin Mu spoke of discourse, yet everyone knew that such an encounter would likely result in their own demise. They immediately recoiled, realizing the magnitude of Qin Mu's prowess. Who among them would dare to strike again? They were too late to flee. Stunned into silence, they yearned to escape, but with Qin Mu's command unspoken, none dared to move. Given his terrifying speed, who would be foolish enough to attempt an escape? They could only imagine the consequences that awaited them. Since there are no objections, then be gone. Inform Lin Sheng that regardless of how many people he brings, I shall confront them all. It matters not if they outnumber me. Let them come at me directly. Should they dare to harm the innocent again, your entire sect shall have no reason to exist. Qin Mu had no intention of keeping these individuals around, for he was neither a killer nor a brute. However, these conditions needed to be articulated clearly. If Lin Sheng truly laid hands on the innocent around him, he would indeed eliminate that scoundrel without hesitation. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, those few individuals fled in terror, too frightened to utter a word. Qin Mu then turned his gaze towards Zhu Bona. So, how does it feel to have your hired muscle defeated by me? Impressive, isn't it? A smile graced Qin Mu's lips, a gesture of goodwill, yet in Zhu Bona's eyes, it appeared as the smile of a devil. She had never anticipated that Qin Mu possessed such extraordinary strength, so monstrous. Do not come any closer. I warn you, murder is a crime. After her exclamation, she began to scream, terrified that Qin Mu might indeed strike her down. Qin Mu rolled his eyes, swiftly delivering a slap that rendered her unconscious. Truly annoying. Chapter 55. The Foolish Ones. After incapacitating Zhu Bona, Qin Mu made a phone call to Zhao Nizi. Bring the people over. We can start moving the equipment. Zhao Nizi, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and promptly led everyone into the factory. He knew that as long as Qin Mu was involved, no problem was insurmountable. Ever since Qin Mu had caused the Zhou family to vanish from Jiangbei City with a single decree, Zhao Nizi had revered him as a being of divine stature. Qin Mu, is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Just as Qin Mu hung up the phone, Lin Ruishi finally made her appearance. Oh, you can bribe my employees to expose the secrets of our industry. Yet I cannot openly win your equipment? You may injure my staff and allow martial artists to act against me at will. Yet I am forbidden from retaliating? Had I lacked strength, I would have long been like a stray dog under your command. Qin Mu remained remarkably composed, devoid of anger in his tone, merely filled with disappointment towards the woman before him. Why, even now, do you perceive all this is my fault? Have you ever reflected upon your own mistakes? Clearly not. In your eyes, I am merely a worthless being. But do not forget what enabled your rise. Were it not for the funds provided by me and my friends, would you have attained your current standing? Yet, how did you conduct yourself after your success? I am unworthy of you. Very well, let's part ways. I have already forgiven you for the infidelity. I stated that we are no longer entangled in any way, yet what are you doing now? Engaging in malicious retaliation? I must inform you that no matter how formidable your background may be, or how many men stand behind you, I am fully capable of confronting whatever lies ahead. Just like today, I fear no so-called experts who may come my way. Qin Mu's words rendered Lin Ruishi speechless. Indeed, it seemed that she had been persistently erring in her solitary determination. No, Qin Mu had merely transformed into someone else's plaything, only to turn against her. The self-esteem Lin Ruishi had painstakingly built was shattered by Qin Mu, yet she forcefully attempted to salvage her dignity within. Uncertain of where her newfound courage stemmed from, she suddenly perceived that the current circumstances were a result of Qin Mu's malicious revenge. I acknowledge your strength, yet an individual's prowess cannot possibly surpass the entirety of the Lin family. Lin Ruishi declared, her expression darkening. If you repent now, I could still take you to Lin Sheng and seek his forgiveness. Otherwise, even with Li Shi's protection, it would be of no avail. The characters the Lin family will deploy next are likely beyond your capacity to handle. Lin Ruishi's words sounded considerate, as if she genuinely cared for Qin Mu, yet her true thoughts were steeped in continual belittlement of him, hoping he would relent. To this day, she still believed that all of Qin Mu's strength and the resources of the Amy Company were orchestrated by Li Shia. She could not bring herself to believe, or perhaps refuse to accept, that Qin Mu had attained everything through his own efforts. If he were indeed that powerful, why had he not assisted her at the outset? She could not fathom that it was a wager between Qin Mu and his father. If she persisted, the Qin family in Kyoto would ultimately become her greatest support. Alas, she had obliterated all of it herself. Qin Mu sighed. It appears you have yet to grasp the reality of the situation. If that is the case, I shall refrain from further conversation. I am curious to witness just how formidable the Lin family truly is. Qin Mu was genuinely disheartened by Lin Ruishi and equally intrigued by the Lin family's response. He was eager to see what counterattack they would orchestrate next. Zhao Nizi and her entourage burst in, enthusiastically seizing the equipment and hauling it outside. They were exhilarated, for after being beaten earlier that morning, reclaiming this equipment felt like a well-deserved act of retribution. Of course, for them, nothing would be as satisfying as capturing the one who had assaulted them and giving him a taste of collective vengeance. Nevertheless, this was a gratifying release. In less than half an hour, all the equipment had been removed, leaving the production workshop eerily vacant. Take care, Qin Mu remarked to Lin Ruishi before departing. There was little more to discuss with this woman. Upon returning to the company, Qin Mu exhaled in relief as he regarded Zhao Nizi. Manager Zhao, today the workers who helped with the move will each receive a reward of 5,000 yuan, which should serve as both medical expenses and compensation for their hard work today. Qin Mu, well-versed in the art of soothing his subordinates' emotions, had been exposed to such matters since childhood, having been by his father's side. In truth, to genuinely win the hearts of his employees, he ought to distribute the money personally. That would truly secure their loyalty. However, time was of the essence, and he regarded this company merely as a stepping stone, planning to depart soon, rendering elaborate tactics unnecessary. Once everything was arranged, Qin Mu swiftly got into his vehicle and instructed the driver to head to the factory of Imei Company. With several hours remaining before the charity auction, he was determined not to let time slip away idly and preferred to accomplish more tasks. Yes, this was the place. Instead of entering his own factory, he approached an adjacent facility. "Hello, could you please direct me to the manager of this factory?" Qin Mu inquired, rolling down his window to address the security guard at the entrance. The guard, recognizing the significance of Qin Mu's vehicle, immediately complied and set about contacting the manager. Indeed, it is often through external symbols that one's strength is manifested. Had he not arrived in a luxury car, Qin Mu would likely have spent considerable time negotiating with the guard for entry into the factory, perhaps even needing to smoke a few cigarettes to garner assistance. After the guard made the necessary contacts, he promptly opened the factory gate and guided the vehicle inside. Qin Mu, led by another security officer, was soon ushered into the manager's office. "Good day, sir. I beg your pardon for my lack of discernment. May I inquire as to your identity?" The factory manager, with a fierce countenance yet refined speech, displayed utmost politeness. Qin Mu, unperturbed, took a seat and introduced himself. "Hello, manager. I am Qin Mu, the chairman of the neighboring Imei Company. I have come to discuss the potential acquisition of your factory." Chapter 56, 250 million an acquisition of our factory? However, we have no intention of selling. The manager responded, clearly flustered, for the factory was not his to sell. He was merely an employee tasked with its management. "Please do not be alarmed. We are planning an expansion, and since we are adjacent, it would save us considerable time and effort, which is why we wish to explore this option," Qin Mu reassured him. Expansion was indeed essential. Once Imei Company skincare products officially launched, they were bound to capture a significant market share. Thus, the acquisition of the factory had long been a part of Qin Mu's strategic plan. Ample land was the foundational requirement for growth. "I am aware that your factory has been flourishing. Therefore, I shall propose an enticing price that might captivate your interest." I wonder what the factory manager and those behind him might think. Qin Mu had long since prepared for this moment. The factory's economic performance is merely average, stable, yet not particularly high. Although the manager claims to be an employee, he wields at least half of the decision-making power. Once the manager is secured, there is little cause for concern regarding the others. As far as I know, when your factory was acquired, it cost merely tens of millions. Thus, I offer a direct sum of 2 billion. What do you think? Qin Mu's words caused the manager's heart to skip a beat. A sum of 2 billion. Who is this individual before me? He was aware of the Imei Company, but had never heard of it possessing such substantial liquidity. He was immediately intrigued. 2 billion. With that amount, he could retire without a care. This figure encompasses the factory's profitability, equipment, and even the severance pay for workers. Let me be straightforward. 2,500 million. If the manager is agreeable, I can transfer the funds immediately. Qin Mu was not well versed in negotiation tactics. His only strategy was to throw money at the problem. Simply put, for the Qin family, 2 billion was a trivial matter. Despite the seemingly vast sum of 2,500 million, he was confident that once the skincare and cosmetics line launched, he would recoup the investment within a year. Agreed. The manager, a straightforward individual, immediately accepted upon seeing Qin Mu's increase of 50 million. Thus, the deal was struck. The responsibility of addressing the other partners fell to me. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I will ensure your satisfaction. He shook Qin Mu's hand, brimming with excitement. 2,500 million. He would secure at least half. Moreover, this was merely a transfer of the factory. He could just as easily establish another elsewhere and continue his enterprise. This was undoubtedly a win-win transaction. Of course, had Li Xia or any of the Qin family been present, they would have surely berated Qin Mu. With their familial influence and negotiation skills, they could have acquired the factory for less than 1 billion. It must be said that Qin Mu was indeed extravagant, possessing little concept of money. However, if Qin Mu's father were here, he would undoubtedly have broken his legs for such a display of recklessness, having instilled in his son the virtue of frugality since childhood. After drafting the contract and paying a deposit of 50 million, Qin Mu departed with great satisfaction. The expansion of the factory was resolved, leaving only the matter of market penetration. With Chairman Zhang's assistance and the strength of their new product, entering the market would pose no problem. He believed that even without advertising, word of mouth among consumers would suffice to open up the market, albeit at a slower pace. As evening swiftly approached, Qin Mu returned home to change into a suit. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Li Xia. "Get in the car, my fiancé," she beckoned, her dazzling Ferrari enticing him with an undeniable allure. With a smile, Qin Mu complied and climbed into her vehicle. He found himself puzzled by her insistence on driving. Yet, given her invitation, refusal seemed out of the question. After all, they were on the path to becoming a couple, and he felt it inappropriate to decline. Perhaps it was also due to his considerable interest in Li Xia. Two individuals, uncertain of their own feelings, and even more so of each other's, found themselves sharing the same car. Why not let the driver take the wheel? Isn't it tiring to drive yourself? Qin Mu inquired, curious. While driving a sports car was exhilarating, it was still within the confines of the city, devoid of the thrill of speed. Furthermore, given Li Xia's status, she must have grown weary of such vehicles by now. Because when I drive, the time belongs solely to me. I cherish these fleeting moments of autonomy. Li Xia replied calmly, her words imbued with a profound sense of melancholy that Qin Mu could not ignore. Indeed, born into a prestigious family, she had been thrust into the role of expanding their influence in southern China at a tender age, despite her relentless efforts. Yet, even her marriage was not hers to choose. She was compelled to wed Qin Mu as a means of consolidating their family's resources. It was undeniably tragic that such an extraordinary woman found herself subjected to her family's dictates. Li Xia's life had been meticulously orchestrated, her path clearly defined. However, a life where the end is evident from the beginning lacks intrigue. She yearned for freedom, yet found herself ensnared by her family's machinations. Thus, she resigned herself to her circumstances and learned to relish driving. It was in these moments behind the wheel that she could dictate her own pace and determine her destination, rather than being confined to the predetermined routes of an extravagant high-speed train. Qin Mu remained silent, unsure of what words could provide solace in such a situation. He felt utterly at a loss, as he himself had escaped his father's grasp, only to find himself on the verge of returning. His decision seemed somewhat foolish, yet he recognized the struggles of someone who had fought for their freedom. He empathized with Li Xia. Consequently, he found himself at a loss for how to console her. "Enough, enough. I've come to terms with it long ago. You need not worry about comforting me. Look at how flustered you are. Such a typical straight man," Li Xia remarked, observing Qin Mu's expression and understanding his intentions. However, Qin Mu found himself at a loss for words, which amused Li Xia greatly. It was quite endearing to see the illustrious heir of the Qin family in such a flustered state. Chapter 57. A forceful entrance. Thus, the two of them exchanged no further words and sped directly to the venue of the charity auction. The scale of this charity event was rather impressive. Which family was responsible for organizing it? Upon arriving at the auction center, Qin Mu's curiosity piqued. He had realized the auction's significance when he perused the auction list earlier. Now, upon witnessing the opulence firsthand, it was evident that this was no ordinary affair. Naturally, it was organized by the Chen family. In recent years, the Chen family's financial situation had been deteriorating. Ultimately, this auction was held to return the celestial fragment to the Lin family. The Chen family had shown a willingness to reconcile, as they could not afford any further complications. The Lin family, not oblivious to the situation, recognized that the animosity between their families had long been confined to the older generation. The younger members had remained unaffected. Given that the two families resided in different cities, there was little opportunity for the new generation to even meet. Thus, it was evident that reconciliation was preferable to continuing the feud. Qin Mu nodded in agreement. Although Li Xia remarked on the Chen family's recent downturn, the event still exuded an air of grandeur. The plight of the wealthy is a far cry from that of the common folk. As they entered, Qin Mu spotted several familiar faces, all of whom he had encountered when Li Xia and old Lu had introduced him earlier. Among them, Huang Mingqing approached them, greeting Qin Mu and Li Xia with utmost courtesy. He was unaware of Qin Mu's true identity, but maintained a demeanor of absolute politeness, which was prudent. "Young Master Qin, you have finally arrived. The leading figures of the South China region have been eagerly awaiting your and Miss Li Xia's arrival to take the lead," Huang Mingchang flattered. However, Li Xia rolled her eyes. It was infuriating that despite introducing Qin Mu to them, her name still came after his. After all, she had been a prominent figure in South China for several years, yet now she was overshadowed by someone who had barely been around for a month. It was truly vexing. However, she could not confront Qin Mu in the presence of so many people. She would have to seek her revenge later. Mr. Huang, you are too modest. You are the true leader of the South China region. I am merely a newcomer and have much to learn from you, Qin Mu replied effortlessly, as he was quite accustomed to such exchanges. After exchanging pleasantries, Huang Mingchang cautiously inquired, by the way, how is old Lu's health these days? Old Lu? I'm not sure. He has been preoccupied with something and hasn't shared the details with me, so I have no knowledge of his condition, Qin Mu responded. However, if you speak solely of physicality, then there is certainly no cause for concern. Just considering the robust physique of Elder Lu in his prime, along with his current state, what issues could possibly arise? Qin Mu smiled as he reminisced about the past. He too had once been under Elder Lu's tutelage. In those days, Elder Lu was an exceptionally formidable general. Qin Mu's casual remarks only served to reinforce Huang Mingchang's resolve to treat him with utmost hospitality. Unbeknownst to him, Elder Lu's background was shrouded in mystery and power. It was evident from Qin Mu's words that the two had been acquainted for a considerable length of time. Furthermore, Qin Mu spoke not as if addressing a stranger, but with a warmth and respect reserved for an elder. The relationship between Elder Lu and Qin Mu was undoubtedly extraordinary. Before long, the charity auction drew an increasing crowd, swiftly filling the entire venue. Laughter and conversation echoed throughout, as merchants wore smiles while secretly calculating how to maximize their profits. Even in this so-called charity auction, it was merely a venue to cultivate connections. While the auction was indeed a charitable event, with proceeds intended for donation, the true intentions of these individuals regarding charity remained uncertain. Nonetheless, as long as funds were raised to assist those in need, the motivations of these individuals mattered little. After all, these individuals were the epitome of avaricious capitalists. Securing their financial contributions was already a formidable challenge. Soon, as the host commenced the proceedings, everyone settled into their respective places. Qin Mu had been seated at the main table from the outset, undisturbed by anyone. He had no desire for socializing. After all, such gatherings were not to his liking, and the caliber of the attendees hardly warranted his personal engagement. Were he to reveal his identity as the scion of the Qin family, it was likely that these individuals would eagerly rush to present him with their business cards. For companies and families of this magnitude, Qin Mu held them in disdain. With most of the attendees present, the charity auction was officially underway. Just as the host announced the commencement, the doors of the auction hall were pushed open. A strikingly imposing middle-aged man entered, accompanied by a secretary adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and a brawny figure. Ha! Our guests have arrived in splendid order. Master Chen and I, Lin Wanrong, have arrived a tad late. I trust you don't mind. The latecomer, who had stolen the spotlight, was none other than Lin Wanrong. Following him were several young individuals, including one whose hands were wrapped in bandages, alongside those skilled in martial arts, Lin Sheng and Lin Ruishi. The arrival of the Lin family patriarch explained Lin Ruishi's audacious demeanor. Qin Mu let out a cold snort, immediately followed by a deep disdain. However, what could a mere head of the Lin family amount to in my presence? The moment Lin Wanrong entered, he commanded the attention of the entire venue, drawing immense interest from all. His arrival served as a forceful statement to the Chun family, clearly indicating the Lin family's extraordinary status in the magical metropolis. Indeed, as the head of the Lin family, how could he possibly be late if he so desired? His precise timing in making an entrance was a clear show of dominance, asserting that even in your territory, I shall remain the centerpiece. The head of the Chun family felt a sense of helplessness, yet there was little he could do, for the Chun family was no longer as formidable as it once was. Rising to his feet, he acknowledged Lin Wanrong, remarking that meeting him in person was even more impressive than the rumors had suggested. He graciously invited Lin to take a seat, assuring him that what he sought was situated at the back. Though Lin Wanrong smiled at the words of the Chun family head, he inwardly held a profound admiration for him. This fellow was indeed not easily dealt with. Chapter 58. A clash of wits. Although the head of the Chun family stood up, he did not approach Lin Wanrong directly. He merely stood as a gesture of politeness. By refraining from advancing, he conveyed to Lin Wanrong that he was on his turf, and should he be unwilling, Lin would find himself powerless. He then invited Lin to sit, thus seizing the initiative, asserting that this was a charity auction he was hosting, and it would be wise for Lin to adhere to the arrangements. Otherwise, the shards of jade at the end might encounter unforeseen mishaps. As the two families met, they were already at odds, resulting in a stalemate. Ha ha, since that is the case, I shall heed the words of the head of the Chun family. Please, take a seat, Lin Wanrong remarked, regaining a semblance of control as he settled into his designated position, serendipitously, at the very table where Qin Mu was seated. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng and the others found themselves relegated to the back, for such a prestigious auction was not a venue for them to assert themselves at the forefront. Qin Mu, observing the head of the Lin family taking a seat beside him, began to appraise him with keen interest. Just as Lin Wanrong was about to speak, his secretary whispered something in his ear. "Hello, Uncle Lin. It has been a while since I last saw you. I didn't expect you to still be in such high spirits," Li Xia greeted, having recognized Lin Wanrong and feeling compelled to acknowledge him. With the matters between Qin Mu and the Lin family not yet having escalated publicly, she had to maintain a certain decorum. Xia, you've been thriving in South China these past few years. It seems the Li family will soon boast yet another formidable woman. Lin Wanrong responded with a smile. Clearly pleased for the Li family. However, do focus on your career. Matters of love may not grant you the freedom you desire, and you have my sympathies. Despite the smile on Lin Wanrong's face, the undertones of the threat were unmistakably present. He was indeed warning Li Xia, daring to maintain a relationship with a gigolo. And despite his aggression towards his own son, he would certainly seek clarification from the Li family. Haha, Uncle Lin is jesting. I will manage my own affairs. And my family is in full support of my current plans. Li Xia retaliated directly, demonstrating her formidable strength. Haha, Xia, remaining single is not ideal. Rather, how about I introduce my inept son to you? Our two families could join forces. What do you think? After all, I'm growing older, and it is time for a generational shift. I have invested a great deal of effort in Lin Sheng, whom I cherish deeply. Lin Wanrong was directly threatening Li Xia, suggesting that if she were willing to marry Lin Sheng, the past transgressions could be overlooked. Otherwise, who knows what he might do? He had sacrificed much for Lin Sheng, and now his son had suffered a severe injury, which understandably fueled his rage. Even if the hand could be healed, it would undoubtedly leave lasting repercussions. If he is truly inept, then he ought not to be paraded about. Wouldn't you agree, head of the Lin family? Qin Mu interjected, incredulous that they would wish to unite Li Xia with the useless Lin Sheng. She was his fiancée, even if their bond was currently shallow. It was not something the Lin family could meddle with. Enraged, he felt compelled to act. Could he truly remain passive in this moment? Oh, if that is the case, once this matter concludes, we shall settle accounts with your so-called Qin Mu. Lin Wanrong was astonished at Qin Mu's audacity, openly mocking both himself and Lin Sheng. He was determined to subdue this fellow. His anger was palpable. Though he could tolerate Li Xia's retorts, she was still a member of the Li family. But what was Qin Mu? Merely a dependent of Li Xia, at most a man of great physical prowess. However, in Lin Wanrong's eyes, such strength could not rival wealth. With all his riches, he could easily crush Qin Mu. So be it. The mere Lin family was so brazen, it was utterly reckless. Qin Mu shook his head. The Lin family was far too arrogant. If Lin Wanrong wished to investigate, he could not possibly be unaware of the truth. Yet he continued to threaten him and even Li Xia. Such actions were utterly unforgivable, since Lin Wanrong was resolute in avenging Lin Sheng. Qin Mu had no qualms about bearing the burden. He was eager to discover just how formidable the Lin family truly was. Lin Wanrong was rendered speechless by Qin Mu's audacity. He had not anticipated such brazen arrogance. However, from his words, Lin Wanrong surmised that Qin Mu likely had only Li Xia backing him. The manner in which he lambasted was utterly unbecoming of one hailing from a distinguished lineage. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that Qin Mu had long since liberated himself from the clutches of the Qin family. What significance did their heated exchange hold? Elegance of demeanor does not solely epitomize the essence of nobility. The ignorant youth shall soon witness the true might of the Lin family once I secure that treasure. Lin Wanrong was incensed by Qin Mu, disregarding his own dignity in the process. However, his words were meant solely for the ears of Qin Mu and Li Xia. Treasure? Ah, allow me to inform you that I have taken a liking to your family's shard of jade. It no longer concerns you. Qin Mu nonchalantly declared, revealing his intent to acquire the shard to Lin Wanrong. What? Do not overstep your bounds. Lin Wanrong slammed the table in fury. If it were any other matter, it might have been tolerable, but the audacity of Qin Mu to covet their family's shard of jade was intolerable. This shard represented the very spirit of the Lin family. It was an item that must be reclaimed at all costs. Countless individuals were aware that they had come for this very purpose. For Qin Mu to so brazenly declare his intention to bid for the shard, urging him to relinquish it, was akin to delivering a slap to his face. What do you mean by overstepping? Lin family head, please mind your words. Since this item has been put up for auction, it is the capable who shall seize it. My desire to bid for this shard is of no concern to you. This shard, once belonging to your Lin family, is now available for anyone to claim at auction. Do you expect to acquire it without offering anything in return? Qin Mu remained unfazed by Lin Wanrong's fury. Even if he were to be driven to the brink of apoplexy, it bore no relevance to him. You audacious boy. Very well. I shall observe who is capable of claiming this celestial shard. Chapter 59. The desire for reconciliation as they quarreled. The Chun family and others had already taken note of their tumultuous exchange, albeit uncertain of its exact nature. However, the palpable tension between them was unmistakable. They relished the unfolding drama, having recently engaged with the Lin family. Now, witnessing the Lin family embroiled in dispute with others, exhausting their energies, brought them great delight. While the auction proceeded, Lin Sheng and his companions observed Qin Mu seated in the front row, seething with rage. How dare that fellow occupy such a position? He was merely Li Xia's pretty boy, yet he had the audacity to sit there. The actions of the Li family were utterly outrageous. Who were they insulting? Despite these thoughts, Lin Sheng's heart was filled with envy towards Qin Mu, who was afforded the privilege of sitting in the presence of Li Xia. It was simply too exasperating. Lin Sheng was consumed by fury. He himself lacked the qualification to approach, while Qin Mu sat there with an air of superiority. This filled him with immense rage, especially with his arms still encased in plaster. I must compel my father to incapacitate this individual. Otherwise, my heart's resentment shall remain unresolved. Do not be so agitated. This person is truly formidable. Are you certain he is merely a superficial dandy? The man who led this group expressed his disbelief. For with Qin Mu's prowess, it seemed improbable that he would willingly settle for the role of an ordinary pretty boy. Given his capabilities, establishing a new sect would pose no challenge, and, undoubtedly, he enjoys the backing of other sections. It is inconceivable that someone of such strength would simply be a pretty face. However, he found himself unable to verify this. He was acquainted with numerous sect members, yet could not discern any affiliation with Qin Mu. Had they engaged in combat, he might have gleaned insights into Qin Mu's lineage. Yet, they were never afforded the opportunity to confront him, as Qin Mu required neither trickery nor strategy. With sheer speed and strength, he could effortlessly defeat them. Reflecting on the events of the day, the man was still haunted by the memory of his junior disciple, who had been utterly incapacitated by Qin Mu. After hearing this news, their master rushed over, intent on avenging them, while the other disciples were filled with excitement. He alone harbored a nagging feeling that even their master might not prevail against Qin Mu. Though this was merely speculation, his conviction was unwavering. Inexplicably, he felt an overwhelming dread towards Qin Mu. Suddenly, as the auction reached a typical lull, he observed Qin Mu making his move. He rose and walked towards Qin Mu without hesitation. What do you want with me? As he approached the restroom, Qin Mu sent someone trailing behind him and turned to confront the man directly. Mr. Qin, may I have a word? Oh, it's you. Haven't you had enough of witnessing my strength this morning? Do you wish to experience it once more? Qin Mu replied with a smile, detecting no malice from the man, yet still decided to assert his dominance. No, that is not my intention, Mr. Qin. I hope you can refrain from further conflict with the Lin family and spare my junior disciple, if you would. Ha ha, spare him? Allow me to clarify. It is he who has clung to me unrelentingly. I did not seek this conflict. Qin Mu laughed heartily, understanding that the man was now showing signs of cowardice. However, he had chosen the wrong target. He had already exacted his revenge and had no time to continue this charade. Nevertheless, He understood that the matter between the Lin family and himself could not simply conclude here. Given the nature of Lin Sheng and his father, retaliation was inevitable. Setting aside Lin Sheng's hand, even the contention over the fragment of the celestial jade would incite them to draw swords against him. How could this possibly end? Sigh, Mr. Qin, enough said. Since you are familiar with the Lin family, you must be aware of what they seek at this auction, right? Qin Mu interrupted the man's words directly. The man was taken aback. Could it be that you, sir, are also after the celestial fragment? Indeed, I am determined to possess that celestial fragment. It matters not who comes. Unless you can persuade the Lin family to relinquish it, I shall not withdraw from this contention. Qin Mu stated expressionlessly. The man was rendered speechless. Not only was that fragment the Lin family's heirloom, but his own master had also been yearning for it for quite some time. He had often mentioned that the celestial fragment was crucial to a powerful legacy, and though it was merely a shard, the whereabouts of the other parts remained a mystery. However, if he could secure it, it would undoubtedly be a boon. His master had already conferred with Lin Wanrong, and if their sect ever required the fragment, the Lin family would certainly lend it to them. Yet, he never anticipated that Qin Mu would desire the fragment as well. A bitter smile crossed his lips. It seemed this matter had truly become troublesome. Rest assured, this issue is beyond your resolution. However, I observe that you bear no trace of bloodshed. It is evident that your subordinates have not taken lives. For this reason, should a conflict arise, I shall spare your life. There is no need for concern. After speaking, Qin Mu walked into the restroom, deeming further conversation with the man unnecessary. The man sighed. What use was it to spare his life? He had come to negotiate reconciliation with Qin Mu, yet now it appeared he had utterly failed. There was no recourse. This matter must be abandoned. Qin Yi. Just as Qin Mu finished using the restroom and was washing his hands, an exceedingly loud voice called out to him. Long Zhe. Qin Mu frowned, surprised to encounter this fellow in such a place. He longed to slip away, for this man might soon cling to him again, seeking to become his apprentice. Qin Mu felt quite helpless, but since they had crossed paths, he could not feign ignorance. What brings you here? You actually have an interest in attending this charity auction? Qin Mu did not expect that these affluent young scions would show any interest in such affairs, especially someone of Long Zhe's stature, who had no need to attend such gatherings. Smaller families might come to meet the heirs of more powerful clans. Yet Long Zhe represented the pinnacle of lineage in South China. He was the sovereign among wealthy youth. Chapter 60. 200 million indeed. Master, do not be misled by my carefree demeanor. I am quite passionate about charitable endeavors. Long Zhe laughed heartily, unperturbed by such misunderstandings. Since my time with the teacher we hired, training in the mountains, and witnessing the stark poverty there, I have been deeply invested in charitable endeavors. Each year, half of my pocket money is devoted to philanthropy. Do not underestimate me, Long Zhe declared with great pride. Although engaging in charity is not meant for ostentation, Long Zhe's boastful demeanor is, in fact, commendable. Qin Mu regarded him with newfound respect. He had not anticipated this facet of the young man, which was indeed surprising. Ah, I see now. I have underestimated you. I owe you an apology, Qin Mu said gravely to Long Zhe. He himself had not attended to charitable causes in quite some time, and Long Zhe's actions stirred a sense of shame within him. Not all, master. I merely thought the individuals in the front row looked remarkably familiar. It truly is you, Long Zhe exclaimed excitedly, astonished to find himself in the presence of Qin Mu. To be seated in the front row, what an honor. Even I am relegated to the second row, courtesy of my family's connections. How stingy the Chun family is. To have placed me in the second row, it is utterly infuriating. Were he to voice such thoughts, the head of the Chun family would likely erupt in anger, for it was he who arranged for Long Zhe to sit in the front row. However, this young man preferred not to be wedged among a crowd of elderly gentlemen, and had thus moved to the back. Now, he audaciously blamed the head of the Chun family from behind. What a disloyalty to his master. Ah, I see. Well then, let us continue our exploration. I wish to acquire something, Qin Mu suggested. Oh, master, do tell me what you desire. I shall purchase it for you, considering it my gift of apprenticeship. Long Zhe responded with great enthusiasm. I have told you, do not call me master. I never intended to take on a disciple. If you genuinely seek guidance, I can assist you, but let us forego the formalities of apprenticeship, Qin Mu replied with a hint of exasperation. This young man's persistence was becoming a burden. Perhaps guiding him would be the better course, if only to secure a moment of peace. Ultimately, it was Long Zai's claim of dedicating half of his annual pocket money to charitable causes that prompted Qin Mu to offer his guidance. Leaving aside all else, Qin Mu held great admiration for such an attitude. He deemed Long Zai worthy of mentorship. Woohoo! Then allow me to express my gratitude. Master! No. Thank you, Brother Qin. Long Zai exclaimed, exhilarated. While he spoke of apprenticeship, he was also somewhat apprehensive, as his family was inclined to oversee his affairs closely. If he were to formally seek apprenticeship, he would need their approval. He feared that his family might investigate Qin Mu, potentially inciting his ire, hence his lingering reservations. However, now that Qin Mu had offered direct guidance, it alleviated a significant burden from his heart. But Brother Qin, what exactly do you intend to bid for at the auction? Long Zai genuinely wished to procure the item Qin Mu desired, for after all, a gift of apprenticeship is a customary gesture. It was merely that fragment of the celestial sovereign's jade. Upon realizing its identity, Long Zai found himself momentarily speechless. How could Qin Mu, of all things, wish for that celestial sovereign's jade? That was a treasure even his illustrious family could not afford. Should he dare to covet it? The Lin family would undoubtedly sever ties with the Long family. Although the Long family possessed formidable strength, economically, they would be subjected to the Lin family's oppression. Thus, when he heard Qin Mu express his intention to acquire the celestial sovereign's jade, he was rendered utterly dumbfounded. Brother Qin, could we perhaps consider an alternative? I truly cannot risk acquiring the celestial sovereign's jade. If I were to secure it, I fear my father would be infuriated. Long Zai was unperturbed by the awkwardness of the situation and candidly explained that he could not invite such trouble upon his family. Why? You dared to confront Lin Sheng, yet you hesitate to claim the celestial sovereign's jade? Qin Mu remarked with keen interest, finding Long Zai's reaction rather amusing. That is an entirely different matter. I struck him because he acted recklessly, disregarding the lives of others. Thus, I had justifiable cause for my actions, even if his father were to confront me. I would not shy away. However, the celestial sovereign's jade is inherently theirs. Every family in the South China region is aware of this fact. If I were to meddle and somehow secure it, it would escalate to a familial conflict. Though I bear no interest in the power dynamics within my family, I cannot create trouble for them. I truly apologize, Brother Qin. Long Zai sighed, feeling deeply remorseful towards Qin Mu. However, I can assist you with my personal means. Alas, my funds are somewhat limited. After years of donating to impoverished regions, I am left with merely 200 million. If you require this amount, Brother Qin, it is yours at any time. This is my personal wealth, and as long as it does not involve family funds, the Lin family will have no grounds to object. Long Zai's eyes sparkled with determination. His promise was unequivocal. Qin Mu felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. Very well. In that case, I sincerely thank you. Should the need arise, I shall seek you out. Understanding Long Zai's intentions was sufficient. While 200 million was indeed a substantial sum, it paled in comparison to the challenge of contending with the Lin family. Therefore, Qin Mu had no intention of accepting the funds. It was the sentiment that mattered. He guided Long Zai not solely for monetary reasons. He did not require Long Zai to procure any so-called gifts on his behalf. Qin Mu patted Long Zai on the shoulder and returned directly to the auction. After a brief interval, Long Zai appeared, surprisingly dismissing the individual seated at the same table as Qin Mu and taking the seat beside him. What on earth are you doing? Qin Mu couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow had actually driven someone away directly. He truly lived up to the reputation of a young master from the dominant family in South China. Come on, let's enjoy the show up front, Long Zai remarked with a smile. Sitting at the same table as Qin Mu, Lin Wanrong was bound to engage in some arguments. If they were to witness the drama, they might as well do so from the front row. Oh, young master of the Long family. Do you also know this chap? Lin Wanrong regarded Long Zai's arrival with slight apprehension. He could dismiss the opinion of a young lady from the Li family, believing it did not represent her family stance. But Long Zai was a different matter altogether. Chapter 61. Unpleasant matters at home. Long Zai was indeed the most favored young master of the Long family. Although he was neither the eldest son nor the direct heir, the patriarch of the Long family held him in high esteem, and it was rumored that he was being groomed for greatness. If he were to receive the full support of his family, It would not be far-fetched to envision him as a future leader in the military district of South China. According to Lin Wanrong's knowledge, Long Zhe was exceptionally formidable, having spent considerable time in the military, cultivating a remarkable character. Given time, he too could become a regional power. However, it appeared that Long Zhe shared an unusual rapport with Qin Mu, almost reminiscent of longtime friends. Lin Wanrong couldn't help but become wary. If the heirs of two prominent families were to befriend Qin Mu, matters could become significantly more complicated. Ah, Uncle Lin, this is my elder brother. I hear you two have quite the conflict. Long Zhe spoke with a brilliant smile, though Lin Wanrong could discern the arrogance in his words. He was but a junior. How dare he speak of discord between his elder and himself? In that moment, Lin Wanrong grasped Long Zhe's attitude towards the matter. Naturally, anyone who harms my son and covets the treasures of the Lin family will not escape my wrath. Regardless of their backing, he threatened directly. Even Long Zhe could not extinguish the enmity between him and Qin Mu. All right, I stand firmly with my brother Qin, though I speak solely for myself. The Lin family may wish to test the waters at their discretion. Long Zhe made his stance clear, addressing Lin Wanrong as the head of the Lin family, indicating that negotiations were no longer on the table. Well, young man, if that is the case, I shall be keen to observe what the Long family intends. Do they presume to intervene in this affair simply because they are a military family? Lin Wanrong feigned anger, whilst probing Long Zhe and the Long family's true intentions. If Long Zhe were back down now, he would find some relief. Ah, there is no need for such concern, Head Lin. Zhe is merely a friend of Qin Mu. I hold no significant ties to the Long family. They would not risk everything for an outsider like me. Do you understand my meaning? Qin Mu interjected, making it clear that Long Zhe's previous remarks had indeed represented his own stance. Since Long Zhe offers unwavering support, I too shall not allow him to be placed in an awkward position. That is the essence of true magnanimity. He made it abundantly clear that the Long family would not extend their assistance to me. The matters concerning Qin Mu will be resolved solely by my own efforts, without relying on the strength of others. I implore the head of the Lin family to remain composed. Excessive anger can be detrimental to one's health, and considering your age, one must be cautious to avoid an untimely demise. Qin Mu retorted with a hint of mockery, noting that Lin Wanrong exhibited none of the dignified demeanor expected of a head of a prominent family. The boy speaks with great bravado. I am curious to see just how much wealth he possesses, for there has yet to be anyone born who can rival the Lin family's affluence. Lin Wanrong exclaimed in fury, utterly incensed by Qin Mu's words. Very well, let us put this to the test. I believe the celestial fragment of jade should be coming up shortly, correct? My sincerest apologies, Lin family head. With that, Qin Mu closed his eyes to meditate, disregarding Lin Wanrong entirely, who was left seething and on the verge of cursing. Yet he managed to restrain himself. However, he was inwardly seething, vowing to impart a final lesson to Qin Mu when the opportunity arose. Auctioneer, where's my celestial fragment of jade? The Lin family can no longer wait. Lin Wanrong suddenly shouted, his impatience to conclude the auction and teach Qin Mu a lesson palpable. The auctioneer was momentarily taken aback. Having intended to introduce the next item for bid, Lin Wanrong's outburst was completely unexpected. Not only the auctioneer, but also the Chun family members were left dumbfounded. Was Lin Wanrong attempting to disrupt the proceedings? They had brought forth the celestial fragment of jade to broker peace, so what was the meaning of this outburst? The head of the Qin family was immediately flushed with anger. Realizing he had to regain his composure, Lin Wanrong coughed lightly. Ahem, as far as I am aware, the auction of the celestial fragment of jade is up next, correct? I recall discussing with the head of the Chun family my urgent need to adjust the order of the auction items for a sum of 10 million. I wonder how that consideration has progressed. Lin Wanrong swiftly sought an excuse, providing both himself and the head of the Chun family a means to navigate the awkwardness. The head of the Qin family was seething inwardly, perceiving Lin Wanrong's excuse as an outright insult to his integrity. The issue was not the expenditure, but the implication that financial means could alter the auction order, which would diminish the stature of the Qin family. Well, indeed, the head of the Lin family has indicated that some unfortunate matters have arisen at home, necessitating his prompt return. Adjusting the value of the celestial fragment forward in the lineup poses no issue. Thus, I agree. Auctioneer, please proceed with the rearrangement of the auction items. Lin Wanrong nearly erupted in indignation upon hearing the head of the Chun family's words. What does it mean that some unfortunate matters have arisen at home? Furthermore, to suggest that the value of the celestial fragment is inferior to the preceding items is utterly unacceptable. Lin Wanrong gritted his teeth, truly embodying the prowess of a head of a prominent family. His capacity for retaliation was remarkable. However, he had no choice but to don a smile, for it was he who had first spoken out, and thus he must bear the consequences. Originally, he had intended a deal with the Leaf family, and now there was the hidden dragon family to contend with, all while Qin Mu's identity remained shrouded in mystery. Should he clash with the Chun family at this juncture, it would render the Lin family's endeavors futile. With a clenched jaw, Lin Wanrong acquiesced, sinking into his chair in silence. Qin Mu and Long Zhe could hardly contain their laughter, eventually bursting forth in mirth. Brother Qin, the value of the Tianzuan Shattered Jade has temporarily plummeted. Are you certain you still desire it? Indeed, I cannot predict whether misfortunes may befall my family in the future. Acquiring a piece of Shattered Jade to ward off evil might prove remarkably effective. Qin Mu and Long Zhe, akin to born comedians, seamlessly played off one another, infuriating Lin Wanrong to the brink of bloodshed. Now, with the family head's consent, let us present the long-anticipated Tianzuan Shattered Jade. As the auctioneer announced, several elegantly dressed young women emerged, bearing a transparent box. Within lay a fragment of jade, now halved yet still exuding exquisite beauty, captivating the audience's gaze. Chapter 62. No bid under 100 million. Esteemed guests, today you have graced us with your presence. I trust you are all familiar with the Tianzuan Shattered Jade. This is my first encounter with it, and indeed, it is a treasure. To auction such a priceless item in my lifetime is a fulfillment of my vocation as an auctioneer. I can declare it a worthwhile pursuit. The prestige of this Tianzuan Shattered Jade will undoubtedly elevate my future fees significantly. I must extend my gratitude to the Chun and Lin families. It is through the collaboration of these two illustrious clans that such a rare gem is showcased before us. The auctioneer, aware of the day's primary goal, the charity auction, which ultimately aims to foster reconciliation between the Chun and Lin families, continued, I wish to express my appreciation to both family heads for presenting this item. It is a tremendous support to charitable endeavors. After all, we are hosting a charity auction. Such a priceless treasure will undoubtedly enhance our fundraising efforts, aiding countless individuals in need. This is a matter of pride for Huaxia. Upon concluding his remarks, the auctioneer even bowed, exuding excessive flattery. The final statement conveyed the Chun family's intention, implying that the Lin family ought to contribute more funds. Otherwise, reclaiming the Tianzuan Shattered Jade would hold little significance. However, upon noticing Lin Wanrong's displeased countenance, the auctioneer swiftly curtailed his discourse, demonstrating his discernment. Well then, excessive words serve no purpose. The esteemed nature of the Tianzuan Shattered Jade is evident to all. I need not elaborate further. Let us proceed directly to the main event. Esteemed experts, you are undoubtedly well aware of the appropriate pricing. The auctioneer's words subtly imply the rarity and significance of this item. It undoubtedly belongs to the Lin family. You may bid freely, lest this precious shard of jade appear too forlorn. However, it is certain that it will ultimately be acquired by the Lin family. This is an undeniable truth. The Chun family deliberated extensively, yet could not arrive at a valuation for this priceless treasure. To assign a price would be akin to desecrating its worth. Thus, there is no reserve price for this exquisite piece. Feel free to bid as you wish. Now I officially declare the auction for the celestial fragment of jade open. Upon the auctioneer's announcement, several individuals eager to curry favor with the Lin family promptly began to place their bids. I bid 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. The initial bids were made in increments of 1 million, and though they began at such a substantial figure, these bidders understood that without a few tens of millions to back them, Lin Wanrong would likely remain disinterested. 10 million. Ah, we have reached 10 million already. Do you not desire this shard of jade from the Lin family? Why the hesitation? Lin Wanrong remarked with a smile. Let the competition officially commence. 10 million is merely a starting point. Surely, the head of the Lin family would not consider this amount sufficient to secure the piece. I am disinclined to bid unless it exceeds 100 million, so I kindly ask you to place your bid first, and I shall observe. If this celestial fragment is acquired for a mere few tens of millions, it would be a disservice to its grandeur. Qin Mu discerned that Lin Wanrong was indeed intent on acquiring the celestial fragment for a mere few tens of millions. He would not allow this old fox to succeed so easily. Thus he boldly declared a bid that would elevate the price of the celestial fragment. Since Qin Mu had stated he would not bid below 100 million if Lin Wanrong commenced bidding at a few tens of millions, it would pale in comparison to Qin Mu's offer. Lin Wanrong's expression darkened. He had not anticipated this young man to be so cunning. Nevertheless, a few billion was well within the Lin family's means. Yet, being compelled by Qin Mu to bid several billion was quite irksome. Lin Wanrong scowled, opting for silence as he awaited the price to surpass 100 million before he would resume bidding. The price swiftly escalated to 30 million. Yet the number of participants dwindled. At this juncture, the bids had nearly plateaued. Yet surprisingly, Lin Wanrong remained silent. This was rather peculiar. The onlookers were perplexed and hesitant to continue bidding, fearing they might inadvertently provoke Lin Wanrong's ire. When the price reached 40 million, it became evident that further bids were stalling, and Lin Wanrong still refrained from participating. Panic began to spread among the crowd, especially the individual who had bid 40 million, who was thoroughly bewildered by Lin Wanrong's unexpected reticence. Ahem, the price has now reached 40 million. Is there anyone willing to place a further bid? The auctioneer found himself in a rather awkward position, fixated on Lin Wanrong, waiting for him to place a bid. What are you staring at? Is the price of the celestial fragment merely in the tens of millions? Lin Wanrong, noticing the lack of other bidders, reluctantly spoke up. Instantly, the others grasped the situation. This old fellow seemed dissatisfied with a mere 40 million, 50 million. The crowd below erupted in excitement, eagerly raising their bids. Eventually, the price soared to 100 million. Very well, in that case, the Lin family shall bid 150 million. Lin Wanrong finally made his move. The crowd collectively exhaled. Had he delayed any longer, they might have thought this auction was a scheme between the Lin and Chun families to swindle them. The celestial fragment was indeed of fine quality, but spending 100 million on it would be foolish. 150 million. Is there a higher bid? If not, I shall bring down the hammer. The auctioneer, brimming with excitement, skipped the formalities, eager to conclude the bidding. He truly wished to avoid prolonging the auction over the celestial fragment. 200 million. Just as he was about to finalize the sale, a voice rang out. It was Qin Mu. What? 200 million? Who is this person? Is he challenging the Lin family? Indeed, who is this young man? They had never seen him before. How dared he raise the bid against the Lin family? Was it possible that the Lin family had orchestrated this to inflate the price of the fragment? Yet, that seemed improbable. The sum of 200 million was not insignificant for the Lin family. The audience buzzed with speculation, astonished that someone would dare to bid against the Lin family. The auctioneer was equally taken aback. He had certainly not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. 200 million, sir, are you certain? The auctioneer stammered, at a loss for words. What nonsense! If someone dared to bid, they must be certain. Was this auctioneer incapable? Continue the bidding. Qin Mu remained silent, while Lin Wanrong's ire swiftly shifted from Qin Mu to the auctioneer, unable to contain his frustration. Chapter 63. I bid 5 more cents. The auctioneer, startled by the outburst, promptly resumed the auction. 200 million once. 200 million. I bid 300 million. Lin Wanrong began to exert his strength, wishing he could crush Qin Mu with his wealth. 500 million. Qin Mu directly added 200 million. After all, the price of the fragment between their two competitive spirits could not fall below 1 billion. Lin Wanrong seethed, but then his expression shifted to one of calm. I bid 500 million and $1. As his words echoed through the hall, gasps of disbelief erupted from the other attendees. Such a bid was utterly outrageous. This was a blatant slap in the face to Qin Mu, although they were unaware of Qin Mu's true identity. It was clear at that moment that he had likely drawn the full attention of the Lin family. Had Qin Mu lacked any background, he would likely have met his demise at the hands of the Lin family following the auction. Their curiosity regarding Qin Mu's identity was palpable. They yearned to uncover who this audacious young man truly was. None had encountered Qin Mu before, yet they were eager to ascertain what manner of person would dare to stand up to the Lin family. Meanwhile, Those privy to Qin Mu's connection with Elder Lu broke out in a cold sweat. They recognized the formidable power of Elder Lu's background, but they were equally aware of the Lin family's formidable reputation. Doubts began to creep in. After all, Lin Wanrong had personally come forth, while Qin Mu's identity remained shrouded in mystery. Although Elder Lu had provided assurances, his absence left Qin Mu and Li Xia's mere words insufficient to inspire them to risk confrontation with the Lin family. They could only hope that Qin Mu would refrain from provoking the Lin family too severely, for once the auction concluded, choosing sides would become exceedingly difficult. It seems the head of the Lin family did not bring much money, only raising the bid by a mere $1. If you truly lack funds, feel free to borrow from me and continue the competition. A mere $1 increase. Do you look down upon the Chun family, or perhaps on your own ancestral treasures? Qin Mu chuckled, finding it amusing that the Lin family sought to vex him. If he wished to hurl insults, he could easily return fire at several members of the Lin family. Lin Wanrong's face flushed crimson. He had not anticipated Qin Mu to be so sharp-tongued, nearly driving him to rage. In that case, I shall bid $500,001.50, Qin Mu declared, infuriating Lin Wanrong to the brink of apoplexy. This audacious youth was exceedingly exasperating. He had merely raised the bid by $1, yet who would increase it by 50 cents? The onlookers were left in stunned silence, realizing that the conflict between Qin Mu and the Lin family was destined for chaos. Li Xia and Long Zhe observed with keen interest, curious to see just how far this would escalate. Li Xia, aware of Qin Mu's background, felt no concern for him. In comparison to the Qin family, the Lin family was but a minor player, likely to kneel in submission. Long Zhe, emboldened by witnessing Qin Mu's prowess, believed no one could possibly best him. Moreover, he sensed that there were even greater powers backing Qin Mu, leaving him unfazed and rather exhilarated. After all, this was South China. Even if the Lin family intended to strike, they would not be able to eliminate Qin Mu with the Long family present. While the Long family could not actively assist Qin Mu, if the Lin family sought to take his life, Long Zhe would have ample justification to invoke the Long family's influence. At that point, the Lin family would be rendered insignificant. Even if they retaliated, they would have no grounds to act against him. Young man, are you not being a tad excessive? Lin Wanrong slammed his hand on the table, furious at Qin Mu's blatant disrespect, which had openly embarrassed him. Oh, how am I being excessive? Can you raise it by $1 while I cannot even add 50 cents? You are the only one allowed to be despicable, is that it? What kind of tyrant are you? Qin Mu spoke with a calm demeanor, entirely unfazed by Lin Wanrong's fury. It was hard to believe that this man, the head of a prestigious family, could be so easily rattled. I advise you not to be so arrogant. No one has ever dared to speak to our family head in such a manner. The captain of the Tiger Guards, standing beside Lin Wanrong, stepped forward, ready to assert his authority. He positioned himself directly in front of Qin Mu, exuding a formidable presence, as if preparing to unleash violence. Instantly, Qin Mu sensed the bloodlust emanating from this man. Clearly, he was someone who had taken many lives. And who might you be? Do you have any right to speak here? Is this how the Lin family disciplines its subordinates? A mere bodyguard dares to bark in front of me? Qin Mu retorted, fully aware that the man before him was no match for his strength, utterly confused by his audacity. Even if this man were indeed powerful, Qin Mu would remain undaunted. Having encountered countless masters throughout his life, he had grown accustomed to the presence of the strong. The concept of individual prowess did not exist among the Qin family. Family head of the Lin family? Shouldn't your discipline be a bit more stringent? Or is it that your family's wealth is insufficient, unable to compete with me in bidding, leading you to resort to such despicable tactics? Qin Mu directed his focus squarely on Lin Wanrong, casting aside the guard. Lin Wanrong's fist trembled. He yearned to strike Qin Mu down and exact his revenge. Yet, he recognized that if he acted on such impulses, not only would the Chun family have objections, but it would also tarnish the reputation of the Lin family. A bodyguard insulting others under his watch, and he permitted it? If word spread, other families would surely mock them mercilessly. Fool! Who told you to speak? Go back! Lin Wanrong shouted, pointing a finger at the captain, compelling him to retreat. Since you wish to play, then I shall indulge you. 600 million. Lin Wanrong bellowed, resuming the bidding. 700 million. 800 million. 900 million. I bid 2 billion. Lin Wanrong yelled, his fury escalating, raising the stakes to an astonishing level. Just 2 billion? Calm down, family head of the Lin. I'm only getting started. Qin Mu smiled faintly and raised his hand, 25 billion. The crowd gasped in unison. The Lin family's offer of 2 billion had already astonished them, and now Qin Mu had audaciously added 5 billion. Chapter 64. Verification of funds as price was a sum that many families or enterprises could only ever hope to achieve. What a remarkable fellow. Even Lin Wanrong was taken aback, for he had not anticipated that Qin Mu would be willing to part with such an enormous sum. More so, it was his disbelief in Qin Mu's actual wealth that struck him. 25 billion. This amount certainly warranted the Lin family's utmost attention. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Mu's account held a staggering 500 billion, a mere fraction of which he was willing to unveil. 500 billion would undoubtedly inflict significant strain on the Lin family's finances, rendering it impossible for them to muster such a sum to bid on this fragment of the heavenly sovereign's jade. Even they would find it unfeasible to generate 500 billion in cash flow within a short span, as most of their assets were tied up in real estate and various business investments. Recklessly withdrawing 500 billion could plunge the Lin family's economy into a dire abyss. 50 billion. Lin Wanrong could no longer contain himself and declared his final offer. He then turned his gaze to Qin Mu and stated, "Let me be candid. This 50 billion is the entirety of the Lin family's funds for this endeavor. If you can produce such an amount, I shall refrain from bidding further. However, should the verification reveal that you lack the necessary funds, the Lin family will be the first to ensure you learn the consequences of deceit." Lin Wanrong's threat was palpable, as he was genuinely prepared to act, with Qin Mu's downfall as his goal. 51 billion. Qin Mu replied with a slight smile, boldly declaring his bid. Unperturbed by the man's intimidation, there was no one capable of instilling fear in him. The price of the heavenly sovereign's jade had now escalated to an astonishing 51 billion. This would mark the highest auction price in the history of Jiangbei City. Congratulations to all present for witnessing this momentous occasion. Is there no one else willing to bid? 51 billion. Let us see those bids rise. The auctioneer was now brimming with excitement, nearly beside himself with joy, as he had facilitated the sale of an item valued at 51 billion. Certainly the most illustrious moment of his auctioning career. His own auction house's starting prices would soar exponentially, making him the greatest beneficiary of the evening. The crowd below awaited Lin Wanrong's next move, eager to see if they could breach the 100 billion mark. Some had even set up bets on this event, astonished that the battle might conclude so swiftly. Lin Wanrong feigned indifference, pretending to meditate. 51 billion, going once. 51 billion, going twice. Is there truly no further bidding? 51 billion, going thrice sold. Let us congratulate this young gentleman for acquiring the heavenly sovereign's jade at the remarkable price of 51 billion. Such a sum will undoubtedly be appreciated by the children in the mountainous regions, marking this as one of the most generous contributions in the annals of charity auctions. As the auctioneer concluded, the Qin family could not help but feel pangs of regret. 51 billion. Had they known, they would have eschewed the charity auction altogether and simply retained the wealth, ensuring the Qin family's continued glory. They have even entertained the notion of clandestinely appropriating the funds, opting against donations. It is easy to speak. I have always been benevolent and supportive of philanthropic endeavors. I sincerely hope that my contributions can aid a greater number of individuals. I shall diligently monitor the flow of my money, and if the impact is favorable, I will personally venture into the mountainous regions to assist those in need. Qin Mu's words abruptly shattered the Qin family's intentions. This formidable individual dares to provoke even the Lin family. His declaration of intent to scrutinize the flow of charitable funds meant that the Qin family could not engage in embezzlement. They could indulge in a minor degree of greed. Yet even that would be ill-advised. Thus, they relinquished their aspirations. After all, it was a charitable cause. Rather than seeking a powerful adversary, it was wiser to execute the task at hand and uphold the dignity of the Qin family. Well, congratulations to you. Since you have acquired the shattered jade of the celestial sovereign, I trust you will safeguard it, lest it be stolen away. Lin Wanrong's words were eloquent, yet they masked a subtle threat. He was undoubtedly plotting against Qin Mu. I fear not the theft of treasures, but I am rather apprehensive about the creatures. such as cats and dogs, that always seem to linger around me, for I dread the prospect of them being taken away. Upon hearing this, Long Zhe could not contain his laughter. Lin Wanrong had been rebuffed by Qin Mu countless times, yet persisted in his derision. Truly, he was as stubborn as they come. If one cannot best another in verbal sparring, why not simply remain silent instead of courting misfortune? Lin Wanrong, realizing the futility of his efforts, finally sealed his lips. But the flames of resentment within him rose ever higher. If he did not administer a profound lesson to Qin Mu, he would likely be haunted by nightmares thereafter. The auction resumed, with the subsequent items valued at no more than 20 million. Naturally, neither Qin Mu nor Lin Wanrong participated in the bidding. Had they chosen to, the spectacle would have been far more riveting. Many were left disappointed, yearning to witness their continued clash, such as the lament of life. They understood this would be the last auction where both individuals could participate simultaneously. Once this day passed, survival would hinge upon their respective backgrounds. While it was not certain that anyone would perish, future auctions would undoubtedly witness one party fleeing upon sighting the other. As the auction concluded, those who were meant to disperse did so reluctantly, leaving only Qin Mu and the members of the Lin family. Why did the head of the Lin family linger? Was he intent on tidying up? Qin Mu rose, stretched a bit, and restored his smile. Ah, Mr. Qin, please allow us to verify the funds. 51 billion is indeed no trifling sum. We had to urgently contact the bank president to facilitate this transaction. Lin Wanrong had yet to utter a word when the head of the Chun family approached directly, accompanied by a bank official. Listen here. If the asset verification reveals that you do not possess 51 billion, you shall certainly meet your demise at my hands. The captain standing beside Lin Wanrong threatened with palpable malice, having long harbored a desire to strike, particularly disdainful of Qin Mu's haughty demeanor. Huh? Do you truly believe you can lay a finger on me? You look down upon Long Zhe, do you? I am here, and any attempt to strike must first seek my consent. Furthermore, do you think you can best my brother Qin? I could use you as a warm-up. Chapter 65. The Legend of Young Master Long Zhe retorted with bravado, fully aware that he could not match the captain's might, whose bloodthirsty aura was no trifling matter. Yet he knew the man dared not engage him directly, for he had the Long family's formidable presence backing him. Even if he wished to fight, Lin Wanrong would undoubtedly intervene, as the Lin family would not dare provoke the Long family without just cause. Young man from the Long family, this matter does not concern you. It would be wise for you to leave at once. Otherwise, should any misfortune befall you, I would find it difficult to explain to your esteemed elder. Lin Wanrong attempted to dissuade Long Zhe from the confrontation. I have heard that your elder has imposed restrictions on your movements. Are you not afraid of being confined for another 3 years by appearing here and causing such a ruckus? Lin Wanrong remarked, and upon hearing this, Long Zhe's expression darkened. Why did this matter have to be brought up again? In his youth, despite being favored by the elder of the Long family, he had to endure rigorous training daily. Raised as if he were a special forces soldier, this brutal upbringing laid the foundation for his current prowess. Yet, how many children would willingly endure such hardship? Thus, at the tender age of 13, young Master Long chose to run away from home, fleeing from Huangpu all the way to the highlands. A mere 13-year-old, he pilfered a substantial sum of cash, exhibiting remarkable counter-surveillance instincts, knowing well not to utilize a credit card. With a bag of money slung over his shoulder, he escaped to the highlands, evading the Long family's pursuit for half a month, thanks to the skills he had acquired in the special forces. Of course, the Long family was aware of his whereabouts. However, the elder did not dispatch formidable warriors to retrieve him. Instead of anger, he praised his grandson's bravery, perhaps leading to the elder's continued fondness for him in the years that followed, even considering him as his heir. Half a month later, Long Zhe was forcibly returned home and placed under house arrest for a full 3 years. This incident became the greatest shame of his life, as it was reported by his aunt, a journalist, and made headlines throughout South China, causing widespread recognition of the genius 13-year-old. Certainly, the ordinary folk are unaware of the identity of this individual, merely acknowledging his existence. However, among the prominent families in South China, this matter is well known. Logically, it should be considered a point of pride for Long Zhe, having achieved such a remarkable feat at the tender age of 13, an unprecedented accomplishment. Yet, he perceives it as a profound disgrace, primarily because he was nearly deceived by the allure of beauty. It was his loyal bodyguard who, unable to bear witness to this folly, intervened and rescued him. The mere mention of a 13-year-old boy and feminine allure reveals the extent of Long Zhe's youthful indiscretions. You have been grounded for 3 years. Dare to speak of this again, and I shall render your other hand useless. Do you believe me? Long Zhe unleashed a torrent of invective, sparing no one from his ire. Anyone who dared to mention this incident would certainly incur his wrath, even Lin Wanrong. Lin Wanrong's expression shifted dramatically. Young man, do not let your arrogance blind you. Your father would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. Is that so? Why not repeat those words to my father? Long Zhe laughed, fully aware of his father's formidable nature, a man who would challenge even the heavens and earth. Even the current leader of Huaxia would be met with his unyielding spirit should he err. What was a mere head of the Lin family in comparison? Lin Wanrong's face darkened. He recognized the character of Long Zhe's father and fell silent. The Long family. You dare threaten to break my hand? Once I recover, we shall settle this with a duel to see who is truly superior. Observing his father's silence, Lin Sheng understood, well, that matters the older generation found difficult to articulate would now fall to him. If you're truly so formidable, why not challenge me to a duel right now? Are you afraid you cannot best me with one hand? Long Zhe rolled his eyes. When it came to verbal sparring, he was as skilled as Qin Mu. Furthermore, he had long since discerned that Lin Sheng's prowess paled in comparison to his own. It was laughable for Lin Sheng to stand there, boasting of his strength. Such bravado among martial artists was utterly contemptible to him. If you are truly that resolute, then continue to fight even when injured. I would respect you as a true warrior. Previously, he had defeated this very fellow, who now claimed he won a rematch. How utterly deluded! If you are dissatisfied, you may engage in battle with my master. Lin Sheng, feeling overwhelmed, hastily pushed his master forward. Come forth. Which one of you? Or shall you all join forces against me? I fear not. Long Zhe's heart surged with excitement at the sight of several older individuals standing behind Lin Sheng. While he might not be interested in many matters, the prospect of combat ignited his passion. He could endure days and nights of battle and still crave more. Esteemed gentlemen, I propose we first verify credentials. After all, the staff awaits to clean the arena. The head of the Chun family spoke with palpable exasperation, lamenting that if these individuals continued their ruckus, he might never return home. Lin Sheng, please withdraw for now. We shall address your matters shortly. Lin Wanrong, recalling that the purpose of this meeting was to reconcile with the Chun family, interrupted their heated exchange. Head of the Chun family, please verify the funds. It is imperative to ascertain whether this individual truly possesses such wealth. Lin Wanrong's words were laced with frustration, his teeth clenched. Head of the Chun family, do proceed with the verification, Qin Mu interjected, nonchalantly producing a card and handing it to the staff without a glance. The staff, upon scanning the card, responded apologetically, I'm sorry, sir, but this card does not contain 51 billion. You scoundrel, you are indeed mocking us. If you do not pay the price today, my Lin family shall change our surname. Lin Wanrong was consumed with rage, astonished that Qin Mu genuinely could not produce 51 billion. This was a golden opportunity. He was determined to seize Qin Mu and subject him to severe interrogation. No, 51 billion. I cannot believe you would dare to play the big shot. If you are fabricating tales, I can do so as well. How audacious. Such philanthropic ventures are rife with deception. Do you possess no conscience? Such brazen audacity demands that I provide you with an unforgettable memory. The captain finally found an opportunity to vent his frustrations. Chapter 66. The Huaxia dragon card Long Zhanye felt a wave of concern. If Qin Mu truly lacked funds, it would be an immense embarrassment. At that moment, he wished fervently to conjure a fortune to hand to Qin Mu, yet he himself was not affluent. Meanwhile, Li Xia stood by, smiling, eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle. Qin Mu without funds? Even if the Li, Lin, Chun, and Long family simultaneously went bankrupt, it is inconceivable that Qin Mu would be destitute. Insufficient funds? How is that possible? Sir, it is indeed insufficient. This card contains only 30 billion, falling short by 21 billion. The staff remarked respectfully, appearing genuine. Nonetheless, even this revelation left others in shock. The fact that Qin Mu could produce 30 billion was no trivial matter. Of course, even with 30 billion, without the additional 21 billion, the Lin family would still take action. Qin Mu gazed at the card in the staff's hand, suddenly enlightened. Oh, I mistakenly presented the wrong card. This is my small card containing my childhood allowance and New Year's red envelopes. An error, indeed. You haven't transferred any of this money, have you? It's meant for keepsakes, a sum I shall never spend in this lifetime. He hastily reclaimed the card, cherishing it dearly. The others were left utterly dumbfounded. Childhood allowances and New Year's red envelopes combined to total 30 billion. What pretense is this? They were utterly astonished. If what Qin Mu said were true, then they had truly provoked the wrong individual this time. What a terrifying family it must be to possess such immense wealth. Others could hardly fathom it. Behold, this card, this is the one that signifies substantial monetary worth. Qin Mu produced the card entrusted to him by old Liu. At that moment, Lin Wanrong realized that this individual before him was undoubtedly extraordinary. This could it be? Not only Lin Wanrong, but even the head of the Chun family recognized it, breaking into a cold sweat. The Huaxia Dragon card. Only 20 of these have ever been issued in the entirety of Huaxia. The Huaxia Dragon card symbolizes not merely wealth, but status. Only families that have made significant contributions to Huaxia could ever hope to possess such a card. Even wealth alone cannot procure it. Only those of remarkable standing are eligible to receive it. The Chun and Lin families, even when allied, did not qualify for the Huaxia Dragon card. Yet this young man before them had presented it so casually. They were instantly dumbfounded, and Lin Wanrong was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, they had provoked the wrong person. He attempted to steady his nerves, but found himself utterly incapable, only able to suppress his trembling as best he could. Having offended one who held the Huaxia Dragon card, the Lin family might very well face ruin due to this impulsive act. Had he known that Qin Mu possessed the Huaxia Dragon card, Lin Wanrong would have willingly auctioned off the heavenly respect Shattered Jade for Qin Mu's amusement. Not to mention Lin Sheng's hand. He would have readily offered up his limbs without hesitation. He was in a state of utter despair. While the head of the Chun family reveled in schadenfreude, relieved that he had not sided with the Lin family this time. Initially, he had intended to support the Lin family, but upon Lin Wanrong's arrival at the auction, he had been met with a show of force that compelled him to slow the reconciliation process between the two families. Unexpectedly, this decision had spared the Chun family, extricating them from a looming crisis. Meanwhile, Li Xia couldn't help but laugh. How could Qin Mu possibly have mistaken the card? This rascal was undoubtedly doing it on purpose to vex Lin Wanrong and the others. Nevertheless, upon seeing the Huaxia Dragon card, she too felt a pang of envy. Within her entire family, only the elder of the Li family possessed such a card. Even her father, the current head of the Li family, did not hold the Huaxia Dragon card. Yet here was Qin Mu, astonishingly in possession of one. The might of the Qin family was indeed unfathomable. However, what she was unaware of was that this Huaxia Dragon card had not been bestowed upon Qin Mu by the Qin family. It was a reward earned through his own merit. It had even been personally conferred upon him by Huaxia's leadership, but few were privy to this fact. Most assumed it was a gift from the Qin family to Qin Mu. 51 billion. Indeed, sir. Are you certain about the payment? Upon seeing Qin Mu's Huaxia Dragon card, the staff member became utterly flustered. Despite knowing that the other party was there to repay a debt, they still inquired whether payment was necessary, which seemed rather provocative. Ahem. Please proceed with the payment. Qin Mu was bewildered by the staff member's behavior, but acquiesced. It was imperative to complete the transaction. For failing to do so would label him as the one purchasing the coveted broken jade of the overlord. The staff member nodded, ready to confirm the payment. Wait a moment. Lin Wanrong abruptly halted the staff member's hand. Mr. Qin, permit me to cover this expense. Please feel free to take it. Lin Wanrong said with utmost reverence, his demeanor exceedingly obsequious. This maneuver left others utterly astounded, particularly Lin Sheng, who stood dumbfounded. Father, what has come over you? Have you lost your senses? Assisting this man in repaying his debt. Are you not aware? Smack. Before Lin Sheng could finish his sentence, Lin Wanrong delivered a resounding slap, followed by a swift kick that sent Lin Sheng tumbling to the ground. Mr. Qin, what do you think? I shall foot the bill. Indulge yourself as you wish. As for my son, should you desire him, feel free to handle him as you see fit, without regard for my opinion. No need for that. Head of the Lin family. I find it far more gratifying to pay for my own desires. Only one's own funds can provide true peace of mind. Qin Mu replied, waving his hand dismissively. He had no intention of allowing the Lin family patriarch to cover the bill. What did he take him for? Please complete the card transaction. The head of the Lin family still has matters to settle with me. Qin Mu shot a glare at the staff member. Very well. I shall process the payment immediately. The staff member, caught off guard by the glare, broke out in a cold sweat and efficiently completed the transaction before returning the card to Qin Mu. Now, then, head of the Qin family. Since the debt has been settled, it is time to retrieve the broken jade of the overlord, is it not? Qin Mu smiled at the head of the Qin family, eagerly awaiting the retrieval of the item. Yes, yes, hurry and bring forth the item. Do not delay Mr. Qin's time. The head of the Qin family hastily gestured, prompting his subordinates to promptly present the broken jade of the overlord. As Qin Mu grasped the broken jade of the overlord, a sense of tranquility washed over him. At last, he had obtained it. This jade appeared to have been divided into 3 pieces, and now he possessed 2. If he could acquire the final piece, he would be able to seek out the long-awaited inheritance. Of course, the inheritance itself was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the desire to reunite with his master, from whom he had been separated for several years. Though his master seldom smiled, he had always treated Qin Mu with exceptional kindness, far surpassing that of a biological parent. Mr. Qin, now that you have secured the broken jade of the overlord, we should take our leave. Farewell. Lin Wanrong was determined to flee. If he could escape, the Lin family would be spared from impending calamity. His sole desire was to run, for if Qin Mu truly held a grudge, it would spell doom for the Lin clan. Patriarch of the Lin family. What is the meaning of this? Qin Mu remained silent. Yet another figure emerged. Master. Upon sighting the newcomer, Lin Sheng rushed forward with several of his fellow disciples. Finally finding a source of support, Lin Wanrong was unreliable, but his master surely would be. They all eagerly anticipated how their master would compel Qin Mu to kneel in submission. Their own strength was still too feeble. They believed that the heads of families, like Lin Wanrong, dare not provoke their master. Thus, they assumed that even if Qin Mu possessed remarkable strength and backing, he could not surpass their master. Unbeknownst to them, however, Qin Mu's prowess eclipsed that of their master. Only the leading disciple discerned this truth. But he found it difficult to voice his concern to his master about the young man opposite possessing greater strength. He could only smile bitterly, hoping that his master would refrain from provoking Qin Mu too severely, as a peaceful resolution would be the most favorable outcome. Heavenly Master, what brings you here? Upon encountering the venerable elder with a youthful visage, Lin Wanrong's face lit up with joy. At last, a savior had arrived. Had he known earlier that the Heavenly Master was coming, he would not have humbled himself so before Qin Mu. The Heavenly Master's lineage was exceptionally formidable, having been passed down for centuries in Huaxia. No matter how powerful Qin Mu might be, it was improbable that he could surpass the Heavenly Master. Ah, Patriarch Lin, why must you be so obsequious? In the face of such an impudent young man, simply suppress him with your strength. Oh no, oh no. The leading disciple among them realized the gravity of the situation. He had been hoping to avoid conflict, yet now they were provoking it. Ha ha! With the Heavenly Master present, all is well. Alas, I am but a mere mortal without power to confront the arrogant youth. Lin Wanrong sighed and shifted his focus to Qin Mu, using the Heavenly Master as a weapon. It is you, young man, who has harmed my disciple. The Heavenly Master regarded Qin Mu with a menacing glare. And who might you be? If you seek vengeance, state your name. Do you not understand this basic courtesy? Qin Mu was unperturbed by the figure before him. Despite the appearance of an immortal, his eyes were clouded and murky. He immediately discerned that while this person might possess a formidable background, his character was lacking. Otherwise, such murky eyes would not exist. They were a reflection of soul tainted by worldly evils. Humph. Arrogant youth, you are not worthy to know my name. Who are you, young man? Your strength is indeed impressive, but why do you hesitate to reveal your name? Are you afraid of bringing shame to your esteemed sect? Old fellow, Qin Mu laughed heartily, mocking the elder for his reluctance to disclose his identity. Youngster, I am Elder Huang Yan of the Zhenyang sect. How dare you? A mere child, insult me. The elder nearly spat blood in anger upon hearing Qin Mu's words. This fellow possessed a sharp tongue indeed. The Zhenyang sect, you say? It is astonishing that such a character exists within your ranks. Indeed, it must be a source of disgrace for your sect. The elder's gaze was murky, his forehead flushed with an unnatural redness, clearly a result of some secretive technique employed to conceal his dark aura, afraid that others might discover the extent of his misdeeds. I see. Qin Mu discerned the elder's hidden secret with a single remark, leaving him utterly astounded. This alteration of his fortunes, a result of merging Xinjiang sect techniques with certain folk methods, had been forcibly imposed upon him. The audacity of this young man to see through it so easily was truly remarkable. Youngster, where do your allegiances lie? If you possess any notable connections, I might consider letting you off lightly. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. The elder, visibly shaken, feigned bravado while probing into Qin Mu's background. Qin Mu was no ordinary individual. He might well be a descendant of a powerful lineage. The elder feared that should he offend such a personage, he would not withstand the repercussions. The Xinjiang sect would hardly intervene on behalf of someone as ineffectual as him, known for his nefarious deeds. If he were to anger a lineage that should not be crossed, his life would be in jeopardy, and even if he survived, his cultivation could be rendered null. Oh, it is not that I have any special insight. I was merely speaking whimsically. Your forehead is so excessively red. It seems I have inadvertently drawn out the truth. Qin Mu chuckled. As for my own lineage, I know not from whence I come. My master vanished after imparting some teachings to me. Thus you need not worry. Old man, I am oblivious to any inheritance I might possess, and retribution is not in my nature. I prefer to settle grievances on the same day. Ah, young rascal, if that is the case, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The elder bellowed, realizing that Qin Mu had duped him. How could he not perceive the condition of his own forehead? In truth, Qin Mu did possess a secret method to discern such matters, but he would never reveal it. He was merely playing the role of a fool to deceive the elder. The elder, driven by his own rage, failed to question the veracity of Qin Mu's words, which were a mix of truth and fabrication. This fellow truly has no master? With that thought, the elder resolved to strike. He was not concerned about whether Qin Mu was deceiving him. After all, the young man himself had claimed to be without any affiliations. Chapter 68. Taking action. Since Qin Mu himself admitted to being unaware of his own heritage, Huang Yin felt no further apprehension in taking action. After all, with so many witnesses present, they could testify on his behalf, as he was merely defending the lineage of Qin Mu. Should the matter come to light later, he would have sufficient grounds to justify his actions. Although the majority of the Xinjiang sect regarded him with disdain, possessing irrefutable evidence would ensure that the sect would not allow anyone to casually bully an elder of their own. Thus, the elder felt emboldened, observing Qin Mu as he accumulated anger, eager to strike. Wait a moment. Esteemed elder, I am Long Zhe of the Long family. Do you dare to act against my brother here in South China, as if the laws of our land hold no weight? Qin Mu remained silent, while Long Zhe grew increasingly concerned for him. After all, this was an elder of the Xinjiang sect. Although he was aware of Qin Mu's formidable strength, he could not ascertain its full extent. Until his abilities were formally revealed, it was difficult to envision Qin Mu overcoming the elder of the Xinjiang sect, given the latter's imposing presence and evident prowess. Long Zhe's worry deepened. Qin Mu was the master he had chosen. If Huang Yin were to overpower him, it would reflect poorly on himself. Therefore, he spoke up, confident in the Long family's influence in South China, convinced that Huang Yin would not dare to act against him. Ah, the Long family? This Qin Mu, is he indeed one of your kin? Huang Yin frowned, realizing that if Qin Mu were affiliated with the Long family, he would have to reconsider his approach. Fear not, esteemed celestial master. This individual is indeed of the Long family, but Qin Mu is not. You may proceed. Should the Long family seek retribution, the Lin family will bear the consequences. At this moment, Lin Wanrong was not inclined to explain that due to family principles, the Long family would not support Long Zhe in this matter. There was no way the Long family would offend both the Xinjiang sect and the Lin family over a brotherly bond recognized by Long Zhe alone. As long as he personally intervened, he could easily resolve the situation and would wait to bask in glory before Huang Yin afterwards. Very well. Then it shall be upon you, Master Lin. Huang Yin nodded, reassured by Lin Wanrong's words, allowing him to proceed with confidence. This young man has injured my disciple, and I seek an explanation. Is that too much to ask? However, I must inquire if your grandfather is acquainted with this Qin Mu? Huang Yin inquired with a smile. Noticing Long Zhe's anxious demeanor, realizing he had seized an advantage. Oomph. Even if my grandfather does not know Qin Mu, if you wish to challenge him, you must first get past me, Long Zhe declared, positioning himself resolutely against Huang Yan. Ha! Youngster, your strength is woefully inadequate. I could easily render you unconscious in an instant. Huang Yan laughed heartily, deeming Long Zhe's capabilities utterly inadequate in his presence. As a single strike would suffice to vanquish him, there was no need for his master to exert any effort. He could handle it himself. One of Huang Yan's disciples stepped forward, brimming with eagerness. Since their master showed no sign of fear, it was evident he possessed the confidence to best the opponent. They were well aware of their master. He would flee at the slightest hint of danger. His current calm demeanor indicated that this situation posed no real threat. With no peril in sight, this was the perfect moment for him to showcase his talents. The other disciples lamented their lack of speed, having been preempted. Ah, splendid. Since you are so determined, I shall send you forth, Huang Yan declared. Subdue the young master of the Long family. But remember, do not inflict too much harm. He gestured for his disciple to take action, emphasizing the need for caution. Should Long Zhe sustain serious injuries, it would spell trouble. Although the Long family adhered to strict teachings, they were fiercely protective of their own. If word spread that their most cherished young master had been harmed, half the family would undoubtedly converge upon the Xinjiang sect the following day, seeking retribution. Therefore, Long Zhe remained untouched. As long as he did not interfere with Qin Mu's capture, Qin Mu had remained silent throughout. With the opponent dispatching someone to duel Long Zhe, he saw no issue. This was an opportune moment to gauge Long Zhe's true strength while offering guidance. Thus, he refrained from intervention, merely nodding at Long Zhe to signal him to act. Upon witnessing Qin Mu's gesture, Long Zhe hesitated momentarily before launching his assault, placing his trust in Qin Mu's decision, albeit uncertain of its implications. For now, he would simply follow through. A disciple of Xinjiang's sect, is it? I am eager to see if this untrained individual can best you. The two soon became embroiled in a fierce exchange, neither gaining the upper hand. Haha, Qin Mu, the lad from the Long family can no longer assist you. Who will you rely upon now? Surely you do not intend to depend on the woman beside you? Huang Yan mocked, having no acquaintance with Li Xia, mistaking her for merely an ordinary companion of Qin Mu. Am I to take the lead? If you wish, I would not object, Li Xia replied, taken aback. She had intended merely to observe but found herself drawn into the fray. Lin Wanrong was momentarily stupefied. What is the master doing? Why not just act instead of engaging in so much dialogue? Master, she is the young lady of the Li family from the capital, not an ordinary person. Lin Wanrong whispered, fearful of being overheard, for such a revelation would be utterly embarrassing. Huang Yan found herself utterly astonished. A mere casual remark had drawn the attention of yet another royal noble. What extraordinary luck was this? Ahem, as for the young lady from the Li family, it would be best if you refrained from involving yourself. I was merely jesting, and your participation is unwarranted, Huang Yan hastily clarified, coughing in embarrassment. Oh, it's quite all right. I happen to have nothing pressing on my agenda. If I wish to involve myself, then so be it. After all, my grandfather would not hold it against me. Li Xia shrugged, eager to join in. Being the fiancée of Qin Mu, she felt compelled to engage. Neglecting to do so might invite reproach from her elders. Initially, she had intended to observe, but since Huang Yan had so brazenly mentioned her, Li Xia could not resist taking action. Chapter 69. Resolution, never mind. I shall handle this myself. You need to stir up trouble, Qin Mu chuckled, preventing the eager Li Xia from stepping forward. This girl had never encountered such situations before. Her physical condition was merely adequate, akin to that of an average person. Although she was in poor health and did maintain some fitness, it was implausible for her to compete with Huang Yan and her ilk. If Li Xia were to suffer any injury, he could only imagine the consequences from his grandfather. The two families had shared a close bond since childhood, particularly between Qin Mu's father and Li Xia's father, who had been longtime friends. Should Li Xia sustain any harm, Qin Mu would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand from his father. What is this? Our esteemed young Master Qin is exhibiting concern for others? Li Xia desa playfully. Just stay put and observe quietly. Refrain from causing a commotion, Qin Mu said, rolling his eyes as he evaded her hand aimed at his face. Do you two possess any sense of decorum? My master is still present, Lin Sheng exclaimed, seething at the flirtation unfolding before him. He had long harbored feelings for Li Xia, and witnessing her engage with another made him feel utterly humiliated. Ahem, Lin Sheng, be respectful. This is not the time for you to speak. Lin Wanrong interjected, cautioning him. The Lin family's influence in the current situation was limited. It was prudent to remain unobtrusive, even if they were ostensibly aligned with Huang Yan. Lin Wanrong himself was indifferent, but Lin Sheng was still young and had a legacy to uphold. He could not afford any missteps. He wished he could simply render his son unconscious to prevent any further indiscretion. All right, let us resolve the matter at hand first. Stand back quickly. Qin Mu fondly glanced at Li Xia before gently pushing her aside, turning his full attention to Huang Yan. Come forth. Let me witness the prowess of the so-called elders of the Zhengyang sect. Qin Mu remained remarkably composed, subtly shifting his right foot back, thus establishing his stance. Huang Yan, though not overly verbose, understood that anyone capable of attaining the status of an elder within the Zhengyang sect must possess formidable strength. Moreover, his extensive training in martial arts had endowed him with considerable skill, placing him among the elite of his peers. He was resolute in his belief that he could prevail against Qin Mu. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward with astonishing speed, an intensity that belied his age, akin to a famished tiger descending from the mountains, delivering a punch with ferocity. Is that all there is? Qin Mu remarked nonchalantly, twisting his ankle and propelling himself forward with such swiftness that he appeared to vanish from sight, moving too swiftly for the eye to follow. A sense of alarm gripped Huang Yan as he sensed a palpable aura of menace behind him. He had not anticipated Qin Mu's velocity, which had allowed him to position himself directly at Huang Yan's rear. Exposing one's back to an adversary is a cardinal sin in combat, fraught with peril. Huang Yan, seasoned in the art of battle, was acutely aware of this principle, yet the speed exhibited by Qin Mu exceeded anything he had ever encountered, rendering him defenseless. He planted his right foot firmly on the ground, causing the floor to crack under the force of his weight, and pivoted to deliver a kick aimed at thwarting Qin Mu's advance. You are ultimately too slow. Qin Mu's voice resonated in Huang Yan's ear. Just as he became aware of Qin Mu's presence behind him and sought to retaliate, Qin Mu seamlessly altered his trajectory, appearing at Huang Yan's side before he could react. At that moment, beads of cold sweat broke out across Huang Yan's body. Given another chance, he would never have come here. What vengeance was there to exact? The troubles caused by his disciple were not his to bear. In one swift motion, Qin Mu struck Huang Yan atop his head with an audible clang, reminiscent of metal colliding. It must be acknowledged that neither of these individuals was ordinary. The sound generated during their confrontation transcended the realm of normal comprehension. Qin Mu effortlessly brought him to the ground, then retreated several meters, fixating his attention on the duel between Long Zhe and his disciple. This was a blatant affront. The Lin family and several other disciples stood agape, unable to fathom that Huang Yan had been defeated and in such a humiliating manner at the hands of Qin Mu. It was a public spectacle of unparalleled magnitude. Who could withstand such a blow? No one could tolerate such an insult, especially someone as proud as Huang Yan, who was accustomed to being exalted. They were all eagerly anticipating how Huang Yan would retaliate, ready to unleash a powerful strike that would obliterate Qin Mu. However, Huang Yan simply rose from his position, his face contorted with humiliation, remaining utterly silent. He understood the disgrace he faced, yet felt powerless. Even 10 of him could not match Qin Mu's speed and strength. He was utterly stunned, unsure of how to respond, and fell into a state of deep contemplation. Indeed, in this grand competition, Qin Mu had forced this old man to concede, extinguishing any thoughts of vengeance he might have harbored. At that moment, his only desire was to survive Qin Mu's onslaught. Well executed, but alas, the angle was slightly off, he mused. No, how can one use a punch? Do you not have eyes? A sweeping kick would have him sprawled on the ground by now. TSK, I'm not criticizing you, but even that good-for-nothing Lin Sheng would perform better than you. How could you evade this? Yes, that was a perfect dodge. That is how it should be. A true man knows when to yield and when to strike. Exactly. Deliver him a punch. Perfect. This is the essence of a man's battle. I told you to come back after you've finished, and look, you've exposed a flaw. Haven to you? At that moment, Qin Mu stood aloof, disregarding the Lin family and Huang Yan, directing the battle of Long Zhe instead. His frustration mounted, while Long Zhe occasionally landed some impressive strikes. He was mostly on the receiving end of a severe beating. Chapter 70. The War of Nations. There was no denying it. The opponent appeared to be at least 30 years of age, having trained far longer than Long Zhe. Despite Long Zhe's considerable talent, the opponent's skills were not far behind, creating a discernible gap. If this continued, Long Zhe would inevitably succumb to his rival. All right, from now on, focus all your attacks on his lower limbs. His leg techniques are lacking, Qin Mu commanded, transmitting his voice directly into Long Zhe's ears. This revelation left Long Zhe bewildered. Such techniques were said to be mythical. Could they truly be real? He was astounded by Qin Mu's formidable power, capable of employing even legendary techniques. Don't just stand there in shock, if you want. I can teach you, but finish the fight first. Qin Mu chuckled at Long Zhe's momentary pause, realizing the nature of his distraction. He promptly reminded him that this was not a particularly difficult technique, and there would be no issue in passing it on to Long Zhe. Eagerly, Long Zhe accelerated his movements, following Qin Mu's earlier instructions. Relentlessly targeting his opponent's lower body, he caught them off guard, as they had not anticipated that Long Zhe would discover their vulnerability. Now, it was the perfect moment to strike directly at their chest. While the opponent was preoccupied with defending against Long Zhe's legwork, Qin Mu commanded him to launch an attack on their upper body. Victory over an adversary requires an element of surprise. Adhering strictly to their every word would be a grave misjudgment. Long Zhe swiftly retracted his legs and delivered a powerful punch to the opponent's chest. Alarmingly, the adversary could only manage a shout before being sent flying by Long Zhe's formidable blow. Witnessing this, Long Zhe felt a surge of joy and, without awaiting Qin Mu's command, rushed in to deliver a finishing strike. Mere seconds later, the opponent coughed up blood and collapsed into unconsciousness. By heavens, this fellow was indeed formidable. Had it not been for Brother Qin's presence, victory would have been elusive. Panting heavily, Long Zhe landed beside Qin Mu, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Observing Huang Yin and the others, he realized that the wisest decision of his life was undoubtedly to follow Qin Mu. Huang Yin, an elder of the Xinjiang sect, had become so intimidated that he dared not move after a fleeting moment of combat. Qin Mu had effortlessly secured victory, which spoke volumes. Huang Yin was no match for him. The defeat had transpired in mere seconds. Long Zhe was brimming with excitement, nearly unable to contain himself. Qin Mu, amused by his enthusiasm, thought to himself that had this fellow known that he had effectively ended the fight with Huang Yin, he would surely be elated beyond measure. Well then, Elder Huang, and you, head of the Lin family, do you possess any other means? Qin Mu inquired with a smile, eagerly anticipating their reactions. Ahem, Mr. Qin. Let's conclude our sparring here. Your skills are indeed extraordinary, and I believe it is time for us to take our leave. Lin Wanrong tugged at Lin Sheng's attire, eager to depart. Meanwhile, the Chun family members nearby took great delight in the unfolding events, as today's auction had proven to be quite fortuitous. The Lin family's humiliation was palpable, and although the terms of reconciliation had not been formally discussed, the head of the Qin family knew that the Lin family would no longer dare to act arrogantly in their presence. With surveillance in place, this footage would likely be cherished by the Qin family for a lifetime. Ah, but I did not say you could leave just yet. Please wait, Qin Mu interjected. Did these two believe they could simply walk away after offending him? That was an exceedingly naive assumption. Truly, the head of the Lin family was quick-witted, managing to frame their animosity as merely a sparring match. Elder Huang Yin, how do you fare? Although I lack a formal mentor, I believe my prowess rivals that of the Xinjiang sect, does it not? Qin Mu's actions are nothing short of a heart-wrenching slaughter. This is not merely a matter of comparison. It is tantamount to forcibly grinding the face of the Xinjiang sect into the ground. My young friend Qin, you jest. Your strength, undoubtedly formidable, leaves the Xinjiang sect unable to find anyone capable of standing against you. Despite Huang Yan's humble demeanor, he no longer exudes the previously carefree attitude. However, I am curious as to why, given your immense power, you did not intervene in the national war. Huang Yin sighed, seemingly mourning something profound. The national war? What is that? Qin Mu furrowed his brow. He had not heard of such a thing before he departed from that place. Could it be that, after his departure, some new crisis emerged at the borders? Over the past few years, China has grown in strength, yet it has also attracted the covetous gaze of many nations. They watched the borders with predatory intent, almost ready to dispatch troops. Of course, at your level, you must understand that each nation harbors its own formidable entities. Thus, to prevent endangering the common folk, nations have dispatched these powerful cultivators to launch aggressive offensives against China's borders. Although the situation has temporarily stabilized, prior to this, many soldiers and cultivators perished at the borders. Had you been present, our losses would have surely been mitigated. Huang Yin sighed once more. He was no longer the avaricious figure he once seemed, but a true celestial master with genuine concern for his country and its people. A glimmer of clarity shone in his murky eyes, as if he had transformed into a different person altogether. What? Such circumstances exist? The site of the incident? Could it possibly be the desert border? Qin Mu exclaimed, nearly shattering his composure. Indeed, it is the desert border, Huang Yin affirmed. Acknowledging the location Qin Mu dreaded to confirm. That was the very place where Qin Mu had fought, where he had grown stronger step by step and forged bonds with many brothers in arms. He could no longer concern himself with the present. He swiftly retrieved his phone, dialed a number, his expression grave. What is happening? Licia inquired softly, hesitanto disturb Qin Mu. After what felt like an eternity of seconds, Qin Mu ended the call. The connection had not gone through. He could sense the gravity of the situation, yet he could hardly believe it. Surely the person on the other end had merely failed to notice their phone. Chapter 71. Events of the past. A palpable aura of indescribable terror enveloped Qin Mu, deterring anyone from approaching. Those present dared not utter a word, fearing that any misstep might provoke his wrath. Though they were oblivious to the unfolding events, they understood that remaining still was paramount. Otherwise, who could predict the dreadful actions Qin Mu might take? Qin Mu continuously reminisced about his experiences in the arid deserts of the frontier, reflecting on the fervent life of his youth. He recalled the delightful individuals from those times. Life was arduous then, yet it epitomized the essence of manhood, far removed from the intrigues of urban existence. He consoled himself, assuring that nothing catastrophic had transpired and that those cherished companions were surely unharmed. After a moment, Qin Mu took a deep breath, his somber demeanor lifting. What, I wonder, is the ultimate conclusion of this national conflict? What price has Huaxia paid? Qin Mu gazed at Huang Yin, devoid of any semblance of threat, yet Huang Yin sensed an air of mortality. It felt as though he were under the scrutiny of an unrivaled sovereign, his very existence hanging in the balance of another's will. Should Qin Mu so desire, he could extinguish his life in an instant. That war claimed numerous formidable lives. Alas, the insidious intruders were far too many. Despite the abundance of adept warriors in Huaxia, casualties were inevitable. Huaxia sacrificed many of its elites, yet the malevolent adversaries were ultimately repelled, suffering significant losses themselves. It was a clash of equals, and one could only be grateful for Huaxia's vastness and rich heritage. Without such depth of tradition, the outcome of the conflict might have been uncertain. However, beyond these elite warriors, countless Huaxia soldiers met a tragic fate in this war. Huang Yin sighed. Those soldiers were truly magnificent, though their training was limited. Their valor was extraordinary. Without their sacrifice, the national conflict might still be raging. They banded together, exchanging their lives in a valiant effort that eliminated the adversary's second-tier experts. Although the cost was steep, trading several lives for one, it was deemed worthwhile. Huang Yin shook his head in resignation, tears welling his eyes as he recalled those warriors. Typically a man of insatiable greed and potential selfishness, he nonetheless displayed a selfless spirit in moments of national crisis. Thus, it appeared that Qin Mu had found clarity and was not collapsing under the weight of despair, as Huang Yin had feared. What is the current situation? He inquired. Now that you seem so at ease, does it imply that the matter has been resolved? Following the conclusion of the national conflict, the invaders retreated. Although Huaxia paid dearly with the lives of many adept warriors, the adversaries bore even heavier losses. Frankly speaking, their plight was far graver than that of Huaxia, and without rejuvenation, they might face the peril of annihilation. Nevertheless, in recent years, the border had begun to experience minor unrest, while no cultivators had intervened. It appeared that the movements of those individuals were still at play behind the scenes. Thus, the Huaxia people have once again taken up their guard. It is precisely for this reason that I inquired about Mr. Qin's extraordinary abilities. It would indeed be a pity if he refrains from participating in the national contest. Although Huang Yan articulated such sentiments, the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. His prowess paled in comparison to Qin Mu's. Both had engaged in the national contest. Yet Qin Mu, with his formidable strength, remained oblivious to this matter. Such disregard for the fate of Huaxia undoubtedly warranted Huang Yan's arrogance before Qin Mu. Even if he had been chastised by Qin Mu for his own selfish desires, he remained proud in this moment. Xia, why was I not informed of this matter? Do not tell me you were unaware. How could I have missed such significant news? Who has concealed it from me? Qin Mu exclaimed in fury. In truth, it was hardly fair to lay the blame at Li Xia's feet during the national contest. They were not even betrothed and had not seen each other for over a decade. I truly did not know. At that time, I heard a few words from my father, but soon after, the information was sealed off, Li Xia gently explained, aware of Qin Mu's current agitation. Choosing not to engage in a quarrel. Once such news is suppressed, who, apart from individuals of my father's stature, could possibly access it? Moreover, it seemed that the crisis was resolved shortly thereafter. Li Xia's assertions were indeed factual. Such matters could not possibly escalate into prolonged warfare. These cultivators could conclude their battles in mere minutes, and it was naturally impossible for conflicts to drag on for an extended period. The notion that all is well in the world is a fallacy. They should be grateful to live under the protection of Huaxia, within a civilization that has endured for 5 millennia. It is due to the sacrifices of those formidable individuals that the safety of the Huaxia populace can be ensured in the shortest time possible, even before the people themselves have fully comprehended the situation. These individuals are the true backbone of Huaxia. I apologize for my impatience, Qin Mu stated directly to Li Xia, earning him newfound respect from Lin Wanrong and the others. Those who are truly powerful find it increasingly difficult to acknowledge their own faults. Even Lin Wanrong despised being publicly contradicted. Yet, with Li Xia advocating for Qin Mu, he surprisingly found the composure to apologize to her after calming down. It was this level of magnanimity that Lin Wanrong felt he could not match, and in that moment he finally understood why Qin Mu surpassed him in strength. Qin Mu also regained his composure, suddenly grasping the implications of Li Xia's words. He had indeed been influenced by the national contest, causing his thoughts to become somewhat unstable. Very well, let today's matters conclude here. Let us sever ties henceforth. However, if you wish to continue entangling yourselves in this affair, I shall certainly oblige. Qin Mu's declaration relieved Lin Wanrong and Huang Yan. Since Qin Mu chose not to pursue the matter further, it was undoubtedly the best resolution. After witnessing Qin Mu's extraordinary prowess, they naturally refrained from seeking trouble with such a formidable figure. By the way, Elder Huang Yan, I did not receive any news regarding the national conflict. Should the aggressors remain obstinate next time, I, Qin Mu, shall ensure they do not return. As Qin Mu uttered these words, Lin Sheng and the others perceived him as a victorious general, having laid down his armor, finally returning with a 1,000,000-strong army. Chapter 72. Survival of 3. Having finished speaking, Qin Mu immediately took Li Xia's hand and departed, with Long Zhe closely trailing behind. Uncle Lu, Qin Mu, seated in the carriage, dialed old Lu's number. What is it, young master? It's rather unusual for you to call at this hour, old Lu replied, a sense of foreboding washing over him, for he knew that this could not be good news. Throughout Qin Mu's childhood, old Lu had cared for him, having watched him grow. The tone of Qin Mu's voice was enough to alert him to the gravity of the situation. Hearing Qin Mu's agitated tone, he sensed that something troubling had transpired. As astute as old Lu was, he quickly surmised that the matter at hand was likely the extremely confidential affair. You are aware of a national conflict, correct? Qin Mu, disregarding pleasantries, shouted into the phone. Old Lu sighed, realizing that it was futile to conceal the truth from Qin Mu. What was destined to come would indeed arrive. Yes, I am aware, he replied with resignation, already guessing what Qin Mu would say next and anticipating the actions he might take. Then why did you not inform me back then? Uncle Lu, please be honest with me. What is the current status of Petion? Qin Mu finally inquired about the matter that weighed most heavily on his heart, even though he had already anticipated the answer. Alas, of the 40 individuals deployed on the Petion mission, only 3 remain alive. Old Lu recalled the young, vigorous, and passionate individuals from years past, lamenting their tragic fate. Though he had not participated directly, He had shed tears upon reading the documentation of their loss. If he felt such sorrow, one could only imagine the depth of Qin Mu's grief. After all, he had once led that elite special operations team. Why was I not summoned back? With my presence, at the very least, Qin Mu faltered, unsure of how to continue. He could not guarantee that he would have kept his brothers safe in such perilous circumstances. At the very least, I could have fought alongside them. No, at the very least, I could have taken on their mission single-handedly. Qin Mu declared confidently, as if reclaiming a semblance of his former pride. Yet tears streamed down his face. Young master, you are aware of the circumstances surrounding your father's anger, aside from the engagement. Your injuries were another reason he would not permit you to return to the front lines. What does my injury matter? It is but a minor wound. I would rather perish amidst the chaos of war than find solace in the tranquil confines of Jiangbei. In that moment, Qin Mu was overwhelmed with regret, his resentment towards Lin Ruishi intensifying. He pondered deeply about what he had forsaken, the significance of the sacrifices made, and his unwavering desire to be with Lin Ruishi. Yet, what had she done in return? His remorse was profound. Had it not been for Lin Ruishi, he might still be entrenched within that circle, unbothered by the blockade imposed by his father. Indeed, it was the head of the Qin family who had personally sealed off his communication. Old Lu lacked the authority to do so. No wonder during that period, there was not a single soul who could reach him. If those formidable individuals had sought to find Qin Mu, he would undoubtedly have received word. However, under his father's restrictions, even the leaders of the current administration would find it challenging to locate him. Such was the terrifying power of the Qin family. It was precisely this formidable background that rendered Qin Mu so powerful. Yet, it was also this immense strength behind him that shackled his freedom, ultimately leading to a rift with his father. Young master, the events have transpired. It is time to remain composed. The priority now is to return to the Qin family. Old Lu implored earnestly. Qin Mu understood that the past was immutable, and further inquiry would yield no benefit. Nevertheless, he desperately needed an outlet for his pent-up frustrations. If the fury within him remained unexpressed, he feared he might spiral into madness. Then tell me, Old Lu, what are the others? What is their current situation? Who are they? Qin Mu's tone had steadied, yet Old Lu recognized that his composure was only superficial. It was imperative to navigate Qin Mu's emotions delicately. Otherwise, he risked descending into turmoil once more. The remaining three are Li Bai, Su Shi, and Tianlang. As for their whereabouts, I cannot ascertain. It is rumored they have been reassigned to the military headquarters in the capital. What they are engaged in, I am unable to uncover, Old Lu stated candidly, hoping to mitigate Qin Mu's ire. This group was destined to remain shrouded in secrecy, safeguarding the safety of Huaxia. Thus, they had never possessed true identities. Even Qin Mu was oblivious to their real names. Li Bai, Su Shi, and Tianlang were merely codenames. Old Lu truly had no means to discover their activities, a fact that Qin Mu fully comprehended. Very well, Uncle Lu. However, I implore you to never withhold information from me in the future. They are exceedingly important to me. Qin Mu refrained from uttering harsh words. After all, Old Lu had cared for him since childhood. In Qin Mu's heart, Old Lu held a greater significance than his own father. His interactions with his father were perhaps less joyful than those shared with Old Lu. This illustrates a recurring theme in prominent families, where the head of the household seldom finds the time to nurture his son. Understood. My apologies for the inconvenience. Old Lu was acutely aware of what Qin Mu meant. Having watched him grow up, he could fathom the depth of Qin Mu's sorrow. Yet, despite the heartache, there was no recourse but to accept the harshness of reality. However, should similar circumstances arise in the future, Old Lu would remain silent, for after all, Qin Mu's father was his superior, and it was his duty to care for Qin Mu. This responsibility extended beyond mere guardianship. Qin Mu understood this truth, but still voiced his feelings, hoping for some consolation from Old Lu. After hanging up the phone, the two in the car lapsed into silence. Let us find a place to drink, Qin Mu suggested. A roadside stall would suffice. Li Xia nodded quietly, obediently scanning the streets for options. Upon spotting a commercial street, she parked the car in a distant lot, and Long Zhe followed suit. Xiao Long, you need not accompany me, Qin Mu remarked. But Long Zhe shook his head in response. Brother Qin, you might not be as familiar with this area as I am. Without my guidance, you won't find the best eats. Chapter 73. A case of beer. Long Zhe chuckled, his carefree demeanor belying a genuine concern for Qin Mu. He was well acquainted with the local street food and carried himself without airs, appearing as though he was born among the common folk. Far removed from the persona of a young master of the Long family, he preferred the lively atmosphere of street stalls over upscale restaurants. Although he had never visited this particular area before, the freshness of the ingredients on display and the marks on the vendors' hands indicated which stalls were worth patronizing. Long Zhe led them directly into a barbecue joint, where the trio found a spot to settle. "Boss, bring us 50 skewers of lamb and 4 grilled kidneys. Also, for cases of beer," Qin Mu ordered, catching Long Zhe off guard with the beer request. "Brother Qin, let us discuss this sensibly. Just the 3 of us? For cases of beer is far too much for me," Long Zhe exclaimed, bewildered by the sheer quantity. "I didn't ask you to share. For cases are for me. If you wish to partake, feel free to order more," Qin Mu replied with a stoic expression, his demeanor betraying no emotion. Before long, the beer arrived, and Qin Mu opened 2 bottles, diving into the festivities. In less than 10 seconds, he downed 1 bottle, and within 3 minutes, he had polished off an entire case. "Brother Qin, take it easy. At this rate, your bladder won't keep up," Long Zhe observed with trepidation, marveling at the speed at which Qin Mu consumed the alcohol. It was a spectacle akin to a performance of acrobatics, yet far more alarming. Do you know? In that era, amidst the arid expanses of the frontier desert, my comrades and I yearned most for a taste of that cherished liquor during our battles. The rigors of duty were arduous, permitting only 3 or 4 of us to take leave at a time. Each occasion of revelry was thus limited to merely a handful of souls. We often spoke of a time when we would all reach retirement safely. Upon retiring, we envisioned a simple existence, finding a modest barbecue stall and a bustling eatery where we could partake in nightly feasts, indulging in libations daily, even if it led to our demise. We would embrace it willingly. When that time finally arrived, what else would we have to occupy ourselves with? Despite my current appearance, I hold no reverence for the position within the Qin family. Had it not been for subsequent events, I might still be stationed in that frontier desert, or perhaps fate could have taken a darker turn. It was evident that Qin Mu had indulged a bit too much. After all, he had consumed an entire case of beer with remarkable speed. A state of inebriation was inevitable. Long Zhe and Li Xia remained silent, desiring to offer comfort, but at a loss for words. Although Qin Mu's storytelling prowess was not particularly strong, the image of a group of spirited youth who cherished their homeland, imbued with vitality, seemed to materialize before them. They could almost envision the joy that once illuminated Qin Mu's countenance. Indeed, they had never witnessed him genuinely happy. He could smile, yet a smile did not equate to true joy. They had seen his smiles, but at this moment, as Qin Mu reminisced about the fulfilling hardships of life stationed in the desert, those days brimming with purpose were when he truly experienced happiness. Perhaps Qin Mu's true calling lay in being a valiant defender of the homeland, rather than engaging in the intricate intrigues among the families of Huaxia. He could do it, yet he had no desire to. Regrettably, that chapter of his life had long since passed. Now, of the once vibrant squad I led, only 3 remained. Qin Mu sighed, tilting his head back to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. He opened another bottle of alcohol, and the proprietor timely presented some skewers, providing something for Qin Mu's stomach to process. He wished for Qin Mu to take a moment in the restroom, drinking so rapidly. One would think his bladder and stomach would surely burst, yet the resilience of youth's digestive system was remarkable. "Hey, boss, grill faster. How come their lamb skewers are ready while ours are not?" At that moment, a group of young men at the adjacent table shouted out. Their own food was still being prepared, and they clamored for it to hurry along. The owner could only respond with assurances, knowing full well these youths, adorned in tattoos and sporting colorful hair, were evidently ruffians. They had entered after Qin Mu's group, and upon seeing the food served to them while theirs lagged, grew impatient. Without further ado, one of the young men approached Qin Mu's table. "Friends, we are a larger group, and you have more skewers. Let us take what we need, and the owner can replenish your order." The young man appeared quite polite at first, but in an instant, he seized the skewers from Qin Mu's table, seemingly ready to depart. Just as Long Zhe stood up, intending to intervene, the young man surprisingly halted, his gaze fixated on Li Xia, practically drooling. Li Xia sighed. It seemed that misfortune awaited someone that night. "Hey, Beautiful. Care to join us for a drink? Look at these two lads in their suits, bringing you to such a place. They're clearly not affluent. Come, join us for some fun. As he spoke, the young man reached out to grasp Li Xia's hand. Li Xia, not one to be trifled with, promptly stood and slapped the young man. How dare you? You insolent fool. The young man's anger flared instantly, and his companions rose to encircle Qin Mu and his friends. Brother Qin, I suppose it's time for me to take action. Huh? You audaciously think you can take us on? Do you believe yourself to be a superhero? One of them sneered. There's a saying that goes, you are surrounded by me alone. If you wish to avoid demise, surrender now while you still can. Laughter erupted among his peers. Is this fool mad? He has no idea what he is saying. Once we incapacitate you, don't cry. The leader of the group drew a dagger from his pocket and lunged at Long Zhe. Long Zhe, having stretched his limbs, swiftly dispatched the group, sending them crashing to the ground. The entire exchange lasted less than a minute, and not a single item in the barbecue restaurant was disturbed as the young men were thrown out. You wretched scoundrels! Just wait. You will regret this. Stay here and await your doom. They snarled as they departed to seek reinforcements. Chapter 74. Black Rose Qin Mu remained silent, merely sipping his drink, which rendered Long Zhe and Li Xia hesitant to speak. Young fellows, perhaps you should leave first? Those ruffians are not to be trifled with, the owner suggested. Having lived in the area for many years and being well acquainted with the locals, he was aware of who these young men were. Having conducted business for decades and possessing some connections, rendering him unafraid of retaliation. The owner had his own methods, but would not readily employ them for Qin Mu and his companions, as they were mere acquaintances. Long Zhe waved dismissively. It's all right, boss. If they dare to return, I assure you none will escape. You saw how swiftly I acted just now. No number of such individuals can best me. Long Zhe spoke with a sense of pride, remarking that occasionally bullying ordinary people was indeed a most delightful affair. Alas, one must understand the implications of what I am about to say regarding those individuals. Upon hearing the boss's words, Long Zhe realized the meaning behind them. The other party likely possessed firearms. No way, boss, what era are we in? How can anyone dare to conceal a gun? He was astonished at the thought. It seemed that those who were coming were not mere ordinary characters. The presence of firearms, coupled with the boss's awareness of them, suggested something significant. Perhaps the other party had previously wielded them or flaunted them in front of others. Such audacity could either indicate foolishness or a profound sense of confidence backed by formidable connections. As the grandson of a military leader in South China, he became acutely alert. He was not someone to be so brazenly dismissive of firearms. However, Qin Mu might be able to handle the situation. Long Zhe glanced at Qin Mu, only to find him still sipping his drink, his expression unchanging. There will always be these rascals in any era. Trust me, you all should leave quickly, or else escape may become quite difficult. The boss urged sincerely, hoping for their swift departure. With a sigh, Long Zhe took out his phone, preparing to make a call. Calling the police would be futile. The law enforcement officers would hardly dare to take action against them. Given the gravity of the situation, he felt compelled to call for assistance. However, Long Zhe's call would not be to summon ordinary officers. No need to bother. Sit down and eat, Qin Mu finally spoke, halting Long Zhe's attempt to report the incident. Seeing Qin Mu finally speak, both Long Zhe and Li Xia felt a wave of relief wash over them. If Qin Mu deemed it unnecessary to call the police, he must have his own considerations and would undoubtedly take action when the time came. Their worries dissipated. With Qin Mu's presence, no firearm could pose a threat. At Qin Mu's level, he likely had little fear of bullets. Although Long Zhe had never witnessed Qin Mu dodge bullets, he understood that if Qin Mu were not confident, he would not remain so unperturbed. Despite his current sorrow, Long Zhe did not relinquish hope. He was not a fool, merely momentarily engulfed in sadness. He settled down and picked up a lamb skewered and on. Brother who? Those are the very individuals. You must help me take revenge. After a brief interlude, the group of young men finally appeared, accompanied by a menacing figure. Long Zhe was somewhat taken aback that only one person had been called upon after such a lengthy wait. What is this? After all this time, you've only brought one person? Is your ability to rally reinforcements rather lacking? Though Long Zhe spoke in such a manner, he discerned the peculiarities emanating from the fearsome figure before him. This individual was undoubtedly no ordinary person. His perception, though not as acute as Qin Mu's, was still sufficient to sense an inexplicable aura that instilled a profound sense of caution. "You were the ones who harmed my brother's son?" The man approached the table where Qin Mu and the others sat, taking a seat and locking eyes with Long Zhe. "Indeed, was I. What of it? Am I not permitted to retaliate against those who provoke me?" Long Zhe feigned nonchalance, aware that he could not display fear at this juncture. Although he recognized the danger posed by the other man, he did not believe it was of a nature that could entirely suppress him. Perhaps, in a confrontation, he might even triumph. Furthermore, with Qin Mu present, his trepidation diminished. "You are no ordinary person either. I wondered how you dare to act, but rest assured, you cannot best me," the other man declared bluntly, asserting that Long Zhe was certainly no match for him. "Therefore, apologize and relinquish this woman to us. You may depart at once. What say you?" The man appeared exceedingly courteous, yet his demands were anything but polite. "Huh, if you wish to fight, just say so. There is no need for pretense. You intend to take my sister-in-law? Unless I am slain today, no one shall leave with her." Long Zhe's eyes gleamed with ferocity. The arrogance displayed by the other compelled him to adopt a more serious demeanor. Upon witnessing Long Zhe's brazen defiance, the man prepared to strike. Believing that there was no need for further discussion, he intended to resolve the matter without delay. However, he found himself captivated by Qin Mu's actions. While they had been conversing, Qin Mu had remained silent, merely observing. Little did he know that Qin Mu was simply allowing his meal to settle. Now, having digested a bit, he resumed devouring the skewers of lamb, even allowing the grease to drip onto the man's clothing. "And who might you be? Such audacity could very well lead to your demise." The man glared at Qin Mu, eager to retaliate, as he abhorred having his garments sullied by others. "Why do you hesitate to strike?" Qin Mu suddenly uttered a cryptic remark that seemed detached from the conversation at hand. No one responded, prompting Qin Mu to inquire again. "Why do you not act?" "Black Rose." "Black Rose?" Both the adversary and Long Zhe, along with Li Xia, were momentarily taken aback, unsure of Qin Mu's intent. "Boy, if you are so frightened that you've lost your wits, you might as well end it all. What nonsense are you spouting?" The young men jeered, oblivious to the peril that loomed before them. Chapter 75. The Black Rose Strikes. None among them comprehended the true significance of Qin Mu's reference to the Black Rose, assuming instead that he was merely spouting nonsensical drivel. "Brother Qin, what is the meaning of this? Is there some hidden protector of yours?" Long Zhe observed with excitement, regarding the young man as if he were a character straight out of a film, conjuring images of mythical guardians. Did he truly believe himself to be a figure of such grandeur? Qin Mu was no cult leader, after all. A bemused smile graced his lips, albeit one tinged with coldness, causing the fierce individual before him to tremble inwardly. "Young man, should you find yourself unable to prevail, it would be wise to concede gracefully rather than engage in futile struggles." "The Black Rose? I have spent considerable time in Jiangbei City and have yet to encounter that name," the opponent retorted. Yet, Qin Mu sensed an undercurrent of trepidation in his voice. "Of course, you would be oblivious to events from 30 years past. How old were you then? This is knowledge that few young people today possess." Qin Mu remarked with an air of antiquity. If one were to disregard his youthful visage, one might assume he was a venerable elder, given the gravity in his tone. The Black Rose, a figure that once shocked China, was responsible for the deaths of numerous officials, including countless family members, instilling terror in the hearts of the government, compelling them to withdraw into themselves and bolster their security. The moniker Black Rose derived from the chilling signature left at the scene, a black rose placed upon each victim's lifeless body. Subsequent investigations revealed that every official slain by the Black Rose was steeped in corruption, and none of their deceased kin were virtuous. In no time, tales of a chivalrous hero began to circulate among the populace. Some even banded together, imploring the state to refrain from interfering with the Black Rose's actions, believing him to be a guardian of the common people. Consequently, the Black Rose enjoyed a peculiar protection from the very citizens he targeted, leading to an escalating body count and increasingly high-profile victims, forcing the upper echelons of power to take notice. Ultimately, during a subsequent assassination attempt, the Black Rose's whereabouts were uncovered, resulting in his demise. Having antagonized too many and stained his hands with blood, he could not escape the law of retribution. However, whispers circulated that the Black Rose had not truly perished. Somehow, he had evaded capture, disappearing into the throng, perhaps disillusioned by the world around him. As Qin Mu concluded his narrative, he fell silent, lifting the wine bottle to drink deeply. Your story is indeed captivating. Yet what purpose does it serve now? It is a futile endeavor. Should you continue to disregard my instructions, even another tale will prove useless. The other party remained oblivious to Qin Mu's intent. While the legend of the Black Rose was indeed admirable, it was an account from years gone by, bearing little relevance to the present. In the shop, the absence of other patrons was palpable, and Qin Mu, appearing so youthful, seemed an unlikely candidate to embody the legendary Black Rose of yore. Yet, how did you come to know my true identity? As they remained in silence, astonishingly, the owner of the barbecue restaurant spoke. It was a revelation. He turned around, and the weariness and frailty that marked his once-aged visage vanished in an instant, replaced by an aura of vitality and a chilling presence that no youth could rival. Indeed, the once formidable Black Rose had transformed. The emergence of such ruffians within his establishment suggested that time had indeed altered many things. With a sigh, Qin Mu proposed, "Perhaps you could first resolve these individuals, and then we may discuss other matters." "What? You claim this old man is the Black Rose? In such a state, he hardly resembles a rose, more akin to a chrysanthemum, with a face full of wrinkles. Stop your charade, both of you. It's futile," the young man interjected, skeptical of Qin Mu's words. Although he had been taken aback by the owner's transformation, he dismissed it as mere acting prowess. Silence. The man accompanying the young man barked, silencing him, and then fell into contemplation. If their earlier statements held any truth, he finally grasped why his elder brother had warned him to provoke anyone but this owner. The more he pondered, the more he felt Qin Mu's assertions were valid. This proprietor was undoubtedly no ordinary individual, previously harboring a vague suspicion. He had never found the time to confirm it, but now, based on both Qin Mu's assertions and his own deductions, it was clear that the owner's identity was anything but ordinary. Well then, will you leave of your own accord, or shall I be compelled to take action? The owner did not dismiss Qin Mu's request, but rather regarded the ruffians with a mocking gaze. "What? You old fool, are you courting death? Do you truly believe that merely playing a role transforms you into a killer?" The young man retorted angrily, charging forward to strike, with the man beside him unable to intervene in time. Crack! Just as the young man reached out to touch the owner, he made his move. With a mere grasp of the young man's arm, he twisted it effortlessly, resulting in a sickening snap. The young man was sent tumbling, the sight utterly horrifying. Damn it! The man, realizing the young man was his elder brother's son, acted swiftly. Despite his disdain for the boy, he knew that should he be injured under his watch, his brother would undoubtedly unleash a storm of wrath upon him. He vaulted over the chair, propelling himself like a dragon emerging from the sea. His fist, large as a sandbag, slicing through the air, aimed directly at the owner's face. "Too slow. Today's youth lack the edge," the owner remarked with a slight smile, executing a graceful dodge that evaded the man's punch, then transforming his fist into a palm to strike towards the man's neck with precision. In an instant, the man collapsed, motionless, reminiscent of a scene from a film. The other young men, witnessing this, instinctively attempted to flee, only to find their legs had turned to jelly, rendering them incapable of escape. They were merely a group of 17 or 18-year-olds, and confronted with such a harrowing scene, how could they possibly react? Enough is enough. You lot have been a nuisance, dashing about the streets. Consider this a lesson, and may you resolve not to lead a life of delinquency in your next incarnation. The boss acted decisively. With just a few punches, he brutally ended the lives of those young men. Indeed, they were all killed, not merely rendered unconscious. This shocking revelation sent chills down the spines of Long Zhe and Li Xia. The ease with which he had taken lives was utterly terrifying. They had assumed the earlier man and the young men were simply knocked out, only to discover the grim truth of their demise. They had heard tales of deaths at the hands of others, yet they had never witnessed such a brutal execution firsthand. An icy dread enveloped them. Even Long Zhe could not suppress his fear. Why resort to such lethal measures against mere delinquents? Qin Mu discerned that the boss employed lethal techniques without sparing any effort. "Brother Qin, why did you not intervene? Lives are at stake." Long Zhe trembled, disappointment creeping into his tone. These individuals had indeed courted death. If Black Rose chose to act, it signified that these men were far from ordinary. Qin Mu slowly elucidated, just as the boss turned to face them. shutting the door behind him and taking a seat before them. Indeed, these individuals deserve their fate. Over the course of a year, they tarnished the virtue of 4 young women, driving 2 of them to suicide. Though the man did not directly commit heinous acts, he was complicit under the influence of his older brother, leading to the demise of many. I need not elaborate further. Consider how many lives they could jeopardize. To put it plainly, their actions were tenfold more repugnant than anything depicted in television dramas, unimaginable in their cruelty. The boss spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his words carried a chilling weight. Then why did you not intervene sooner, allowing them to persist in their malevolence? What was the reason? Longzhe and Li Xia could no longer contain themselves. They understood the extent of suffering endured by innocent civilians due to the actions the boss had described. Why save them? The boss replied, his expression devoid of emotion. It is impossible to rescue everyone, and among these individuals, far too many are unworthy of salvation. Years ago, I was apprehended by the authorities, primarily due to these individuals, who feared that once I had captured the corrupt officials, I would turn my attention to them. Oh, common folk. Do not genuinely regard the term commoners as a commendation. The ordinary, while seemingly benign, can unleash horrors when their malevolence is set free. It was my excessive trust in them that led to my denunciation. My wife, my children, my parents, all perished because of these scoundrels. The boss's words rendered Longzhe and Li Xia speechless. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. Indeed, I fought valiantly in the desert, only to save this wretched group. I have often pondered whether the sacrifice of my brothers was truly worthwhile. Qin Mu also spoke up, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the ruffians on the ground. Upon learning of the national conflict, he was engulfed in profound sorrow, and now he found himself confronted with these individuals. Confusion clouded his mind. Had he and his comrades fought so long for the sake of such people? That seemed utterly unworthy. Qin Mu found himself in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of his next steps. Then, if that is the case, why did the boss take action today? Longzhe questioned, perplexed by the boss's decision to intervene. He could have simply denied his identity, couldn't he? Because anyone privy to my identity must perish. Once they learn of the Black Rose, they will undoubtedly investigate. Even if they cannot threaten me, it is prudent to eliminate a few for the sake of safety. Oh, if that is the case, do you intend to strike at us as well? Longzhe became cautious, setting down his skewer, fearful of poison in his meal. Indeed, but before I take your lives, there are a few questions I must clarify. The boss openly acknowledged his intent to act against them. Thus, young man, how did you discern my identity? I am quite perplexed. The boss fixed his gaze upon Qin Mu, expressing his curiosity. He could not fathom how, after decades of concealment, Qin Mu recognized him upon his arrival. Moreover, the fact that Qin Mu claimed to have worked in the desert hinted at an extraordinary background. I have seen your photographs and videos. Such are state secrets that I once had the authority to access. Although you have altered your appearance, the aura you exude and certain instinctive habits displayed while butchering meat remain unchanged. When you carve, it resembles an act of murder. Only a martial arts master or a high-level assassin like Black Rose could achieve such precision. Certainly, it was primarily Qin Mu's intuition. From the moment he laid eyes on the boss, he had been speculating about his identity. I see. You are indeed remarkable, yet alas, there is no avoiding your demise today. The boss nodded, taken aback by the realization that Qin Mu had encountered his confidential information. Such knowledge was intensely private. Anyone privy to it could not be an ordinary individual, and this heightened the danger for him. He would never permit any harm to befall himself. Although he felt he had lived enough in this lifetime, death was not a fate he desired. If Qin Mu were to disseminate this information, the descendants of the corrupt officials he had slain would undoubtedly seek retribution. Death? If I were to perish, who would inform you of your son's whereabouts? Qin Mu smiled, causing Black Rose to gasp in astonishment. What? You claim to know my son's whereabouts? He isn't. He's alive. Quite well, resembling your wife, a handsome young man. He bears a heart-shaped birthmark on his neck, correct? What? Upon hearing about the birthmark, Black Rose began to believe that Qin Mu might indeed know his son. You must pay for your actions, but your family is innocent. Rest assured, Huaxiao would never descend into senseless slaughter of the innocent. Your wife and child are alive. They were merely declared dead by certain leaders to inflict pain upon you, to burden your heart with sorrow. Qin Mu's words turned Black Rose's world upside down. He could hardly fathom that his wife and child were still alive. Chapter 77. The transaction, where are they? Speak, and I shall spare your life. Black Rose lunged to seize Qin Mu by his collar, but found himself deftly evaded, only to have his hand restrained by Qin Mu. Do not move. You cannot overpower me. If you desire information about your son, there are conditions. With decisive action, Qin Mu demonstrated the magnitude of his strength, revealing to Black Rose just how formidable he truly was. From the moment he recognized Black Rose, a notion had taken root in Qin Mu's mind to conquer him, not in the traditional sense of subjugation, but rather to enlist the aid of someone like Black Rose for certain endeavors. He was a figure of authority in the public eye, yet any family aspiring to genuine power must possess diverse means. Thus, Qin Mu acted, intending to impress upon Black Rose that revealing his son's whereabouts was not merely a plea for survival. His actions served as proof that he was superior to Black Rose, unafraid of his threats. Indeed, under Qin Mu's formidable presence, Black Rose found himself unable to move his captured hand, his expression shifting to one of sheer terror, only to quickly regain his composure. Who are you? If you possess such strength, why did you not act on your own earlier? Black Rose was utterly astonished to discover the extraordinary power of the young man before him. Initially, he believed Qin Mu sought to leverage his influence to eliminate the young men and their associated powers. Now, it appeared the reality was far different. Calm yourself. Let's discuss the terms. I am aware that your son is alive, though I am oblivious to his current whereabouts. What purpose do your words serve? Are you merely toying with me? The Black Rose was on the verge of taking action. Qin Mu's words were utterly infuriating, akin to playing a game with him. He yearned to strike immediately. Even knowing he might be overmatched by Qin Mu, he was determined to fight fiercely. I do not know where your son is, but I know who he is, and I can uncover information regarding him. Qin Mu restrained the Black Rose's impending fury, hastily clarifying, while internally lamenting her emotional instability. It remained uncertain whether she could entrust him with her request. I assure you, I can gather information about him within 3 years, during which time you must assist me with certain tasks. What say you? That is unacceptable. How can I agree to assist you when I do not know what you will ask of me? If the tasks are morally reprehensible, I cannot comply. The Black Rose had not anticipated such a demand from Qin Mu. After a moment of surprise, she presented her own conditions. That is assuredly the case. All I require is your protection. Should there arise a necessity to eliminate specific individuals, you may assess whether my targets warrant death. If not, you are free to decline my request. I will not compel you. Qin Mu had no intention of indiscriminately taking lives. Any individual he would target would be beyond redemption. Thus, the Black Rose's stipulations held no weight in his view. If that is the case, I can agree. But you must provide me with a guarantee or some form of assurance that you will not renege on your word. The Black Rose was no fool. She insisted that Qin Mu present something to allay her concerns. Yet, what leverage did Qin Mu possess that could be grasped by the Black Rose? Do you realize the absurdity of your statements? Am I so foolish? If you refuse, I can easily find another. The only person privy to your son's identity is myself. Should you be unwilling, so be it. Indeed, Qin Mu was confident that the Black Rose would acquiesce to his terms. He could easily manipulate the situation to his advantage. Should he choose to act unscrupulously, he could forego his promise, for his strength far surpassed that of the Black Rose. Her only hope lay with him. Even if, after 3 years, he failed to provide her with answers, she would have no recourse. Well, my wife, after all these years, did she not attempt to? She has passed away. Her health was already frail, and upon learning of your actions, she fell gravely ill and ultimately succumbed. Qin Mu shook his head, aware of the tragic circumstances. Ultimately, it was your fault. Do not seek to blame others. It is your act of murder that has led to this outcome. The Black Rose, too, is a pitiable figure, having believed that by eliminating so many corrupt officials for the sake of the common people, she would find justice. Only to meet such a fate. Truly, fate is capricious. This melancholy is the reason behind his persistent gloom since his escape. However, your son possesses great potential, for now. I can only express that he is remarkable. Yet, should you acknowledge him, it might bring about his ruin. Thus, prepare yourself for a meeting without recognition. Once you acknowledge him, your son's life may very well be destroyed by your actions. Qin Mu was well aware of the whereabouts and occupation of the Black Rose's son. He had once journeyed to the frontier desert alongside him, where they both sought to join the Breaking Dawn squad, which included the Black Rose's son. Alas, due to his less robust physique compared to the others, he was ultimately eliminated. At that time, with his advanced information and keen insight, Qin Mu had deduced the identity of that participant as the Black Rose's son. He had known, but kept it to himself, as he dared not attract undue attention. Later, when he could have been more outspoken, he had lost interest in the matter, only to be reminded of it upon encountering the Black Rose. He was not well acquainted with her son and was unaware of his whereabouts after being cut from the squad. Nevertheless, the Black Rose's son was indeed exceptional, merely lacking the fortitude of the Breaking Dawn members. After all, those within were all extraordinary, while his son's physique was weaker in comparison. It was still far superior to that of an average person. Therefore, his status upon his emergence would undoubtedly be significant. He would not fade into obscurity. To find him, however, one must return to the capital. This was precisely why Qin Mu sought to negotiate with the Black Rose. He intended to return to the capital and profoundly disrupt the current state of affairs within the Qin family. He aimed to ensure that everyone in the Qin family recognized that he, Qin Mu, the eldest grandson of the Qin clan, had returned. Upon learning of the information regarding the national conflict and realizing that his channels of information had been severed, he understood that he must seize power himself to prevent such occurrences. Chapter 78. Must we truly return? Qin Mu finally comprehended that, no matter how formidable his strength, there were still many matters that others could conceal from him. His power was indeed substantial, yet should his father choose to obscure his whereabouts, not a single brother from the Breaking Dawn squad would be able to locate him. If he continued on his own path, Qin Mu could guarantee his safety. But the safety of those he cared for might be jeopardized due to the disparity in information. Thus, he must take control, possessing absolute personal strength and a formidable organization to prevent the recurrence of such national conflicts. Regardless, the Qin family currently needed his return, and he did not mind returning to stir up a tempest. He fully comprehended that the relatives at home were closely observing the developments concerning their family's eldest son. His father, immensely powerful, had single-handedly withstood the onslaught of others during his middle age. Should Qin Mu truly neglect to return home and lend his assistance, he would inevitably be usurped by other branches of the family in his elder years. It is essential to recognize that the Qin family had once been on the brink of collapse, and it was solely due to his father's extraordinary efforts that the family was able to rise anew. One could say that the present Qin family embodies the culmination of his father's lifelong dedication. Thus, when other branches sought to seize his father's hard-earned legacy, how could he possibly acquiesce? In the past, Qin Mu lacked an understanding of his father's struggles, or perhaps he understood yet was reluctant to inherit the mantle. However, he has now come to realize that he requires this power, and his father equally needs him. Therefore, he resolved to return, for the sake of the Qin family, in memory of his fallen brothers, and for the future of Huaxia. Huang Yin had mentioned that in recent years, external forces were eyeing them covetously. Thus, Qin Mu must rise to avenge his brothers and fulfill the grand ambitions that had once eluded them. Naturally, in order to accomplish these endeavors, he knew that Long Zhe and Li Xia in Jiangbei City would require protection, while he himself would need an underground ally to assist him with matters best kept from the public eye. Rest assured, the actions Qin Mu would undertake would be morally justified, and he would never engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Should he stray down that path, not only would the brothers of Petion seek vengeance, but he would also come to despise himself. Understanding this, he decided to proceed as advised. In that moment, Black Rose seemed to age decades, her spirit visibly diminished, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. It was understandable. To observe her son from afar without the ability to acknowledge him was indeed painful, explaining her premature aging. Nevertheless, she quickly reconciled with the thought that as long as she could see her son, she should be content. As for the opportunity for recognition, that could be addressed later. She had already caused her son enough harm once and could not bear to do so a second time. Thus, it was settled. She declared, "I am Qin Mu." He introduced himself directly, offering his business card to Black Rose. "You may call me Black Rose. I haven't to use my real name in ages and am unaccustomed to it." From that moment on, Black Rose would be known solely by her alias, for her true essence seemed to have perished. In truth, Black Rose felt a flicker of joy as she was finally able to engage in the pursuits she cherished most. Deep within, She was an incredibly rebellious and passionate individual, imbued with a sense of justice. Therefore, when Qin Mu entrusted her with these tasks, she felt as if she were igniting into flames. For the next 3 years, she would serve as the most formidable weapon in Qin Mu's arsenal. Indeed, regarding the individuals present this evening, do remember to tidy up afterward. After Qin Mu finished speaking, he directly departed with Long Zhe and Li Xia. Meanwhile, the Black Rose unveiled a smile. Tonight promised a glorious opportunity for carnage. The father of that young man, who happens to be the elder brother of that man, is undoubtedly on his list of targets. The dormant soul of slaughter, long slumbering, has now been thoroughly ignited. This night, the inhabitants of this region slept soundly, while within an opulent villa, a grand spectacle of bloodshed was unfolding, preparing for tomorrow's headlines. So, are you planning to return to the capital? From Qin Mu's recent actions, Li Xia deduced what he was likely to do next. Yes, a return to the capital is inevitable, though not immediately. Besides returning to the Qin family, Qin Mu's other objective is to exhaustively search for the remaining shard of the celestial jade. He must grow stronger, necessitating greater power and legacy. In other words, he requires more individuals to serve him. Thus, a legacy is essential to achieve this goal. Beyond the resources of the Qin family and his father's influence, it would be prudent for him to establish his own organization. Relying solely on his father's connections would likely hinder his ability to command respect, especially given their somewhat tenuous relationship. Though his father would undoubtedly support him wholeheartedly, Qin Mu is exceptionally proud. He would never accept his father's assistance, unless it were in the smallest measure. I see, but Qin Gu isn't a bit too risky to accept the Black Rose? Long Zhe hesitated to voice his concern. Being a member of the Long family, the grandson of the military leader in South China, Qin Mu was blatantly courting trouble, quite audaciously. He chuckled, Xiaolong. Should you truly engage with your family's enterprises, you would understand that even if your grandfather were aware of these matters, he would likely remain silent. Upholding moral integrity is what should concern a person more. The law is merely a tool to restrain those who cannot govern themselves. Qin Mu did not articulate this explicitly, allowing Long Zhe to ponder and gradually comprehend that the real world is devoid of clear dichotomies. Long Zhe nodded. He could never truly entertain the notion of apprehending Qin Mu. Soon, they parted ways, with Qin Mu returning home alongside Li Xia. Long Zhe also headed back alone, now free from any danger. When will you return? Li Xia cautiously inquired, seated on the sofa in Qin Mu's home. She could hardly believe that so soon. Qin Mu was preparing to leave for the capital. She nearly exclaimed. After all, their relationship had only just begun to blossom, and now Qin Mu was set to depart. Although they had initially agreed on a sham marriage, allowing both to pursue their own happiness, the situation felt far more complicated. However, if that were truly the case, they would never find genuine love. Originally, Li Xia had resigned herself to the notion that true love would elude her. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Mu appeared. Chapter 79. The Fall of the Fragments of Jade. At first, Li Xia believed it was impossible for her to develop feelings for Qin Mu, despite their childhood acquaintance, which could be deemed as a childhood romance marked by fondness. However, as time passed, their life paths diverged completely, leading them in opposite directions, and they could hardly foresee that they would be compelled by their families to marry. Li Xia was aware of her destiny, but never anticipated that her fiancé would be Qin Mu. Conversely, Qin Mu could never have imagined that he would one day lose a wager against his father, ultimately resigning himself to the marital arrangements dictated by his parent. Thus, fate brought them together, entwining their lives in a manner that sparked subtle feelings for one another, which neither had ever contemplated. As a result, they found themselves somewhat bewildered by the unfolding situation. In truth, this was a deliberate ploy orchestrated by their families. The adage that love blossoms over time holds a kernel of truth. Emotions can indeed be cultivated gradually, albeit under certain conditions. The notion that poverty brings sorrow to couples rings true. Had they both been financially struggling, their union might not have fostered any genuine affection. In such circumstances, they would be preoccupied with the struggles of daily survival, leaving no room to genuinely nurture their feelings, merely coexisting in a state of compromise. This reflects the experience of many from the older generation, who were coerced into blind dates and bound to an unfamiliar partner. leading a life of polite formality without ever truly experiencing love, even the sorrowful kind, without ever having the chance to touch it. However, Li Xia and Qin Mu found themselves free from financial worries, alleviating many burdens. Both possessed strong personalities, exceptional qualities, and captivating charm, allowing their complementary traits to foster a budding affection. Albeit shallow, it was undeniably present. Rest assured, I won't be leaving immediately. I will remain in South China for a while longer, Qin Mu reassured her, fully aware of the emotions embedded in her words, causing a faint blush to rise upon his cheeks. All right, Li Xia nodded. Although Qin Mu had stated this, she knew that eventually he would leave her for the capital. While it would not lead to a divorce, the thought of their impending separation, compounded by the dangerous endeavors that awaited him, made her heart uneasy. Having never experienced love before, she regarded Qin Mu as her first love, and the prospect of temporary separation troubled her deeply. Yet, she was resolute. As the most outstanding descendant of the Li family, while romantic matters could bring her distress, they would never defeat her. Indeed, Xia, if I ever return to the capital, you are welcome to accompany me, as our home lies there. Returning together is not a burden. Qin Mu spoke truthfully, although their current endeavors are concentrated in South China. Their true home is undeniably in the capital. Do you comprehend? I have toiled in South China for so long, and soon I shall head to the capital with you. Do you believe I would be content with that? Li Xia sighed, while Qin Mu nodded, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for not having considered the matter more deeply. It is indeed true that the Li family's enterprises in South China have been solely cultivated by Li Xia herself, although the family has provided considerable support. Without Li Xia's direct leadership, such development would not have reached its current scale. The Li family's reputation in South China is such that it is known to all, and Li Xia is undeniably instrumental in this success. Striking out on her own is a subtle rebellion against her family, a pursuit of her dreams and one of the few freedoms she possesses, which she cherishes dearly. To abandon all of this for Qin Mu and return to the capital? I'm afraid that, at present, Qin Mu does not hold a place in Li Xia's heart that rivals this vast enterprise. It is not that Li Xia covets wealth and power. Rather, this expansive enterprise is the culmination of her pursuit of dreams and freedom. Of course, should Qin Mu one day occupy a greater significance in Li Xia's heart, and should she find herself disinterested in these enterprises, she would undoubtedly turn her back without hesitation. However, as it stands, her heart still yearns to remain in South China, where she reigns supreme. Unfortunately, my circumstances carry too much weight, making a return to the capital an inevitability. Qin Mu sighed, reassuring her, fear not. When I return, I shall not act recklessly. After all, I am your fiancé, and such behavior would be improper. He smiled, attempting to lighten the mood with a jest. Oh, if you want to misbehave, go ahead. Who would stop you? Li Xia's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a playful glare, feigning indifference. This is her nature. She can jest without restraint, yet when the moment turns serious, she becomes flustered, forgetting her previous bravado completely. Haha, well, it is quite late now. Let me escort you home. Qin Mu intended to personally see Li Xia back, as they lived merely next door. What is this? Did you not say I am your fiancé? In such a spacious house, is there not a place for me to stay? Li Xia, now reluctant to move, playfully reverted to her earlier teasing demeanor as the atmosphere shifted away from the previous intimacy. I never claimed that. I merely feared that, perhaps in the night, I might inadvertently harbor ulterior motives towards you. Qin Mu had not anticipated Li Xia's retort and playfully echoed her sentiment. If you wish to stay, then by all means, there are guest rooms available. Or would you prefer to share my room? I would not mind at all. You are welcome to come to my room whenever you please, provided you are willing. Qin Mu revealed a mischievous smile, and indeed, Li Xia nearly picked up her high-heeled shoe to leave a mark on his face. Get lost. Of course I want my own space. Where are the guest rooms? Li Xia strode into the guest room, and Qin Mu arranged for the servants to prepare some clothes for her. Fortunately, with everything arranged by old Lu, the house still had a maid, making everything quite convenient. Qin Mu returned to his own room, and after a quick shower, he took out the 2 pieces of jade. He caressed them in his hand, carefully sensing the warmth emanating from them, and then proceeded to piece the 2 shards together. He attempted to discern something within, but ultimately, it was in vain. It appeared to be merely a key, devoid of any other significance. Qin Mu snapped a photo and sent it directly to old Lu and Long Zhe. Chapter 80. The cooperation of sending gifts before Long Zhe departed. Qin Mu had arranged with him to help locate the existence of this item. The Long family relied on the southern military region, which undoubtedly had the most accurate information regarding such matters. As a local power in southern China, the Long family possessed remarkable capabilities in searching for items, ranking among the top 3 in the region, although they were not as influential in northern China. Old Lu, with the connections of the Qin family and his father's network, was the most suitable choice for the search in northern China. After sending the photo, Qin Mu pieced the 2 jade shards together, faintly revealing the body and tail of a dragon. The final shard likely bore the dragon's head. Only when the 3 pieces were combined could the so-called legacy site be revealed and accessed. Qin Mu carefully stored the items away, eagerly anticipating the day he would reunite with his master. Soon, a night passed, and the following day, Qin Mu arrived at Imei Company. Since he was preparing to leave, he needed to ensure everything was in order for the company. After all, it was his first venture, and a perfect conclusion was essential. Upon his arrival, Chairman Zhang of the Jiangbei Cosmetic Committee, accompanied by several secretaries and bodyguards, sought him out. Chairman Qin, your timing is impeccable. I did not expect you to rise so early. Truly, you are the finest chairman of a cosmetic company in Jiangbei. Chairman Zhang displayed not a hint of arrogance, and his gaze towards Qin Mu was warm, akin to that of a benevolent elder admiring an accomplished junior. This gaze reminded Qin Mu of his grandfather, prompting a sigh from his heart. It had been far too long since he had returned home. He must find time to visit his grandfather and grandmother soon. President Zhang, please just call me Xiao Qin. I possess no remarkable abilities. I am merely basking in the glory of research. Qin Mu, however, is quite humble. In the realm of business, humility is an essential trait to cultivate, although a modicum of pride is equally significant. I have heard about your performance at the Chun family charity auction. If you claim to lack talent, then what does that make us? Merely frogs at the bottom of a well? President Zhang patted Qin Mu on the shoulder, seemingly unfazed by his astonishing prowess. In his gaze, Qin Mu discerned no hint of greed, despite the formidable strength and mysterious background that prompted Zhang to seek his acquaintance. It felt like a senior extending genuine care to a junior, which left Qin Mu somewhat puzzled as to why President Zhang was so amiable towards him. How embarrassing. I was merely young and impulsive, causing a scene at the auction and losing face. I hardly possess any real skill. Given the other's politeness, Qin Mu felt it inappropriate to be overly casual and continued exchanging pleasantries. Well then, Xiao Qin, the purpose of my visit today is to discuss a potential collaboration. Although President Zhang held Qin Mu in high esteem, he was not one to forget his priorities. A collaboration, you say? Please, come into my office so we can discuss this further. The matter of collaboration is indeed crucial. While Qin Mu himself may not regard the financial aspect as significant, Imei Company desperately needs this partnership. After he departs, possessing strong backing will be essential for Imei's further development. After all, Imei Company currently relies heavily on his support, and he has yet to find a capable management team. Zhao Nizi lacks the capability to take over the entire company. Should Qin Mu leave and not remain with Imei, losing the cornerstone of support, Imei might only survive on its skincare products, missing the opportunity for further advancement. Though he could ask Li Xia to oversee Imei, and she would likely agree, it would be unnecessary. Li Xia's own company is vastly larger, with assets many times greater than Imei's. It would be foolish of Qin Mu to divert her attention from the Li family's enterprises to manage his Imei company. If he were to do so, his debts to Li Xia would accumulate excessively. Despite being engaged, he has always adhered to the principle of minimizing burdens on others. Thus, President Zhang's unexpected visit is indeed fortuitous. With his support backing Imei, the company's prospects will undoubtedly be bright. Consequently, Qin Mu invited President Zhang into his office to initiate discussions regarding their collaboration. Xiao Qin, let me be straightforward. We will assist in promoting your skincare and cosmetics company, and our production facilities are available for your use. The conditions are simple. We will collaborate with our products, and we will only take a 10% share of the profits. What do you think? Chairman Zhang's words left Qin Mu momentarily speechless. It felt as though money was being handed to him directly. Collaborating with Chairman Zhang's company would undoubtedly be a mutually beneficial endeavor. In fact, the advantages he would gain might surpass those of Chairman Zhang himself. The products of Chairman Zhang's company are renowned nationwide, boasting an immense consumer base. Launching a collaborative product would surely catapult IMA to fame. This would be far more effective than any advertisement, representing the most cost-efficient form of promotion. As for the 10% profit share, it is hardly significant. This pertains to 10% of the profits, not 10% of the sales revenue. Moreover, Chairman Zhang's workshop could assist IMA in product production, which means that the actual profit for Chairman Zhang's company from this collaboration would be minimal. Qin Mu struggled to comprehend why Chairman Zhang held him in such high regard. Yet regardless of the admiration, this transaction felt exceedingly peculiar. If Chairman Zhang was merely viewing Qin Mu as an exceptional entrepreneur wishing to lend a hand, he found that hard to believe. But what could be the reason behind this? Confounded by this puzzling situation, Qin Mu decided to be forthright. Chairman Zhang, with such generous terms, it will be foolish of me not to accept. However, what exactly is the motivation behind this? You understand my concerns. This collaboration feels like an unmerited provision of assistance, even to the extent of financing my efforts, while you seem to gain little in return. Where there is unusual circumstance, there is often something amiss. In the face of uncertainty, one must tread carefully. Even if the potential profit is substantial, one cannot be swayed lightly. Qin Mu was well aware of this principle. Why? You might ask. You, the esteemed heir of the Qin family in the capital, have come to our Jiangbei city to start a cosmetics company. How can I not extend my support to you? Chapter 81. Old friend Chairman Zhang's words caught Qin Mu off guard. He had not anticipated that Chairman Zhang was aware of his true identity. He had never revealed it, and Li Xia should not have shared it with anyone. Nor could old Lu have divulged his identity without his or his father's consent. So how did this come to be? If Chairman Zhang knew his identity, could there be others who recognized him as well? Ha ha ha. No wonder you are the son of Qin Tian. You are so cautious, just like your father in his youth. Chairman Zhang laughed heartily, implying a familiarity with Qin Mu's father. Rest assured, in Jiangbei City, I am likely the only one who has discerned your identity. Others may have their suspicions, but the likelihood is low. Suspicions? Chairman Zhang, what do you mean? Qin Mu had not anticipated that Chairman Zhang would have directly guessed his identity. The news regarding the Qin family has always been meticulously guarded, known only among the upper echelons of northern China. The general populace remains oblivious to the existence of the Qin family in the capital, let alone the president of the Cosmetics Association in Jiangbei City, located far in southern China. Years ago, your father also spent some time in Jiangbei City. At that time, he bore a striking resemblance to you, a testament to the potency of his genes. Back then, he was still quite youthful, and after a few drinks, he revealed his true identity to me, which was when I first learned of the formidable Qin family in the capital. You bear an uncanny likeness to him, sharing the same surname. And when confronting the Lin family, your confidence was palpable, making it exceedingly simple to deduce your identity. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu suddenly realized the connection. It was no wonder that Zhang, the president, was able to guess his identity. However, he was utterly astonished to discover that Zhang had a personal relationship with his father. Your father was young back then, yet he possessed a profound understanding of business and interpersonal relations, perhaps even more than I do. You may wonder how I came to be the president and gained a modicum of influence in the political arena. It was indeed due to your father's impact that I gradually ascended. Just as I began to establish myself, your father returned to the capital. I have yet to repay him, and now it seems clear why you ventured into the cosmetics industry. Perhaps your father wished for me to look after you. This arrangement was orchestrated by Qin Tian, as he understood that Qin Mu required guidance and also aimed to resolve Zhang's lingering concerns. However, he could never have anticipated that Qin Mu would neglect to leverage his identity and refuse assistance from the Li family. Had he revealed his identity earlier or engaged with the cosmetics industry under the Li family's introduction, President Zhang could have found him much sooner. Qin Tian never imagined his son would be so resolute in striving to build a career without relying on connections. While having capital is indeed a significant advantage, combining it with connections could expedite the path to success, preventing unnecessary delays. Understanding this, I must address you as Uncle Zhang. I apologize for my earlier impoliteness. Given that you are a friend of my father, You are truly my elder and not merely a business associate. Qin Mu respectfully bowed, not solely due to the considerable opportunities for collaboration, but entirely out of respect. Your father has not confided much to me, yet I comprehend his intentions. Even if he remains silent, I am fully aware of the exceptional quality of your company's products, and I would undoubtedly seek a partnership with you. President Zhang's words ring true. He had already intended to collaborate with Qin Mu even before recognizing him. Now, he merely wishes to ease the terms of collaboration. And if it were up to him, he would be eager to offer Qin Mu a stake in his company. The assistance provided by Qin Mu's father was indeed monumental. With that in mind, he expressed his gratitude to Uncle Zhang. Qin Mu had not anticipated such an outcome, yet he readily consented to the collaboration and signed a contract. Notably, he increased the previously agreed profit share from 10 to 20% for President Zhang. The esteemed Qin family, with President Zhang's support, found themselves more than sufficiently aided. Their concern was never merely about the financial aspect. Given the respect shown by the other party, it was only fitting that Qin Mu reciprocated likewise. President, what about that matter? Interjected a secretary beside President Zhang as the contract was finalized. What matter? Please, Uncle Zhang, do not hesitate to share. We are, after all, family friends, and there is no need for formalities. It appeared there were other issues beyond their collaboration, perhaps a theatrical display, with the secretary's interruption serving to facilitate President Zhang's disclosure of his purpose for visiting. However, Qin Mu remained unfazed. He was no fool. This partnership was mutually beneficial. Should President Zhang propose any additional requests that did not align with Qin Mu's interests, he was entirely within his rights to refuse, unencumbered by the business alliance. Moreover, since President Zhang was a friend of his father, there was an even stronger incentive to assist him. It was prudent to first ascertain the nature of the matter at hand. Young Qin, there is indeed another issue I wish to trouble you with. President Zhang said after considerable contemplation. Do not hold it against me for not being forthright from the outset. I had yet to ascertain your identity, and this matter is somewhat delicate. Not all, Uncle Zhang. Please do share. If there is any way I can assist, I assure you I will exert my utmost effort. Qin Mu replied, continuing with the pleasantries as he awaited President Zhang's explanation of the pressing issue. With a sigh, President Zhang finally articulated his concerns. Our company has recently been preparing for expansion. After acquiring a mountain, we discovered that there exists an illegal structure upon it. We seek to persuade the occupants to vacate. President Zhang's enterprise extended beyond mere cosmetics. It encompassed various other ventures. The acquisition of the mountain was intended for the development of a resort, transforming it into a large-scale tourist destination. The natural landscapes of Jiangbei City were renowned, and President Zhang's connections were with prominent figures. Establishing this resort was not solely a matter of profit. It held significant social prestige. With the resort in place, he would secure a more advantageous position in future business negotiations and collaborations. Chapter 82. The Audacity to Demolish. It may seem implausible that merely constructing a resort could confer a favorable standing in negotiations, yet that was indeed the reality. The development of a resort was entirely unrelated to the cosmetics industry. The crux of the matter lay in the substantial manpower and resources required, as well as the necessity for a robust network of connections to facilitate such an undertaking. If one's connections are not sufficiently robust, it becomes exceedingly challenging to conquer even a mountain. However, Chairman Zhang never anticipated that, after expending so much energy, he would find himself thwarted by a single household. He continued, expressing his discontent. To his dismay, they entirely disregarded his admonitions when he confronted the family. They did not even possess a land certificate and were engaged in illegal construction, yet they paid him no heed. Throughout my life, I have been unable to bear the sight of the impoverished, assuming their actions stemmed from necessity. Hence, I endeavored to invite them to reside in the city, arranging housing and employment for them. To my astonishment, the family remained unwilling. In desperation, we had no choice but to alert the authorities. However, when the enforcers arrived, those individuals exhibited no fear and, as before, acted with brazen impunity, even attempting to inflict harm. They resembled legendary martial artists, capable of inflicting injury with the slightest touch, proving to be incredibly formidable, leaving us utterly defenseless. Ultimately, I enlisted the aid of Director Chun from the Jiangbei City Enforcement Agency. only for him to inform me that these individuals were not to be trifled with, as it was a directive from above. Helpless, I had to alter my construction plans to accommodate them, yet they were still dissatisfied. When our construction team finally reached the mountain, they boldly attacked, claiming we had disturbed their feng shui and even dismantled our excavator with their bare hands. Chairman Zhang spoke with a hint of sorrow and indignation. They had indeed dismantled the excavator, showcasing their audacity. What? They destroyed the excavator. These individuals are truly outrageous. Qin Mu could no longer contain his frustration. Of all things to dismantle, why the excavator, a man's dream? Indeed, it was precisely for this reason that work on the site had yet to commence. I cannot fathom the amount of manpower and resources expended, all of which seem irretrievable. Yet, monetary concerns pale in comparison. I had previously shared my aspirations with numerous friends about establishing a summer resort tourism area. Now, does this not bring me shame? Chairman Zhang remained troubled by this predicament until he confirmed Qin Mu's identity and recognized his formidable strength, prompting him to seek assistance. Although he was uncertain if true martial artists existed in this world, upon learning of Qin Mu's prowess, he understood that Qin Mu possessed the capability to contend with these adversaries. Thus, I implore you to intervene and assist me in dealing with those individuals. I can offer you a 10% stake in the summer resort. Qin Mu nodded, realizing the complexity of the situation. Those individuals were likely practitioners of the Tao, though their strength remained uncertain. Intrigued, Qin Mu considered that whatever treasures lay hidden in that mountain must be significant, given the lengths to which those individuals went to remain there. If that is the case, Qin Mu's curiosity was indeed piqued. What treasures could possibly reside within that mountain, compelling cultivators to dwell there, regardless of the risks? Thus, I shall acquiesce to Uncle Zhang's request. Moreover, I will forego the 1% share. I am merely going to take a look, and it may not necessarily yield a solution. However, should a resolution present itself, I will certainly take action. You and my father share a friendship, so there is no need for such formalities. Besides, I am a member of the Qin family. I do not require financial compensation. Qin Mu was quite articulate, swiftly declining Chairman Zhang's goodwill and transforming it into a matter of personal favor. This would facilitate future assistance for AI Mei when he was not in Zhangbei City. By establishing this connection, Chairman Zhang would undoubtedly lend his support. Indeed, although their families were acquainted, having achieved such extensive success, both were inevitably compelled to consider their interests at every turn. Perhaps Chairman Zhang did not perceive it this way, acting purely out of friendship, yet in Qin Mu's eyes, all was intertwined with self-interest. He could not deny that he had been deeply affected by so-called emotions. And at this moment, he truly required these personal connections. In light of this, I feel reassured. Truly, I did not misjudge you. You are just as warm-hearted as that fellow Qin Tian. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Qin Mu set off with Chairman Zhang towards the mountain that he had secured. The mountain was quite distant from the city center, approximately 20 to 30 kilometers away, bordering on remote. However, as they ventured deeper into the scenery, the surroundings grew increasingly beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Qin Mu nodded silently. No wonder Chairman Zhang had chosen to acquire this mountain as a summer retreat. It was indeed an ideal location for retirement and leisure. Residing in such a mountain setting was delightful, with the air fresh and invigorating. If one were to live here long-term, it might even extend one's lifespan. This was no mere hyperbole. The air was extraordinarily pure, and coupled with the tranquility far removed from urban clamor, one was enveloped in peacefulness. Once tranquility is attained, emotional fluctuations are minimized, resulting in a stable and positive state of mind, which is immensely beneficial for longevity. Before long, they entered the mountain, and the remainder of the journey could only be traversed on foot. They continued forward, pausing occasionally to rest. After all, Chairman Zhang was not young, and having seldom exercised, navigating this mountain path was indeed a trial for him. He had only visited once before, selecting the location and subsequently delegating responsibilities to others. It was certain that, as a person of considerable influence, he could not manage this place himself. The inability of his subordinates to resolve the matters at hand necessitated his involvement, highlighting the complexity of the situation they faced, let alone traversing such a great distance. The journey this time nearly cost him his life. However, he had personally invited Qin Mu to come, thus he bore with it. Although his physical strength was lacking, his patience and emotional intelligence in handling matters were commendable. Soon, they arrived at the site of the excavator, which had been reduced to mere fragments, an utterly tragic sight. Qin Mu gazed upon the wreckage of the excavator, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Chapter 83. Delving deeper, this was indeed the very location where those individuals had unleashed their fury, bringing destruction upon the excavator. Accompanied by a worker who had been part of the project, they had encountered those unwilling to vacate the premises. Nodding, Qin Mu approached the remnants of the excavators. From the breaks, it was evident that the destruction was not man-made. It appeared as if some beast had torn it apart. Moreover, there were disturbingly precise markings, as though severed by a sharp object, creating a shocking spectacle that stirred something within Qin Mu. It became clear to him their adversary was likely formidable, as such markings suggested a swordsman was responsible for this devastation. Nevertheless, Qin Mu did not feel fear. Without having encountered the opponent, it was challenging to ascertain their true strength. He, too, was capable of leaving such marks, and thus would not be easily deterred by mere impressions. Indeed, the opponent proved to be a tough nut to crack. Returning, Qin Mu addressed President Zhang. Do you also find them difficult to deal with? Sighing, President Zhang realized that he might truly have to bear the financial loss. It seemed he was destined to lose face, with no other options at his disposal. Even someone as powerful as Qin Mu found the adversaries challenging. After all, he hailed from the esteemed Qin family of the capital. Thus, regardless of whom President Zhang sought for assistance, it was unlikely they would be able to contend with the opponent. Resigned, he chose to abandon the endeavor, treating it as a lesson in mitigating losses. After all, he could always acquire another mountain. He was affluent, and it merely meant postponing his plans for a summer retreat. He feared that in the future, when meeting with his old friends, this incident would become a topic of light-hearted discussion, causing him a slight loss of face and leading him to tread carefully. He could have continued to fight back, but he was uncertain of the true strength of those behind the adversaries. If their backing was indeed formidable, the consequences of a rash confrontation could be dire and lead to regret. Thus, having witnessed the rise and fall of many families, President Zhang had never truly contemplated driving the opposition away. Inviting Qin Mu to assess the situation was merely a means of finding solace in his final moments of hope. Indeed, they were a tough opponent, but he never claimed he could not handle them. Until he faced them, everything remained uncertain. Qin Mu smiled, intrigued to discover the identity of the individual so brazenly domineering. With formidable skills, likely surpassing even that of Huang Yin, Qin Mu felt a surge of excitement. It had been an eternity since he had engaged in battle, and he sensed his body was on the verge of rusting from disuse. After all, he was a man of the battlefield. Though he had remained dormant for a considerable time, his fervor for combat had never waned. Given the chance, he would not let it slip away. Typically, he refrained from provoking others, but upon awakening to his true purpose, the spirit of battle within him stirred once more. He could not overlook the audacity of someone who claimed dominion and carelessly harmed an excavator. Such transgressions were unforgivable. Yet, the underlying circumstances posed significant risks. Little Qin, this mountain is not worth the peril, cautioned Uncle Zhang, attempting to dissuade Qin Mu from what he feared was mere bravado. He felt a deep sense of responsibility for his younger counterpart, as Qin Mu's father had entrusted him to watch over the lad. Now, to thrust him into danger seemed utterly inconceivable. Uncle Zhang, though a businessman, possessed a high emotional intelligence and would not act recklessly. Rest assured, Uncle Zhang, with my strength, even if I were to encounter an adversary, I could easily escape. Moreover, these individuals are not as formidable as you presume. I am quite capable, Qin Mu replied, determined not to let this opportunity slip away, especially as it could also leave Uncle Zhang indebted to him. Very well, if it must be, let us proceed to meet them. However, do not provoke any conflict. If the situation turns unfavorable, retreat swiftly. I have seen their footage, and their prowess is indeed formidable. Uncle Zhang reiterated his warnings, fearing that should anything happen to Qin Mu on his watch, he would forever bear the shame of facing Qin Mu's father. Understood. You all may remain here. Just find someone to guide me. Do not accompany me, for should anything go awry, I would be hindered in protecting you, Qin Mu stated, hoping to reassure them. His words rang true. If conflict erupted and those few were attacked, he would indeed struggle to safeguard them. Uncle Zhang's bodyguards, muscular and imposing, voiced their discontent at the notion of Qin Mu being tasked with their protection. Though Qin Mu was not truly frail and possessed a well-proportioned physique, he did appear diminutive in comparison to these giants, leading them to doubt his combat capabilities. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that true combat prowess does not rely solely on physique. While physical stature may confer certain advantages, it can never be the decisive factor in a confrontation. Nevertheless, they refrained from voicing their opinions, as they were merely minor bodyguards, lacking the standing to look down upon Qin Mu. Their muscles were impressive, yet physique merely served as an enhancement, not the fundamental criterion for evaluating a person. If an individual possesses charm, wealth, talent, and a well-defined physique, only then will others commend their appearance. Conversely, should one possess only muscles, devoid of any other attributes, unfortunately, they will elicit no genuine interest. At most, they might attract a few fleeting glances when undressing. Unable to contend with Qin Mu, President Zhang directly dispatched a worker to accompany him inside to ascertain the nature of the situation. As the two ventured deeper, Qin Mu began to understand why those individuals insisted on residing within the mountains. With each step further into the depths, the spiritual energy grew increasingly potent, leaving him feeling invigorated. It is undeniable that President Zhang has an exceptional eye for location. Even an ordinary person residing here for a few years would undoubtedly extend their lifespan significantly. Chapter 84. Familiar faces. No wonder those individuals forbade President Zhang's men from undertaking any construction. Indiscriminate work might very well dissipate the spiritual energy within the mountains, which would be a considerable loss. However, this was primarily due to their ignorance of feng shui principles. Although they possessed knowledge of cultivation, it was evident that they lacked understanding of certain intricacies and likely belonged to a minor lineage or merely solitary practitioners. Those with a modicum of insight would certainly recognize which areas to avoid disturbing the feng shui and would even employ formations to gather the spiritual energy. Having gained a general understanding of their state, Qin Mu felt considerably reassured. Judging by appearances, while the opponent's strength remained uncertain, their perceptiveness was clearly lacking. What Qin Mu possessed in abundance was the elusive quality that left others guessing. As they continued their journey, nearing their destination, Qin Mu unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. He signaled the worker to halt and cautiously approached, maneuvering to position himself behind the individual. "What are you doing here, you rascal?" Qin Mu spoke up, startling the person in front of him. "Qinge, what are you doing here? You scared me to death. I was wondering who possessed such formidable strength." The individual was none other than Long Ziyi, the young master of the Long family, and Qin Mu had not anticipated encountering him in this location. "What are you doing here? Have you come to track me?" Qin Mu jested, attempting to lighten the mood for Long Ziyi. "No, Qinge, I noticed something amiss at home," Long Ziyi replied with utmost seriousness, prompting Qin Mu to adopt a more earnest demeanor. "What happened?" Qin Mu inquired. Having never visited Long Zi's residence, he was unaware of the circumstances that had transpired. Just a few days prior, while at home, he detected an extraordinarily peculiar odor. After much contemplation, he realized it was the unmistakable stench of decay. "The stench of decay?" Qin Mu exclaimed, taken aback by the nature of Long Zi's revelation. Indeed, upon discovering this foul scent, he had taken precautions by sprinkling some of the Long family's specially formulated perfume throughout his home and installing indoor surveillance. Eager to ascertain the situation, upon returning yesterday, aside from searching for the fragment of the Celestial Lord's jade, he had been closely monitoring this matter, only to uncover that someone had indeed entered his abode. As Long Zi spoke, a hint of indignation colored his words. He resided in a notably upscale area, though it could not quite rival the opulence of the Long family mansion. Yet, despite this, someone had dared to intrude upon his sanctuary, and had he not caught a whiff of that odor, he might still be oblivious to the threat. Once I discovered this unsettling truth, I relentlessly pursued the trail that led me here. Your sense of smell is remarkable. How could you trace it for such a distance? Qin Mu quitted, genuinely intrigued by his novice companion's abilities. Indeed, to be honest, my sense of smell was rather ordinary before I began my cultivation journey. But now I can detect any scent with uncanny precision. Although it may sound like self-deprecation, my sense of smell truly rivals that of a hound. Extremely acute. Long Zi replied with a hint of pride, acknowledging his impressive skill that even Qin Mu could not replicate. I followed the trail all the way here. Look at that house ahead. It appears exceedingly suspicious. I plan to wait here until the occupants emerge, and then I shall strike with lethal precision. Longzhe gestured toward the concealed area, dense with foliage. Had he not pointed it out, Qin Mu would have overlooked the existence of a house hidden behind the verdant cover. Upon closer inspection, the structure was discernible, yet had been crafted from unconventional materials that, along with the play of light, rendered it nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Now, Qin Mu understood the context of Chairman Zhang's comments regarding the purchase of this mountain, only to discover an illegal structure. He had previously harbored a quiet chuckle at Chairman Zhang and his subordinates for their carelessness in failing to notice such a detail. Yet, he now realized he had been even more naive. The construction of this house was truly perplexing. It was astonishing that he had almost fallen victim to its deception. The owner's understanding of architecture was undoubtedly profound. Have you discerned anything here? What lies within? Qin Mu asked, noting Long Zhe's prolonged stillness, as he seemed to be waiting patiently for an opportunity to act. Alas, no. Am I not here keeping watch? Long Zhe felt somewhat helpless, having crouched for several hours without a single sign of movement from the other side. Of course, there were indeed people inside the house. Occasionally, he could hear faint sounds, confirming the presence of some occupants. Long Zhe, however, was too apprehensive to act recklessly, as he had no idea who these individuals might be. His own prowess was not formidable enough to remain unperturbed in the face of danger, as Qin Mu did. All fear stemmed from a lack of firepower. Only by becoming truly powerful would Long Zhe be fearless. In light of this, why not simply enter? Qin Mu suggested, albeit playfully. Were they truly to venture inside? He would not dare to take Long Zhe along, for the peril was far too great. Yet, if they refrained from entering, they could only wait for the individuals inside to emerge when the need arose. That would be their opportune moment to make an entrance. However, Qin Mu could not afford to delay any longer. His wages had been paid by another, and he would feel remiss if he acted carelessly. Naturally, Qin Mu would not force an entry. He had his own methods to lure them out. Should they enter without knowledge of the circumstances, they risked falling into a passive position. It was essential to draw the battlefield into Qin Mu's purview, where he could ensure his capabilities would not falter in an expansive arena. With determination, Qin Mu produced a talisman, leaving Long Zhe momentarily bewildered. What was he planning to do? Prepare to burn paper? Indeed, it was to burn paper. In an instant, Qin Mu ignited the talisman and cast it forth. The talisman emitted a sizzling sound, rapidly releasing thick smoke that enveloped their surroundings, rendering everything before them shrouded in darkness. Long Zhe nearly choked on the acrid air.